Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. MHA, Scars Hero 1 Shish Chapter 1 The Survivor Quanyue. The perpetrator of the Beihai car corpse case that occurred a week ago is still at large. The male victim was cured by Heroes, and the female victim was an ordinary nurse from the Beihai medical clinic. Both parties were husband and wife. The only survivor was their 5-year-old child. At present, the survivor is receiving treatment. Please listen to the specific situation. The TV was turned off by the doctor, and he whispered to anyone who didn't open his eyes. Carefully lift the curtain and observe the young child lying on the hospital bed. When the child is only 5 years old, the injury looks terrifying. Basically, his entire face was burned by flames, and there were sword marks of varying sizes from the beginning of his neck, and some of the sword marks got stuck too deep. Even after the treatment was over, the tender meat inside could still be seen. These sword marks went from the neck to the torso to the limbs, as if to cut the child into pieces. The doctor shook his head, unconsciously pity in his eyes. He also just got the results of the report. This child will not be able to use quirk frequently in the second half of his life. Serious overdraft. Quirk caused irreversible damage. The current medical technology is not yet able to treat quirk well. Although it can still play a weak quirk compared to Quanyue's veteran healing system Heroes family, this quirk is similar to a useless person. In this world, 80% of people have their own quirk. The strength of the quirk determines whether this person is qualified for the position of heroes in the society. More generally speaking, this society is a quirk society, a heroes society. Without quirk, it is hard to say that it is impossible to do so, but it is inevitable that you will receive some contempt. Obviously, it was a precious treatment department, so it was abandoned. However, this is an opportunity for your father to spend his life in exchange for you. Child, you have to live well. The doctor gently confessed a few words, lowered the curtain and went out. The moment he went out, he heard a suppressed cry behind him. As the only survivor of the Beihai car corpse case, Quanyue, who was only 5 years old, lost his parents and his quirk. Since there were no other relatives in the family, the government arranged him to the welfare home. 10 years later, the morning in the Meow Meow Welfare Institute was still caused by a group of kittens. Quanyue rubbed his head, grabbed a Huxley idyllic cat from his head, looked at each other for 3 seconds and then quietly got up to dress and brush his teeth. In the dark, the cat jumped on the bed and rolled lazily in the groove where Quanyue had slept. Quanyue cleaned her face and pulled a black facial towel from the shelf to cover herself. This is to cover up his terrible face and neck. The scars left over from childhood have not faded with time. What should be terrible is still so terrible, just looking at it makes people lose appetite. We will serve the children in the orphanage later, so we must not scare them. Before, a new little girl accidentally saw her scarred face, and she was so scared that she had a high fever at night. Advertisement Quanyue smiled helplessly, although he already knew that his face smiled like the Yama of hell. Damn, it was hateful and hateful. If your quirk is still relatively strong, you might be able to remove these scars. After all, the Quanyue clan is a famous replacement clan. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Transfer the damage from one place to another. For example, transfer is extensive burns to yourself or to other people. If it were transferred to oneself, the damage received would be only a few % of the original owner. Think about yourself being hurt, but the wounds and losses will be transferred to another person, and you can continue to fight with full blood. It can be said that it is like carrying a blood bag at any time. This is for combatants. For the Quanyue family, no one wants to be a heroes, because the heroes are about to fight, and their quirks will continue to wear out their lives. Since having quirk, Quanyue's family has not lived beyond 40 years old. The oldest known person is Quanyue's grandfather, who died at the age of 37. Quanyue's uncle Bofan, who has a replacement injury, similar to quirk, has not lived through the 30-year-old mark. Xiao Yi, get up so early again. Sister Nara from the Welfare Institute rubbed her eyes and yawned. Yesterday Xiaogua accidentally dropped the vase. I still have to trouble you. I'm really sorry, but pay attention to your body. Ah, it's okay. Quanyue reacted, and he stopped thinking about his quirk. The vase broken by the child was found on the small coffee table. It is said that it was broken, but it is not counted, it is just knocked out. The fragment was quite large. Quanyue placed the fragment on the fracture, and the palm of his hand glowed white. Then, at a speed visible to the naked eye, the gaps and fragments of the vase were soft, and when the hand was put down, it was another intact vase. It's almost 50% of the damage. Quanyue looked at the palm of his hand and found that this time the quirk was activated, only a small white mark was left on the palm of the hand, and even the flesh was not scratched. His quirk open black lens bracket damage replacement close black lens bracket can transfer damage from the original body to oneself or other things at will. Touch the human body after activation. All the damage received within 3 hours before and after will be transferred to oneself. Within 5 minutes of Quanyue's own injury, he could relay the injury a second time. It is a pity that since that corpse case, damage to the human body can no longer be replaced, but objects, animals and plants can still transfer the damage. Advertisement: if it is an object, the time from injury to rescue cannot exceed 3 days. For animals and plants, it cannot exceed 12 hours. The harm to Quanyue himself caused by the transfer of injuries has been hovering between 100% and 50%. That is to say, the damage will basically be transferred to him without moving. With this ratio, he dared to rescue the wounded. Basically, he was desperate. He got up, as usual, cooking, tidying the courtyard, packing up school bags, waking up the children one by one, urging them to brush their teeth and washing their faces, and then cook a separate meal to see the director of the orphanage. He was also kindly adopted at the time. Cat mother-in-law. The cat mother-in-law is an old man with some cat characteristics. Not only does she have cat ears and cattails, she also asks for 3 meals a day and fish every day. Quanyue kid has improved in his craftsmanship. Mother-in-law, you'd better eat quickly. I'll go to school after I pack up later. Young people, don't be impatient. Dean Meow Meow put down the spoon and thought thoughtfully. It's not big or small, you're 15 years old this year, kid Quanyue. What high school do you want to go to? Maybe it's a nursing high school. Although I have never thought of being a nurse like my mother, I always feel that learning nursing knowledge will help me. Quanyue cleaned up the dishes and was suddenly stopped by Granny Cat. Izumi, the Izumi family has been heroes for generations. Have you considered the heroes branch? Quanyue paused suddenly. He turned around and looked at Granny Cat, his face mask covering half of his face. His expression could not be seen, and he seemed to be smiling. Heroes of Izumizuki's house. Heroes who are in a hurry to send to death. It's really ridiculous. Chapter 2 First Encounter with Midoriya Izuku. Granny Cat is not surprised at the child's attitude. She picked up the bowl, drank the last drop of soup, licked the corner of her mouth, grabbed her beard and said, "If it is because of your parents' death, choose to escape. Escape from the fate of the heroes family of the Quanyue family. You can't do this, kid Quanyue." Quanyue distorted his expression, and the scars on his face made him look more damn it. It was a great villain who was alive and well, and the child who found her mother-in-law was suddenly frightened and cried. Granny Cat shook her head helplessly. She said, "Put away your expression, it scares the child." She picked up the crying child and teased him with cat paws. "You know, no one in Quanyue's family can live beyond 40. Quanyue squeezed his hands, his whole body was cold. Once my quirk is activated, finally. The quirk needs his own body to constantly run in. Ordinary children are there. After quirk appeared at the age of 4, he would gradually adapt to the existence of quirk. But there are some people whose quirks are too powerful to be controlled, or they are seriously overdrawn and hurt by their own quirks. Quanyue's quirk was overdrawn in the Beihai car corpse case 10 years ago. Now, as long as he performs damage replacement for any one person, there is only one end. Dead. He doesn't want to die, he wants to live well. Xiao Yi. Dad, I'm sorry. You are Quanyue, the last man. Please, live well, don't take revenge, don't be heroes. Please. The man's blood-stained hands appeared in front of him again, and Quanyue closed his eyes. He seemed to feel the slimy blood on his face. He opened his eyes and said firmly, "Mother-in-law, I will not be a heroes." Granny Cat was too lazy to dissuade Quanyue. She opened the door with her baby and said, "Go to school, Quanyue kid. You'll be late if you don't go." This topic was just skipped. Advertisement, no one mentioned it again, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. When I arrived at school, the teacher waved the volunteer list. Everyone has a great quirk. The students chatted about which school they would like to sign up for, and basically don't need to think about volunteering. Most people fill in the heroes section on their first choice. Has anyone reported to UA's heroes section this year? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. A high school, a national high school that trains famous heroes. The deviations over the years are daunting, and the competitiveness is increasing every year. It is said that this year has reached the horrible deviation value of 99. Currently ranked first heroes Oulu Might and second heroes Andrew are from this school. It can be said that all students who want to become heroes have to compete in schools. Quanyue sat in the corner and slowly looked for nursing school. Because of the horrible scar on his face, he has no friends in school, and quirk is not a very eye-catching treatment direction, and even many people have always regarded him as no quirk. This allowed him to be rejected as a heterogeneous for a period of time, and suffered very serious school violence. Nothing, anyway, this little injury can't die. Applying for UA's Heroes Department seems to have a mock test. Quanyue took a look at his mock test score, A+. I heard from the class next door, there seem to be 2. One is Bakugo Katsuki, who is very capable. After all, those who have the confidence to apply for UA and compete with tens of thousands of people are all proud of the heavens. The other one, is it also super awesome? I don't know the name, but it is said that the other guy has no quirk. Isn't that just like Quanyue's kind of freak? Shish. Quanyue glanced around in the class, lowered his head and silently looked at his wishes. He has not yet determined which nursing school he is going to. Instead of listening to those who dream of heroes here, it is better to review more, do a few more questions, and then study the volunteer school. But, it's really amazing to be a heroes without quirk. Time flies, and it's school time in the blink of an eye. This time I also asked Quanyue-kun. We are really in a hurry, really. The girl pretended to be cute, and she put out her tongue to act like a baby. Next time we will be on duty obediently. Quanyue took the broom and nodded. Thank you, Quanyue-jun. The girl's pleated skirt jumped and went down the stairs like a rabbit. Before they even went far, they began to discuss which dessert shop they were going to gather. Advertisement, unexpectedly, Mei-chan would still talk to that kind of weird person. No way. Although Quanyue-jun looks terrifying, he will usually succeed if you ask him. Otherwise, I don't want to be with Quanyue-jun. I have a duty group with myself, but I just want to spare the time and go out to play. Quanyue has long been used to such days. Anyway, they are people who hate themselves and use themselves. For him, the meaning of life is nothing more than being alive. Don't be heroes. Live safely and securely. It doesn't matter whether you are bullied or treated indifferently. Just carrying the mission of reproducing blood, which was obtained from his father's life in exchange for another life, kept alive. Don't apply for UA, stupid classmate. Someone was talking in the upper classroom. The Baogan area that Quanyue class is responsible for is under the teaching building, which is actually very difficult to clean. Because from time to time, students throw away messy books, bottles and packaging bags. Sometimes the lost places are more tricky, such as trees and pools, which requires physical effort to pick them up. With the firm belief that you can have a quirk in your next life, let's get a free fall from the top of the building. The grumpy boy roared on it. Quanyue took the broom and looked at the tattered hero's analysis in the middle of the pool, thinking that in the next second, another boy would jump down on it. Based on the central idea of trash disposal, Quanyue took the notebook. The upper part has been blown up, and the edges are a bit scorched, but the middle part can still be seen. Quanyue flipped through it hastily and found that the goddess of the mountain that everyone was talking about this morning. It seems that the owner of the book is also a hero's house. Little Win, big idiot, if I really jumped off the building, would you instigate others to commit suicide? Speaking has to go through the brain. This is my note. That. When Quanyue almost finished reading the book, the main talent came to the pool. He choked with tears, his green hair exploded around him, and there were some small TS Madara on his face. An ordinary person seems to talk to himself. Sorry, this is my book. Ah, thank you. Midoriya Izuku, who took the book, was a little embarrassed. He wiped the tears from the corner of his eye. Have you read it all? Quanyue didn't know if he was talking about the contents of the book or the conversation they just had. He nodded. Seeing Midoriya Izuku at a loss, he didn't know how to put his hands and feet. She has a weak personality, no quirk, and looks mediocre or even weak. What kind of confidence does this kind of person have to test UA? Why are you reporting to UA? If you don't try it, you don't know what the result will be. Chapter 3 Shinso Hitoshi appears. Quanyue did not go home with Midoriya Izuku. First, their two families are totally in two directions. Second, they are completely unfamiliar, even the other's name is not clear. Although they are all studying at Aldera Junior High, they are all famous freaks in the school. No quirk, but I want to be the stench of heroes. Ugly-looking weird Yi with unknown quirk. I don't have quirk to apply for the UA exam. Isn't the result obvious? Quanyue said without hesitation. Ordinary people like us must have the way of living. Besides, what is good about heroes? The stranger said so much. Saving someone with a smile won't feel like, it's silly. Quanyue crit. In this case, if two people can still walk home together happily, it is absolutely impossible. Quanyue returned to the Meow Welfare Institute. The overall design of the orphanage is related to cats. When the door is opened, there are cat's claw footpads. At the entrance, Sister Nara is fluffing a cat. The cat snores comfortably, turning his belly up. Xiao Yi is back. Sister Nara greeted. Mother-in-law is in the tea room to entertain guests. You can go there too. I'll prepare dinner later. Today, everyone is very good. Everyone referred to by Sister Nara refers to the children and cats in this orphanage. However, it is obviously more enjoyable to not have to cook dinner than being clever. Quanyue took off his shoes and asked, 2 people? It's an old friend of the mother-in-law. I heard that my grandson wants to take the UA. I came here especially. After all, UA High School is nearby. Come to see the school in advance and cheer up. Sister Nara put down the cat and said. It's still early to take the UA. What's the point of coming here now? Quanyue only thinks that today's mind is all, heroes, heroes. What is so good about these two things? The Meow Welfare Institute was originally the private residence of the cat's mother-in-law, but it was transformed into an orphanage only 10 years ago. Most of the buildings retain the style of the Deep House compound, and Quanyue came to the tea house by car. The tea room is located in the back garden. After opening the doors and windows, you can look directly at the clear spring, where thumb-sized fish swim in it. In the evening, it happens to be the bright moon in the pine, and the spring stone is up. Mother-in-law. Quanyue was still wearing school uniform, and he was sitting on the futon next to her mother-in-law. There are 3 people in the tea room, but there are 4 seats. It goes without saying who is left. This is the child you must adopt 10 years ago. The old man in front of him blew a sip of hot tea and exclaimed. After so many years, you still make the best. Granny Cat did not respond to him, but instead turned her gaze to the young man with algae head beside the old man. Quanyue also noticed the violet-haired, seaweed-headed and triangular-eyed teenager. He concentrated on stroking the little milk cat in his hand, even his expression was a little gentle. Shinso Hitoshi. Advertisement, Quanyue. This is a simple understanding. The 2 old men began to drink tea and talked about things from the school days. Instead, they left the 2 juniors aside. Quanyue began to wonder what he was going to do to call himself over. Just to keep people from being alone too lonely? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Seeing the little milk cat rolling comfortably in Shinso Hitoshi's hands, Quanyue felt that he was superfluous. If there is nothing wrong, I will leave first. Are you really the Izumuki family, who died for the child of the Izumizuki family? Shinso Hitoshi pointed to the small pebbled tower by the spring and said, "Can you go there to talk?" "What do you want to talk to me?" "It is said that the children of the Heroes family are very different and receive special training from an early age. Before I came, I had hope and wanted to take a look. I didn't expect it to be this kind of stuff." Shinso Hitoshi took a long breath. "Look. It's not that great to come to the Heroes family. A dead family can't see anything, right?" Quanyue mocked. "It's really not that good for the dead family, Quanyue. The last heroes died 10 years ago." Shinso Hitoshi stared at him for a while, put down the cat in his hand, and said, "The Beihai car corpse case 10 years ago. Okay. Can you take off the mask?" "No way." Being so simply rejected, Shinso Hitoshi regretted. "Could it be that you look ugly?" Quanyue rolled his eyes and did not bother to reply. But Shinso Hitoshi was right, his face with cuts and burns was really ugly. "I heard that Kwanzuki's quirks are all related to replacement. Just think about why it is you who will survive instead of Heroes who is young and at the pinnacle of Heroes' career." Shinso Hitoshi smiled and seemed to see through. The Izumi Tasuki family has a nickname, a family that robs people from Shinigami. But the price is very serious, almost a life for one life. "So, you were replaced by your father, Heroes Quanyue Chongshu, who was replaced by his life." Quanyue felt a bit dry in his throat, and he said, "What the hell are you going to say?" "This is the legend about the first generation quirk of the Quanyue family that has been passed down from generation to generation by the Quanyue family. Similar to replacing life, one life for one life is just the simplest existence in the hands of first generation quirk. Furthermore, the cores of two different substances can be replaced, for example, atoms and elements can be replaced, the blood of one person can be replaced suddenly by the blood of another person, or even the soul can be replaced. Exaggerate a little bit, even parallel and different dimensional replacement. Advertisement, but this is a matter, and the family is really treated as a legend. No one's quirk can do this kind of thing. I want to ask, can you take off the mask?" Shinso Hitoshi suddenly fired at Quanyue. "No," Quanyue just responded to Shinso Hitoshi's words, as if he had been knocked from behind. His soul and body are separated. "I can see people walking in front of me, and I can hear people talking with my ears, but my hands and feet cannot move freely. Now, take off your mask." Quanyue watched as he stiffly took off the mask on his face, although he definitely didn't think so in his heart. However, his body was completely out of his control, and he could only watch the mask fall to the ground. And Shinso Hitoshi kept looking at his face. "Damn it. What the hell is this quirk? It's so strong." Shinso Hitoshi, quirk open black lens bracket brainwashing close black lens bracket. Anyone who answers his words will be brainwashed in an instant and obey him, but if he doesn't have that will himself, it won't trigger the brainwashing effect. "Sorry, I'm a little more curious," Shinso Hitoshi said in apology, but Quanyue absolutely couldn't see any guilt from those inverted triangle eyes. "Do you hurt these scars when you left them?" In the tea room, Granny Cat put down the teacup and looked at the two teenagers by the pool. Heart F asterisk 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 G-boy can become a powerful heroes. Quirk is very powerful. Most importantly, there is light in his eyes. Whether he desires victory or desires any existence, he will work hard to move toward what he desires. Quanyue is not bad. After all, I am a child of the Quanyue family. As long as he can maintain stable rehabilitation training, Quirk will recover little by little. The old man thought, it is every minute and every second is competing against Shinigami, treatment family. He can't. Kid Quanyue can't carry the glory of that family. Granny Cat shook her head. "If two boys choose for me, I'd rather choose to care about the kid. Quanyue boy, he is full of disappointment in this hero's world. There is no way for a person who has lost his heart to become a hero." Chapter 4 Morning Mud News. Shinso Hitoshi seriously dismissed the quirk and apologized to Quanyue seriously. Quanyue didn't answer him, just picked up the mask on the ground and left honestly. "Sorry, I don't mean anything malicious. Is this interesting?" "Sorry." Shinso Hitoshi was also annoyed by what he did just now. He said, "Actually, we saw it when we were young. You weren't like this back then." "That's really thank goodness. I don't remember you as a B asterisk 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 D." Quanyue looked at him warily. "Let me find out that you were using quirk against me, and you must open the flower." Shinso Hitoshi sighed and ran after him. "Quanyue, I didn't do this on purpose. When we were young, we played together before the quirk appeared. Do you remember? We promised when we were young." Quanyue walked toward his room intently and turned Shinso Hitoshi off. At the door. "At that time you said you wanted to be a heroes." Shinso Hitoshi raised his voice. "You want to be a hero as great as your father. We will go to UA together." Quanyue looked at him coldly. The moonlight is pouring down on the corridor like water, and the summer wind is obviously hot, but it blows people's hearts cold. "Are you willing to make me a heroes and die in villains' hands like my father?" Quanyue said. "Why'd I have to be a heroes? For what damn family honor? Or some shit and unreasonable Quanyue family for it? Death legend? You talk big, you don't know anything. Have you never considered things from the perspective of others? I don't want to be heroes. I don't want to be any heroes at all. I don't want to go to UA to study. But, how can someone like you who have a powerful quirk understand?" Shinso Hitoshi got a bump. He thought of himself, and also of his childhood. Before they awakened the quirk, they would be taken to Quanyue's guest house for a few weeks every year. The Quanyue family is a veteran heroes family. Even before the emergence of quirk, it was a very traditional medical family. At that time, Quanyue was not covered with scars, and always liked to play with the medals and trophies brought back by his father. They sat together and watched an old video. After a major disaster, a video of a heroes debuting Heroes was recorded. He is laughing wildly. Advertisement, only 10 minutes have passed. He has rescued more than 100 people. It's really amazing. In the video, the man in the wind showed a bright smile. Nothing is going on. The fire shining halfway through the sky, crying in panic shouting could not stop the loud sentence, because I'm here, countless people because of this sentence. Words at ease. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Even the two children sitting in front of the computer. Wow, Shinso Hitoshi said to Quanyue, I will become such a powerful heroes in the future. Huh. I don't know about other heroes, but my dad is the best heroes. Quanyue stepped on the chair and smiled big, I will also become heroes. Our house is all heroes. Then I will become heroes with Xiaoyi. Shinso Hitoshi clenched his small fist and said, we are going to take the UA High School exam together. UA High School is the best heroes academy, and All Might graduated here. He has done his homework a long time ago. After his life plan is about to wake up from Quirk, he will study hard, strive to be admitted to UA, and embark on it. The road of heroes. Then I will go to UA with Shin Sao. HMPH, I will definitely be better than Shin Sao. The past is vivid, but the present is right and wrong. Quanyue finished speaking to Shinso Hitoshi, panting, looking at the ground with both eyes, his face moist. He wiped it and closed the door. Quanyue. Using the quirk, he shouted inside, Quanyue. There was no answer in the room. I don't know if Quanyue hid or did not answer on purpose. Or both. You can never wake up a person who pretends to be asleep. Shinso Hitoshi put down his raised hand and turned to leave. A frustrated expression appeared on his face. Some time ago, he received a letter from Granny Cat, and he was still excited and joyful when he finally came to see Quanyue. Granny Cat repeatedly told him that Quanyue's personality has changed a lot from his childhood, and hoped that he would persuade Quanyue to rekindle his desire to be a heroes. Unfortunately, he couldn't persuade this person. Granny Cat and Sorry Grandpa stood at the end of the corridor, watching Shinso Hitoshi return without success. They had come here long ago and stood silent. If he really doesn't want to, then forget it. Sha Shu, you have also seen it, the child's wishes are very clear. Besides, you just gave up on him. The worried grandpa shook his head. He didn't believe the cat before. The mother-in-law said, now it seems that Quanyue really doesn't want to be a heroes. What happened 10 years ago hurt him too deeply. I'm worried about him being targeted. Quanyue kid is weak now, but it doesn't mean his potential is weak. Granny Cat said, no matter what angle you look at, only going to UA is the best choice. The treatment girl is still in UA, advertisement. Hey, I don't know how long I can take care of Quanyue boy. Granny Cat walked out of the courtyard. Her eyes fell on a dilapidated wind chime in the courtyard, and there was a broken spring on the wind chime. Please worry about the kid coming back. It's really a hassle for you to come here. Where, it happens that the two of them haven't seen each other for a long time. For 10 years, I have never forgotten Quanyue's affairs in the past 10 years. It is a wish fulfilled. Grandpa Shinkao thought of his proud and distressed grandson. Comforted. It just so happens that UA High School is nearby. You can also come in advance to cheer him up and see the school. The quirk of the hard FK kid is very powerful. He always knows. Quanyue fell behind the door. He listened to the footsteps drifting away, looking out the window silently. This night is destined to be a sleepless night. The next morning, the newspaper was stuffed into the mailbox as usual. Sister Nara turned on the TV and watched the morning news with the children. The children carry small bowls and make them honestly. Good morning, mother-in-law. Well, Quanyue kid go to the hall to eat today. All trouble you. Mother Cat rarely wears her regular clothes. When they arrived in the hall, they happened to meet a worried grandfather and grandson who were going to have breakfast. Quanyue didn't like to walk with Shinsho, but he couldn't avoid it directly because of the presence of Granny Cat, and nodded politely to say hello. Early. Yesterday's silt incident is being broadcast in the news. The screen shows a green-haired boy being reprimanded by professional heroes. You don't have to take this risk. The screen is suspended and the words, dangerous case, appear. The news anchor also specifically stated, I hope that the general public will use this as a lesson and never save people blindly. You must first protect your personal safety and wait patiently for the arrival of professional heroes. Then there is a beautiful man, the scene of raising their fists to the sky, people around exclaimed, Oulu Might. It's him. Quanyue felt that the green-haired teenager seemed to have seen him somewhere, with fluffy green hair and Madara, a tit on his face. He grabbed a mouthful of the meal and heard the children cheering on the TV, Oulu Might. Even Shinso Hitoshi, the heart-wrenching grandpa and the cat mother put down their dishes, their eyes focused on the beautiful man on the TV. It actually changed the weather with just one arm. It's worthy of being the #1 heroes. It's amazing. This is All Might. I didn't expect All Might to come to a small place like ours. Quanyue silently finished the last grain of rice. He finally remembered who the negative textbook boy appeared on TV. I met yesterday, and I had the courage to apply for UA. A quirk at the same school. Chapter 5. Why is All Might here? People who usually appear in various major crises and TV shows suddenly appear in their place of residence. Ordinary people will have a wow tone with a hint of admiration in their tone. Quanyue is definitely not one of these. Wow. Even listening to the hot topic that All Might serve as a UA teacher, they did not pay attention to it, but showed a trace of impatience after tidying up the table. Today he will accompany Shinso Hitoshi to UA. Is it similar to an open day? Some prestigious schools will open their campuses before and after applying for the exam. UA High School is a well-known Heroes Academy. Although it does not require any publicity and additional registration rewards, it can attract countless people. After all, it's a public high school, and it's a high school anyway. However, unlike the open campuses of ordinary schools, UA will only open part of the campus for people to visit. At the same time, they will also arrange for some students to consult candidates and their parents to help them understand the scope and general content of the UA exam. After graduating from UA, I debuted as Heroes or joined the firm. All Heroes subjects are like this. Shinso Hitoshi put on his shoes, looked at the somewhat decadent Quanyue, and sighed. If you don't want to go, don't force yourself. Don't use quirk on me. Quote. Shinso Hitoshi's face was a little embarrassed, and he felt the hostility emanating from Quanyue. Sister Nara came out with the bento box and put both in Quanyue's hands. Okay, you two, be careful on the way. Xiaoyi, remember to take care of your heart. Sister Nara was especially worried that Quanyue was bullying Shinso Hitoshi. She raised the cat on the ground, waved her paw, and threatened, "Humph, if I find out. I'll tell my mother-in-law and let you clean up the house for a month." Quanyue watched the cat spread his teeth and claws in midair, covering his face, and vomited in his heart. Please. How can I be able to beat the powerful quirk like Shinso Hitoshi? You can be controlled by saying a word. This is simply invincible, okay. Of course it was the same thing in my mind, but my mouth was full of promises. Oh, I got it. Heartbroken. Jun, let's go. Quanyue, what are you doing? You went wrong. Shinso Hitoshi pointed in the opposite direction. The bus stop is here. There was a bus booth not far away. Quanyue paused, and reluctantly got into the car with a box of lunch. Shinso Hitoshi sat beside the window by the window. Next stop, UA High School. Many people choose to get off at this stop, most of them come to visit and learn about UA. UA High School has set up an information desk outside, and many seniors and sisters come to stand according to the general subjects, management subjects, auxiliary subjects and heroes subjects. Among them, the heroes section is the most popular, and there are many people in the auxiliary section. The business department and general department are a little bit bleak. Advertisement. Shinso Hitoshi and Quanyue stood in the crowd, and Quanyue was about to be squeezed away by the crowd. Shinso Hitoshi grabbed him. There was no good expression on his face, it seemed that there was still a hint of dissatisfaction. Quanyue staggered 2 steps, almost not holding the lunch in his arms. When he stabilized, he walked a little outside, obviously avoiding Shinso Hitoshi. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. How could Shinso Hitoshi fail to see this state? I guess I knew my quirk again, so I was wary of myself. Shinso Hitoshi smiled self-deprecatingly, but Quanyue did not expect Quanyue to be the same as the others. I would probably feel that this kind of quirk is suitable for crime. If you don't want to go, just stay here and wait for me. Shinso Hitoshi thought of the quarrel with Quanyue last night, for fear that his hatred of heroes and UA High School would be spoken on this occasion, and calmly said, I might be back later, you can also go a little further. Quanyue did not answer him. In Shinso Hitoshi's view, this gesture is a silent rejection. If you don't respond to yourself, you won't be brainwashed by quirk. Quanyue is no longer the Quanyue when they were young, and they also have no way to go back to when they were young. Friendship will deteriorate over time. Wait a minute. The moment Shinso Hitoshi turned and left, Quanyue passed a box of lunch in his hand. 1 dish, 1 meal, I won't be back. He didn't even want to eat lunch with Shinso Hitoshi. Without giving Shinso Hitoshi a chance to speak, Quanyue quickly jumped on a new bus. Shinso Hitoshi watched the bus slowly go away, clenching his hands and putting them down. His face was lonely, and his eyes fell on the huge gate of UA High School. Don't think about it anymore, Shinso Hitoshi. Your goal now is to be admitted to UA. He stepped forward to join the consulting army, and the sun swayed on the boy's face, as if to coat him with a layer of light. The wind gently blew the leaves, and when the car windows opened, freshness puffed on the face. Quanyue breathed a sigh of relief and took off his mask. He took a deep breath. Mom, weirdo. The kid sitting across from him pointed to his face and said, it's terrible. Advertisement. Quanyue's ears reddened, and he covered his face in a panic. He doesn't know where to go, but compared to places with a lot of people, this skin bag is suitable for no man's land. He picked a stop randomly, didn't even know where it was, and got off the car casually. The surrounding area is indeed a good place, it is all green at first glance. Light green, strong green, a hint of yellowish green, and some close to deep black green. This reminded Quanyue of the green-haired boy in the morning news. A person without a quirk still goes to heroes. It seems to express this meaning. In the news, there is a teenager who is completely different from him. Although he is taken as a hostage, he has received praise from various heroes and the media for his excellent quirk and endurance. Look, this is the correct way to open the hero's successor. Ask him Quanyue to say that there is no hope without quirk and waste. Quirk should be an ordinary person obediently. The Prince of Heaven has the method of living of the Prince of Heaven, and the method of waste of salted fish is also the method of waste of salted fish. Salted fish is hard to go to heaven, which is more ridiculous than a toad eating swan meat. He found a shade, put down his lunch, unmasked his mask, and sat on the ground to rest. Who's going to do what, heroes? Just take care of things, there's nothing to look for. In the dark, 4 pairs of eyes looked at him quietly. The toy sword was held in their hands. The voice of a fine string came from the bushes. Did you see it? That is the king of evil. No, it's a crime of escape. Every additional scar is a life, and he has taken off his mask. This is a good opportunity for us to do meritorious service. What if it's not? Which good person will grow up like him? The other 2 retorted. Only bad people grow up like this. Yes, we are going to be heroes. Heroes' job is to catch bad guys. Heroes of Wawa class, get out. Chapter 6. The long tongue weird appears. Imagine that when you are sleeping well, 3 children suddenly appear, splashing water on your face, biting your thigh, and attacking you with your own quirk. How will you feel? In particular, they still read the following lines. It's okay. Why do you want to ask? Because I'm here. The 3 children put on the classic style of All Might, and one of them stood up his own hair, with the intention of letting the 2 hairs on his head develop towards the beautiful wind. Given that they are still elementary school students, they can be called bear kids for the time being, and they are at an age that a dog would hate. Wow, this is the sound of water splashing on someone's face from top to bottom. Kong dang. This is a toy sword hitting the box lunch. It can be seen that the sword was originally directed towards oneself, but the user's strength was too small and did not meet expectations. The victim got up from the grass with a dazed expression. He felt that he must have been condemned recently. Indicates that I just want to hit someone. He grew up in the Meow Meow Welfare Institute and has no experience in beating children. Only children have ever looked at his face and cried, and no child has dared to face him when they first meet him, this hell grimace. It may be that the bear children he met are too few. Quanyue simply wiped his face with his clothes, showing the scars on his waist and abdomen, and let the 3 bear kids yell, look, that looks like a bug. So ugly. He must be a big bad guy. Only bad guys have so many scars. Yin, we must defeat him. Quote. Quanyue rolled up his sleeves and held down one of the children's heads. Even if the children waved their little hands, they couldn't reach Quanyue. The other 2 hugged his waist and grumbled and stared at him again. Big villain, let go of Xiaoyi. I am going to kill you. Huh. The 3 children were busy for a long time, sweating profusely, and said angrily, I'm going to find the teacher. I want the teacher to come and kill you. My teacher is a person trained by heroes. He is super powerful. Advertisement. But Quanyue laughed angrily. He didn't fight back the whole time, and he really had a good temper. He opened his mouth and said, you are like you who do not obey the discipline and do not know how to respect others, and want to become heroes. Do your spring and autumn dreams. Do you think everyone is All Might? Do you think heroes is it Huxley a cabbage? I tell you, even if the housewife next door to your house becomes heroes. You children who judge people by appearance but don't know how to be polite, and treat strangers casually and unruly for a lifetime, it's impossible to become heroes. Although I couldn't understand it after being stunned, I always felt that this villain was laughing at their children and said, huh, you are a bad guy. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Oh, that's right, I'm a bad guy. You little shit kids who don't know the heights of the sky, you have to do your homework when you go back. I want to send you tutorial books. The young age must be too little homework. Quanyue obviously I was so angry that I couldn't help but speak. He himself didn't realize that he said so much to strangers. If Nara's sister and cat mother-in-law are present, you can tell from the length of the self-talk that Quanyue's anger is not light. Quanyue usually doesn't talk much and looks very regular, but once he ignites his anger, his words will crackle and explode like a long string of firecrackers. The 3 children dropped their toy sword and walked angrily towards the bushes. The surroundings seemed to be quiet again. Quanyue was halfway talking and found that there was no one around. He took off his drenched shirt and sat in a daze. It was already noon, but he had no appetite at all. Is it because of those kids? But shouldn't he be numb when he heard those words from a young age? Quanyue stood up and didn't know where he was going. Just walked quietly in the direction where the 3 children left. It seemed good to watch the 3 children go back. But what is he doing? Quanyue laughed at himself. That kind of bear kids, who cares about them? Because this is a wilderness, he wanted to have some fun to see how the bear kid stupidly out of the stars. It would be better to be blasted by the teacher, so he would follow up. That's right. Quanyue found a reason for himself, quietly packed up, picked up the toy sword and followed forward. As he left, the last pair of eyes slowly closed. In the dark part of the jungle, a red tongue wandered away from the grass. The tongue was wet from the leaves, from the stones, and finally hung on a tree. 3 children are walking under the tree. They complain to each other. I blame you, why are you going to mess with that kind of villain? Just because he is a badass, we are going to defeat him. Like All Might, handsome to save people. But he is just sleeping. I don't care, he is so ugly, he must be a bad guy. Quote. Quanyue who followed felt that there must be something wrong with the child's brain circuit. What theory? Is it guilty to be ugly? He reflected on his appearance, remembering that he was pretty good looking when he was a child. Of course, after leaving Scars 10 years ago, the word, good looking, is about 2 galaxies as far away from him. He scratched his hair, always feeling something was wrong. Water dripped on the tip of his nose. How can it rain if there is no cloud in the sky? Quanyue raised his head, and he looked over his head. A red tongue hangs down, a round eyeball on the tip of the tongue rolls twice, and transparent water flows down. The children's laughter and quarrels were ahead, farther and farther away from him. The huge eyeballs were swallowed by the tongue, a mouthful of yellow teeth was squeezed out of the tongue, and he gasped and giggled. Advertisement. 4. The child began to scream, the twinkling sound came out, the sun was so bright that it made people dizzy, and the crying began to occupy Quanyue's ears. There was no wind everywhere, and his back was soaked with cold sweat. But you are too ugly. Struggling and hanging children, their hands are entangled with red tongues. Obviously it is a tongue. The tip of the tongue is the same as it is now. Mucus began to secrete, and the child's voice became smaller and smaller. I don't seem to be interested in you. Or kill it. How to do? Can you escape? The other party's goal is not himself. Can I survive? Swallowing saliva, Quanyue felt sick in his abdomen, and someone was talking in his ear, but he couldn't hear him clearly. Of course it's not that I can't make do with it, giggle. The tongue slammed tightly towards Quanyue's face. How old is it? Calm down, calm down. Quanyue, calm down. You don't necessarily die. Even if you die, you will never die in such a place. You will live well, you are the only person living in Quanyue's family. You will never die, you have to live. 15. The other party was surprised. You are young. It's good to be young. The tongue circled Quanyue, licked his cheek, and said in a disgusting tone, it's a pity, it's such skin. The goose bumps on Quanyue's arm rose. He touched a toy sword. It didn't have a sharp blade. It was made of plastic and made a creaking sound when it was pinched hard. What's in your pocket? The other party suddenly became vigilant and asked. Mobile phone or weapon? Nothing at all. Take it out. With a flick of the long tongue, Quanyue gave Quanyue a big ear, and wrapped his tongue around his neck. Hurry up. He shrank twice after speaking. Quanyue raised his head, flicked his hand, and pierced his tongue. It was a fragment of a toy sword, the plastic edge was covered with blood. Same. Palm of his hand. Blood dripping. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL Fan Fiction, Sec Chapter 7 The Struggling Little Lamb. This has the simplest weapon. The plastic fragments of the sword are rounder than the plastic toy sword, at least the fragments are sharp. Quanyue slammed his tongue. He held the shard of the sword in one hand, and pulled the tongue that was wrapped around his neck with the other. There is mucus on my tongue, I can't grasp it at all. For Quanyue, who had no combat experience, he did not expect this at all. As soon as his hand slipped, his tongue made a bend to control his hand. The mouth on the tip of the tongue stinks. Hehehehe. I like you guys who are struggling the most. Too small and not challenging. It's a pity, you look too ugly. After finishing, Quanyue with his tongue touched his chest again. Quanyue was guilty of nausea. He doesn't know much about heroes on weekdays. He doesn't even know which heroes are in his living area, let alone those crimes that heroes is targeting. I think I can live and grow up in peace, and think that the crime is far away from me, so I never pay attention to the crime information released by the police station and hero's office. If he has some understanding of all of these, he only needs to reach the level of understanding of ordinary people, and the identity of villain in front of him is about to be revealed. Long tongue ghost. Quirk open black lens bracket facial features long tongue close black lens bracket. The tongue can be stretched at will, and facial features can appear on the tongue. The average age of the victims is between 3 and 16. Long-tongued ghosts like to torture the victim slowly, such as cutting off the victim's flesh with a sword, piercing it with a needle, and watching the victim's blood slowly drained. Long-tongued Gilao spit out a 10-centimeter long needle from his mouth, and a mouth and an eyeball grew on his tongue again. His newly grown mouth was talking. I like children with your personality the most, and I especially like to see your forbearing expressions ha ha ha. While speaking, the long needle pierced Quanyue's palm in one breath. Quanyue bit his lips. He wanted to squeeze the palm of his hand and stop the pain, but his tongue bound him tightly, and he could only bear it abruptly. If my quirk. Quanyue felt a pain in his heart. His quirk injury replacement was seriously overdrawn 10 years ago. During the 10 years of recuperation, he could only simply transfer the damage from the inanimate objects to himself. If you want to transfer the damage you have suffered, this cannot be done right away. All quirks need to be exercised. Quanyue has been restoring his body all these years. As for exercising quirk, he has no plans to become a hero. Why should he exercise quirk? Now I finally suffer. It's weird, isn't it painful enough? Long-tongued ghost laughed. That's right. It's like the 3 little ghosts over there might cry directly. Quanyue's patience further aroused the abuse of long-tongued ghost desire. He spit out a long needle from his mouth and slowly nailed it into Quanyue's finger. 1. 2 roots. Advertisement. 3 roots. 4 roots. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. With 10 fingers connected to the heart, Quanyue's tears fell involuntarily. The physical surrender and unwillingness to fall into the long-tongued ghost made him even more excited. I'm going to torture you slowly, before. His eyes shifted to the 3 children, and the tuts changed from 2. It came out of the mouth. It's like getting tired of eating a dish and wanting to taste another fresh thing. Quanyue realized that it was not good. Before he could move, the long tongue tied his hands together, making him unable to move for a while, and could only watch the long needle slowly approaching the three children. The children had been scared to cry by the long tongue ghosts long ago, with their noses and tears in their eyes. They couldn't even hold each other shivering, their faces were full of fear. The long-tongued ghost hiding in the grass showed a smile on his face, he likes to show only his tongue when he kills. The deity tends to hide far away. This time it was very rewarding, so he got careless and got up from the ground cautiously, wanting to walk in and enjoy the suffering of the victim. Since All Might came here, he had to flee the city and hide in the wilderness. No one is confident that he can escape from All Might, the long-tongued ghost can only be careful and careful. However, the scarred teenager was too appetizing for him. It would be even better if it could look better. Let him scream more. To see more young blood. To see the pleading and angry expressions on these children's faces. Yes, this is the joy of his life. This is his only hobby in his life. He stuffed a long needle into his mouth, which is different from ordinary people's tongues. The tongue of long tongue Gailuo is hollow in the middle. This allows him to freely swallow the long needle as a weapon. The long needle is transmitted through the hollow tongue to the mouth on the tongue, and then used as a hidden weapon. The long tongue Gilao slowly sent the long needle to the mouth near the child, his heart was full of joy, like a bright April day in the world. Speaking of which, it's also April, the season of cherry blossoms. Cherry blossoms, fleeting flowers. Like a beautiful boy with a beautiful life. Advertisement. The long tongue Gilao's long needle is ready. He widened his eyes to appreciate the child's painful expression to please himself. Suddenly, there was a throbbing pain in the tongue. He felt that his eyes were placed near the wound, and the young boy's back was reflected in the big round eyes on his tongue. There was a long needle in Quanyue's mouth, and the nailed hand had only a few blood holes. 3 of the long needles are nailed to the tongue. He used his mouth to pull out the long needles one by one. Long tongue Gilao's heart was held by a pair of big hands. He saw the painful and distorted expression on the boy's face. What attracted him more was those eyes that were burning with flames. A pair of eyes he had seen in Heroes. You want to save these kids. He, they just bullied you before and said bad things about you. The long-tongued ghost became interested. He has not seen this teenager use quirk, which means that this teenager's quirk is not suitable for fighting, or there is no quirk. This recognition makes people even more unscrupulous. Quanyue glared at his long tongue to speak on his behalf, and replied, yes. He was indeed bullied by those kids just now and was said to be a bad person. The palms and fingers are not straight, and you can feel the bones rattling even if you move them. I don't want to kill you. Long-tongued ghost looked at Quanyue with 3 eyes, I want to make you my perfect collection. He can let the teenager go, and then slowly look like a cat catching a mouse. Cut off a piece of meat every day, watching the prey with nowhere to go but dying with hope. You go. Quanyue watched his tongue loosen, his sticky saliva made him uncomfortable. Okay, I will let you go, but you can't tell other people that I am here. He will monitor the boy, find the boy as a hide and seek, and slowly torture him to death. What a wonderful thing this will be. Quanyue smiled. Okay. The prey was hooked. Before long-tongued Guilin could smile, his expression froze. Well, you big head ghost. Said the boy. Chapter 8 Oulu Might appears. What are heroes? Is it strong? Is it invincible? Is it standing in a place of justice against evil? Quanyue didn't know. He only knew that it was stupid that he had no choice to escape. He gave up a chance to steal a life, and what he might lose in the end might be his life. Can his choice be exchanged for anything? Quanyue didn't know. He felt his hands and feet move by themselves and ran in the direction of the 3 children. Save people. What can he save now? How to save it? Don't think about it. Long-tongued ghost roared, and he realized his authority was being challenged. Although Quanyue was just an insignificant rabbit, no wolf would be happy to be kicked by a rabbit. Several mouths appeared on the long tongue, with 3 or 4 long needles in his teeth. Densely packed. Looks like a snake with thorns. Will I be pierced by so many needles? Go away. He roared. Go away. You know that there is no benefit to yourself, but you still do it. What is the scariest thing? You are running with an indescribable mood, but you can only watch everything broken. The long-tongued Guilao rolled up several long needles and pierced them into the children's body one by one. The long needle was submerged in the flesh and blood, and there were no traces at all. It went down slowly from the arms, calves, soles of feet, and even the top of the head. Quanyue's hand aches slightly. I like to see your painful expressions the most. The mouth on the long tongue spoke, word by word stuck in the heart. Even the crying and struggling of the child are colder than these few words, it's really a great expression. I want to save people, but I can only watch people tortured to death in front of me. Ha 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 ha, this isn't it great? It's usually a treatment that only professional heroes can get. It's really rare to make such an expression for someone who has nothing to do with him. A little more. While talking, the long-tongued ghost spit out the long needle again. This time he pointed the needle into the child's eyes, this is my favorite place. Quanyue stepped back. Yo, are you finally going to escape? Quanyue gritted his teeth and didn't speak, but his eyes made the long-tongued ghost burn a dirty desire. It is such an eye, the eyes of hope that will never disappear like this weed. He wants to dig it down and savor the pain of the boy losing his eyes. The long-tongued ghost targeted one of the children's eyes. Quanyue pressed his hind legs, kicked the ground, ran, and jumped. His hands are open, like a giant bird soaring. His hands hooked the feet of the two children, and his head hit the ankle of one of the children. The child wailed in pain. Quanyue fell to the ground. Advertisement. The long-tongued ghost also didn't understand why he did it. Why take off? Why did you meet 3 children? Could it be that his quirk must be touched before it can be activated? Thinking of this idea, the long-tongued ghost raised 12 points of vigilance. He quickly bound Quanyue, who fell on the ground. The boy's eyes closed tightly, his lips turned blue, and he seemed to suffer great pain. What tricks are you doing? Long-tongued ghost spit out a long needle, ready to pierce Quanyue's throat at any time. Quanyue barely involved the corners of his mouth, but he was so painful that he couldn't say a word. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Countless long needles rolled in his body, piercing the flesh one by one, and the blood became a string, and Quanyue was soaked into a real blood man. His hands, arms, chest, collarbone, thighs, calves, soles of feet, even the top of his head and lips were pierced by long needles. Where did he get so many long needles? The long-tongued ghost was shocked by the long needle that appeared from Quanyue's body. He let go of Quanyue, and the boy had become a hedgehog. On the other side, the 3 children had smooth skin and ruddy complexion, not the pain they had before. Quanyue, quirk damage replacement. Able to transfer the damage suffered by others to yourself, and at the same time transfer the damage from yourself to others. It's just that Quanyue hasn't been able to transfer his own harm to others for a long time. All he can do is transfer the harm suffered by others to himself. He can only do this now. He let himself face the sky, with thorny weeds at hand. There are green trees all around, the wind blows the trees, and there is a strong smell of blood in the nasal cavity. I'm going to die. Quanyue guarantees 100% that the damage he transferred this time is 100% restored. How much pain the 3 children have suffered, he now feels the same. It's a pity, it's really dead. Quanyue only felt that dark shadows appeared in the sky, a golden-haired man with tendons. The long-tongued ghost screamed, and the 3 children cried in excitement, and their tears kept streaming. It's okay. The golden man grabbed long-tongued Gilau's tongue, tore him forcefully, and pulled him forcefully, because he rescued the 3 children and placed them on the ground. I'm coming. All Might, All Might. Quanyue closed his eyes amid the looming police sirens and the teacher's voice calling the child's name in the distance. It hurts. It hurts. Advertisement. ... Dad, it hurts. Xiao Yi is already a man. You must know how to protect yourself. Dad, I can give my injury to others. Why should I protect myself? That was when he just awakened Quirk, because he was pushed down the stairs by the kid because of the slide. Give the wound to other people. Anything is fine as long as I don't hurt. Dad, right. That's not a good boy. Xiao Yi, what should a good boy do? Eat well, listen to your mother, and don't talk to strangers casually. Well, look, it's not very good. Also add that you can't use Quirk to hurt others casually. No matter what you do, you can't use Quirk to hurt others. But Dad, I hurt. Why is there such a Quirk? Can hurt others to yourself, why do you want to do this? Why can't you give others the harm you have suffered? Why do you want to make yourself hurt? Make others comfortable. Why do things that are not beneficial to you at all? My dear son, do not do to others what you don't want to do. You know, the father's voice is getting away, fluttering like catkins in spring. Many times, things you don't like are not liked by others. So you can only do it yourself. Silently bear it. But Xiao Yi is much better than Dad. Dad can only bear all this silently, but Xiao Yi can alleviate his pain. This is a great quirk. It still hurts. Hey, Dad blows it up and it doesn't hurt. There was a breeze blowing across his face. Quanyue slowly opened his eyes. He felt that his body was full of holes. The pain did not weaken, but instead reminded himself how to write the word, pain, all the time. The white ceiling and white sheets, dripping on his hands, and overturned bento on the bedside. The window was open and the wind was blowing on the face, very soft. The cherry blossoms are still blooming. The door was opened. Granny Cat and Shinso Hatoshi stood at the door, holding a plate in their hands. You finally woke up. Quanyue smiled. It turns out, I'm still alive. I thought I could see Dad. Chapter 9 The Boy on the Hospital Bed. Quanyue's frustrated words made Shinso Hatoshi frown. He held all the long needles the doctor took out of Quanyue's body in his hand. 137 roots. Each long needle is longer than a finger, some are uneven in thickness, and some are extremely slender. The doctor struggled all day and night in the operating room to remove all these long needles. Shinso Hatoshi sat outside the operating room all day and night. He thought countless times, if he could be tougher then, not let Quanyue leave him too far. Can all this be avoided now? He closed his eyes, his mind was full of needles and bloody. Quanyue was sent to the operating room. All Might arrived in time and saved the lives of the 4 of them. There was no injury to the 3 children, not even alive. Their parents thanked All Might and thanked their children for being safe. Only Quanyue. Shinso Hatoshi clutched his hair regretfully. Although Quanyue's injury has nothing to do with him, he always overlaps Quanyue, who is now unfamiliar with his childhood playmates. He couldn't watch the pain of his former friend. Shinso Hatoshi gave up torturing his hair, and now Quanyue has been injured, and being sad here can't change anything at all. The culprit who caused Quanyue's serious injury is currently unknown. According to the police, at that time, All Might first pulled the tongue of the long-tongued ghost in an attempt to pull the person out of the complicated jungle. Unexpectedly, the long-tongued ghost guy cut off his tongue directly with a sword, but he himself jumped off the cliff and escaped. When All Might chased him up, he only saw the long-tongued ghost jumping off the cliff. No one knows whether this vicious criminal is alive or dead. Shinso Hatoshi clenched his fists. If he saw this guy with long tongue again, he must make this person regret coming to the world. In the past, he wanted to be a hero because of his admiration for heroes and his longing for the profession. Although he often sees traces of crimes around him, few of his family members and people he knows have been harmed by these crimes. Except Quanyue. The first time was when he was 5 years old when he heard that Quanyue's family had been targeted by heinous crimes while traveling to Beihai. Quanyue and his wife were brutally killed, and Quanyue left a scar and a quirk that was seriously overdrawn. The murderer is still at large. The second time is right in front of us. Heartache sometimes hurts Quanyue's fate. Obviously people of the same age, why does Quanyue suffer such suffering? At that time, he didn't even have the strength to smile wryly. He didn't even feel when the doctor handed him a plate full of needles. The cat mother and grandpa called his name, but he didn't feel it, only knowing that it was pitch black before his eyes. Advertisement. It turns out that I'm still alive. The teenager on the hospital bed did not use a mask to cover up his scars. He lay on the bed and turned his head to look at the open window. Outside the window is a cherry tree. His face was pale, and the extensive burns and stab wounds on his face seemed to tear his facial features into pieces. Shinso Hatoshi vouched that no one can have a good impression on this face. He just feels distressed. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Granny Cat was less energetic than before. She lowered her eyelids and stood silent for a long time at the door. Shinso Hatoshi saw her hands and shoulders shaking. Quanyue felt strange. He wanted to support it so that he could see everyone more clearly. But before he raised his hand, there was painful pain in his arm, which made him shook his arm and hit the bed. Xiao Yi. Quanyue kid. The two were shocked. Quanyue laughed. What are you doing? So panicked. He found that his arm couldn't move. There seemed to be thousands of small needles on his arm that were repeatedly piercing, piercing, and pulling out. This kind of pain can be endured by clenching teeth, so don't let the mother-in-law and others worry about it. Look at you. Don't you have any self-knowledge yourself? How do you make me and? Granny Cat stopped talking. She scolded angrily. Take me to lie down in the hospital and don't run around. Don't let me use quirk on any messy things. Don't think I don't know. Nara will always let you fix things. From now on, all are not allowed. Show me once, Quanyue kid, right away put me in confinement. It seems that the mother-in-law is really angry. Quanyue shrank his neck, and he smiled bitterly. Please, how long ago is the old almanac of the mother-in-law's confinement? I'm 15 years old, and it's just a small dark room. I don't have to worry about eating or drinking. There are novels to watch. Also, you know that if it weren't for All Might to send you to the hospital in time, Quanyue kid, you would be finished. Is injury replacement a quirk for you to use indiscriminately? Knowing that your quirk has not fully recovered after being overdrawn, what kind of heroes are you doing? If you meet this situation again, just run. Don't care about others. Run as far as you can. The cat grumbled angrily and confessed some things, most of them complaining about Quanyue why not run away. But mother-in-law, those 3 children will die. Quanyue was also a little helpless. Granny Cat glared at him and said angrily, so you want me to suffer the pain of losing you? Quanyue, you are not a god, you will die. Quanyue was speechless by her. He did not expect Granny Cat at the time, nor did he expect that someone would be sad for him after he died. He had only one idea at the time, save people. The body moves on its own, what can I do? Quanyue saw the blue veins protruding from Granny Cat's forehead. He closed his mouth and pretended to be dead. If he dares to talk more, he is not sure if Granny Cat will come to a set of meow punches. Advertisement. Granny Cat saw Quanyue's convergent gesture and sighed, what do you want to eat? Hey, what I want to eat, I let Nara do it. Hot pot. Quanyue's eyes lit up. I want a spicy pot bottom, can I have whole meat? During the recuperation period, it is forbidden to fishy, spicy and greasy. Quote. Don't give me hope, mother-in-law. Quanyue lost hope like a dead fish lying on the bed. Small. Quanyue. This time it was heartbroken. He held a plate in his hand, which was densely packed with long needles. Shinso Hatoshi put the plate on the bedside table, and he looked at Quanyue as if he wanted to remember his wounds one by one. Quanyue was uncomfortable with him. What are you doing? Suddenly thinking of Shinso Hatoshi's quirk, Quanyue's face was more solemn. I don't use quirk. Shinso Hatoshi frowned. Quanyue waited for the second half of his speech, but did not expect to hear the follow-up for a long time. What are you doing? It's okay. I just came to see you. Shinso Hatoshi rubbed Quanyue's head lightly. Look at what stupid was injured. Hey you. Shinso Hatoshi did not respond to him, and left alone. He closed the door of the ward, leaned against the wall and looked up at the ceiling. Can't tell. I feel that I will not be believed when I say it. It's not like, look at what idiot is injured. He obviously wanted to ask the scarred teenager. Does it hurt? But, I can't say it. B**********D. What kind of attitude is he going to use to ask this kind of thing now? What kind of attitude is to promise to that young man? I will definitely avenge you. Chapter 10. The healing girl comes to the door. Quanyue is not all recovering in the ward. He needs to take notes. I heard that the first 3 children have all done it, so he is the only one left. The police have also finalized this matter, and making the transcript is actually a formality. Anyway, the number 1 Heroes All Might came forward, and the whole thing was just a trivial matter in the opponent's life history. Quanyue was also very relaxed. The 3 children did not see his quirk at all. I just vaguely knew that my body hurts, and then suddenly it doesn't hurt. Their description of the whole incident added more personal touches and personal opinions, and it seemed that there was a child who brags about fighting with a long-tongued ghost. Of course, no one believed his bragging, and in the end he was beaten in the A by his parents. Indicates that I like to hear and hear. This kind of bare child should be beaten twice. Quanyue can sit up now. He still feels densely pierced by needles. The doctor checked him 3 or 4 times and declared that if Quanyue still had a needle in his body, he would take his head off and kick the ball. Quanyue looked at the doctor who used the quirk to take his head off and said that what he said was terrible. We are very sorry about your injury. The policeman arranged his hat and notes and said, thank you very much for cooperating with our work. Ah, it's okay. I take the liberty to ask, are you the Quanyue family, the child of the famous Heroes family? The policeman was a little sorry. He said he didn't mean to poke the scars deliberately. There is nothing aimed at. It's okay. Quanyue didn't wear a mask in the hospital. I really belong to the Quanyue family. I'm sorry. Someone heard that the victim of the long tongue incident was named Quanyue. Please ask me specifically. The police also knew about the Beihai car dismemberment tragedy 10 years ago, and he quickly changed the subject. Speaking of which, about the long tongue ghost whereabouts, please be careful. Quanyue's attention was really attracted by the long tongue ghost guy. He thought of the perversion, gritted his teeth and wanted to let this guy taste the taste of being stabbed by a needle. Whoever gets stabbed knows how it feels. That pervert hasn't been caught. He cut off his tongue and took the opportunity to escape. The policeman drew the length of his tongue and said with a wry smile, we measured the length of the broken tongue, which is more than 200 meters. The middle of the tongue is hollow, which is why he can send through the tongue. Long needle. We are already doing a detailed analysis of the quirk of the long tongue ghost guy, including saliva, copied facial features, etc. They learned from the hospital that Quanyue has had a strong sense of acupuncture since he was sober. The hospital repeatedly emphasized that Quanyue has no needles in his body. Quanyue has this unscientific symptom that is completely impossible to check. It may be that the long tongue ghost has an impact on the human body in terms of quirk. The hospital requires the police to provide relevant information. Advertisement. The police had no information at all except the tongue. You know, before Quanyue, no one came back alive from long tongue Gailuo, and they were also at a loss as to how to treat the wounded. I can only try to see a little detail from the tongue of more than 200 meters. Ah, that's it. Quanyue's question is behind. Then is he dead, or? From our site survey, the chances of surviving are very high. The police took out a few pictures of the scene from the file bag and showed Quanyue. Look here and here. Long-tongued ghosts have a rich escape experience, regardless of no one of us or other heroes has seen his front face. Our crime experts speculate that the long-tongued ghost may return to the victim again and cause secondary injuries. So, I hope you pay attention to your safety. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Quanyue was also at a loss, and he had never seen the long-tongued ghost deity at all, and had been fighting with the strange long tongue throughout the whole process. He asked cautiously, so, I'm going to face an unknown villain. The police are also embarrassed. He knows his own negligence. We will try our best to help you. Or a villain who has a grudge against me. I don't even know when will come back and kill me villain. Quanyue recalled the situation in the jungle. Without an expert, he was 100% sure that the pervert would come back to find himself. The policeman took out a small pin from his pocket and handed it to Quanyue. Considering that your quirk is not suitable for combat, we have specially equipped you with an emergency alarm. The pin is a stupid smiling cartoon. The printing is not very good, naturally with a sense of fake and inferior quality. But there is something behind the pin. If you are in danger, just press the small switch behind the pin. The nearest police station and the nearest heroes will be contacted urgently. We can also carry out emergency rescue for you. After the switch is turned on, the automatic positioning is turned on by default, and you can see your activity at any time. It sounds like a good thing, but the workmanship is a bit ugly. All victims have this. No, only you have. The policeman explained patiently. First of all, you are the person who was injured the most this time. According to the criminal history of the long-tongued ghost, the first target of his attack is likely to be you. Secondly, the quirks of the other 3 children are all aggressive, but Quanyue, you are a quirk that has no self-protection ability, and you will even be used by villain. In the end, you are from the Quanyue family. It sounds like the last sentence is the point. Quanyue hasn't felt that he is a member of Quanyue's family for a long time. Since his family only left him with a single seedling, this kind of privilege is hard to come by. At least no one will respect or envy him because he is a child of the Quanyue family. More pity and compassion. Look, kid of the premature dead ghost. It's terrible. What's wrong with his face? Go. There are still people who treat him normally again except Granny Cat. Quanyue looked at the policeman in front of him and was a little surprised. Isn't my family already lonely? Advertisement. Heroes of the Izumitsu family has always taken care of us. Our bureau was fortunate to have been taken care of by your uncle Izumi Nagasaki, and we all have always missed him. When I heard that you were from the Izumitsu family, Quanyue understands. His uncle Izumizuki Nagasaki unexpectedly chose to be a policeman when he was a heroes at home for generations. He himself died very early, and Quanyue couldn't even remember the voice and appearance of his uncle. Thank you anyway. Even though his uncle is kind to others, more than 10 years have passed and it is difficult for him to keep thinking about it. I will definitely wear it well. The police watched Quanyue put the things away, and then asked some precautions before leaving. In another place, Meow Meow Welfare Institute welcomed guests again. Naramai prepared refreshment and delivered it to the door. An old woman in a white coat with a syringe in her hair took the refreshment, said thank you kindly, and also praised Naramai's spirit today. The healing girl is also very energetic today. Really? Oops, Meow seems to be calling me. The healing girl smiled and brought tea in, and closed the door smoothly. The quota for bothering you before is no longer needed. Granny Cat seemed to be getting older all of a sudden, and even the beard around her mouth drooped. I'm very scared now. Is it the cause of this long tongue incident? I thought of Anne when I heard Quanyue boy being pushed into the operating room. Do you know, I feel that the one lying there is from many years ago. The cat mother was a little broken. I thought I could accept it. I'm overestimating myself. I can't accept the possibility of Quanyue's death at all. This world is no longer a peaceful world. The healing girl put a refreshment in front of her and comforted. At least he will be safe in Ua. Ua department is not needed, but general department is fine. We only wanted the child grow up safely, don't you? Granny Cat held up the tea and looked at the water cup, but she didn't speak for a while. The healing girl also understands that her friend needs time to recover. She said, I will reserve the place for you first. I have no other intention. At first I did not approve of you letting Quanyue be a heroes. But now it seems that he does. If you don't be a heroes, at least you need to restore the quirk. Sha Shu, Quanyue is the person who died in the family. From the moment he was born, there were countless pairs of eyes looking at him. Moreover, he is now 15 years old and is no longer a child. We have no way to protect him all the time. Where do you want me to send him? Let him come to me. I can at least guarantee that he has learned about the healing department. Is still very safe. You let me think about it again. Granny Cat is wobbly. She has been thinking about a question. Is UA really safe? Chapter 11 The Second Quirk Outbreak. UA High School, a comprehensive high school where heroes of many professions serve as teachers. It is well known for cultivating heroes of many professions and has a tendency to become a major player in the industry in Daxia. If it is safe, it seems to be really safe, but what about on campus? On a campus where quirk can be used freely, can Quanyue's quirk really make him survive? Will he be like a long tongue incident, without thinking about treating other people casually? The cat mother-in-law and the treatment girl talked about some daily routines, and then left. She lighted a lamp and knocked on the wall twice. The cat's ears stood up, and the sound of quack quack came from the other side of the wall. Granny Cat pushed open the secret door on the wall, revealing a small cubicle high in front of her. The various decorations in the compartment are arranged according to the way of life, and the room is quiet and clean. The floor was hid on the floor, and there were two clothes next to it. One is an old UA high school uniform, and the other is a patched combat suit. The corners of Granny Cat's eyes were a little wet. She stepped forward and opened the old school uniform, smoothing the folds one by one with her hands. On the collar of the school uniform is embroidered with a person's name, Quanyue. Are all of you in the Quanyue family like this? Mother Cat touched the words, Quanyue, one by one with her hand. This is true of your son, and so are you, and so is the Quanyue kid now. Once she thought about whether to take these two clothes out and tell Quanyue about the previous thing. At that time, Ishin wanted to let the child restore the glory of the Quanyue family, at least to become a qualified heroes like his parents. Even to avenge his parents. She thought Quanyue could recover, she thought she could accept it, but she didn't expect, or not. What more heroes? Granny Cat looked at the UA school uniform, and tremblingly opened the combat suit under the uniform. The combat suit was torn in half, and there was some bloodline on it, which couldn't be washed clean. She remembers that when she took the dress for the first time, her hands were rubbed red, and the clothes were rubbed torn. But bloodline couldn't be rubbed off. Sha Shu, I found one thing. Our Quanyue family seems to have a secret. Ha ha ha, I will tell you, that's it. Don't put on such an expression. I will only tell you in the way, you are my best friends. I don't want to hide it from you. And I checked the genealogy. Since the quirk appeared, all newborns are male. Maybe it has something to do with genes. Double quirks like me will also appear. My mother also said that when I went to the birth check, it was obviously a phoenix baby. As a result, I was the only one. There were tears on the combat suit, and the cat mother-in-law dropped her ears, unable to cry. Even though many years have passed, every time I think of that person's parting smile, my heart will cramp. Sha Shu, they found out. I can't escape. Thank you for your help for so many years, but they threatened me with my wife and children. If I don't go, they won't let the Quanyue family go. Sha Shu, you are a good girl. Advertisement. She thought that she could train Quanyue to be like him, with such a bright smile and such a powerful quirk, to become an excellent hero. She thought she had made all the preparations, and even used all the resources to let the child go to UA school, and she could make him a hero. Inherit everything from Quanyue's family. Becomes more like the boy in her memory. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. But it doesn't work. Granny Cat found that she couldn't do it. She cannot accept Quanyue's death. For so many years, I have been trying to train that child into her ideal appearance, as if she had walked out of the fact that Quanyue died. But, will Quanyue follow the same path as Quanyue? Will it be exposed to danger because of becoming strong? Will it appear in front of those who have a ghost in their hearts because of being admitted to UA? Will it be the same as Quanyue, who was left alone on the battlefield when he needed his partner most, and was tortured to death by villain alone? If Quanyue also. No. Quanyue can never become a hero. Never go to the UA test. Granny Cat made up her mind. When Quanyue graduates from junior high school, she will become a seller, and she will take Quanyue to escape to the United States. Go to places where evil people won't notice Quanyue. To avoid the pure malice that has entangled Quanyue's family from generation to generation. The hospital, it was late at night. Quanyue had a long dream. He walked in the heavy snow in the sky. He felt that the scene was very familiar. The silhouette of the mountain could be seen in the pure white, and there was a car and several figures in the blossoming snow. He approached. His heart seemed to be divided into irregular pieces by a saw, and his unwilling to remember the past appeared naked in front of him. The car corpse case in Beihai 10 years ago. Kneeling on the ground, with his arms outstretched in front of his wife and children as his father, Heroes Quanyue locks for death. His face was already covered with blood, and he was obviously beaten. What are you going to do? Isn't our Quanyue family not enough for you? Quanyue has a long lock, there is no way. Your Quanyue family got into something terrible. The murderer's hands were full of blood. He stretched out his tongue and licked the blood and said, "Tisk tisk, compared to your father Quanyue is much worse. He didn't beg for mercy without a word. Unlike you, he wags his tail like a dog for his wife and children." Quanyue's eyes widened, he wanted to see the murderer clearly. It is a pity that snowflakes blurred the face of the murderer. Quanyue tried hard to remember the hoarse and malicious voice, and tried to remember his blood-stained hands. I only heard the murderer continue to say, "To be honest, we killed your twin brother Izumizuki Nagasaki too. Ha ha ha, killing a policeman who has no rights in this world is no effort. Do you know, your brother is interesting. I have been transferring other people's wounds to myself, and actually stopped us to kill ha ha ha. Your Quanyue family really has no self-knowledge at all, so the treatment department stays behind, really. Advertisement. That's it, someone wants your Quanyue family to die. Let go. Get out. Don't touch Mickey and Xiao Yi." Quanyue Chengsuo tried to tear villain, but received a critical attack. "You, what? Come at me, don't hurt." Quanyue saw her mother Mickey trying to hide herself in her arms. Her lips trembled and her eyes stared at villain. "I advise you not to be too arrogant. I have already informed the nearest hero's office." Ha ha ha, you still believe in heroes. From the moment Quanyue Chengsuo announced his withdrawal from the hero's world, this world doesn't need him anymore. No one will come to save you. The family stayed in the snow for 9 hours, until the snow under them was scorched into a sea of blood, and they did not wait until the end of Heroes. Villain laughed and gave Quanyue the last sword, went straight to the heart, and took the child's life. You see, isn't the treatment department just a joke? It has been helping others, and in the end it can't even save myself, my wife, or children. They poured oil on and took out the lighter. The clock struck 3 times, and at 3 o'clock in the morning, all the night watchers evacuated. A huge roar erupted in a certain ward, like crazy beasts crashing in the cage. Then came the sound of the bed being shaken, and the sound of teeth and teeth torturing each other. Something was suppressed, and he kept saying, "It hurts. I hurt. Mom, I hurt." Corridor echoed with the sound hoarse and crying, hurts, it hurts. Kill me, it hurts. Kill me, Dad, kill me, it hurts. Chapter 12, 6 Kinds of Quirk. At 4 in the morning, medical staff received complaints from other patients. They claimed that there were constant horror calls in this corridor, and it seemed that there were still people calling for help. After medical staff and night guards inspected all the wards, they found Quanyue who had fallen to the ground at 304. He was soaked with sweat all over his body, and he stretched his hand forward, as if he wanted to touch the bell. But because he didn't touch him, he fell to the ground instead. "Does it hurt?" a little nurse complained, stepping forward to help him up. Her hand had just touched Quanyue, and her whole body was shaking violently as if she had been electrocuted. Then he fell to the ground, staring straight into the distance. The people around were frightened by the little nurse. What happened? I don't know, she fell down suddenly. It's the kid that's wrong. What happened? The people around were in a mess, and people kept coming up to try to pull Quanyue, but when they touched his body, they shuddered and fell to the ground, as if suffering great pain. After falling down 5 people one after another, no warrior stepped forward to try to lift Quanyue up. They see Quanyue as a huge hidden danger. The unknown state, the unknown scenario, the reason, the process, and what will happen in the end are all unknown. The hospital leaders had an emergency meeting, and even the treatment girl was invited by the cat mother. The patient has fallen into a coma, has a lot of symptoms of dehydration, and needs an emergency infusion. We can't meet him. Machine. See if the machine can be used, come on. Have the unconscious people waken up. Hurry up and send them to another room for emergency treatment. Doctor. Damn, this guy touched him with his hands. Quickly move this, getting in the way away. The sky was white, and the hospital was brightly lit. Without confirming Quanyue's specific situation, the treatment girl couldn't make a move. And judging from Quanyue's physical condition, he is totally unable to receive the quirk treatment of the treatment girl. Quanyue only feels like he has been in hell. All the criminal laws you can think of in the torture of the 18th layer of hell have been used on him. His bones were taken apart, the skin was stripped, the meat was chopped, and the bones were taken to boil the oil. He opened his eyes in a daze, only in a daze. He woke up. Brine, baking soda, a water glass was handed to his mouth, and Quanyue swallowed a little unconsciously. Before anyone else could say anything, he fell into a coma again. Advertisement. This time he saw a lot of people. It was in a huge old house with moss and small saplings on the traditional Japanese roof. Those people opened the doors and windows and sat in front of a hot pot, each with a pair of chopsticks and a bowl. The pot was filled with beef, fish balls, and various fruits and vegetables. They waited quietly, and reserved a seat and a set of cutlery. Is it Xiao Yi? A young man shouted. I didn't expect that they all grew up like this. Quanyue felt familiar, but he couldn't remember where he saw this young man. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. If you listen to me, get married and have children earlier, the children should be the same as Xiao Yi. Dad. Quanyue looked at the speaker in surprise. Didn't Dad pass away 10 years ago? How can it appear in front of you? Is this my own dream? God has a rare dream for myself. Izumizuki Nagasaki introduced the young man to him. No, your uncle Izumizuki Nagasaki. Uncle. Quanyue thought of the policeman who came to do the transcript before. Then, uncle is good. Hey, it's so sweet. I remember there should be something I want to leave you before I leave. Ah, yes, there is a cave in the city-run Duoguchang waterfront park. Oh, Dad, why are you hitting me? An elegant middle-aged man smiled and retracted his hand sword and smiled. Look at what you are pushing, how old is a person so serious? Quanyue Changsuo touched his younger brother's head, and said to his son Quanyue, sit down first. Right, I'll introduce you one by one later. The reserved seat is for Quanyue. Quanyue looked around and found that all the men present were men, mostly between 20 and 30. And their faces are a bit similar, which shows that they are related by blood. The hot pot in front of me was the spicy pot base he and the cat mother had mentioned, but I didn't expect to eat it here. Come and taste. I dare not say anything else, but our tastes are all the same. The white-haired man sitting opposite gave Quanyue a bowl of soup and handed it over. Fifth generation comes down, my craftsmanship it didn't pull it down a bit. Okay, you just make a bowl of soup well. Others teased. Xiao Yi, come and taste this, didn't you always say that you want to eat meat? Those two are grandfathers. Quanyue Changsuo put lamb into the hot pot, its father's grandfather. Let's put so much first, let's put it for you if you don't have enough father. Ah, Quanyue woke up from a trance, he felt that this dream was too real and absurd. Can actually see the dead. But the taste of the meat is really nothing to say. The hot pot soup base is also delicious. It was born for his taste. Drink it well, it's delicious. I also think it's delicious. The great-grandfather waved his hand. If it weren't for my death, I would make it for my good grandson every day. Quanyue, I always feel a sense of disharmony by being called a good grandson by a young man who seems to be in his early 20s. Quanyue Changsuo saw his son's discomfort, and thought of the scene when he had just come here and smiled. Here are all according to his age before death, don't look at him so young. They are all 70 or 80 years ago. Quote. Advertisement. So he really died at the age of 20. The young great-grandfather became unhappy, and cursed, on, how did you teach your son? Ahem, Dad, don't come to my side if you can't beat my son. The elegant middle-aged man is the oldest in appearance here. He coughed twice and said to Quanyue sternly, you haven't been born when I left. I am your grandfather Quanyuan. The oldest person in the Quanyue family, Quanyuan. He was 37 years old. Afterwards, while eating and talking about home cooking, Quanyue finally recognized everyone in the room. These are his ancestors. The two young men are twins, his father's grandfather, and his grandfather. One of them has a quirk as life renewal, which can connect one person's lifespan to another person. There is also the return to soul, which can ignore all the rules and save lives that have been dead for less than half an hour at the cost of random disability. The elegant middle-aged man is his grandfather Quanyuan, who has two quirks. One is state replacement, which can completely replace one person's body and mentality with another person. The other is super regeneration, which can repair and grow new bodies indefinitely, which is a good self-healing quirk. Followed by his uncle Izumi Nagasaki, he and his father Izumi Nagasaki are twins. Izumizuki Nagasaki, quirk received on behalf of me, once activated, all attacks of villain within the range of the quirk will be invalid to the companion, and all the damage that should have fallen on the companion will appear on him. Quanyue Long Lock, quirk blood recovering price, can exchange one's own chi and blood with the injury suffered by the other party. After using it, it can keep the partner in a super peak state, and oneself will become weaker and weaker. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Izumizuki Nagasaki clapped his hands and said, "We now have 6 quirks. These quirks can be loaned to you then." Although the quirk of each person in the Quanyue family is different, the essence of their quirk is inseparable from the two words replacement and exchange. Quanyue looked at everyone in front of him, he hesitated, and said, "But I don't want this kind of quirk." The air was suddenly quiet. Quanyue told the truth. He doesn't like healing quirks. One of his own, damage replacement, is enough. What else does he have to do with so many quirks that hurt himself? In the end, the healing heroes still depend on their partners, and those who lose their partners in the end have no choice but to take care of them. Doesn't our family have that kind of quirk with strong development potential and strong offensive? He wants to protect himself. He doesn't want to be unilaterally beaten when he meets villain. He wants revenge. He wants to kill a lot of people. Quanyue's quirk, his current quirk, is absolutely impossible. He needs strength, but it is definitely not the strength of the Quanyue family. Chapter 13 Juniors and Elders. What are you kidding me? We are from the Healing Heroes family. Unless it's upgraded. How could there be such a thing? Izumi Nagasaki muttered, "If there were, I would have wanted it." Okay. Where can I get you? Quanyue Chengsuo coughed twice and pressed his brother's brain to shut him up. Hey, why don't you let me say it? Isn't it just disgusting with the quirk of our house? This is not a big deal. Nagasaki. Quanyue scolded, "What are you talking about? I'm not talking nonsense." Izumizuki Nagasaki quite understands his little nephew. To be able to change to a powerful offensive quirk at that time, he felt that he must be in the first place. Quanyue Chengsuo had a headache. He said to his son, "Xiao Yi, no matter what. You accept it first. Although these quirks look similar, many things are completely different. Just in case. Then can I just want that super regeneration?" Quanyue is almost certain that he is dreaming now. Where can I borrow quirk? If this kind of thing can happen, isn't the world messed up? Quanyue likes to borrow the kind of quirk with great attack power and special ability to play. And be realistic, even if it is true. Among the 6 quirks, it seems that only life renewal and super regeneration are more valuable. For Quanyue's status quo, it is obvious that super regeneration is more meaningful. Quanyue was silent, and said for a long time, "Super rebirth was taken away while I was alive." What happened? Dad? There was a turmoil all around, and they didn't seem to expect to hear the news suddenly. Is that legend true? What legend? We heard that. Ahem. Quirk coughed twice for the grandfather of Return to Seoul. That's not a legend. Quirk was taken away by that person when I was alive. He looked at Quanyue, if I guessed correctly. If this is the case, the one who took our quirk should be one person. All for one. All for one. 2 people uttered the same word, and the others were at a loss. The grandfather sighed. He didn't expect all for one to be alive. He has complicated feelings for all for one, but he has no way to express his emotions. Quanyue asked, "What is all for one?" He felt that the whole topic and beyond his worldview began to move towards a kind of absurd speech. A very powerful quirk. It can be deprived and given to others. Well, this time Quanyue completely disbelieved it. What is it? I just said that I can change the quirk, but now I really say that there is a quirk that can change the quirk. Advertisement. This is either a fantasy story or a scene made up. Fortunately, it is a dream, and now it is just as relaxing to listen to it. It's better than going back to reality without the pain. Quanyue comforted himself, just as a joke. Is it ridiculous to dream of your dead relatives? Just let him laugh for a while. Opening parenthesis. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. While the adults of the Quanyue family were discussing about all for one, Quanyue walked around the house and yard. He just stepped out of the corridor. Suddenly his hands and feet were cold and his teeth trembled. Obviously, I ate hot pot a moment ago to warm my body, but now it seems to be in the ice and snow. He felt a stomachache. The intense pain in his body returned, and it became more specific and intense. Xiao Yi. A female voice asked, "Where is your father?" He's, Quanyue groaned in pain, and the wound began to bleed. A pair of women's scarred feet appeared on the ground. He felt that the woman's dress was a bit familiar, and he looked up and saw a bloody face. Quanyue's eyes widened, and his tears suddenly fell. He shouted, "Mom!" The bloody woman with all the scars in front of him reminded him once again that it was a dream just now, and this is reality. His parents died in such a bleak manner. Leave him alone in a desolate life. Xiao Yi, don't run out. Be good, go to your father. Mommy Mig's voice is still as gentle as ever. Mom is not safe here, okay to go to dad. Dad, mom, Quanyue suddenly grabbed Maki's clothes, regardless of the bloodstains on it. He said, "There are many people on dad's side, but I don't know. I treat them. No impression at all, but they treat me very well, at least I feel okay." It's okay, those are all Xiao Yi's blood relatives. Mommy Mig saw Quanyue's panic. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yi is so old, still can't get along with people. The first meeting and the elders said early, is it safe? I'm not familiar with them. Although they were relatives, they suddenly appeared. Everyone spoke cordially and talked about the length of the family. When it comes to key topics, he is still an outsider. Suddenly kindness and suddenly strangeness are a level. They died so early, I don't know how to say it. But it's really weird for my mother to recognize it now. I'm not used to it. Quanyue seemed to find a confession point, and he said, I know this is dream. They also said that they would give me the quirk. This is totally impossible, and they are so kind to me. How could someone treat me so nicely? Obviously no one in this world would treat me so well anymore. Mother Mickey's face was a little shocked, and her face was covered with various scars, which looked particularly scary. But her voice was still as gentle as ever. How could it be? Xiao Yi is a good boy. There must be someone in this world who treats Xiao Yi better. It will be better than mom and dad to Xiao Yi. Quanyue shook his head. He shook his head desperately, his tears bursting and falling. I had a dream before. I saw things 10 years ago, and I really feel painful. Advertisement. It really hurts. I also met a bad guy some time ago. It still hurts. Quanyue drew the look of a ghost with a long tongue, and smiled. Lying on the hospital bed, I thought it would be fine if my dad didn't save me at the time. That way you can be with mom and dad. What are you kid thinking about? Mickey was really angry. Your father is trading your life for your chance of survival. Don't you cherish it at all? Oh, in the distance, Quanyue Cheng was locked in the name Quanyue. You kid, go quickly. Quanyue Chengsuo and the other Quanyue's people have discussed it, and they feel like they have cleaned up the food scraps. The shadow of the hot pot is no longer visible in the entire room. Everyone was wearing white plain clothes, and they looked in Quanyue's direction and startled the child. Xiao Yi, although you don't like Quanyue's quirks. But we decided to temporarily store the 6 quirks in your body. You can use them, but you have to pay a price for them. And the quirks we lent you are all the mapped version of the quirk in our lifetime did not reach the peak strength of our lifetime. Here, you can come if you want. But try as little as possible. After all, you are a living person and we are a dead person. Also, I heard that it has something to do with all for one or one for all. How far is it going? It's best to never have anything to do with these two things. By the way, after you go back, remember to go to the Shiying Duogucheng waterfront park. I forgot the specifics, but I really have something to leave. I especially wanted to take you to play at the time. Hey, brother, don't press my head. The men of Quanyue's family rushed to add, remember to dress well, don't catch colds, go for beauty treatment when you have time, keep scars and unsightly, and one even said what is I am going to find a girlfriend, and I can bring it back to them if I find it. Quanyue. Okay, don't take us too seriously. Quanyue's family is Quanyue's family, Quanyue is Quanyue's family. You must take good care of yourself. Grandpa stepped forward and touched Quanyue's forehead with his forehead. He hugged Quanyue and said in a low voice, the entire Quanyue family is your solid backing. Whether you are ordinary or glorious in your life, you are the glory of our Quanyue family, please. Be sure to live happily. Quanyue was stunned. He didn't expect the eldest grandfather to say such a thing. He can only smile and nod, returning to reality. The cold floor. Cold sheets. The icy moonlight. Cold hands and feet and empty stomach. Chapter 14 Quirk Pain Memories. The next day, in the hospital, Quanyue's physical abnormality was finally relieved. Although other people still felt pain after contact with him, they did not appear to be in the terrible state that night. The doctors were afraid that Quanyue would be in a state of touching someone and falling to the ground in the next second, and immediately sent Quanyue for a full body examination. The situation is relatively rare. Fortunately, it is not without precedent. It is rumored that some of the previous patriarchs of the Quanyue family will have this state. Maybe it is hereditary. The doctor looked at the report sheet, a little distressed. It should be said congratulations. But this is not easy to say. You always have a second quirk now. Quanyue was stunned. He has a second quirk. According to common sense, quirk will wake up at about 4 years old. The quirk will be checked again when entering the first grade of elementary school and the first grade of middle school. After so many times, the identification on the quirk is rarely wrong. Granny Cat was more nervous than Quanyue, and asked in a panic, what is the quirk? It was preliminarily determined to be related to pain. I asked several people who were brought down before. They felt completely different. Some said that they felt like being slashed on the body, and some said that they seemed to be put on a fire. Some people said they felt that they had been pierced by countless small needles. In short, they all said it was very painful and painful. The moment they contacted the patient, they were swallowed by a strong pain. The doctor turned his head and asked Quanyue, you still feel does it hurt? Quanyue's hands were shaking all the time, not because he wanted to shake, but unconsciously shaking. He nodded and said, it still hurts. Quirk's awakening was too sudden. You only suffered a severe physical injury some time ago. The quirk is out of control and must be maintained for a month. If you are healthy when you wake up, your pain will inevitably decrease. If a serious illness like Quanyue fails to heal, the second quirk breaks out, both for his body and for the future growth of the quirk, showing a negative number. Don't be too irritated for a year, and don't exceed the load of physical exercise. Remember to keep your mood comfortable. Your quirk hasn't figured out yet. But there is no doubt that it will cause great pain to you and others. Quanyue looked at his hand. He could feel the pain of being delayed, the heat of being burnt by the fire, and the presence of small needles coming and going. The body did not suffer new pain, but the spirit ushered in a new round of crushing. What's the use of this quirk? I don't know. From the doctor's point of view, it is not recommended that you use the second quirk for a long time. It is important to know that pain is an unpleasant sensation when the body is subjected to noxious stimulation. Pain is often accompanied by emotional changes and defensive reactions, although it is play a protective role. Well, popular, pain will give people unpleasant feelings. Long-term use of this quirk, you will surely remember the unpleasant existence, and the chance of suffering from depression will be greatly increased. It's important to keep a good mood. Advertisement. The doctor prescribed some painkillers again. Don't take too much. I suspect that your pain is just a sensation and will not cause second-degree harm to the human body. Quanyue took it for about a week, and did not notice any decrease in pain. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. This proves that the medicine has no effect on oneself. After being appraised by doctors and professionals, they named Quanyue's second quirk, Pain Recall. All the pain caused by the injury suffered by Quanyue's body will be automatically stored by the quirk and can be released to others. Pain Memory. This quirk is a recessive quirk, which should have existed in Quanyue before, but it is not easy to be detected. In this long tongue incident, Quanyue's body suffered tremendous pain, which caused the quirk to be forced to become explicit. This also explained from the side why the nurses and doctors felt Ling Chi's pain and the pain of fire. Painful memories. The feelings of the Beihai car corpse tragedy 10 years ago are completely preserved. This is a quirk that records all the pain he has suffered. Pain Memories. It's really useless except for pain. After a month and a half, Quanyue was able to control the second quirk. This control means that he can let people touch themselves without pain. After another comprehensive examination, he can be discharged from the hospital and return to the Meow Meow Welfare Institute. Although I have to rest for a while. So the doctor advises you not to use it. The person who came to pick up Quanyue from the hospital was Sister Narame. She wore a beautiful floral dress and turned around in front of Quanyue, and asked, "Don't talk about quirk, how do you think it looks good?" In order to welcome Quanyue, she specially selected the most beautiful in the closet one of them. She heard that good-looking things can make people feel happy. Quanyue didn't pay attention to the skirt. He didn't want to pay attention to anything now. Yeah. While adapting to the quirk, he went from having hope to despair. Before the doctor reached a conclusion, he still imagined that the pain was just a prelude to the quirk's awakening. Maybe he would awaken the powerful attacking quirk. Unexpectedly, it was another waste quirk who didn't know what to do. By the way, Xiaoyi, the heart-worried gentleman still called to ask about your physical condition. Nara Yayi took Quanyue to the vegetable market, and while choosing the ingredients for today's dinner, she said, "I think you are really worried." "I'm very worried about you, Xiaoyi. Go back and remember to call him. Don't be indifferent to others, really. I don't have any. I'm not familiar with that kind of guy." Quanyue didn't want to call Shinso Hitoshi at all. He didn't mean to worry about himself, but he felt that it was a bit wasteful to make a phone call for such trivial things as safe discharge from the hospital. Advertisement. Sister Nara poked his forehead with her finger, and said angrily, "Xiaoyi, you can't do this. Forget it. If you want to eat tonight, my mother-in-law's old friend will also come." Why are there so many mother-in-law friends? Last time Xiaoyi had an accident, the other party also came to help, so thank you for everything. Otherwise, it would be too rude. It's just being discharged from the hospital. Quanyue felt that the others were too exaggerated. When it was time for dinner, Quanyue realized that everyone except herself took this matter very seriously. Except for the Shinso Hitoshi family who couldn't rush over because of something, even their attending physician was present. There was also a white lab coat he hadn't seen, an old grandmother with a needle in her pan, sitting next to the cat. "Izumi, this is a therapy girl from Ua High School." The treatment girl looked at Quanyue kindly. "Is it Quanyue?" "Yes. The treatment girl is good. Then there is a lively start to eat. Today's main meal is hot pot. One clear soup and one spicy. Meat occupies the majority." The doctor murmured that he couldn't eat such a fishy fish all at once, and the cat mother took away the spicy soup in Quanyue's hand as soon as she heard it. Hey, mother-in-law, isn't this specially prepared for me?" "Physical matters," Granny Cat said nervously. "After this meal, I have prepared special training for you." Quanyue panicked. "Mother-in-law, I still have to rest. Just to give you a little self-protection ability, I won't use too much force." The cat mother made a promise, but Quanyue couldn't believe it. It's like saying that he wants to close his little black room, but it is like a little black room with no shortage of food, no shortage of drinks, games and novels. Chapter 15. The Relics of the Quanyue Family. Quanyue now has two quirks. One is the injury replacement, who awakens at the age of 4 and is severely overdrawn at the age of 5. It can transform the injury of others to oneself, and at the same time, the injury of oneself can be transferred to other people. Unfortunately, after a severe overdraft, Quanyue can only do the former, while the latter is basically hopeless. Another is the recently discovered Pain Recall, a quirk that faithfully records the pain Quanyue itself has experienced, can store pain and release the pain Quanyue has experienced to others. But there is no pain that induces others, nor can it alleviate pain. "Quanyue kid, come here." On the first day of the special training, the cat mother specially invited the healing girl. Quanyue looked embarrassed. He remembered that the quirk of the treatment girl was to activate the person's self-healing ability. And being able to be a health care teacher in an academy where heroes like Yue are born is also a very powerful ability. Why should such a powerful quirk be trained as a sparring partner? No. Maybe it's an exclusive treatment. But the doctor said that he still needs a period of rest. Quanyue couldn't touch his head. After he greeted the treatment girl, he didn't know what to say next. The treatment girl looked at Quanyue's scarred face, feeling a little distressed. She knows this child's life experience and has also known this child from all aspects. The more she understands, the heavier her pity for this child. Come on, don't be nervous, let's sit down and speak slowly. Oh, the treatment girl and cat mother-in-law have been worried that he will not have the ability to protect themselves after the long tongue incident. This special training is also to improve his self-protection ability. Quanyue was taken to the small courtyard by them, took off her socks and soaked her feet in the spring water. Granny Cat asked, "How do you feel now?" "It's a bit cold." "Try using quirk." She was talking about the second quirk pain memory. Quanyue shuddered when thinking about the uninterrupted pain, but still used quirk honestly. In an instant, a violent sword-cutting sensation appeared, and Quanyue felt that his head was cut by an electric saw, and his consciousness was pulled apart. He was not polite and shouted out, "Ah!" Granny Cat's heartbeat missed a beat, and she stepped forward to stop Quanyue's quirk. It is a pity to recall the symptoms that have not been relieved so far. No one knows how to stop him from this quirk. Outsiders can't know what the quirk is, and Quanyue himself is controlled by pain. Advertisement. The treatment girl hurriedly pushed Quanyue into the pool with a cane. The pool water in the yard only reached the calf, and it was still a little cold in early spring. The sudden coldness suddenly stimulated Quanyue's body. He shivered, regaining his consciousness from the pain. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Quanyue gasped, not knowing whether it was sweat or spring water falling from him. He felt that he was still in pain, but the cold feeling in reality pulled him back. Like the hands and feet are still in severe pain, there is no way to move normally. The wet Quanyue was picked up by the cat mother-in-law and the healing girl. They went into the house to dry Quanyue's body and poured hot tea. The treatment girl looked at Quanyue slightly better, and sighed. "In the beginning, we also thought you could use the second quirk to protect yourself. After all, painful memories would be a very powerful quirk if you can use pain to attack. Hey, I didn't expect a defect so big." Quanyue's painful memory recalled that the first victim would not be someone else, but himself. If he wants to use this quirk to attack others with pain, he must review his original pain again. There is no saying that the pain will decrease with the frequency of use or the controllable consciousness, and the amount of pain will be restored as it is. Similarly, villain will feel the most complete pain. Quanyue unconsciously brought down 5 medical staff in the hospital, which seemed to be very powerful. Recalling the scene at that time, Quanyue himself was also controlled by pain and completely lost his mobility. This kind of quirk is killing villain. When villain feels pain, he will also endure the same pain. If you want to defeat villain, you have to endure such pain. The treatment girl looked at Quanyue who hadn't recovered and shook her head, and said to Granny Cat, "Just forget about quirk training. I'd better ask someone to teach him some martial arts." Quanyue's new injury hasn't healed, and the body that has suffered a lot from the old injury learns some punches and kicks. His future achievements are also limited, and there are also restrictions in choosing a career direction. For example, Heroes is an aggressive career, don't even think about it. The cat mother-in-law, therapist girl and even Shinso Hitoshi completely gave up the idea of making Quanyue a Heroes. Everyone now only hopes that the last child of the Quanyue family will grow up safely. Quanyue drank another cup of hot tea before he felt his body return to his control. He squatted and said, "Let's learn some kung fu." The pain was only slightly relieved, but it did not disappear completely, which caused him to speak badly. "I never thought about what to do with quirk, it hurts too much." The cat mother-in-law and the treatment girl nodded, and the matter of finding a kung fu teacher for Quanyue was temporarily set. They waited until Quanyue's quirk eased a lot, then took a look at his body and planned to leave. Nara Yayi hurried over, and behind her was a professional elite woman with delicate makeup. Seeing them come out, Narame said in embarrassment, "Mother-in-law, this guest must see Xiaoyi. He is resting." Advertisement. The elite woman also carried a package. "I'm here to express my gratitude. It's good for us to convey it. The Spring Moon Kid needs to be kept quiet." The cat's hair is erect, her face is polite, but the 3 characters, distrust, are written in her eyes. After the long tongue incident, she saw that nothing was right. The elite woman shook her head and resolutely said, "You have no right to represent the Quanyue family. Please ask Quanyue to come in person. I have something I have to give him." "This lady, you make us very embarrassed." Narame persuaded. "Can I wait for Xiaoyi to get better? I haven't seen outsiders during this time. I'll leave the day after tomorrow. I'm here to thank you now." The elite woman's attitude remained unchanged. She resorted to her own assassin. "I have a relic for the death of Heroes Quanyue Chang's lock. Can you ask Quanyue himself to come out?" The scene was suddenly quiet. "Let's die Heroes. Quanyue Long Lock." Every word is forbidden, and almost no one in the Meow Meow Welfare Institute will mention this person. Because Quanyue was the son of Quanyue Changsuo, they were afraid that the word would remind the child of something he didn't want to think of. The door was opened. Quanyue was wrapped in a blanket and holding hot tea. His face was pale and the second quirk sequelae had not disappeared. His hands and feet were weak, and he walked crookedly. "Come in. Mother-in-law, I'm fine. But, it's okay, everyone is here." Quanyue symbolically bent over to the elite woman and said, "Please come in." Chapter 16 Heroes of Healing System. The elite woman is called Haruyama Kobayashi. According to confession, the Quanyue family has two favors to her. The first grace was 11 years ago. Heroes Quanyue Chengsuo used the quirk to pull her back from death. The second grace is the recent long tongue incident. Quanyue used quirk open black lens bracket injury replacement close black lens bracket to save her child. Yes, this is the parent of one of the bear children. I thank All Might for showing up in time. But I can't forget your brave behavior. If you didn't use quirk at that time, none of the three children might survive. Haruyama Kobayashi thanked him. Our family owes Izumaki Kalliong many, this is a little bit of heart. Please accept it. After speaking, she handed over a bank card. Quanyue did not answer. He said sadly, I'm sorry, the one who died for heroes. He couldn't say anything. At this time, he didn't want to say the word father, and he felt that it was disrespectful to say the name directly. Kobayashi Haruyama is not nonsense. She opened the package she had brought, and wrapped it with several layers of oil paper and cotton cloth, which could be seen to be carefully protected. After the last layer was opened, a pistol was displayed in front of Quanyue. The pistol is a bit old and the outer shell is metal. The blue and white paint peeled off badly, and the barrel and butt of the pistol had scratches and small grooves of varying degrees. Next to the pistol, there is a small box with 3 bullets in it. Quanyue didn't understand what a pistol was. The cat mother-in-law and the treatment girl can see the fame at a glance. This is a quirk weapon matched with the professional hero's combat suit. As for why it fell into the hands of Xiaolin Haruyama, it is worth pondering. You must know that the matching quirk weapons will be registered with the government. Once lost or omitted, you need to register immediately, so as to prevent criminals from using quirk weapons to cause chaos. From the perspective of professional heroes, quirk weapons are usually important tools in combat, only damaged and updated, and rarely abandoned on the battlefield or omitted. Haruyama Kobayashi is not a heroes, and her family has no careers related to heroes. An ordinary person who was rescued in a certain incident really just picked up the professional hero's quirk weapon by coincidence. It was also an accident to pick up a pistol. I was a junior high school student and I have been thinking about it after being saved by heroes. On the way home, I saw a man discarding the pistol. Haruyama Kobayashi explained, I just felt like it was long. After I had the opportunity to check the information from the government, I found out that this was true. This is one of the configurations of the combat suit for Heroes Quanyue Long Lock. Quanyue held the pistol in his hand. The weight of the pistol itself is not light, I don't know what is added in it. The first time I touched professional heroes, it was something my father had used, but Quanyue couldn't arouse a sense of empathy. Dad has never used these things at home, Quanyue has never even seen him wearing a combat suit in his memory. Advertisement. It's already very uncomfortable to wear outside, can't you relax at home? Quanyue Chengsuo is this attitude. But think about it, if he had the habit of wearing a combat suit to go out, would he be able to resist villain for a while on his way to Beihai 10 years ago? Strive for more chances of surviving. Things like pistols should be good offensive. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. But why? Dad didn't bring a pistol at the time. Mr. Quanyue. Mr. Quanyue. Haruyama Kobayashi called. Mr. Quanyue. Ah, I'm sorry, I'm distracted. Kobayashi Haruyama apologized. After so many years, if the long tongue incident hadn't happened, this pistol might have been in my hand. But I think the things from the Quanyue family should be returned to the Quanyue family. In fact, the combat suit is generally not made by the family, but made by an outside professional heroes combat suit production company. Kobayashi Haruyama didn't choose to hand over the pistol to the government at the time. Most of it was out of worship for the heroes Izumaki Changsho, with a little personal collection. Quanyue also understands that Haruyama Kobayashi is not malicious. In order to reassure her, publicly promised that Haruyama Kobayashi would not hide the quirk weapon secretly. In this society, people who have not obtained a professional hero's license cannot use quirk openly. The related combat suit and quirk weapons are the same. Once caught in private possession, they will be punished to varying degrees. Kobayashi Haruyama expressed his gratitude for Quanyue's actions. Before leaving, she also handed in her business card, telling her that she would leave Japan to work in the United States within a week. In all respects, if she can help, Quanyue don't be stingy. I want to know the information about heroes of Quanyue's family. Do you have any channels to help? Quanyue said he was ashamed. When he was 5 years old, he knew little about family affairs. When talking about heroes, he even did his father's career. I don't know what happened. Kobayashi Haruyama immediately wrote him 2 addresses, one is the official website name registered by the government heroes, and the other is the famous Heroes House Forum. Every time a new heroes appears, it will be updated on the official website. All heroes have basic information on the official website, which can be said to be an open information platform. This is the official source. If you want to see some heroes' skills and events for analysis, it is better to choose a forum. The famous heroes will have their own dedicated discussion area. Fearing that what he said was not clear enough, Xiaolin Haruyama sent someone to send a laptop over and registered a forum number for Quanyue. They searched for the word Quanyue first and found that there was no news about Quanyue's family at all. They were all messy advertisements and recommendations. Then they changed to Heroes for Death, and most of the old posts came out, talking about the Beihai Car Corpse case 10 years ago. Maybe professional heroes are updated faster. Haruyama Kobayashi was a little embarrassed. She didn't expect to find the news Quanyue wanted after searching for 2 keywords. People's focus is always on the strongest, such as All Might, ranked number 1, and Endeavor, ranked 2nd. Advertisement. At a glance, the discussion forums are all about the latest or top-ranked heroes. It's okay. Quanyue was a little disappointed. Haruyama Kobayashi then enters the keyword, Healing Heroes. Compared with fighting heroes, healing heroes are rare and rarely appear in front of the public. The degree of public discussion is not high, and the replacement is not so fast. One of the posts caught the attention of Haruyama Kobayashi. The name of the post is, Talk About Heroes of the Healing Department. Going down, you can see the life of the 4 heroes and their quirks who took the time to sort out the news that Quanyue's family can find. Grandpa's Return to Seoul, Second Grandpa's Renew Life, Grandpa's Status Replacement, and Dad's Blood Recovering Price. Each quirk carefully writes the pros and cons, and records the major events and the cause of the final death. There is really no good end. The pictures of the death scene were filled with mosaics. This is the heroes of the Quanyue family. Quanyue saw it too, and he watched it carefully. At the same time, download the photos related to Quanyue's house on the post to the computer one by one. The faces of those Quanyue family before their lives were exactly the same as those he had seen in his dreams. Quanyue would not believe it if he really borrowed quirk. It's better to explain that the parents entrusted their dreams to themselves, saying that they want to get to know them well. Mr. Quanyue will be sad, right? It's fine. Kobayashi Haruyama gave the computer to Quanyue, thanking Granny Cat for her suggestion to leave and finish the meal. She said to Quanyue, Mr. Quanyue is a very good person. I believe you will be like your father and become an excellent therapy heroes. Thank you. The Treatment Department. Heroes. Chapter 17. The volunteer has not determined. After another 2 weeks of rest, Quanyue should also go to school. He is now a 3rd-year student and his academic burden is not light. When he was training in the orphanage, Quanyue basically used the Heroes House forum, mainly watching posts related to heroes in the healing department. Only in the posts related to heroes of the healing department will the heroes of the Spring Moon family be mentioned. Judging from the forum, the heroes of Quanyue's family is usually very good, and it may have something to do with the Department of Therapy. On the internet, the Treatment Department Heroes is generally well received. At the very least, it won't appear in similar topics like, Villains Heroes Leaderboard. Granny Cat is very worried that Quanyue has been drowning in the tragic fate of Quanyue's family. She hasn't talked about UA and heroes for a long time, and even took the initiative to recommend some nursing schools to Quanyue. If the Tung Long incident happened before, Quanyue might have accepted it happily. Now he can't raise any interest at all. He is full of heroes from the Quanyue family. Every night he reads the post, Talk About the Heroes of the Healing Department, twice or 3 times before going to bed. Sister Nara also worriedly asked him if he planned to become heroes, for fear that he would go to the emergency room again after another enthusiasm. Quanyue didn't even know what he was doing. Maybe it's a long-lost sense of family honor. But he didn't say anything was burning, there was nothing bloody. Life went on, nothing happened. Quanyue was still not a heroes. The TV show was replaced by All Might's interview show, and the handsome man showed an exaggerated smile, which made people feel at ease. The news of the Long Tongue incident is outdated, and people's attention has shifted to new heroes and new crimes. Kamui Woods caught a new crime again, and the goddess of the mountain had a group of diehard fans, and even the beautiful female heroes in the beauty advertisement spoke lines. Quanyue sometimes knows that the person is heroes, but he can't remember their hero's name, let alone quirk. He spent 2 weeks in the Heroes House forum, but he did not succeed in evolving into a fanatical fan similar to the Heroes House. Quanyue is still Quanyue. I don't want to be a heroes or I don't want to be a heroes. At least, now he will understand the heroes group, which is a little change. Quanyue boy, don't forget about the textbook. Granny Cat has been helping him check school supplies 3 days ago, always worried that he will be left behind. Quanyue always feels that he has everything, but there is really something he has forgotten. Until the day before he went to school, he passed by the city-operated Duoguchang Seaside Park. Advertisement. By the way, after you go back, remember to go to the Shiying Duoguchang Waterfront Park. I forgot the specifics, but I really have something left. I especially wanted to take you to play Dreamland here, his uncle Izumizuki Nagasaki said so. But are dreams reliable? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. It's just a dream that doesn't exist. What are you talking about? All for one, you can snatch other people's quirks, such ridiculous quirks. Doesn't exist at all, okay. Quanyue thought to himself, looking at the municipal Duoguchang Seaside Park. Large garbage dump. Because people randomly dumped garbage near the seaside park, and the city government's inaction, this beautiful sea area where you can see the sunrise and sunset has become a large garbage dump. Only you can't find it here, there is no garbage you can't think of. If you count, even if your uncle Izumizuki Nagasaki really put something in the seaside park more than 10 years ago, how do you find it now? Digging up the trash to find. Whether you can find it is a problem. Quanyue was about to leave, but the beautiful man broke into his sight. Midoriya boy, don't give up easily. Quote. I am not a Midoriya boy. After Quanyue finished speaking, he was embarrassed to realize that All Might didn't say this to himself. Behind All Might, a young man with green hair slowly moved forward carrying a heavy trash. Quanyue couldn't remember who this boy was. It seems to be a classmate of Aldera Junior High. What is the name of Green Izuku? Think about what he just said passionately to All Might. Quanyue's face was burning. If it wasn't for the embarrassment of running away, he wanted to turn around and leave now. But it's so embarrassing to stand here, it's not quite right. All Might didn't expect Quanyue to answer his words. He looked at the boy's face and suddenly recalled his identity. You know, Quanyue's face can be considered a distinctive look. Boy, how is your health? Quanyue was almost a blood man when he was rescued, almost terrifying all the onlookers. It is the first time All Might has met such a tragic victim when he came to the market. Naturally, he was somewhat impressed by him. Quanyue bowed deeply to the number 1 Heroes All Might, and thanked him. Thank you very much for helping me at that time. Ha ha ha, it's okay. Advertisement. Midoriya Izuku panted and transported the rubbish to another place. He was soaked all over. But not enough. To inherit the power of All Might, it is not enough. In silence, he picked up an abandoned microwave oven and ran. Unlike All Might, Midoriya Izuku did not recognize Quanyue. Quanyue thought for a while and found it understandable. I don't wear a mask now. After putting down the bangs with a mask, the whole face will be covered. There are few people in the seaside park, so he doesn't bother to wear a mask. Now there is no cover, all the terrible scars on his face are exposed. And people only wear long-sleeved trousers in school, but now they wear loose vests and shorts. Who would have thought that the body under the ordinary school uniform was covered with scars? But seeing this classmate has been running around constantly carrying garbage, is he going to use these waste products to sell money? Quanyue is a little confused, but how do you explain All Might's presence nearby? He felt that the world was a bit inexplicable, and he didn't take this matter to heart. As for the things Quanyue Nagasaki mentioned to him hiding in the seaside park, Quanyue didn't look for it. Who would go to the garbage dump to find an existence that happened once in a dream? After returning to school, Quanyue was still an ordinary third-year student. No one cares about where he went in the months since he disappeared, nor did he come to ask about anything related to the Longtongue incident. All his classmates turned a blind eye to his existence, except for the girls who were in the same group as him. I'm probably happy that the free labor is finally back. The days at the Meow Meow Welfare Institute have also returned to normal. The cat mother has relieved Quanyue's burden of housework, allowing him to focus on studying and conditioning his body. Sister Nara often makes some delicious snacks for him, and will let him watch the children when he is too busy. Shinso Hitoshi wrote occasionally. Quanyue didn't expect this guy to write to himself. This is the first time he has received a letter when he grows up. I see him report UA. 1 hero's subject, and 1 general subject. Quanyue said. Shinso Hitoshi's tone also eased. Double insurance. Speaking of volunteering, it's just a few days. Sister Nara recalled when she was in school, and said, Xiaoyi can make sure again. I shouldn't be able to change it later. Quanyue put down the water cup, and then his hair stood upright. After repeated confirmations, he found a fact that was even more terrifying than the attack of the long-tongued ghost again. He did not fill out his volunteers. Chapter 18. Volunteering is an extremely important event in the student days. I don't know how many good students passed by their favorite colleges because of the difference in their thoughts when filling in their volunteers. I don't know how many students have entered a good school because of their voluntary coincidences. Whether it is the 3rd year of junior high or the 3rd year of high school, volunteering is no less than a traffic light at the crossroads of life for students. The person who gets the red light can only lag behind others, the person who gets the green light is unimpeded all the way. Quanyue hasn't filled the school yet, and his first choice is still empty. A few months ago, he was still hesitating which nursing school is more suitable for him, but now he can't find a volunteer list. After turning over the entire school bag, the entire drawer, and the entire bookcase, he found that the crumpled volunteer table was really gone. No way, he had to go to the class teacher to get the volunteer list again. At this moment, there is only 1 week before the final volunteer entry. Give it to me within 3 days. The teacher was typing in the student's name, and he said without looking back, no matter whether it is filled in at the end, you have to give it to me. You can't report it to a school without entering the information. Remember, quote, the teacher next door was talking to a boy with a hedgehog head, as if it was about an internal recommendation. Those who can get internal recommendations are good students with excellent academic performance, such as Bakugo Katsuki. Quanyue listened absently, and took a new volunteer form and left the office. Fill in the volunteers. Where are you going to spend the next 3 years? In fact, it doesn't matter where you go. Quanyue thought, dropping his eyes and watching the ground accidentally hit the front. Hey, walking doesn't have long eyes. You can hear how irritable the owner is. There is no doubt that he will blow the guy blocking the road with his hands in the next second. Bakugo old Yamato, are you talking about? Brat, hurry up and apologize. The 2 followers are very prestigious. What do you look at? Your kid is very kind. Quanyue. After seeing the vicious long-tongued ghost, the demonstration looked a bit weak. If Quanyue's eyes were correct, the person he bumped into was an internal recommendation, a good student. Good students have become this tone these days. Social tycoon demeanor. Quanyue, who is not very integrated into the campus, knows nothing about Aldera Junior High's characters. His life is different from most ordinary middle school students. Although he goes to school in one place and completes his homework, he does not participate in any group.
activities, and will not go to 8 trigrams. After he bowed and apologized, he took his own things and returned to the classroom neatly. Advertisement. Huh. Bakugo Katsuki snorted, without saying much. Quanyue took the volunteer form and thought about it for a day, but didn't think of anything famous. Before going to bed, he went to the forum as usual, and saw people's comments on UA High School in the post. Many people expressed great expectations for the next freshman of UA High School and hoped to see the specific content of the admissions exam. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. UA High School. It is said that graduating from here will become an indispensable resume in the career of professional heroes. 40 years ago, Quanyue's grandfather Quanyue graduated from UA High School Heroes Class B and became a professional heroes. 20 years ago, Quanyue's father Quanyue Chengsuo graduated from UA High School General Class C and became a professional hero. Occupation Heroes. UA High School is the alma mater of the parents. If Quanyue Quirk is not seriously overdrawn, he might also fight for UA. Quanyue saw the general subjects from the Heroes department. He first listed his favorite nursing schools from Luo, and filled them out according to last year's admission score starting from the third choice. With the first and second choices available, Quanyue rarely took the initiative to call Shinso Hitoshi. He still remembers his hostility towards Shinso Hitoshi, and now think about it, he really is a bit a-hole. However, he didn't know what excuses he could find to say hello. Now it is a good opportunity. Shinso Hitoshi has just returned from exercise, and his physical fitness has always been poor. Wiping it with a towel casually, he answered the phone with surprise on his face. Quanyue. Sorry to disturb you so late. I'm so worried. I have some questions about UA. Quanyue still remembers that Shinso Hitoshi went to the open day of UA High School. Compared to himself, he was confused. Shinso Hitoshi is a good candidate for consultation. You want to take the UA Heroes subject. I don't think I can pass the exam. But, oh, I really want to go see it anyway. I can't say that. Anyway, it's not easy to describe. Quanyue was very entangled. He was very clear that he didn't want to do it. A Heroes. After learning about the history of Heroes and Azumi's family on the internet these days, he really wants to experience the place where his parents grew up. Shinso Hitoshi is one of the first 2 majors. After fully understanding the entrance exam of UA Heroes, he feels that Quanyue's Quirk of the partial treatment department cannot pass the exam. He was very frank, and directly told Quanyue what he knew about the scope of the test and relevant information over the years. Advertisement. Quanyue could still listen well at first, but the more confused he heard later, it felt like this for a while, and then it was like this for a while. The special exams and the general tricks in the middle were completely black. He immediately stopped Shinso Hitoshi's popular science, and said, yes, you are so worried, you just say it. Can I take the UA test with my current strength? No. Okay. Quanyue was relieved. He held the microphone and wrote, UA Heroes section, in the first column of the volunteer list. Why do you always ask about this? Shinso Hitoshi had an ominous premonition. I advise you not to fill in the Heroes department. UA's general subjects are also good. If you really want to become heroes in the future, general subjects can be promoted to Heroes subjects. If you don't intend to be heroes, you can also go out to work or take university entrance exams. UA's general education is also ranked top in Daxia. Quanyue was taken aback by Shinso Hitoshi, thinking that this guy wouldn't know what I was thinking over the phone, right? But the quirk is a brainwashing, not a mind reading. He said vaguely. I don't have one. In the pen, the second choice was filled in, a general subject. Shinso Hitoshi heard something wrong, and immediately became serious. Report to me about your volunteers. Hello, is this really okay? Quanyue hummed twice before reporting to Shinso Hitoshi from the third choice. At the end, I also summarized, I just asked casually, don't take it to heart. Shinso Hitoshi. I feel even worse when you say that. Anyway, thank you for your troubles. I found out that you are a good person first. Quanyue finally settled the matter of the volunteer list. He let out a sigh of relief. After the exam, will you come and play together? I'm really sorry, I was wrong. I shouldn't have said that, and made some hurtful actions. The other side was silent for a long time and asked. Quanyue, how many scores can you test now? Chapter 19. Water to the Little Angel. Quanyue, how many scores can you test now? Quanyue was caught off guard by Shinso Hitoshi's sudden big move. He hurriedly tried to change the subject, only to find Shinso Hitoshi clutching the problem. Thinking of his horrible results, Quanyue covered his face. You won't be real. You call, if it is because you want to take the UA, I think I'd better understand your culture class. No, I don't have any idea of going to UA to study first. Quanyue noticed something was wrong and quickly denied, I just ask. Just ask. He really didn't want to go to UA to study, he just wanted to take the UA exam for a moment, experience a little. Correct. Experience it. His quirk and physical quality determined that he would never be an outstanding hero in his life, but he also yearned to go to the places where his parents had studied and worked hard. UA High School is heavily guarded, rejecting interviews from various forces, and rarely opening to the outside world. Even Shinso Hitoshi only stood in front of the UA teaching building on the opening day, and did not see the internal environment at all. If you want to go to UA, the entrance exam is the best and the only way to enter UA high school with integrity. So, how many points can you test? Quote. Probably a little bit. Quanyue reported his grades a little bit higher. Shinso Hitoshi on the other side of the phone said helplessly, the score is very dangerous. If you continue to loosen up and do not study hard, I don't think you can even report your third choice. Stop it. Quanyue gave the needle all over, don't talk about grades. Say something else is good. Goodbye, I'm going to review. Someone didn't see any lingering, and simply hung up the phone neatly. Only Quanyue was left with a big mouth, hey hello, into the microphone for several times, and fell on the phone for a long while, sat down at the desk with a calm face, opened his textbooks and notebooks, and stared in a daze with his homework like the heavenly book. Isn't it just learning? He can too. Advertisement. A quarter of an hour later, Deng ran downstairs and shouted, Sister Nara is going to buy something. Xiao Yi can just go to read a book. Now the third year of junior high school is the main study. Nara's sister was preparing bibimbap. She searched for a long time, and found that the soy sauce was gone. Bibimbap without soy sauce can be said to have lost a lot of flavor. Strange. Did I forget? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Sister Nara, I'm going to sell it. It's not that Quanyue doesn't want to learn, but he sits at the desk and sees the laptop. When he sees the computer, he wants to browse the Heroes forum. Once he checked the forum, he could laugh for hours without thinking about learning at all. Sister Nara reluctantly told him the brand of soy sauce and told him to be careful on the way. The soy sauce she wanted was only offered at a hotel, passing from the orphanage, and the nearest way was from the seaside park. It was getting dark, and the street lights were lit up on the road. Quanyue wore a mask and rode out. The seaside park has also darkened, and the sound of the tide hit the coast, and a string of footprints on the messy beach can be clearly seen. The face of the owner of the footprints is black and white, wearing only a dirty vest, and holding a huge piece of scrap iron in both hands. It's still there. Quanyue stopped. After seeing this boy appearing next to Oulu Might, he went to the school to observe it. It is indeed their student of Aldera Junior High, who seems to have been involved in the silt incident some time ago. I felt familiar at the time, maybe I saw it on TV. The quirk-free boy who was used as a negative example. No quirk boy Midoriya Izuku panting and carrying the waste to one place, wiped a sweat with his arm. He was obviously a little tired, but he cheered up and let himself move on. Originally weaker than ordinary people, and without quirk, finally won the favor of Japan's No. 1 Heroes Oulu Might. Absolutely. This opportunity must not be lost. Never let Oulu Might down. If Midoriya Izuku's body had an alarm, he would definitely scream to remind him that he was overloaded. Everyone's body has a valve. Anything beneficial or unhelpful beyond the valve will cause varying harm to the body. Quanyue, who had received a little basic medical education when he was a child, knew this very well. He frowned as he watched Midoriya Izuku hobble forward. Hey, your body is not working anymore. He shouted. Don't move anymore, you need to rest. Midoriya Izuku paused, still moving forward. Not enough. Not enough. If you want to exercise, if you want to clean up this beach, if you want to not let Oulu Might down, if you want to respond to his hopes for yourself, what you have done now is far from enough. You have to work harder. Quanyue saw that Midoriya Izuku had no sign of stopping, so he could only move on to buy his own soy sauce. Having said that, he is not familiar with this person. Do you want him to run down and drag him up to rest on the ground? Advertisement. The sea breeze is a bit fishy, and there is still a lot of garbage in the seaside park that has not been cleaned up. A huge shadow enveloped the boy, like a mountain of 5 fingers pressed on his back. A big drop of sweat fell on his forehead, and the trails of footprints on the beach looked like the bustling crowd had just evacuated. Is it dying already? Isn't it just that? I don't understand. Are you crazy? A plastic bag was handed over, water. It was dark at night, and Midoriya Izuku's eyes were blurred by sweat, and the person in front of him was only a rough black shadow, and his voice seemed extremely impatient. Hey, don't really be exhausted here. No matter what you do, be modest. Thanks, thank you. The other party didn't say a word, didn't even bother to say the polite, no thanks, and left on his bicycle. Midoriya Izuku seemed to be full of breath again. He must be a good person. I have to work hard to become a hero, whether it is for myself, for Oulu Might, or for the kind people just now, I have to make some achievements. There are more good people in this world. He opened the bag and saw a bottle of water and a bottle of soy sauce. Meow Meow Welfare Institute. Xiao Yi, where's the soy sauce? Quote. Is it too late to get it now? Quanyue seems to have been scratched by the cat. Why on earth should I buy water? This obviously has nothing to do with me. Will there be no food at night? I don't want to cook. QAQ. Since we can't eat bibimbap, we can only eat other things. Sister Nara, Xiao Yi, let's cook. Quanyue regarded death as home, entering the kitchen as if entering the battlefield, and went away awe-inspiringly. Chapter 20 Meeting Bakugo Katsuki. Cooking belongs to cooking, and I still have to get up and study the next day.
Quanyue's volunteer form surprised the entire office a bit. You want to take the UA test? The head teacher frowned and pointed to the following volunteers and said, Quanyue, even if the school you filled in is not UA, it is difficult to test schools with very large deviations. Don't you need to choose a simpler school to guarantee the minimum? Except for UA, Quanyue fills in prestigious medical schools, and majors are the trump majors of these schools. No matter where it is, the scores of outstanding medical professions are always high.
Yeah, Quanyue looked at his toes and didn't speak. Did you show it to the family? Quanyue certainly didn't show her to Granny Cat. In name, Granny Cat is his first guardian. But he said to the teacher, they all agreed. Think of Granny Cat's wish to let him be a hero before. Now that she knows that he is going to take the UA test, she can't jump up happily while mocking and saying, what did you call me before, but now you don't take the test. The emoji from Daxia said that this is called, true fragrance warning. I don't want to look at that mocking expression. Quanyue wears a mask on his face, and it is difficult for people to see his expression after lowering his head. The head teacher really thought that the child had discussed with the parents, and told him not to relax and study hard. Speaking of Quanyue, seldom uses quirk. After Quanyue completely left the office, the head teacher and other teachers chatted, you see this kid usually doesn't show up and doesn't say anything. Suddenly he reported it. With these schools, it is quite difficult to compete across the country. Counting this, there are 3 people who took the UA. This year, 3 people can get a lot of bonuses if they can get one. A quirk-free Midoriya Izuku, a genius boy Bakugo Katsuki, and a mysterious stranger Quanyue. I'm still optimistic about Bakugo classmate. The quirk seems to be related to the explosion. It is very suitable for fighting. Izumi Yu's words are hard to say. The teacher wants to check the student's information registration. There will be a student's quirk record in the admission information. It happened that a class representative came over to hand in the homework. Hey, where should I put it? Quanyue's quirk. Hey, is he from the Quanyue family? Which Quanyue family? Which one else? The hero's family died for Quanyue. Look at this quirk. Suddenly there was noisy in the office, and professional heroes were out of reach for them. The hero's family is even more remote. A child from a famous hero's family lives and learns under their noses, as if suddenly telling you that the cup you drink water is actually made of gold, a feeling. Everyone had a lively discussion. They didn't notice that the class representative pricked up their ears and quietly wrote down every word, let alone the news began to spread quietly within the school. When Quanyue noticed something was wrong, the whole school knew that Aldera Junior High's third-year weird Quanyue was the child of the hero's family Quanyue. Hey weirdo, are you really a survivor of the Beihai car case 10 years ago? Several arrogant people walked over and slapped Quanyue's table. They said your quirk was seriously overdrawn. It's true. Quote. Before Quanyue could speak, he was preempted by the others. Advertisement. How is it possible to have a serious overdraft? Who dares to apply for UA after an overdraft? Maybe they are powerful. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. With a roar of laughter, Quanyue stood up abruptly. The man said before he could stop talking, that's right, after all, it's an early death of the hero's family. Maybe you can open the back door. I heard that the hero's family can get UA's recommended places. Unexpectedly, weird, you are so powerful. You will become a powerful heroes in the future, don't forget our old classmates. They put their hands on Quanyue's shoulders. Quanyue dodges their movements, fully alert, what are you doing? Don't do it, just look at our future heroes. After all, I am going to graduate from UA. Come on, let's get an autograph first. Yes, I want to. They said this, borrowing paper and pens from the surrounding students, and passing them to Quanyue's hands with a meaningful smile. Quanyue didn't fight, nor didn't he fight. He didn't even know what these people had come to do with him somehow. Fortunately, the class bell rang in time, and the teacher came over and raised his voice. Those who watched the excitement and did not think it was too serious all, cut, and left with a rant. Standing in a mess, Quanyue foresaw that the peaceful campus life was getting farther and farther away from him. His textbooks began to disappear inexplicably, and then magically appeared from the trash can in the women's bathroom. His stationery was taken apart, and the words, early death, were written in chalk on the desk. He often felt that someone was looking at him, not peeping, it was a blatant onlooker. It seems that Quanyue is an animal in the zoo for people to visit. A note saying, the hero's family, is posted on his forehead, and anyone can give pointers and make comments. Everyone in the corridor was onlookers, no one made a sound, but their eyes cut through the bloody wounds like a sword. Midoriya Izuku had found him once, and it seemed that he didn't recognize him anymore. He came to ask if the rumors of being suggested, circulating in the grade were true. Quanyue thought it was ridiculous. He didn't know why this kind of thing would happen to him. And after an afternoon nap, I don't know who hid Quanyue's mask. His scarred and scalded face appeared in the class, triggering waves of inhalation, which at first sounded like waves after waves. Then the whole year was shaken. They lay on the window. This time, shock and curiosity emanated from their hearts. They said, it turned out to be true. He's really ugly. It's disgusting, I can't do it. I'm afraid of nightmares at night. Advertisement. Oh my god, this is more exciting than any horror movie. Quanyue's body was shaking. He tried very hard to hide himself, hiding his face with his hands, and lowering his head not to look at anyone. Throughout the afternoon, he did not raise his head once, disappointing countless new visitors. He sat in the position as if he was asleep. The person next to him moved away on the grounds of poor eyesight. Quanyue is now sitting alone in the back row by the window, but he feels that this place has become the only clean place. It would be even better if you could ignore the teacher's startled gaze. Just to keep that ugly face from showing, it takes so hard. This afternoon, Quanyue was not on duty. He was the last to leave the campus. In the empty campus, there are only fallen leaves and the afterglow of the setting sun. The wind blows into the collar a bit cool, and something gets into the neck. After a long time, I realized that the cherry blossoms were not the first April, but a withered and yellow leaf. It's almost autumn. He started to hate school. Compared with the school, even the many real questions sent by the hard-hearted Lord are not a problem. If it is not for the school to say that it cannot suspend school without authorization, otherwise it will interfere with the subsequent examination of the school. Quanyue already wants to apply for home study. His body is getting better day by day, there are no new wounds, and nothing strange. There is no difference in the orphanage. At most, I take the time to see it every night. Midoriya Izuku carries rubbish daily in the seaside park. Sometimes when he goes late, he can't see the stupid boy. Quanyue would think, what is this guy doing? Sometimes he would be envious and think that Midoriya Izuku is very good. He exercises and studies every day to be admitted to UA Heroes. At least it's not like he has to face all kinds of weird eyes and various meanings of temptation. With any luck, Quanyue can still see All Might appear next to Midoriya Izuku, seeming to be urging the opponent to exercise. Every time All Might found him, he would treat him as a small fan and sign his books and clothes. After Quanyue learns well, he will bring a notebook of his own. Now he has no fewer than 30 All Might's signatures. Sister Nara joked that the sale was a small sum of money. All Might also insists that he is his loyal fan. Unfortunately, Quanyue really isn't. A few months ago he was a hero who didn't catch a cold. In order to avoid All Might, and to stop collecting his signature, Quanyue began to look for some remote places with a good view. Just yesterday, he had just found a suitable foothold. Now Quanyue is about to rush over. You are a member of the Heroes family. I heard that you are very strong. The explosive voice seemed to indicate that the master was very upset. It seems worth killing. Bakugo Katsuki, the most promising student of the whole grade, who entered the UA Heroes subject with his own strength, met Quanyue, a suspected UA prospective student who has been recommended, born in the famous Heroes family, and passed the back door. Chapter 21 The First Battle Escape. Weirdo, you are very strong. You can't tell. Bakugo Katsuki put his hands in his pockets, raised his head and said, this silent appearance is really uncomfortable. Quanyue lowered his head and walked quickly to leave Bakugo Katsuki. Bakugo Katsuki, Quirk, explosion. The hands can secrete sweat similar to nitroglycerin, allowing them to explode freely. Quanyue has never seen him use Quirk, but from the communication between teachers and classmates, I understand that it is a Quirk with powerful destructive power. Not to mention, Bakugo Katsuki was also the subject of praise in the Silt incident. Unlike Midoriya Izuku, Bakugo Katsuki received praise from one side. Strong Quirk, perseverance, and terrible endurance. Why do such people come to find themselves? Could it be that he is too idle like everyone else? Quanyue wanted to pretend not to hear or see to leave the place of right and wrong, but didn't know that this ignoring act angered Bakugo Katsuki. A-hole. Are you ignoring me? Bakugo Katsuki thought he was the only student in the school who applied for the UA Heroes subject. In his plan, he should be the only student in the school who passed the UA Heroes subject and became the pride of the school. His life should be brilliant and untainted. He will surpass All Might and become the strongest heroes. Then leave your name on the list of high taxpayers. As a result, First came out for a long time, and now it is this weird person again. These people, why on earth is it possible to compete with him on a platform? Quanyue really wants to hurry up. He didn't want to stay in school anymore. Stop it for me. Bakugo Katsuki grabbed Quanyue's shoulders and pulled the person back to the ground with a force. Quanyue staggered, landed on his butt, and cried out in pain. Bakugo Katsuki looked at him condescendingly, and said, although I don't know what you have, it's an incredible figure to get the UA's recommended quota. Since it's a great character, I should show some real abilities. Look down on it. The appearance of people is really hot. One hand was holding Quanyue's collar, and the other hand was constantly blasting. Seems to be fighting. Quanyue sighed. Knowing that rumors were rampant in the grade, he tried to explain it himself, but the more he explained, the darker he got. On weekdays, he is not popular in school, and there are almost no classmates who can convince him. Damn it, what UA is going to give birth? Apart from being a child of the Quanyue family of the Heroes family, are all other rumors okay? My quirk is damage replacement. Quanyue persuaded. Quanyue's family is a healing heroes. It would be too difficult for me to fight you with a healing department. Ah, is the treatment department all such lousy faces? Is it the Heroes family that can only refuse the soft guy? Bakugo Katsuki obviously did not accept this euphemistic explanation, and went straight into it. You, fight with me upright. Advertisement. Huh, the ghost beat you up. Bakugo Katsuki is much easier, throwing the school bag directly on the ground and flexing his joints in both hands. Quanyue can see clearly. Aldera Junior High, the eldest brother who is most hopeful for the UA test, came to find himself upright. My body has only improved a little. The first quirk has not yet returned to an infancy level, and whether the second quirk can be controlled well is a question. Fight against this kind of proud man who can be praised by professional heroes. Does he think he hasn't heard enough and go to beg? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. That's a lot of nonsense, I want to see why your rubbish can be transported. Quote. Actually, this is a misunderstanding. Before Quanyue finished speaking, he was called by the side of his head. There was a violent explosion in my ears, and my head was kicked, buzzing non-stop. He straightened up subconsciously and pushed Bakugo Katsuki down on the ground with both hands. Run, run. This guy is here for real. You guy, use your quirk. Bakugo Katsuki blasted open with both hands, reflecting his villain's exclusive face, which can definitely stop the child from crying at night. Let me see what the hell is the guy who is going to take. Is there me strong? It's still relying on the soft guy of the family. I have said it, this is a misunderstanding. Quanyue picked up the school bag on the ground and ran away. If he knows who is spreading such rumors, he must let that person know what pain is. Bakugo Katsuki's fists are faster than his feet. Boom! A huge wave of air hit Quanyue's face. He subconsciously raised his hand to block it, his sleeve was blown, and his skin felt fierce and painful. The strength of this person is definitely more than that. Quanyue made a judgment instantly, this quirk should be a little stronger. After spending several months on the Heroes House forum, he has a little understanding of various types of quirks and power, at least he won't be as blind as before. In the silt incident a few months ago, the quirk of Bakugo Katsuki caused a fire to break out and many houses were burned. On the Heroes Mansion forum, someone specially analyzed the quirk of Bakugo Katsuki's explosive flames in the sludge incident, and came up with, gorgeous quirk suitable for heroes, and even more professional comments. All in all, as long as Bakugo Katsuki is willing, he can destroy the entire school building with one person. Bakugo Katsuki is very strong. Don't hesitate anymore. Quanyue quickened his pace and ran quickly. 5 meters. Advertisement. 3 meters. There is 1 meter left. You didn't fight back. Do you look down on me? Bakugo Katsuki stared at Quanyue with both hands back and kicked on the ground. I am, very, unpleasant, happy now. Bakugo Katsuki exploded with his hands and made a huge wave of air, and Bakugo Katsuki flew in the air towards Quanyue's escape. Success to death. Quanyue turned around, opened the zipper of the school bag, and slammed the entire school bag towards Bakugo Katsuki in the air. The scattered stationery and books kept hitting Bakugo Katsuki's body. Bakugo Katsuki's face became difficult to look at. He moved one hand backwards as the driving force of the explosion, and the other hand stopped in front of him to block the debris. Go to hell. Bakugo Katsuki rushed forward far beyond Quanyue's imagination, and he was punched hard in the face. The second quirk, Painful Memories, broke out. Through physical contact with a person, he can convey the pain in his own memory to the other person. The disadvantage is that I will be immersed in the same pain. Bakugo Katsuki's voice stopped abruptly, his face began to twist, and there seemed to be some bugs constantly biting his muscles and skin. He bent down and screamed, you, B****************. Quanyue was also attacked by pain, but he was at least prepared for it. Didn't you knock it down? I thought that a sudden quirk could knock Bakugo Katsuki down, but I didn't expect it to burn the opponent's desire to fight even more. The explosive sound of his hands, the gloomy and excited hanging eyes, and the hardly moving body. This guy won't let go, leave as soon as he can't get used to the pain. Quanyue got up hard, his legs seemed to be sawn off. But he still ran hard, ran out of the campus and ran into the seaside park. The damp tidal breath rushed over his face, as if he was fished out of the water all over. Quanyue gasped and knelt on the ground with a thump, pain slowly coming up. It still hurts. Sure enough, it is a quirk that hurts the enemy 1,800. He took a break and moved towards the predetermined position. According to his observations a few days ago, it was a hidden place with a wide view and no one knows. By the way, I can see what happened where I was beaten by Bakugo Katsuki. Quanyue didn't want to go back to the orphanage with his injuries. Chapter 22 A Mysterious Gift Box. Open black lens bracket pain recall close black lens bracket it can arouse the human body's recollection of pain, thereby producing an illusion of being attacked. But there is no harm to the human body itself. Quanyue kept telling herself in her heart, it's okay, you're not injured, it's okay, it's okay. But his muscles were tense, and his face collapsed in a painful state. The body is not controlled by consciousness, and pain is the body's natural response to injury. After the pain, the body will curl up and dodge subconsciously. Quanyue controlled himself to move towards the destination. He walked very slowly, and his bones fell apart. Although he knew that he was hurt only with his hands and cheeks. But Quanyue was clamoring, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. He felt that this was the longest road he had ever walked, from the highway area to a small dry cave. No one knows when this cave was formed. There are mineral water bottles, plastic packaging bags, and food shells indiscriminately. Quanyue kicked 1 or 2 empty bottles away, he found a rock and sat on it, relaxed his brows, and screamed. The real pain in his body appeared. The explosion that Bakugo Katsuki hit on his arm burned a piece of skin on his arm, and there was a bruise on his face. I don't know when it will disappear. And the sleeves of his clothes were blown to pieces. Quanyue wanted to touch his face, and as soon as he raised his hand, the hot texture on his arm made him suck again. That madman, he started so cruelly. Quanyue doesn't move himself anymore. He was leaning against the cave entrance, and from here you could just see the long coastline of the seaside park and the surging tide. The moonlight was spreading around quietly, and the trails of footprints in the beach were constantly being washed by the tide and regrowth. Midoriya Izuku was still there. What a hard work. Quanyue took a break. He was taken off his mask at school today, and then he had a fight with Bakugo Katsuki after school. I just wanted to squint, but I didn't expect to fall asleep. Perhaps tired, he saw a figure appearing from the entrance of the cave in a daze. The man was wearing a police uniform, no hat, and a pen in his jacket pocket. He was holding a square box in his hand, and a piece of irregular paper was pasted on the top of the box. Quanyue stood up. He felt that the man was familiar. But he didn't know who that person was, and he wasn't even sure if he had met that person. Oh, going on a business trip again. The man complained, it's so annoying. After speaking, he placed the box in the center of the cave, as if afraid that the box would run away. He actually pressed the stone on it. Really annoying. After he finished speaking, he smoked, took an oval object from his pocket and looked at it, hesitating for a while or placed it next to the box. Then he left. Quanyue woke up. The child was awakened by the sea breeze. He yawned, rubbed his body, and found that his legs were numb. The moon has been hanging in the air for a long time, and the sea breeze at night can blow human bones to pieces. Quanyue hid in. He walked 2 steps and felt like he was stepping on something. He raised his foot to take a look. A gift box with exquisite packaging, but not the same as a brand new gift box. There is a small black mold Madara on this gift box, the ribbon on it is dirty, and the edges and corners of the carton are also worn out. It can be seen that what is inside is wrapped in plastic. Advertisement. Quanyue kicked the box away. The box turned over to reveal a piece of paper with ragged edges and irregular edges. There are words on the paper, and mold has grown in some places. Of course, you can tell roughly what you wrote. The piece of paper says, "Send nephew Quanyue. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi." Is it for him? The signature on the gift box is Izumizuki Nagasaki. Izumi Moon Nagasaki. His uncle who died young. By the way, after you go back, remember to go to the Shiying Duoguchang waterfront park. I forgot the specifics, but I really have something to leave. I especially wanted to take you to play at the time. Hey, brother, don't press my head. This is what I said in a dream, Izumizuki Nagasaki said in a lively tone. So who was the person he just saw? Is the man I saw in my suspected dream just now my uncle Izumizuki Nagasaki? Quanyue stood up abruptly, her feet slightly better. He picked up the gift box on the ground and wanted to go inside. But the moonlight didn't enter the cave, it was pitch black inside, and you couldn't see your fingers. Quanyue can only give up the idea of continuing to search and leave first with the gift box. He did not ride a bicycle and walked very slowly. When I got home, it was almost 2 o'clock. The door of the orphanage was left, the light in the entrance was still on, and Narame was sitting on the stairs waiting for him. She waited to doze off. Quanyue stepped in and tried to relax, but she still surprised her. You're back, Sister Nara said with sleepy eyes. What happened recently? It's okay. Hungry. It's kind of. Quanyue clutched his stomach. He didn't eat much for lunch, and he has been hungry until now. He put the box he brought on the ground. He took off his tattered coat and put it in the laundry basket. He said, Sister Nara, go to bed. I'll do it myself. I saved the meal for you, and it will be fine. Sister Nara also noticed the unique gift box. This is definitely not something someone gave Quanyue. Who will give a gift a box that is tattered and moldy? Second, Quanyue has not given him a gift for so many years. The teaching aids of the heart-hearted king are not counted. While Nara's sister was cooking, Quanyue made a simple wound dressing for herself. Then take out the paper cutter and open the box. The outside of the box is covered with mold, but the inside is still well preserved. In addition to exuding a lingering smell of dust and seawater. There are several things wrapped in plastic packaging bags, one by one unpacked as the Heroes model stitching suitable for children from 3 to 5 years old. Similar to the figure, but for preschool children to play, so it is not difficult. Quanyue also found a very simple birthday card inside. The above was filled with love and disgustingly, saying in a mess, are you happy? I specially picked the hottest toy I bought. Although I don't know who brought you here in the end, it may be my colleagues who are not interested, but it is better to be me. After all, I am your uncle. My hometown is all mountains, and the sea here is beautiful. Advertisement. Your uncle, I have always liked this seaside park, it's beautiful. Xiao Yi, happy birthday. It's a mess, and there are traces of alteration in the middle. It can be seen that the man really didn't mind before writing the greeting card. He may be muttering while smoking a cigarette, and even care about whether he can highlight the temperament of his elders when he writes this way. At least it fits well with Quanyue Nagasaki, whom Quanyue had seen in his dream before. Sister Nara brought the dishes, which are very simple home-cooked dishes. She hesitated, and took out a small piece of cake from the cupboard. She put candles in the cake, lit the fire, and turned off the light. Sister Nara, happy birthday, Narame said softly. If there is anything unhappy in school, you can tell your sister. Mother-in-law has been busy with things recently, and may not take care of you. But we all hope you can know that we all love you. Xiao Yi, happy birthday. The candlelight flickered and Quanyue stammered for a long time before he asked, today, is it really my birthday? It might have been like this. It was just that the people who could celebrate his birthday passed away one after another, and gradually he got used to his birthday. Nara Yayi walked around Kuan Yu's back, took his shoulders, and said softly, Xiao Yi, you have to be a little confident in yourself and your family. Everyone is a great person. Xiao Yi is also a great kid. Quote. Kuan Yu's eyes went from the little cake on the table to the dirty gift box, his eyes were sour and he wanted to cry. Tears can't come out. Was there a man who was looking forward to preparing for his birthday more than 10 years ago? Why didn't he come back to meet with himself in the end? He even gradually forgot his face, and finally remembered nothing. It seems that this person does not appear in Kuan Yu's life. There was no concept before, but Kuan Yu realized today that when he was very young, there was an elder who loved him deeply. He didn't remember at all why this man died. How did you die? This is Kuan Yu's first time thinking about the truth about the death of Izumuki's family. Why did Izumuki Nagasaki, who was not heroes, died so early? If Kuan Yu's family becomes heroes, it is the reason for their early death. If you become an ordinary policeman, this quirk society may only need to accept criminal government occupations. What incidents did you participate in and died? Izumizuki Nagasaki can often come to the seaside park and is very likely to work in the city. How did Izuki Nagasaki encounter danger? What kind of danger caused Izumizuki Nagasaki to pass away early? If the fate of the Quanyue family's premature death has nothing to do with becoming a professional hero, then why can't he become a heroes? Chapter 23 Dare to become a heroes. Why can't you become a heroes? It's still Quanyue himself. He dared not be heroes. Because the Quanyue family became professional heroes men, none of them started well. In his memory before the age of 5, few elders appeared except for his parents. The grandfather in his memory was a small brand, his uncle was also a small brand, and finally his parents became a small brand. The father in Quanyue's memory, in addition to his tall and stalwart body and scars, he also has his gentle smile. He has always been proud of his father. Before he awakened the quirk, he made a volunteer, I want to be as good as a healer heroes as my father. Their family never said the name, heroes, nor would they consider themselves a member of the heroes family. No one thinks that he needs to die for whom. Until the Beihai car corpse case occurred. He remained awake throughout the whole process, his eyes were covered by snow and blood, and he couldn't see the appearance of the murderer. But he knows it hurts. Quanyue, who was supposed to have died, was repeatedly brought back to life by the quirk, blood recovery price locked by Quanyue. Constantly, come back to life. There is absolutely nothing more painful than this. The moment he was able to die, he was rescued by his father, he was tortured again by villain, leaving one last breath, and then he was rescued by full blood, another sword and another punch, hovering on the verge of death again. Quanyue clearly remembered that he was crying and begging for mercy. Kill me, ah, kill me, it hurts, kill me, ah. Dad, kill me, is there anything painful in the world that is more difficult than death? Probably not to survive, not to die. How did it feel when you woke up and received the doctor's notice? Quanyue brought things to his room. There is ample space in the orphanage, and everyone has a small compartment. Not big, only 10 flats, but what should be there is not bad. Quanyue opened the cabinet and put the toys that his uncle gave him years ago one by one. In addition to clothes, there is a quirk pistol sent by Haruyama Kobayashi in the cabinet. The toys are all heroes models. Quanyue recognizes the number 1 All Might and the number 2 Endeavor, as well as other heroes models that were sold 10 years ago. But his eyes were attracted by several other humble heroes models. Advertisement. These heroes wore pure white coats. Their arms and thighs were tied with black bandages. The bandages carried sword and various self-defense tools. Some of their coats are windbreakers, some are hooded sweaters, and some are cloaks, but there is a big spring printed in the center of their clothes. Izumizuki's heroes model. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Quanyue laughed happily. He rarely laughs. Because his face is too ugly for a smile. He took the pistol down and put it with the villain. One of the villains of the Quanyue family wore a pistol. Maybe this is my father's heroes model. A hot stream hit his heart, and the dry seedlings were moisturized, and the yelling voice became more and more rampant. Why can't I be a heroes? The sensible villain held up his chest and retorted. Don't think about it, your quirk is seriously overdrawn. How can you become a heroes? Only someone with a strong quirk like the Heart Worship King can become a heroes. You forgot to bring the long tongue incident to everyone. What a hassle. What if you have a second quirk like your quirk? Both quirks are useless at all. The most important thing is that he never knows whether he will die the next time he uses damage replacement. However, I suddenly wanted to do something superheroes. Quanyue couldn't help thinking, if only I could become a professional heroes. 15-year-olds always love things when they think of things. They will add all kinds of beautiful things to their bodies, and then they will spend a long time silly and happy, and they will not return to the ground for a long time. But this is a teenager. For Quanyue, this is something he only dared to think secretly behind closed the door. For the first time since he lost his parents for 10 years, he is not sure if it is the last time he told himself, I want to be heroes. Using quirk too much will lead to death. Then this. Quanyue stood up from the floor thinking of happiness alone, and punched the void, hey, ha. In the empty room, he was a little hoarse and tired. The voice burst out with joy, just like this, knock all villain down to the ground. The soundproofing of the orphanage was not very good, and complaints and snoring came from the next room. Quanyue froze all of a sudden, he retracted his hand in a silly manner, and smirked again for a while, feeling that he was starting to fantasize about becoming a professional hero again. However, he didn't jump up behind his strokes. He was just a man playing with the pistol, squinting his eyes at the void, and making a pound pound sound in his mouth. I want to do it, but I have fear in my heart. Fear of death, fear of ending up like the ancestors. Quanyue was tired from playing alone, didn't hit the floor, rested for a while, got up to pack things, washed, and got ready to go to school. The sun came out, and he thought of the first day he had survived as a survivor, the kind of mood he had when the doctor told him that Quirk was seriously overdrawn. Fear, loss, and a trace of luck and hatred. Keep telling myself, I can't, how can I do it? How can I avenge my parents? I am not even professional heroes. Even if you become a professional hero, it's not like all the heroes in Quanyue's family who die in villains' hands. Advertisement. If you are concerned about how your relatives died, you might as well care about how you live. It's better to die than to live. The investigation about the cause of Izumizuki Nagasaki's death and the cryptic hero's dream were rotten in my heart with fear. Outside the door, it was another new day, and another day that I hate going to school. Xiao Yi, your clothes. Sister Nara didn't know where to dig out an old school uniform. She said bitterly, the autumn school uniform only has this style. His original autumn school uniform was blown up by Bakugo Katsuki. With the sleeves off, wearing it out is no different from being shirtless. It's okay, Sister Nara, I wear summer. Quanyue just finished speaking, only to remember that he can't wear summer uniforms because summer uniforms are short-sleeved. He had to take over the old autumn school uniform. Needless to say, that guy must have worn the rest. If you don't wear this old school uniform, just wear summer uniforms to school. Think about the state of school rumors. He really puts on his summer school uniform. If they see, they won't be able to explode. Quanyue stood in front of the mirror and pulled his sleeve and tie. The clothes are not suitable, which is not a big problem for him. It is very big. It's too late. Xiao Yi will do it for one day today. I will send yours today to make up for it. If it doesn't work, buy a new one. Sister Nara is also a little frantic about taking care of the child. She can only say a few words of sorry to Quanyue, but she can't take care of it. Quanyue drank the cheese, nodded, and trot out. He was only walking a few steps before he was hit head-on by a bag. As if a firecracker fell to the ear, the villain whispered, "You be asterisk 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 D. I must beat you into meat." Quanyue's head crashed. He subconsciously avoided Bakugo Katsuki's fist, grabbed his arm and released the second quirk. The same situation as last night did not appear. Bakugo Katsuki smiled fiercely, "Do you think this trick is of any use?" He clasped Quanyue's face with his backhand, pressed his whole body to the ground, and laughed wildly, "If it's a man, give me a frontal blow. What's the use of tricks? Ah. Quanyue. Big brother, it's on the street now." He gritted his teeth and increased the intensity of pain recall. In the next second, I heard Bakugo Katsuki shouting heartbreakingly, "Ah." HHG. Of course, Quanyue also hurts with Bakugo Katsuki. The following small snatch is to see who can run fast under high levels of pain. Chapter 24 Eugenics Bakugo Katsuki. Non-professional heroes cannot use quirk in public places. Quanyue had never been so thankful for this ordinance. He stumbled to his feet and staggered towards the school. Pain memories. After using too much, Quanyue found that her sensitivity to pain has decreased and she will be more comfortable in her actions. This is a good thing, which shows that his adaptability to his quirk has increased. But it doesn't help the current situation. I'm going to slaughter you, the scared weirdo. Bakugo Katsuki deserves to be praised as a genius with outstanding endurance. He climbed up from the ground at a speed no less than Quanyue, and in terms of activity, he was faster than Quanyue. If it weren't for the quirk not available on the street, Quanyue could now become Coke. Quanyue gritted his teeth and ran forward. Bakugo Katsuki grabbed the bag on the ground and chased it forward. Two teenagers, one face was covered with a mask, and the wind blew his bangs. From his forehead, he could see that his face was full of scars. There is also a hideous expression that is frightening, and seems to be the unborn big demon with a sword to kill. Pedestrians on the road gave way to teenagers who didn't seem to be good people. What's the situation? Did Weirdo appear? No. Both are middle school students. Wow, that ugly one is about to be caught up. Quanyue was originally in the cultivation stage and couldn't compare with Bakugo Katsuki, who has been exercising. He has a long mouth and feels like he is dying. Huh, don't you finally want to escape? Bakugo Katsuki stepped forward, tugging Quanyue by the collar and dragging him into the side alley. Passers-by talked a lot, but it seems that neither of the two evil spirits looks like a good person. In line with the idea that the wicked have their own wickedness, I chose to sit on the sidelines. In the narrow, dark alley, Bakugo Katsuki threw Quanyue next to the trash can. The explosion sounded continuously from his hands, and his smile gradually distorted, scared B asterisk 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 D. Quanyue got up from the ground, he took a breath as he watched Bakugo Katsuki approaching. He definitely can't stand this guy's violent beating right now. Playing pain recalls for these 2 days has brought a lot of burden. Is this the rhythm to be finished now? Wait, brother, we have something to say. What do you call me? Let me calculate yesterday's account first. Bakugo Katsuki grabbed Quanyue and pressed it against the wall. Coward, I dared to run away by myself yesterday. Are you afraid of confronting me? Quote. Advertisement. Quote. No, this grumpy old man. I can't beat you at all. Quanyue chuckled awkwardly. Bakugo Katsuki's forehead blew veins violently. He leaned over and gritted his teeth and said, do you know how long the gate was cleaned by myself after I was caught by the security yesterday? Ah. The last word was roaring. Quanyue covered it slightly. Put your ears and neck back. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. I know. I don't know. The school does not allow students to use quirk privately. You still use the blasting quirk openly at the school gate, the sound is loud, and the effect is gorgeous, who won't you catch you? Painful memories, but except for the two parties, no one can see the quirk. Quanyue whispered in his heart, he felt that today this matter may not be over. Maybe I will miss the morning class. It's annoying. You're lucky today. Bakugo Katsuki smashed one of the bags on his back on Quanyue's face, carried Quanyue's back collar with his hand, and dragged the person away. He kicked a small pebble, and said, deadly. Scared the onlookers away. Quanyue held the bag that Bakugo Katsuki had thrown over and found that it had his name written on it. It's my school bag. But the poor school bag was used as a weapon yesterday afternoon, and he sacrificed heroically for his escape time. Besides, is this villain-looking guy so kind? Quanyue began to doubt his eyes. In his senses, Bakugo Katsuki should be the kind of bad water. He is still guessing where Bakugo Katsuki will drag him. Are you going to the forest to kill people and bury corpses? Or go to the port to pour cement? Unexpectedly, it was school. They arrived at the school gate on time and caught up with the first morning class. Finally, I can happily beat you up rubbish. Bakugo Katsuki breathed a sigh of relief and immediately became excited. The explosion sounded from his hands, the quirk control accuracy was good, and the scope of the explosion was significantly reduced. Quanyue could see that there was nothing wrong with blasting half of his face with a punch. Sure enough, do you still have to fight? Forget it, I can't run anyway. Quanyue closed his eyes in confession. The expected fist did not fall for a long time, and he opened it suspiciously. Opposite is Bakugo Katsuki, whose whole person is gloomy, his face is even more horrible than before. The suppressed volcano is more terrifying than the erupted volcano, and this horror comes from his uncertainty. Advertisement. Are you looking down on me? Ha, quirk doesn't apply, do you want to fight me if you don't need anything? It's too small to look down on people. Do you think you'll be fine if you recommend UA? Bakugo Katsuki thought I found it an opponent who can match his strength. After a simple test yesterday, he was convinced that the scared stranger in front of him must have a backhand. After being attacked yesterday, he stayed up late to check the information and learn about the famous Quanyue Heroes family. The Heroes family, which has always been named for the death, has a good reputation in the Heroes world. Their family is not only good at treatment, but also develops different characteristics in other aspects. For example, spear, fighting, kendo, etc. They are the healer heroes who can fight against villain on the battlefield. In order not to hinder their teammates, they have their own unique attack methods. Quanyue is from Quanyue's family, and he should also have his own unique attack method. What kind of treatment heroes, what evasion, and even the inexplicable and unmanly attack methods behind are all excuses. It's all cheating. This B************ D just looks down on himself. I don't want to have a dignified victory or defeat with myself. Bakugo Katsuki was very angry when he thought of this. But when the class bell rang, he loosened Quanyue's collar and gritted his teeth and cursed. You B************************* D, wait for me. My Bakugo will let you fight with me upright one day. I want to fight you. I can't find the hit tooth. Quanyue who didn't speak the whole time. What is wrong with you? Did I do nothing? I'm really a therapy department who knows nothing. My quirk is seriously overdrawn and cannot be used anymore. Don't you trouble me to find me. Why are you standing? Get out of class. Bakugo Katsuki said as he left. Quanyue later realized that this irritable old man was an excellent student who was recommended internally by the school in the third year of the school, and he was a good student who got an A in simulated results. One who gave up beating him so hard not to be late for morning class and not to miss class time. Bakugo Katsuki, a good student every day. Quanyue gave himself twice to confirm that he was living in the real world. Okay, Bakugo classmate is actually like this, good student. Chapter 25 The entrance exam is here. The matter of Bakugo Katsuki was temporarily set aside, and Quanyue devoted himself to a new round of review. He is very boring. He seldom pays attention to others who are playing tricks on him. Over time, those people lose interest. If there are people who do not have long eyes and continue to make trouble, Quanyue also learns to stimulate them with pain recall. Even if these troublemakers complained to the teacher that he used the quirk privately and Quanyue denied it, they had nothing to do. After all, pain recollection will no longer leave scars on the outside, no one knows except for the two parties. Whenever he did these things, Quanyue didn't feel the slightest guilt. In his mind, these people should be prepared to be fixed by others for pranking themselves. Occasionally I would write to Shinshuo about my recent study status, and go to the seaside park when school is over, and watch Midoriya Izuku work hard to clean up the rubbish alone. Before you know it, the waterfront park has been able to see the neat and clean embryonic form. Quanyue marveled at Midoriya Izuku's efforts, but he himself did not pull down his physical cultivation. Unlike Midoriya Izuku's high-intensity 10-month special training, Quanyue started physical exercise slowly with a dedicated health nurse. If he is compared with Midoriya Izuku after special training, Quanyue must be incomparable. Life seems to be getting better. Suddenly it was winter, and the UA Heroes exam began. Quanyue wrapped her scarf and breathed into her hands. Sister Nara prepares a kettle and stationery for him, and Granny Cat looks after the children. Which school did Xiaoyi go to take the exam? Nara Mei was a little worried. If you feel unwell, you should tell the teacher in time. It's okay, Sister Nara, I'm not that vulnerable. But the nurse said, it's okay, I'm just going for the exam. Quanyue was about to put on shoes, and suddenly thought of something. He ran to the room with his bag. In the cabinet of the room, lying quietly with a pistol. The Quirk pistol of the Spring Moon Long Lock. Quanyue hesitated, but took the pistol off and wrapped it in a handkerchief and put it in his school bag. I won't be admitted to the UA Heroes subject, this time I just walked through the scene. It may be the first and last time to come to UA. Bringing my father's relics is considered a trip to his alma mater instead of my father. Sister Nara, mother-in-law, I'm leaving. Advertisement. Don't panic, take the exam well. They still don't know that they have lost the UA exam. The cat mother-in-law asked once or twice. Quanyue only talked about medical-related majors and schools. Sister Nara is there too. I have been reluctant to go to UA before, and this time it is a small hope to apply for the exam. Granny Cat might be happy if she knows it. But she didn't pass the exam. Isn't this just returning from hope to disappointment? Quanyue and Shin Sao have discussed each other's results, and it is unlikely that their two quirks will pass the Heroes exam. There is no problem with the performance of the general subject of heart training, but Quanyue is okay, barely on the verge. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The orphanage is very close to Ua High School. Quanyue came here once with Shinso Hitoshi, and it is half a familiar road. Last time he hadn't looked at Ua High School carefully, and now he found that, this gate is a bit exaggerated. Standing in front of the huge school gate, he was like a tiny ant. There is also a huge stand beside the school gate, which reads, a college entrance examination hall. There are different heroes' heads on both sides of the road, and the snow on the surrounding trees falls on it, which is a bit funny. Quanyue took a deep breath, clutching his school bag to calm himself down. Get out, scared weirdo. The familiar voice ignited Quanyue. Turning around, it turned out that it was Bakugo Katsuki who can explode in winter. I must kill you during the exam. Quote. I can come to take the exam, which already means that I am not a student. Quanyue was depressed, and he said in a whisper, oh, you big head. Sure enough, I'd better shut up. Quanyue looked back and found that there was another classmate behind Bakugo Katsuki, Midoriya Izuku. But there was a girl standing next to Midoriya Izuku. No matter how you look at it, that girl is very cute. She said a few words to Midoriya Izuku, and Midoriya Izuku's face flushed. It's really hard for him to blush in winter. Quanyue also greeted Midoriya Izuku, but this guy didn't seem to come out of the cute girl's greetings, and the whole person was a little stiff. Shinso Hitoshi said that his quirk is not suitable for the entrance exam of heroes, but he came. In his own words, I want to see what those people are really good at. Quanyue didn't know, so he felt that things like quirk depended on everything. It doesn't necessarily change anything after reading it. It's not only the quirk, but also the people who use it. Shinso Hitoshi tilted his hat. He was wearing a 3-ball cap with ear protection today, and pointed to Bakugo Katsuki, who was walking away, and said, but I also envy that guy. Really? You know Bakugo classmate. Advertisement. The middle school students in the silt incident, the explosion boy is really good at that step at our age. Shinso Hitoshi said sourly. Most of the top heroes have left a lot of strange things since they were school days. Many of them will interact with each other. That kind of thing is related. Then do I count? After all, the long tongue incident is also, hey, why are you hitting me? Quanyue also wanted to joke about whether he would become a member of the top heroes, but he didn't expect to be rewarded by the heart. Gave a burst of chestnut. It's hard to think of the B********** D who doesn't know the severity next to him. Do you know when you can save people, and when to protect yourself first? Shinso Hitoshi complained, and entered the auditorium with Quanyue. The auditorium was full of people. Those from the same school would sit together, and others would be with people they knew. Shinso Hitoshi had no good friends at school, so he sat down next to Quanyue. Quanyue sat next to Midoriya Izuku. It's very simple, because they belong to the same school, so let's sit nearby. It's better to be more at ease than a stranger sitting together. Quanyue doesn't like fussing candidates making irresponsible remarks in his face. Of course, after a while he regretted sitting next to Midoriya Izuku. Because this guy is thinking about it. Quanyue, who keeps thinking about it, has a headache. It's the speed of sound heroes' present microphone is great. I have a radio show chasing him every week. UA's lecturers are all professional heroes. I am so happy. Bakugo Katsuki murmured, it's so noisy. Quanyue nodded sharply. He also felt that Midoriya Izuku's thoughts were a bit too much. Heroes, the microphone on the stage once caught in an embarrassing scene, drew 2 strokes with both hands, and showed the location of the examination room on the big screen, like the electronic sound of a concert in the auditorium. The main points of the entrance examination are as follows. Chapter 26 Analyzing Score Composition. The main points of the entrance exam are as follows. After this, everyone, listeners will conduct a 10-minute, simulated urban street exercise. You can bring props as you like. Quanyue touched the quirk pistol in his school bag. Can carry props at will, so can he bring the pistol in with him? The quirk weapon is not by his side, and it always feels not very safe. Even UA has a place for students to put bags. Students, please go to the designated exercise site separately after the presentation. Teacher Mike still asked on the top, okay. The bottom is still silent. Bakugo Katsuki leaned in and took a peek at the admission tickets of Midoriya Izuku and Quanyue. Bakugo Katsuki, a test room. Midoriya Izuku, B examination room. Quanyue, C examination room. The admission ticket is clearly next to each other, but the exam room is different. Just not let people in the same school take care of each other. Quanyue let out a long sigh of relief. He was thankful that he did not have the same examination room as Bakugo Katsuki. With this quirk, you might be the first one to be able to use quirk in the exam room. Sure enough, he cut and said, there is no way to kill it. Shinso Hitoshi, who said this, looked over. He probably never thought that someone who wanted to become a hero would say such things, no matter how he looked like he was more suitable for a villain. Bah, what suits? They are all people who want to be heroes, and they say that villains are not villains. There are 3 types of imaginary enemies in the banquet venue, and corresponding scores are set according to the different difficulty. Use your own quirk to make the imaginary enemy incapacitate, and accumulate as many points as possible. Purpose. Of course, non-heroes' behaviors like attacking other candidates are explicitly forbidden. The teacher said this was too timely. Quanyue took Shinso Hitoshi's admission ticket and found that he was in the F examination room, which was far away. Require that the imaginary enemy be incapacitated. Quanyue think about his quirk. Injury replacement. At present, it can only transfer other people's injuries to yourself. Pain recall only has an effect on living things. From the picture, it is more likely that the imaginary enemy is a robot. For Shinso Hitoshi, not being able to attack other candidates is almost a death sentence. Is his quirk brainwashing useful for robots? If you control other candidates, is it considered attack other candidates? The more Quanyue thought about it, the more he had a sense of sight, and he patted Shinso Hitoshi on the shoulder emotionally, indicating that he had failed the rankings with him. Advertisement. Shinso Hitoshi had anticipated this situation a long time ago and said, it's just that this situation is not suitable for my quirk's performance, so let's treat it as an eye-opener. I don't know if it's the questioning session. A square-looking boy stood up and said, the test instructions say that there are 4 kinds of imaginary enemies. If it is a typographical error, it is absolutely great for UA, the highest school in Japan, the GAF. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. For the first time Quanyue met a serious peer and whispered, it's so serious. Unexpectedly, the Fang Zheng turned around and pointed his finger in the direction of Midoriya Izuku and Quanyue. Zheng said, there are also classmates with curly hair and classmates wearing masks, who have been whispering since just now, to harm others. Can't concentrate. If you come here with the excitement and eye-opening mood, please get out of UA immediately. The named Midoriya Izuku covered her mouth and whispered, I'm sorry, which seemed embarrassing. However, really, look at the lively Quanyue classmate who cherishes memories of his elder's alma mater. Wearing a mask. Really, eye-opening is actually just Shinso Hitoshi who is not good at quirk. They are very upset. It feels like someone is standing on the moral high ground and yelling at you, asking you to do things according to his rules. Shinso Hitoshi is okay, his brain is usually online. Knowing that now is not the time to squabble. Quanyue is different. After experiencing the gossip attacks on campus, he finally learned something precious. He opened his mouth and said, what if I don't get out? The scene was once embarrassed. The microphones are not controlled to make long noises. Quanyue understands that this is called breaking the pot and breaking the ball. Anyway, he takes the test once and can't repeat it. He might not be able to get on UA. Just say it. He raised his head and shouted at the audience, except Shinso Hitoshi, he has nothing to do with anyone. He will not become heroes, and these passionate young people who want to become heroes are completely 2 worlds. Advertisement. The square-up Ida Tenya is also the first time he has met Quanyue's rhetorical question. The anger on his face was obvious. It was thought that Quanyue had insulted the anger generated by the heroes volunteers present, and it was also the dissatisfaction with Quanyue's profanity in UA, the heroes' holy land. Okay. The battle was about to start, and Mr. Mike hurriedly finished the battle. The student with admission ticket number 7111, thank you for your nice reminder. He opened Shikai to explain the peculiarity of the 4th imaginary enemy. Shinso Hitoshi on the side pulled Quanyue. If it weren't for the wrong occasion, he might be able to twist the head of the rash guy. What did you just do? This is UA. Shinso Hitoshi hates that iron can't make steel. Didn't you still apply for general subjects? Even if Heroes fails the scientific examination, don't give up on yourself. Quanyue felt warm in his heart. He understood that his heart was caring for himself. But the chances of failing the exam are greater. He advised Shinsao to listen carefully to the fourth kind of imaginary enemy-related things. Things that don't have a score are still in the examination room, isn't it just putting useless conditions in math problems? It seems that you have been working on topics lately. From the point of view of math problems, the person who asked the question will not give useless conditions. As long as they are given, they will definitely have an effect. But what is the point of 0 points? Is it the only choice if there is interference? Quanyue he could only think of this step, and thinking about it later, he could not understand at all. Shinso Hitoshi was clarified by what Quanyue said. After thinking carefully, he said, maybe the last imaginary enemy is used to trigger another score. It seems that there are 2 solutions to the problem, and sometimes the problem will require you to next write 2 different ideas for solving problems. What do you need if you simulate the city? Except for knocking down villain. Quanyue's eyes widened, and he and Shinso Hitoshi looked at each other, and both understood what the other party was thinking. Rescue. If it is really a simulated urban area, in addition to knocking down imaginary enemies, you also need to rescue citizens in time. There is not much time left for them to continue discussing the composition of the score. My explanation ends here. Teacher Mike's voice surrounded the audience. Finally, I will talk about the school motto of our school as a gift for all listeners. Plus Ultra. Unremitting progress never ends. I wish you all a wonderful journey of suffering. This is a score-robbing trip that is not conducive to quirk. Chapter 27. Meeting Qian Eri of Qing Palace. After changing into sportswear, Quanyue put the pistol in his pocket. He put his school bag in the small cabinet assigned to him. A girl approached him and smiled at him. You were so good to ask in the auditorium just now. Okay. The girl has neat short hair and raised eyebrows. I don't like what the guy said just now. It's too aggressive. My name is Qian Eri Qinggong. What's your name? How about making friends with us? Quanyue was caught by this. If you don't know what to say, how come this girl wants to make friends? Doesn't she hate the scar on her face? Seeing Quanyue's hesitation, Qin Li of Qinggong knocked her head anxiously, and added, Hey, don't think I'm that kind of casual girl. I'm really just making friends. I like it. Make friends. Quanyue had to report his name, Quanyue. They gathered outside the door, and they all got in the car and went to the examination room. Qian Eri of the Qing Palace naturally sat next to Quanyue. She is very talkative, chatting non-stop in the tense atmosphere of the car. Xiao Yi, you are just amazing. Although I also think that the boy said a bit too much, but I didn't have the guts to stand up. They seemed to know each other for less than 10 minutes, and Qian Eri of the Qing Palace naturally called Quanyue as Xiao Yi. It's usually only called by people close to you. Xiao Yi, will we two be together at that time? The examination room does not know what the situation is. We can earn points in a group. My quirk is a perspective. Although this quirk is very annoying, it is good to be able to see the weaknesses. Qinggong Qin Li didn't seem to realize that he was taking an exam, and everyone was a competitor. Instead, he confessed his quirk openly. To speak out your quirk in this situation is undoubtedly exposing all kinds of attack methods to everyone. Hey, Xiao Yi, speaking of the surname Quanyue, where I seem to have heard of it, where are you from? This is Quanyue's least favorite question. He was vague and asked Qinggong Qian Eri to focus on other issues. Outside the windows are all kinds of buildings, which seem to have entered the campus. Some buildings are like pot lids on the ground, and some have strange shapes. Quanyue tries hard to imagine what these buildings do. What did his elders do in it? The car reached its destination soon. Wow, it's so big. Qian Eri of the Qing Palace stood up from the chair. It's actually a real block. Ua is too rich. Count the fees for the venue, construction, and cleaning up after the exam. Well, Ua is indeed rich. Unexpectedly, there is still such a large space in the school. I thought it was about the same as a high school. Advertisement. Please, this is UA. There are not a few people who are still immersed in surprise, but there are also a lot of people who are already in a state of warming up. They are here to take the exam, not to praise UA. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. No one dares to take it lightly. Turning around, most of them are confident people. Quanyue turned his wrists and ankles, stretched his bones, even if the warm-up was over. His quirk can't be used too much, and the equipment hasn't been familiar with. Speaking of which, he can't use the quirk weapon, and it's useless to debug it. Qinggong Qian Eri hopped and ran over again. Holding an iron rod in her hand, she smiled and said, Is Xiao Yi's weapon a pistol? Is it a quirk related to shooting? No, it's just a decoration. Qinggong Qian Eri wanted to say more. Suddenly heard a voice on the radio. Okay, let's start. Hey, what's the situation? What started? Everyone was at a loss. Quanyue took a deep breath and started to run towards the gate of the block. It's not that there are no referees who don't call 1, 2, 3, but they are relatively few. A high school is a different place that specializes in cultivating heroes, and they are surprisingly acceptable. Whatever you hear, just follow your instincts. What are you stupid? There is no countdown to the actual test. Run, run. Teacher Mike said loudly, time is waiting for no one. Excited and booming sounded in many examination rooms. The sound of running on the ground. In examination room A, Bakugo Katsuki exploded with both hands in an instant, using recoil to leap in front of many candidates. Oncoming is an imaginary enemy. The young boy's eyes flashed with excitement, and he raised his hand high and made an explosion. Go to hell. Boom, the first to score. In examination room B, Midoriya Izuku froze for a second, and was left behind by many excellent candidates from Quirk and fell behind. Whether it was the suspended girl who had previously helped or the Fangjung boy who targeted him later, they were almost out of his sight. Midoriya Izuku gritted his teeth, kept breathing, and kept up with the team. Advertisement. Imaginary enemies slide out from the corner of the street. The mechanical sound is cold. Lock on the target and start to slaughter. As the most basic imaginary enemy, it is set to be agile and fragile. The activity is fast and the skin is not thick enough. As long as they have strong attack power and good accuracy, candidates can solve one. Midoriya Izuku tried to take a step, but found that he couldn't move. He was shocked, but more regretful. Has it become my habit to be afraid of trouble? Damn it, why? A dazzling laser shot from the side, with the voice of its owner, free side dishes. In the C examination room, Quanyue was temporarily in front of everyone because of the lead at the start. He knows that his physical strength, quirk and attack methods are in the lower ranks among many candidates. If you want to get points, you can only find another way. Although I have never thought about being admitted to the UA Heroes subject, I can't get out of the exam room with 0 points at the end. Brush. The people behind caught up. You must know that the test time is only 10 minutes, and the more people in the front mean the more opportunities to kill imaginary enemies to earn points. Boom, a 3-point imaginary enemy appeared in front of everyone, followed by 2 1-point imaginary enemies next to him. Brush, a long iron rod is thrown from a distance, and a blow is inserted into the probe of the imaginary enemy. Xing Gongwei stepped forward 3 steps, drew out the iron rod with his backhand, and gave the big guy a little more. The robot was immediately disassembled into several parts. Quanyue got into a safe corner, next to his sleeves, and didn't mean to intervene at all. Not everyone is as calm as Quanyue. Although they did not directly attack each other, the act of snatching the imaginary enemy has already appeared. There are too many monks and porridge, and some friction is inevitable. Xiao Yi, hurry up. Otherwise, they will all be robbed. Xing Gongwei chinly wiped the sweat from her face. She has now earned 9 points. On the radio, Mr. Mike's voice rang. There are still 6 minutes and 2 seconds. Quanyue thanked Xing Gongqian Eri for his concern, but his goal was not imaginary enemies. People can have nothing, but self-knowledge must be there. Some candidates have suffered casualties. This is what he wants to earn and avoid 0 points out of the examination room. Relief points. Chapter 28. Knock down a 0-point imaginary enemy. The existence of the rescue points was not directly told to the candidates. To be honest, Quanyue and Shinso Hitoshi also vaguely guessed that there is this thing, but the specific scoring and evaluation will not be able to be seen for a while. How to save it? How to save? Under what circumstances will save the maximum score? These Quanyue know nothing, but know that there is this thing, try more methods, and always get the score. Quanyue plucked up the courage and rushed over with his head, and shouted to a big brother, "Hey, do you need treatment?" It was visible to the naked eye that after using the quirk, his hands were slightly broken, not a big wound. It doesn't matter if it is 100% transferred to yourself. This kind of minor injury patient meets one as one. After Quanyue finished speaking, he came forward with a slap. The first quirk, damage replacement, is on. The examinee being treated has not yet recovered from the surprise, but feels that his hands are trapped in a strange warmth. When he came back to his senses, the whole body seemed to be washed aside with water, and the damage suffered in the battle was gone. As this, the benefit of the UA exam. The examinee looked at his hands hesitantly and found that the upper part was clean. The previous broken skin seemed to be an illusion. Quanyue gritted his teeth while looking at the extra broken skin on his hand. There will be no major casualties in this exam. He only needs to find similar patients with minor injuries and help them. I don't know how many rescue points he will get in the end. Try not to get 0 points if you can afford it. The only mudslide in the exam appeared in the C exam room, and one candidate seemed to be treating other injured candidates for free. The strange scenes that have been rare over the years naturally attracted the attention of the teachers on the other side of the monitor. Therapy department. It's the treatment department. Very funny kid. Principal Nezu took a sip of tea and stared at Quanyue, who appeared on the screen from time to time, and said with a smile, "Seeing the composition of our scores, but not knowing our scoring standards, I came up with this idea. There are people who have seen rescue points before, but no one puts all their energy on rescue points like Quanyue. You must know that defeating an imaginary enemy is real, and you can judge your own performance by evaluating the score after the score is clear. The rescue points have not been stated clearly from the beginning, and there is a lot of uncertainty. So it seems that this year should be a bumper harvest, right? There are even rare treatment departments. No, it's too early to define it." A small transparent grid opened, and the instigator pressed the red button. It was calm and gentle. After all, the real test just started. The huge machine lights up in red. The electronic audio sounded, "Lock on the target and start the slaughter." Advertisement. Gimmick exploded in a small area 0-point imaginary enemy appeared. 1, 2, 5. Quanyue watched the increasing small wounds on his arm, and the beads of sweat on his forehead grew more and more. He doesn't know where his first quirk is. Many times he is picking the wounded, instead of seeing one and going to help immediately. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Candidates who are judged by him to exceed the rescue limit will be taken to a relatively safe place by him. When the exam is over, the school will send someone to respond. Quanyue worked hard to play the role of the on-site therapy department in the battlefield, trying to transfer the wounded and waiting for rescue. He worked hard to think about which parts of the rescue point consisted of, and used actions to prove it. A cry came from Quanyue's left front. Bricks and stones, and the imaginary enemy's mechanical corpse were all over the road. In the midst of the mess, Qinggong Qian'eri sat on the ground in pain, her ankle swollen. Quanyue guessed it was a sprain. Qinggong Qian'eri gave him a good impression, he can't help but die. And the scene did not know where an imaginary enemy would be killed. You should know that the school did not tell the candidates how many imaginary enemies there are. In this unknown environment, there is no intelligence to grasp the situation as quickly as possible, without the mobility and pure combat power to quickly evacuate all the time. It is very dangerous to be alone. It just so happens that Quanyue thinks that Qian'eri of the Qing Palace does not have the above-mentioned ability. Can you still walk? Quanyue knelt down and pressed the swollen part of Qinggong Qian'eri. The girl made a sound of eating pain, and blood was rubbed by gravel on her feet. Without saying anything, Quanyue helped the girl up and said, "I'll take you to a safe place." They only took 2 steps when the earth shook violently. The wall of the building collapsed, and countless candidates rushed in their direction. It seems to be running for his life. Qian'eri of the Qing Palace opened his eyes, and Quirk perspective started. She shouted. "Xiao Yi, hurry up. There is one in front of." No need for her to continue, Quanyue saw it. A robot with a height of at least 5 stories appeared among the ruins, and the electronic red light was directed at Quanyue's cheek. Damn it, this thing is staring at us. Quanyue didn't have time to slowly help Qinggong Qian'eri and ran away. He carried the girl on his back. "Qinggong, help me show the way." The Quirk perspective of Qian'eri of the Qing dynasty can see the essence of objects clearly and is suitable for finding paths and finding breakthroughs. 10 meters ahead on the left, there is a small road. But it was too late. Imagine that the enemy smashed the ground with a mechanical arm. Although it did not directly attack Quanyue and him, the aftermath of the attack interfered with the path of advancement. The fallen stones and raised ground directly set the path for the two to move forward. It's blocked. There is no way to survive before, and there are chasing soldiers behind. Is this really a high school entrance exam? Quanyue started to curse in his heart. He couldn't imagine how his elders passed this test to join UA. Especially the heroes section of UA. Advertisement. Xiao Yi, this is an exam. You let me down. Qian'eri of the Qing Palace can know the nearest way out through perspective, and he can definitely escape with his legs and feet. But Quanyue still carries his own burden. Quanyue looked at the imaginary enemy getting closer and closer with 0 points, his mouth was stiff, and he said, "Shut up. If you let go of you at this time, I guess my hard-earned rescue points will be gone. Who wants 0? It's a shame to be separated from the examination room." But, Quanyue silently activated injury transfer. He could feel his ankle being twisted abruptly. "I count 3, 2, and 1, and you run. We run separately. My quirk is very strong, it's okay." Fearing that Qian'eri Qinggong would not agree, Quanyue finally added the quirk. The transfer of the injury on the ankle is complete. Quanyue muttered in his heart. Success, must succeed. Touching the pistol in his pocket with both hands, he heard the familiar chuckle of his father. "Xiao Yi, quirk pistol can only be used by his own quirk." His body was covered by another power, but his original quirk, this combination of forces is not rejected. Close your eyes and feel the power of Quanyue Long Lock. 3. Imagine that the enemy took a step and the ground was destroyed more thoroughly. Quanyue put down the Qinggong Qian'eri on his back. The teacher organized an emergency rescue, and the principal's hand was placed on the stop button. 2. Most of the candidates in the C examination room withdrew from the main attack range. They calculated their own scores and estimated their chances of being admitted to UA. Suddenly someone asked, "Is there anyone in there?" "There are 2 more. I saw them. Hey, they are really unlucky." They lamented the lack of competitors, thinking that this was just an exam and there was no danger. But no one saw it, and a figure rushed in the direction of the imaginary enemy. 1. Quanyue opened his eyes, and the shadow of the imaginary enemy pressed his upper body. In the boy's eyes, there was a sudden enlargement of the white aperture. He took out the gun and pressed the special switch on the butt. The monitoring room was in an uproar. That is, a huge but soft white light erupted from the muzzle, cutting the 0-point imaginary enemy in half from the center. Examination Room B and C Examination Room took care of each other in the loud noise of the robot falling and the agitated dust. Chapter 29 Final Entrance Results. After deathly silence in the monitoring room, a frenzy of discussion broke out. "That's Clotho. Didn't it disappear 10 years ago? How could it appear here?" Clotho, Huxia homophonic. Clotho is the youngest of the 3 goddesses of destiny, mastering the future and the lifeline of textiles. In the 10-year heroes world, this term represents the continuation of life. One of the exclusive weapon sets of Heroes Spring Moon Long Lock, Clotho. This should be the configuration of professional heroes. How can a child have such a high-risk weapon? Damn, I promise that careless guys will be beaten up. Who is responsible for the inspection? This dangerous item, even for the treatment of heroes, should not appear in the examination room. Principal Nezu's face was grave and said, let's not talk about the appearance of Clotho, let's continue watching. The exam is not over. Midoriya Izuku fell rapidly in the B examination room. Quanyue in the C examination room is much better than this classmate. After using the pistol, he only felt that his hands were numb, and his mouth was hurt by the powerful recoil. But the pain has long been used to Quanyue. After all, his second quirk is related to pain. The imaginary enemy that was split by the huge white light fell to both sides, and the narrow streets were once again destroyed. The tall building was directly crushed down, and the broken stones crackled and fell to the ground. Qian Eri of the Qing Palace obeyed Quanyue's words and has been running for a while. While avoiding falling rocks, she also used quirk to find the best escape route. Xiao Yi, here. Qian Eri Qing Gong was shocked by Quanyue's strength, but she knew better that the two of them ran away together. There will be falling rocks on the heads of the two people at any time, and the road conditions are ever changing, and the danger has not been completely eliminated. Here, come here. She has found a safe way to leave the battlefield quickly. Quanyue tried to run, but there was a slight pain in his feet. Upon seeing the swelling on his foot, Quanyue later realized that he had used injury replacement to transfer the sprain of Qinggong Qianeri to himself. He held the still hot pistol in his hand and moved forward cautiously through gritted teeth. Quanyue was clear in his heart that the blow was not based on his own strength. His first quirk also contributes, but it is not the main force. The quirk of each heroes is different, even if it is all fire type, there will be differences in the manufacture of exclusive quirk weapons. There are reasons why heroes' clothing and equipment are tailor-made for individuals. The difference is 1,000 miles away, and the same principle applies to the hero's weapon manufacturing industry. To achieve the power just now, unless your first quirk, damage replacement, is restored, or by relying on the power of the original owner of the pistol, Quanyue Changsho. Xiao Yi, the time to borrow the quirk is almost over. Dad, I will take it back first. The voice appeared in Quanyue's ear again, proving that it was not an auditory hallucination before. Advertisement. Quanyue has a long mouth and looks around in confusion. See you tonight. I didn't expect Clotho to be in your hands now. Quanyue Chengsuo's voice disappeared after speaking. In the empty examination room, the sound of gravel falling on the ground, and Qinggong Qianeli anxiously beckoned, Quanyue, come here. She wanted to step forward, but a wall was suddenly dropped in front of her to get her out. The road is blocked. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Now she couldn't communicate with Quanyue. Quanyue couldn't even get to his side. There is no other way but to leave first. Qian Eri of the Qing Palace made a decisive decision and chose to evacuate alone. Staying here again is just a waste of the school's rescue. She remembered where Quanyue was, so she could come back and find someone. Classmate, is there anyone in there? A hardy boy suddenly appeared above the ruins, and the rubble fell on his head, but it was all right. To be precise, his body is now a little harder than gravel. Qinggong Qin Li nodded, there is still a person inside. She briefly explained the direction and location, and quickly left the danger zone. She ran away, but there were tears in her eyes. She's so embarrassing. In the exam, I didn't help me at all. It also caused Xiao Yi and others trouble. Does Quanyue need someone to help? After Quanyue Chengsuo's power evacuated his body, he felt a little dizzy. It's not that you can't see the road clearly, or you can't move your hands and feet, it's purely empty. The top of his head suddenly darkened. Quanyue raised his pistol subconsciously, turned on the special switch, and was about to take a shot. His eyes flickered. A figure rushed in front of him and smashed the falling gravel. The shot in front is super handsome. The visitor fell on the ground, wearing simple sportswear but couldn't hide his vigor. His hair stood up one by one, and there was a small scar on the corner of his left eye. With a big smile, he split the gravel with his hands, and said, it's so masculine. Hiroshima Eijiro, quirk open black lens bracket hardening close black lens bracket. Quanyue smiled gratefully at him. In any case, it is a good thing for the other party to appear here. Whether it's rescue or other things, I don't care about so much. Your foot hurts, I will take you out. The other party knelt down and motioned for Quanyue to come up. Quanyue was not at all polite. He launched his own quirk, damage replacement, to hit with a pistol, which could only change the trajectory of falling down the wall, and could not break with a single blow. This level of attack is too far away from the previous shocking blow. Or, is your quirk not strong enough? Quanyue clenched his fists and made a decision in his heart. Advertisement. There was a shrill yell on the radio. Time. It's. Whether it's Midoriya Izuku, who didn't get the last point, or Bakugo Katsuki, who was confident enough to be admitted to UA. Whether it's Shinso Hitoshi, who knows his heart but is still sad, or Quanyue who has experienced new power. About this test everything is over. In the monitoring room, every teacher is considering scores. The avatar of Bakugo Katsuki appeared on the big screen. A test room assumes that the enemy scored 77 points, a very strong offensive power, impeccable endurance in this regard. But the rescue points. I won't give this bang classmates rescue points anyway. It didn't play a role in any rescue at all. It's 0 points. The B exam room is also great. But to make myself like this, the control of quirk is terrible. Midoriya Izuku's photos and basic personal information overshadowed Bakugo Katsuki, and everyone's discussion center was suddenly transferred to this strange candidate. Very strong quirk, but I think he is unqualified. With the spirit of sacrifice, but not the strength to control the quirk, UA is not a place to train cannon fodder. Then annihilate the enemy with 0 points and rescue points with 60. Everyone is very optimistic about this child. Speaking of hitting that thing, there are actually 2 candidates this year. It's really incredible, the one in the C exam room. C exam room, Quanyue. His scarred face appeared on the big screen and many people held their breath, but Heroes was so knowledgeable, and it didn't take long for everyone to talk about scoring normally. The quirk is excellent, and the ability to respond on the spot is acceptable. In terms of strength, there may be some suspicions of cheating in the use of Heroes' professional quirk weapons. I don't know why you require a treatment department to have high combat effectiveness. The admission method of the UA Heroes department is quite unscientific. Moreover, the focus of this child is all about the rescue points. He understands how to write the best and avoid the shortcomings. But his information says that quirk has been seriously overdrawn. Should we consider it again? I will score this test now, whether it's Clotho or his quirk's future development, put it first. In that case -0 points for annihilating the enemy. 75 points for rescue activities. Quanyue, the final score of the entrance exam is confirmed. Chapter 30. Let's have a dinner together. When the treatment girl rushed in, Quanyue was not seriously injured, but minor injuries continued. After the entire exam, Quanyue gave full play to the nature of the medical soldier on the spot. The wound was healed, the gun was carried, villain was beaten, and the operation was performed. This has something to do with his quirk suitable for treatment. The treatment girl didn't use the quirk, but stuffed Quanyue's mouth with a handful of candies, gave him an on-site emergency treatment, and took the person to the medical room for medicine. Inevitably blamed on the way. Quanyue also saw Midoriya Izuku, who was also taken to the medical room and scolded for taking medicine. Hi. There was a tall wall blocking the 2 examination rooms, the voice could be heard a little, and it was not clear what happened. Classmate Quanyue, you are also injured. Ah, everything is just a small injury. Quanyue smiled and shook his hand. From the outside, he was a bit more miserable than Midoriya Izuku. But it was really a minor injury, and none of them had broken hands or feet like Midoriya Izuku. The 2 treated the wounds more meticulously. Midoriya Izuku was told to supplement calcium, and Quanyue was told to have a light diet. Light. Quanyue's face suddenly collapsed. He likes spicy food the most. Izuki-san likes spicy food too. Midoriya Izuku asked. I thought that Quanyue's eyes were bright when he found the same friend, you too. No, I just remember that Xiaosheng also likes spicy food. Ah, that irritable boy, forget it, let's play with it. As long as that person doesn't ask himself to fight, Quanyue was disappointed. There were 3 people standing outside the medical room. One of them was Shinso Hitoshi. He was stroking the head of a kitten and scratching the other's chin. The kitten meowed comfortably and turned his belly to let his heart worry casually. Hey, do I still want to find you? Quanyue's Meow Meow Welfare Institute lacks everything except cats. He squatted down and gave the kitten a couple of strokes, and smiled. I didn't expect UA to have wild cats. How did you get into the medical room? Keep it secret for me, okay. Quanyue bit the bullet and laughed. If Granny Cat knew that she passed the exam like this, she would have to scold him. How about I invite you to dinner? Advertisement. Are you going to eat? A third person suddenly appeared. I want to. Can Xiaoyi invite me? The enthusiastic Qinggong Kainelli put on a female junior high school uniform with a sweet smile. There is also Rui Erlang too. Come together. Just ask me to cut the island. Kirishima Eijiro, who was named, suddenly scratched his head in embarrassment. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Quanyue recognized that this was the last boy who ran to rescue him, and his affection for Kirishima Eijiro soared. After everyone introduced themselves briefly, they met to have a meal. It just so happened that I got the coupon yesterday, let's go eat barbecue. Kirishima Eijiro's opinion was affirmed by most people. But they found a problem. 3 people get 10% off coupons and 5 people get 30% off. So Quanyue volunteered to invite Midoriya Izuku, who had not yet gone far. The good name is to promote the emotions of classmates. The ghost knows that they have been in school for 3 years, and they have said no more than 5 crosses. Lousy is not talking nonsense. Quanyue and Kirishima Eijiro have solved the 3 big problems, and the only girl Chieri Kiyomiya has been screaming. Shinso Hitoshi didn't know how to bring the kitten out. He didn't eat a lot of meat during the whole process, and he was playing with the cat except for licking the cat and feeding the cat. Midoriya Izuku was very honest, eating only fish cakes in front of him the whole time. Speaking of, I heard on the road that there was a very strong candidate in examination B. Qian Eri Qinggong bit the chopsticks and waited for the meat on the grill to be ready. She skillfully turned the beef and sprinkled it with pepper, and said, "Ye can knock down a 0-point big man with just 1 blow." Quanyue looked at the greasy tenderloin under the light and concentrated on it, ignoring Qing Palace's words. The worry stopped. She called him Xiaoyi. Have they seen it before? Good relationship. As Quanyue's genuine bamboo horse, he has never called Quanyue so intimately once, not when he was a child. Hey, this year's candidates are so strong. It's over. Then I can't pass the test with an ordinary quirk like me. Quanyue listened to Kirishima complaining, rolled his eyes and mocked, really? Quirk is super strong. I think Kirishima must be able to go to the Heroes department. You can attack and defend quite well. If he and Shinso Hatoshi had such a quirk, at least the actual combat of the first level is absolutely no problem. Speaking of quirk, what exactly is Xiaoyi's quirk? Treatment related, it's not a big deal. Quanyu took the opportunity to fill his bowl with barbecue, and kindly distributed a little bit of meat to the caring kitten. Senagi Ochieri and Kirishima Eijiro, who got the answer, looked at each other in disbelief. As the parties in the C examination room, they all had close contact with Quanyu with a shocking shot. When is the treatment department so powerful that one shot passes through a huge robot? That shot is almost impeccable in terms of explosive power, mobility or other aspects, okay. Advertisement. Quanyu took a gulp of juice and found that Midoriya Izuku didn't eat much. He frowned and poured him a full glass. Midoriya did not do well in the exam. Yeah, Midoriya Izuku regretted thinking that he hadn't defeated even one imaginary enemy in the end. Isn't it okay? What did you think before? I actually thought that with the strength given by others, I could successfully enter the hero subject. He was actually too proud of himself. He raised his head and looked at the youthful vigor of the boys and girls at the same table, with mixed flavors. I just got permission to stand on the starting line. I want to catch up with the people in front of me, I want to catch up with Xiaoshang, and the powerful Quanyu classmate. Midoriya Izuku clenched his fists and made up his mind. I must work harder than them. Only keep getting stronger. Become stronger. Hello. Hello, Midoriya. Midoriya. Hug. Sorry. Can you lose your mind when you eat? Quanyu has always felt that eating is a matter of concentration. He saw that Midoriya Izuku was in a daze, and he cared. Don't force it if you are not feeling well. After a meal is eaten, the per capita consumption is not high, and the emphasis is on sufficient quantity. Coupled with the discount coupons of Kirishima, the price is also within the acceptable range of students. Kirishima and Quanyu, who love meat, are keen to find the next meat restaurant, and they have agreed to have a meal. Xian Eri Kiyomi stalks and gets Quanyu's contact information. Midoriya Izuku didn't eat much. Shinso Hatoshi teased the cat all the way. Eat and drink enough. Go back to each house. There is a written test for general subjects after the heartbeat, so I live with Quanyu in the orphanage. It's so comfortable. I didn't expect it would feel so good to have dinner with everyone. Quanyu stretched. I thought it would be boring just like the orphanage. Quanyu, haven't you attended a friend's dinner before? Well, it doesn't seem to be. Generally speaking, no one will invite me over. Quanyu pointed to his face. Everything goes without saying. He boldly went up to hook up his heart-wrenching neck. This meal does not count as if I invited you today. I will ask you to have a meal when my grades come out. Wait, hey. The cat in his heart suddenly jumped to the ground, licking his paw and went into the jungle. Quanyu took the lead to follow, and saw a pair of black shoes when he pulled through the grass. The cat clings to the trouser leg of the visitor obediently, meowing in kindness. The visitor picked up the cat and slapped it twice, with a happy expression on his face. Quanyu strangely felt that the sense of sight and heart satisfaction of sucking a cat was a bit similar. When the man stood up, Quanyu couldn't help taking a step back. Yours. After searching for a long time, Aizawa Shota finally inhaled. The cat nodded and let out a weak, Quanyu turned to look at Shinso Hatoshi afterwards, and then at this man. Think there is an unspeakable similarity between the two. Is it his illusion? Chapter 31. The Falsified Score. After Aizawa Shota played with the kittens, he finally turned his attention to Quanyu and Shinso Hatoshi. He has a deep impression of Quanyu. Quirk is a rare treatment department, and his behavior in the exam is remarkable. It is estimated that the child will study in his class. With 75 points, you can come to the Heroes section as long as you have passed the written test. As for the one next to him, Aizawa Shota didn't feel much. He hugged the cat and waved, without saying a word, coming and leaving gently. When Quanyu and Shinso Hatoshi came back to their senses, everyone was far away. Hey, he's from UA. Quanyu didn't worry much about UA, so he asked Shinso Hatoshi for help. Shinso Hatoshi nodded. UA teachers are all professional heroes. The people just now are also professional UA. It doesn't look like it. Quanyu didn't bother to think about it, but he didn't expect to worry about it. Quanyu, is your quirk available? No. After the exam, he heard a lot of rumors about the C exam room and the B exam room. After a meal, he can basically be sure that the one who shines in the C exam room is his unhealed bamboo horse. It's not that Quanyu doesn't understand, if it can be said that he also wants to explain to his heart. But what do you want him to say? Said that the shot did not depend on his own quirk, but the quirk locked by Dad Quanyu Chang. How did he get this quirk? Sleeping dreaming family elders gave him. If it were not for his own personal experience, Quanyu would not believe anything. Forget it, what's the point of me? I don't know what's going on with me as a power. Quanyu bypassed the topic and said, and it doesn't seem to be a big deal to knock down with a single blow. There is also one next door. Quanyu, who had no idea at all, naively thought it was just that everyone didn't fight, not that he couldn't fight. Speaking of this, Shinso Hatoshi sighed again. What kind of monsters are you Aldera Junior High all this year? The green hair who just ate together, if I'm not wrong, he is the one who defeated the 0-point imaginary enemy. That must be a mistake. Quanyu vowed. Midoriya Izuku is quirk-free. No quirk. Advertisement. Right. They all know about this kind of thing, is there anything wrong? Quanyu and Shinso Hitoshi looked at each other. Midoriya Izuku has no quirk. In the afternoon, it was a written test. Quanyu calculated the points after the test, and felt that there was nothing wrong with him. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. It's not clear how many points can be scored in actual combat, but nothing is too high. And passed both, and finally successfully admitted to Ua High School Heroes. Isn't it embarrassing? He didn't mean to take the Heroes subject. Outside the examination room, Midoriya Izuku was still in a state of making a mistake in the morning and was not in good spirits. Quanyu did not see Bakugo Katsuki, maybe they no longer take the exam in one place. Quanyu wanted to go straight back, but suddenly changed his mind and came to Midoriya Izuku. Hey, Midoriya classmate, Izumi-san, okay. Midoriya Izuku was taken aback, so she won't come to eat with herself again. The first thought in his heart was actually to eat. I plan to go home to eat, that. Quote. Not for dinner. I'm here to ask about your morning exam. In fact, it is very rude to ask about the test status of the other party without authorization. The 0-point imaginary enemy in test room B, did Midoriya defeat it? Midoriya Izuku's whole body was taut. He nodded and said stiffly. Yes, what's wrong, is there any problem? He just got the quirk, lest he be seen to be different. Especially in Aldera Junior High, he has always been famous for being quirk-free. Did you knock it down with a single blow? Quanyu stared at Midoriya Izuku's arm. He still had this vision. In the state of Midoriya Izuku, how could it be possible to defeat such a huge machine? Did you work out in a seaside park? Yes. Midoriya Izuku and All Might were exercising at the seaside park. Quanyu would also go back then, but Midoriya Izuku always paid attention to his body and never calculated how long this guy had been watching. Quanyu felt that something was wrong when he thought about it. Can assault physical training really be so powerful? Is it because Midoriya Izuku's fitness plan was developed by All Might, so it's completely different? If you also have a suitable fitness package, not to mention knocking down the robot with one punch, you can have more muscles. Is it all different because of All Might? I envy you. Quanyu patted Midoriya Izuku on the shoulder and encouraged. It's amazing to be able to get the favor of All Might. He was talking about a tailor-made fitness assault plan. Midoriya Izuku's eyes widened slightly, giving him an egg that would fit in his mouth. Does Quanyu know about All Might? Did Quanyu all know about One for All? Oh my god, how did this tell him to All Might? He wanted to defend. Quanyu classmate, that. It's okay, I won't talk about you and All Might. Quanyu knew what Midoriya Izuku was worried about. After all Might is number. Heroes of One. If people know that he will give Midoriya Izuku a tailor-made fitness plan, Midoriya Izuku will be torn to pieces by the terrible O. Advertisement. Midoriya Izuku felt like he was punched hard in his heart. Classmate Quanyu really knows. He really knew the secret of All Might. He also knows the secret of One for All. He knows everything. Quanyu saw that Midoriya Izuku was in a bad spirit, and thought that he was too tired from the exam, so he advised him to rest early. He also went back to prepare for the UA general examination. At night, Ua High School. The results of countless candidates flashed across the computer, and the keyboard creaked. The scroll bar suddenly stopped on a student's name, and then the scores in the student's grade column were distorted bit by bit. Quanyu, 75 in actual combat, 62 in written exam. Became 21 actual combat and 35 written exam. Is it arranged? No problem, master. I did my hands and feet on the score, and no one can find the loopholes. Even if there are, we won't be the one behind. The voice was dumb, like rubbing on the sand. I need to do other things. On the other end of the phone came the laughter of the woman, and the so-called young master said, no. You will also spend a little time thinking about the general examinations later. The second UA system intrusion will expose us instead. Yes, master. Okay, I'll bring your matter to my father. This time I will put the handwriting on the case of Izumizuki Nagasaki. Remember, if that dead pig wants to see his father, transfer it to me first. Yes, master. Chapter 32 35,000 Pains. 1 week after the Heroes exam, it was time to publish the results. Quanyu received calls from Shinso Hitoshi and Chian-Eri Kiyomiya, and both of them fell out of the Heroes section. Shingon Chian-Eri said that he also applied for the Heroes Department of Shiji High School and Heroes Department of Juwu High School. Hiroshima Eijiro successfully entered the UA Heroes section. Aldera Junior High used a loudspeaker to report the great news. Bakugo Katsuki and Midoriya Izuku were both admitted to UA Heroes. And put up happy news in the bulletin office, hung up banners. A piece of good news was posted around the corner where Quanyu recites the words. It's not surprising that Bakugo Katsuki was admitted to him. I would have been surprised that Midoriya Izuku was admitted, but if he shocked the B exam room, it would be no surprise to be able to join the Heroes section. Cut. Look at him like that. Didn't pass the exam. Forget it. That's it. UA is so difficult. Because of the success of those two, the rumors that Quanyu received have become even greater. He was the only one among the three who did not pass the exam. In the previous years, he thought he was still a student in the UA Heroes department. The gap in the middle is just from heaven to hell. Quanyu said. I have to review now, can you be quiet? He reluctantly closed the vocabulary book and chose to find a quiet corner to read. Just after packing up and getting ready to study hard, I heard the familiar grumpy old man roaring, "What dirty means was used to pass the exam?" Midoriya Izuku was picked up, he covered his face with his hands, and drew himself up as if he was afraid of being beaten. Bakugo Katsuki's green veins violently said, Hey, people pass the exam by his own strength. Quanyue was a little speechless. Bakugo, the UA exam is quite strict. Besides, Midoriya's hard work, don't ignore it. People who work so hard are admitted to UA. It should be congratulations. He watched Midoriya Izuku work hard to clean the beach park every day. Recently, the trash emptying of the seaside park made the headlines of local newspapers. The media people added 3 exclamation marks to express their admiration for the unnamed heroes. You loser better shut up for lousy. Bakugo Katsuki is not interested in the weak. He once invited Quanyue to fight, and it was rumored that Quanyue was sent to the UA Heroes section because of its super quirk. My life plan for becoming the first person in UA has all disrupted your kid. Obviously there are other places to take the test. Quanyue burst into laughter. He thought of Qian Eri Ching Gong who called him in the morning to report the news. Are you talking about going to Kaoshiji or Masterpiece? UA is the nearest to us, so why go to school far away? Shiji is a Heroes University comparable to UA, and the Masterpiece is also a cutting edge in Heroes education. However, it is not close to UA, which is currently in the limelight. More practically, it really is. UA is close to home. You shut up. A failed product. Quanyue became a bit more lively after getting to know friends after the exam. But the essence hasn't changed much. He stepped forward and patted Bakugo Katsuki's head lightly. Advertisement. You guy is looking for. Before Bakugo finished speaking, he only felt that the Sky Spirit cover was torn apart. Something slowly descended from his hair. D. Painful memories, it's really a common item for sneak attacks and jokes. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Quanyue himself has tried this trick. Simply put, he restored the process of making a hole in his head and pouring mercury down. However, he remembered that there were about 36 kinds of pain sensations from the top of the head down, and he was still memorizing which kinds and levels of pain. Midoriya Izuku was naturally put down. He looked at Bakugo Katsuki's painful look, and yelled anxiously, Shaoshang, what happened to you, Shaoshang? After all, Bakugo Katsuki is his childhood sweetheart. Victory suddenly changed to Shaoshang suffering, and he was a little overwhelmed. Quanyue classmate, please stop. Hey, I haven't learned how to stop. Quanyue pondered for a long time, and honestly replied, my family only told me how to put it, but they didn't tell me how to put it. But it doesn't matter, this thing hurts and it hurts. Quanyue is telling the truth, he has survived for almost a week by himself. From the night that his hero's exam ended, he would dream of the elders of the Quanyue family every day. First he scolded Clotho for using the quirk weapon indiscriminately. Next, a group of great masters made a detailed analysis of his actual combat test, and found that he had many shortcomings such as, good luck, poor quality, and, being strong. The advantages are ignored. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or 6 lords ignored Quanyue's own opinions and directly began to formulate plans for quirk strengthening and quirk recuperation and recovery. The purpose of Quanyue is to strengthen the quirk. Tell me the deaths of the elders and the memories and physical sensations of the injuries before me, and then store them in my body as an alternative to painful memories. Quanyue looked at the thin piece of paper in front of him, as if seeing it. The devil, he asked tremblingly, how to die? His pro-uncle Izumizuki Nagasaki amiably said, it's okay, just get used to it when it hurts. His father Quanyue Chengsuo smiled and helped, how can I be ashamed to say that I am a man from the Quanyue family without being injured hundreds of times? The 2 grandfathers, fearing that the world would not be chaotic, began to send a list to each of them, come here, they almost died, and write down how many times they died. Remember to write clearly how to die and where they were injured. Xiao Yi knew it when he used it. If it hurts, I don't need to write it. Let the children experience and understand the quirk deeply. They also thoughtfully stuffed a blank paper for Quanyue himself. Beautiful name. To use pain recall clearly, you need to know how many injuries you have suffered. Died a few times. Quanyue himself, who doesn't want to remember, and all members of the Quanyue family, who also don't want to remember. The second grandpa tried hard to shout, everyone must be careful, don't forget the few times you almost died, think about it if you can't remember, think slowly, you have paper, don't panic. Advertisement. Quanyue was a little panicked, second grandpa, then you. Don't panic, I almost die more often than grandpa, probably more than 500 times. Quanyue panicked completely, he even wanted to forcibly exit the nightmare. Of course, the nightmare is still going on. Izumizuki Nagasaki has already written about 150 kinds that he has personally experienced. The front and back of the blank paper are covered, not enough. He is still the least. How the hell did you die? Are you alive again? Stupid grandson, what is our family's background? Who didn't want to live at the time? Add blood to yourself. Quan Yuan began to take the third blank paper, it's the same as the nurse in the game, but our family is getting closer. Sheng Yu can be resurrected, and in the end everything is consumed before he died. Once again, Quan Yu, who clearly realized that he was born in a nanny's family, shivered. This is an incomplete record. The fourth-generation members of the Quanyue family have a total of 35,000 different types, different parts, and varying degrees of large wounds, with an average of more than 5,800 per capita. But they have not finished writing. Let's go ahead. The grandfather touched Quanyue's frustrated little head and smiled. It's okay, these are pain sensations, and there is no harm to your body. But it hurts. If the pain can give you a little more self-protection ability, it is meaningful to allow you to protect yourself at some point in the future, and we will have the pain. Grandpa said. Your second quirk is suitable for being close. Fight. Use pain to attack the opponent. The first quirk is more suitable for long range if you recover properly. Whether you are a heroes in the future, the second quirk is better prepared. Quanyue, danger does not wait for you to be ready. Okay. Quanyue held his breath. Come on. 35,000 kinds of pain. Come and join my quirk open black lens bracket pain memories close black lens bracket. Well, as a result, he was reincarnated in different pains throughout the week. What is gratifying is that he has become familiar with and recognized these pains, and his quirk has expanded from the original pain of the Beihai car tragedy and the pain of the long tongue incident to a warehouse with infinite pain. As long as Quanyue is willing, he can make 35,000 kinds of pain round one person. Chapter 33 The Mystery of Quanyue's Early Death. Of course, he wants to make so many painful sensations one person, and his pain sensation must be constantly extinct, or he must have superb endurance. So, apart from deep hatred, Quanyue definitely wouldn't do it. Moreover, his body stores more than 35,000 kinds of pain, which does not mean that he can use these pains in an orderly manner. According to family recommendations, Quanyue remembers these injuries according to the distribution of the human body, from the skin, muscles, bones, and internal organs to the hands, and from the limbs, torso to the head. Just like a warehouse, you know a lot of things, but because of the messy layout, you can't find the things you need, and you waste a lot of time. The injury list listed by the Quanyue family is the cargo list, which helps Quanyue remember and summarize these pain sensations. In a week, Quanyue has experienced more than 1,000 kinds of pain, which are divided into 5 parts according to various parts of the body. Of course, there are also disadvantages. It's because he has overexperienced during this period, and he often can't control the quirk well. Now he can't even decide what the pain is when sending it out, and he often gives the most painful one to others to experience. No way, the second quirk is not yet fully mastered. Now, Bakugo Katsuki is the victim of pain recollection not fully grasped. Well, Quanyue admitted that he was also a little deliberate. Who asked Bakugo Katsuki to beat him to the ground in a crowd? Wouldn't he Quanyue find a place for himself? Midoriya Izuku wanted to persuade him a few more words and asked if Quanyue could stop. He didn't know what Quanyue's quirk was. He just heard that he could hit an imaginary enemy with a score of 0 in one blow. Now he is suffering from the pain of Shaosheng with just one shot. It must be an extremely powerful quirk. I really have to work hard. It's not enough to get into UA. He can't live up to All Might's wishes. Be sure to become the best heroes more than everyone. Quanyue looked at Midoriya Izuku, who was inexplicably hot-blooded, a little helpless. What's happening? Bakugo Katsuki is now sweating all over, and the pain is still going on, but he himself slowly rises from the ground. His eyes are red, scared weirdo. I'm going to kill you. I want to go up and give him another Quanyue with a painful and gorgeous set meal, and he said, you can get up and talk about it. Midoriya, have you eaten? I went to the canteen. After using the quirk, I always feel super hungry. Midoriya Izuku was still worried about Bakugo Katsuki and chose to look at him. Quanyue felt that Bakugo's self-esteem would not allow herself to be looked after by others. Sure enough, he just turned the corner, and he heard Bakugo's roars of, waste for a long time. Advertisement. If you want the whole school to see, you can call it. Quote. Bakugo Katsuki glared at Quanyue, who still had a face. As long as he gets better, he must kill this cold arrow guy. I fell on his inexplicable quirk again and again. Damn it. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The only food that Quanyue can accept in Aldera Junior High's canteen is super invincible spicy fried noodle bread. Because it is abnormally spicy and has a small audience, this kind of bread is also less stocked. Every time Quanyue goes there, he will follow the fate, eat if you have one, and get rid of it if you don't. He has no hobbies, so he likes spicy food. And the pain these days has turned him into trouble. He wants to treat himself with a bit of spicy food. Recently, in order to better experience and distinguish the pain sensation, even the bird's mouth can't fade out. In the orphanage, it is said that you should raise your body and ban spicy. In my dreams, all the elders think that eating spicy will deprive part of the senses. In order to stay sharp, they are not allowed to eat spicy this week. Fried noodles and bread, invincible spicy. Yo, I'm still eating. Didn't I tell you to stop eating? A faint voice suddenly appeared, and Quanyue's cold head was resting on Quanyue's shoulder, making him creepy. The owner of the convenience store looked at the boy in front of him strangely. He didn't understand why he looked back frequently. Obviously there is nothing in the back. Izumi Nagasaki stood behind Quanyue in a ghostly state and said with a smile, fortunately, I am here. If your dad comes, I have to scold you to death. Am I dreaming now? Quanyue muttered and pinched himself. However, because his perception is all placed on quirk, pain memory, the slight pain is not obvious. Izumi Nagasaki rolled his eyes and tugged at his neck and said, "What dream?" "It was a dream before, but it is not now. The ancestors are back, so quickly find a place to sleep." Sleeping. Want to dream and suffer again. Quanyue was a little embarrassed when he heard that he was sleeping. He hasn't sorted out his pain yet. "When I go back, I have to listen to various elders nagging Quirk nagging his physical stamina. I have to say, painful and happy. Really, can't you just relax? I'm only 15 years old, and I'm a child. Who else can stand this pain?" Advertisement. The convenience store owner looked at Quanyue's eyes more and more. He found that this young man not only spoke to no one, but also had a rich expression on his face and a changeable tone. Through Quanyue's tone and actions, it seems that another person on the other side is talking to him. Isn't it a ghost? Or is there something wrong with this kid's brain? Even if it is already a quirk society, the theory of ghosts and gods still exists. The boss straightened his hair and didn't accept the money, so he drove Quanyue out of the shop. "Hey, boss, I haven't paid yet. No need to send you off." The boss was afraid that Quanyue would come back again, and the door closed with a bang. I also gave Quanyue an extra bottle of soy milk. The next day, the whole school began to circulate wildly that Quanyue was irritated and crazy because he failed to pass the UA Heroes course. Someone who was about to become the center of rumors is coming to the rooftop with soy milk and fried noodles bread with a look of ignorance. He finished his meal, found a place to nest, and slowly entered a dream state. In the old house, the whole family is waiting for him and Izumi Nagasaki. But this time there was a white-haired man. He has long hair in a shawl, and wears a loose cover. His eyes are peachy red, and his eyebrows are a little cinnabar. Obviously everyone looks similar, but no one can be coquettish with him. This extra person is the ancestor of the Quanyue family. "This is the last child of my Quanyue family." The ancestor looked at him and suddenly smiled. "Have you seen one for all?" He nodded and shook his head. "Is it just in time to pass the fire?" As soon as this sentence was said, everyone heard it. Quanyue didn't understand. "No, what one for all? And what does it mean to pass fire? Did the ancestors call him to come over to say this? He will know these two sooner or later. Is it possible that you haven't told him yet?" Seeing everyone's look, the ancestor guessed something. He is always helpless to these offspring. "Fine, let me talk to him a little bit. About the magical things you are experiencing now and the secret of the Quanyue family's early death." Chapter 34. One for all is like the power passed down from generation to generation. Alpharon is a quirk that can deprive the quirk and re-entitle it. The ancestor of Quanyue's family followed all for one for many years in the darkest time when quirk was just discovered. And one for all is the existence of resisting the rule of all for one. Quanyue's family chose to rebel in the course of following all for one. This is also the beginning of their misfortune. The Alpharon camp began to wreak havoc on the Quanyue people. In the end, the Quanyue family, whose blood was thin, only left one of them. They were forced to go to one for all to find help, but worse things are still to come. Their family has a feud in the one for all camp. The story is a bit complicated. Quanyue was stunned while holding a cup of water. Similar to a fight between two gangs. Our family originally belonged to Gang A, and then rebelled. We were going to Gang O, but O had feuds in it, so both sides didn't please. Was chased by both sides. Kill. Ahem, it's almost the same thing. The ancestor simplified the matter and said, "You should know that the Quanyue family fell to this day because of a man-made disaster rather than a natural disaster. You may not know the power of OFA and AFO. Encounter this, the generation of OFA should be fine, and AFO can run as far as it can go." Quanyue remembers that both Grandpa and Grandpa's quirk were deprived by AFO. Although he still has some doubts about whether all for one really exists, it does not prevent him from obedient. By the way, the ancestor, what's the matter with that feud? It's about the same roots, so why is it too anxious? It's the effect. Izumi Nagasaki shrugged. This is also a very long story, and it's endless. Depending on the situation, their development is better than us. Scale. He pointed to the brow bone and said, "One of them I played against him is called Iching Yuan. There is a name engraved here." All right. Quanyue, who finally feels that life is easier, persuaded. He felt that these things were a bit far away from him. The current days are not bad. They are delicious and drinkable and study hard, except for a ghost with a long tongue who doesn't know if they will appear. Everything is fine. Let's talk about another topic below. About your father's gun. Clotho of Izumi Nagao has been exposed to many teachers in UA High School seriously. So far, Granny Cat has come forward to deal with those people, and they discussed whether Clotho, the quirk weapon, should stay in Quanyue's hands. Advertisement. The quirk weapon and the quirk that can be matched. The core of Clotho's use is related to the quirk of Izumizuki's replacement, nature. So your first quirk can also use Clotho. But to reach the level of the exam, you have to slowly recuperate. Quote. With this Clotho you can take self-defense, and I will teach you all about how to use your dad. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Quanyue slept until dark, and in his dreams, the elders were talking about him. You must study hard and make progress every day. Don't touch OFA or AFO if you have nothing to do. If you can't beat it, just run away, don't persuade, go as far as you can. Also make a good list of pain, practice marksmanship at home, remember to bring the alarm sent by the police station, call for help if you fail, don't be afraid of embarrassment. Shame is not terrible, but life is terrible. Quanyue's nose has been sore since he was young, so he tended to get tired of it for a while with his elders. When he woke up, the school was closed. Closed. Quanyue had to sneak over the wall and went out by copying the trail alone. He looked for it in his school bag and found that the smiley face medal sent by the police station was actually inside. No one saw it on the big night. After all, the workmanship is really ugly. He put on the smiley face medal and was suddenly hit by a man in a hood. Sorry. Quanyue glanced at each other. He just thought that person was strange, and didn't pay much attention to him. Unexpectedly, the other party stopped behind him and stopped moving. Hey you. The other person's hoarse voice is like sandpaper rubbing on the iron body. The teacher said you would be helpful to me, and it doesn't seem to be a good character now. But the first time I met, I still liked you very much. Destiny. Quanyue quickened his pace and wanted to leave. He sensed something was wrong with this person. Someone out there will stand behind others without saying a word. But the other party's hand quietly pinched his neck. The difference is that he didn't put all his 5 fingers on Quanyue's neck, and his middle finger was raised and consciously not touching the body. I saw you when I was a kid, but you may have forgotten it. You were really a genius at the time. You can recover the seriously injured by quirk alone, and you won't suffer any harm. It was Beihai's business at that time. Do you want revenge? Inexplicably, Quanyue put his hand on the smiley face medal. As long as the other party does something, he will press the alarm in the next second. The other party did not stop talking to himself. I heard that you are going to take the UA exam, you will definitely be admitted. Where is All Might? By the way, do you like All Might? Don't keep silent, like this. I can't help but press it. Ah. Advertisement. Pain memories pain in the hands is activated. One of the conditions for the activation of the second quirk. Both parties must have direct physical contact. It happened that the stranger put his hand on his neck. As long as there is contact, Quanyue can use the quirk to give villain pain. He hit the opponent's chest with an elbow, and then pulled the distance between both sides forward and started running desperately. Law and order are not good at all these days. Even if the previous Long Tongue incident was in the wilderness, there were some strange people who ran out at night and forced them to talk about something. Ah. It hurts. When Quanyue ran to see no one, the dead-handle wooden hanger with a hood slowed down for a long time and took a severed hand from his pocket. He put his severed hand on his face and looked disgusted in the direction Quanyue had left. That was after the child was beaten. He must be beaten back, unwilling and resentful. Quanyue. It's so arrogant because he's the teacher named by the teacher. It's so miserable, and he's still alive. That face is really disgusting. The dead-handle wooden hanger moved his wrist and felt painful. The remaining part is on the hand. The more clearly I feel the pain in my hand, the hatred of Quanyue intensifies. The next time I meet, I will break him like a toy. It's just a healing department. In the darkness, the death-handle wooden hanger murmured these words, returning to the darkness, it's just a healing department. A pair of shoes appeared on the opposite side of the dead-handle wooden hanger, and most of the shoe owner's body was shrouded in darkness. He smiled softly. Brother Diao went to see Xiao Yi. Next time I want to kill him, he hurt me just now. The dead-handle wooden hanger said naturally, and the reason he wanted to kill Quanyue was really because he hurt himself. Hearing this, the other party didn't seem surprised, but said in a more gentle tone, Brother Diao, that's my prey. Quanyue's family said it was for me to come. Ah, so annoying. These words are equivalent to giving Quanyue's fate to the other party by default. There are still 3 days before the UA High School General Subject Entrance Test. Everything has been arranged. Chapter 35 The day of the general examination. Quanyue returned to the orphanage with an injury, and received great attention from the entire hospital. Since his wound is not fatal, this time Granny Cat just verbally accused him twice, and went to the teacher to ask Quanyue's volunteer report. He was relieved after discovering that he only had UA in the direction of heroes. 1 week later, they did not receive Quanyue's notice. It shows that he lost the election. Quanyue's mother-in-law preparing for the General Cat exam did not object. The treatment girl visited once and said some precautions about Quanyue's quirk, and borrowed Clotho to take a look. Quanyue was busy embracing the Buddha's feet and didn't care too much. Since experiencing the mysterious hooded man of the night, he wears that weird smiley medal every day. Ugly is a bit ugly, but if you really encounter mysterious and indescribable things, you can ask for help a little bit. Especially knowing that he is likely to be targeted. After finishing the last inscription, Quanyue stretched out, opened the cabinet and lazily looked at the various Quanyue Heroes toys inside. Are there such magical quirks like AFO and OFA in this world? Are you still asleep? Shinso Hitoshi, who had finished the shower, wiped her hair and walked over. The exam is going to be tomorrow. Are you nervous? I'm okay. It's just a school. Shinso Hitoshi is temporarily living in an orphanage for UA exam preparation. After all, asking him to run between home and UA may affect his state, and nearby hotels and rental houses have been divided up early. Shinso Hitoshi knew that Quanyue was casual, and said, if students in the general subjects are good enough, they can be transferred to the hero subject. So many students who fail the hero subjects will appear in the general subjects. You people who want to be heroes are terrible. Shinso Hitoshi rolled his eyes to him, and was too lazy to care about him, lying on the bedding to recharge his energy. The night was awakened by sparse sounds. He saw Quanyue picking up the night light to organize the test tools. Under the light, The young man stared at the admission ticket intently, folded his hands together and whispered in a low voice, "Please, take a test." Quote. I don't know if this guy wants to take the exam or not. This is the so-called no in the mouth, but the body is honest. Getting up the next day, Quanyue yawned. Shinso Hitoshi still looked immortal even when he was full. The two of them came to the examination room. A high school has more applicants for general subjects than Heroes subjects, and there are many people who have lost the Heroes subjects. The examinations for general subjects and business subjects are placed on the same day. Quanyue almost separated from Shinso Hitoshi in the crowd. He wiped his sweat and said with a guilty conscience, "This is too exaggerated." He thought that the number of applicants for the Heroes department was already terrible, but he did not expect that the general and business departments were also overwhelming. Advertisement. The professional system of Heroes is quite complete. Professional Heroes offices are also emerging everywhere. The country provides money and the people provide prestige, which makes Heroes' popularity still high. The birth of various peripheral and derivative products has long formed a mature industrial chain. In addition to many heroes in UA high school training, countless outstanding heroes must be born here in the future. If you want to engage in affairs related to heroes, the sooner you contact, the better for the future. The business department cultivates the popularity of heroes and conducts professional operations for heroes, which will promote greater profit generation. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Their goal is excellent heroes assistants and other heroes-related occupations. The number of applicants for general subjects is large. In addition to struggling for the small transfer qualifications, there is also part of it for entering the heroes subject in the university. Although the heroes subject of domestic universities is far inferior to the heroes subject of high school professional training, it is always a way out for professional heroes. But more general students who graduated from UA will embark on police and other career paths. It's cruel. Quanyue was dumbfounded after listening to Shinso Hitoshi's explanation. It seems that this school is full of people who want to be or serve heroes. Anyway, take the test well. Quanyue was about to talk when he was suddenly squeezed and his bag was hit on the ground. "Ah, I'm sorry." The visitor apologized. He knelt down, picked up his school bag. "Sorry, I'm too impatient. So busy and crowded, there is nothing to say about being crowded." All examinees are requested to gather outside the corresponding examination room immediately. All examinees are requested to gather outside the corresponding examination room immediately. Teacher Mike's voice was on the speaker. Quanyue estimated that all UA broadcasts were contracted by this teacher. He hurriedly bid farewell to Shinso Hitoshi, without noticing that there was a strange little person on his bag. A villain who looked a lot like himself, with scars all over his body. The villain was hung on the bag and swayed from side to side, suddenly snapped. The villain's head fell to the ground. The red liquid came out of the villain's body. Quirk open black lens bracket curse close black lens bracket activate. This door is too exaggerated. Quanyue stood in front of the gate of the first grade Class A, which was his examination room. He found that 3 of this door were taller. It may be specially made to make it easier for some alien students to get in and out. At the door was a gorgeous woman wearing an ultra-thin tights. A pair of long legs made many candidates look straight. Holding a whip in her hand, stepping on high heels, she said. The candidate takes out his admission ticket, and don't make any small gestures. Snapped. The whip groaned in the air. I can't promise to do something to you. Advertisement. ... It really is UA. Even the invigilator has such a quirk. Please take out your own test admission ticket. Do not bring in electronic products. A teacher will block all information. The use of quirk is prohibited during the test. Quanyue had already taken out his test admission ticket, and he successfully came to his own. In the position, he sighed and found that the palms of his hands were all sweaty. He smiled bitterly. Really, it's good not to be nervous. However, I heard that the place where I am taking the exam now is the classroom of the best student of heroes in the future, so let's take a look at it now. Maybe you won't see it later. Quanyue looked around and was scolded by the teacher. What are you doing, this classmate? Don't look around. Sorry. Don't have another. Wait, why are you in the general examination room? The speaker suddenly widened his eyes, and he could clearly see the bloodshot eyes. You refused the entrance to the heroes department. Quanyue carefully recalled. For a moment, I did not receive the notice from the heroes section. No. Didn't I fail to pass the UA heroes subject? Aizawa Shota expected that the matter was beyond her expectations, but the exam preparation bell had rang. He chilled his face and whispered to the revealing midnight, and quickly walked towards the temporary examination center. A student who was supposed to be in the heroes subject, why didn't he receive the acceptance letter for the heroes subject? This student named Quanyue has won unanimous praise from many teachers for his outstanding performance in the exam. The next class teacher in Class B almost fought himself in order to grab this student. You know how rare it is to have a treatment department quirk now. Not much else to say, just look at one of the treatment girls in UA's center and you should understand. Aizawa Shota, who had long regarded this student as her next seedling, rushed to the examination center in anger. Don't talk to him about culturally unqualified shit. He and the class teacher of Class B looked at the pen test papers of all UA Heroes students admitted this year. Look at the past one by one. Dare to move them UA students. Not even those who have not been admitted yet. Dare to play tricks on UA admission. I'm afraid it's not too long to abandon my life. Chapter 36. No matter how Aizawa Shota screwed off the heads of the information department, Quanyue found something tragic. All his pens actually exploded. The entire pen case was completely wet with the dark ink, not to mention taking it out to write. Even taking it out is a laborious task. The exam preparation bell jingled. Quanyue was in a panic, and his failure to leave the teacher said that this is the state. Even if he was hit before, he wouldn't be so unlucky. What is the chance that 5 fountain pens will burst beads together? Teacher, do you have any extra pens? Quanyue could only raise his hand for help. After getting permission from Teacher Midnight, a candidate next to him lent Quanyue a fountain pen. Thank you. Quanyue said this too early. He took the pen and found that this pen couldn't write it. The strange thing is that the pen can't write only in his hand. It's normal in the hands of Teacher Midnight or other candidates, and there is nothing wrong with it. After Quanyue tried 3 different test takers' pens, he faced a desperate fact: he seemed to be cursed. All the pens in his hand will be damaged to varying degrees and cannot write characters. This matter is 80% of people messing up, but who is going to target a general examinee? Quanyue did not move a word for the first exam. He reluctantly handed in a blank paper. You actually handed in a blank paper. During the break, Shinso Hitoshi almost roared, Quanyue, I just heard that you actually handed in a blank paper. Shinso Hitoshi's exam site is in Class C, but 10 minutes of work. This exam room, I have heard that some students in the examination room of Class A have handed in blank papers. Being able to hand in a blank paper in the UA entrance examination is also a word, admire. Quanyue consciously bowed his head wherever he went after the long tongue incident. He felt wronged, but he really didn't know what was going on. Why can't all the pens be written in his hands today? The Teacher Midnight who was in charge of the exam invigilated reported him as a special case. But the 0-point test paper is irretrievable. Unless Quanyue passes heaven-defying in the next few tests, he shouldn't even touch the UA door. Just when he was desperate, a boy frowned at his bag while drinking yogurt. Classmate, did you bring something unlucky for the exam? Voodoo doll. Or cursing doll. The little man with a broken head on Quanyue's bag. The blood was drained, and there was a large piece of bloodline on the bag. Advertisement. Quanyue has never bought this thing. Classmate, what do you say this is? Curse the doll. Shinso Hitoshi caught a few words and asked. The chest of the male student who was drinking yogurt slowly rose, and the shirt he was wearing was also bulged up. Yes, I especially want to fall in love. There are many such dolls, some can help people fall in love, and some can have a good exam. Your kind is very bad. I heard that you can only buy this kind of doll if you curse others. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The male classmate took a sip of yogurt and looked at Quanyue and Shinso Hitoshi innocently. Did you listen to me? Quote. No, classmate, your chest. It's okay. I just go to the toilet and change a bra. The male student opened his bag and showed them the female underwear wrapped in plastic bags. Do you have any questions? Quanyue and Shinso Hitoshi, who were suddenly disrupted, shook their heads. When they watched the boy walk into the men's room, they looked back from their stiffness. Quanyue hasn't recovered from the swelling chest yet, eye-opening. There is nothing in the world. They handed the doll of unknown origin to the teacher and began to prepare for the second exam. There were no major mistakes in the second exam. Quanyue breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't know if it was the cause of the doll. But thinking of the doll bloodline Madara hanging on her bag, she still had no head and trembled all over. This is the end of the morning exam. They take a break at random, eat something and start to review. Quanyue was upset by the morning exam and went out for a walk, but he didn't expect to be called away by Teacher Midnight. UA used surveillance to find the student who bumped into Quanyue this morning. A very ordinary student without quirk, completely unlike the kind of person who would secretly release cursed dolls. UA also quickly investigated the information of the non-quirk student. Yasuki and Nuichiro, grandson and grandson of the third generation, are all quirk-free, and his family runs a martial arts gym on the verge of bankruptcy. Going up, third generation has nothing to do with Izumizuki's family. Before Quanyue went to the orphanage, they lived in a distance of tens of thousands of miles. The teachers repeatedly checked the video and found no abnormalities. They interrogated the two and found no flaws. In order not to affect their performance in the next exam, they had to suppress the matter. The voodoo doll was naturally sent for inspection. Advertisement. The UA entrance exam actually framed other candidates. This is no longer a problem of tolerance. Must be severely punished. Anuichiro Yasuki walked out of the office and breathed a sigh of relief. He smiled apologetically at Quanyue. I'm sorry, I didn't expect this morning to be so bad. Quanyue felt that this classmate was unlucky, but he was hit by himself in the morning and called out. Come and question. You should know that in the crowds, it is not clear who is squeezed into it. Hanging something on the bag is just a matter of reaching out. The real murderer should be someone who has a quirk, and the quirk is still a more obscure one. Aizawa Shota publicly stated that there are one or more quirk bonuses on voodoo dolls. Yasuki and Nuichiro is a non-quirk. In this world, having a quirk is the most common. Only 2 rare adults will have no quirk. These quirk-free people can be regarded as an outlier of the quirk society. Even having the weird quirk like the yogurt boy in front is better than no quirk. Quanyue has only encountered 2 quirks in the short 15 years. One is Midoriya Izuku, and the other is Yasuki and Nuichiro. Are you thirsty? He was looking for change in his school bag. There was a vending machine in front of him. Quanyue ordered a glass of Coke and asked Yasuki and Nuichiro, I'll treat you. As mineral water, okay. Be careful. The sound of breaking through the air sounded sharply. Quanyue was pushed by someone and fell to the ground. The glass slammed down, the ground was in a mess, and the silver coins rolled on the ground twice. Rub the soles of the feet, rub the ground. Yasuki and Nuichiro's eyes are like torches, and he stares directly at the tree opposite. Classmate, who are you? He said this to Quanyue on the ground. And there are 2 blades in his hand. The blood on his face rolled into his clothes, and the unreceived blade was stuck on the vending machine. Villain openly took the UA General Course Mixed Business Entrance Exam. UA Shakes. Chapter 37. UA High School, a well-known heroes high school in the country. It has made an inestimable contribution to cultivating many powerful heroes and maintaining the current peace. Not to mention that there are new teachers this year. The number 1 All Might joins, and the teaching staff and level of the whole school have been improved. Reporters who had heard the news from outside were ready to move. The matter of All Might's appointment as a teacher has not been announced yet, but there is already a dark tide outside the school. At this time, it was the big news that someone blatantly played tricks in the UA exam. The whole society will have doubts about UA's talent selection mechanism. There is no shortage of candidates who believe that their scores have been tampered with and require re-examination and re-examination. Both from the social point of view and UA High School itself is a turmoil. You are injured. Quanyue reacted quickly. He immediately treated Yasuki and Nuichiro and transferred the minor injuries on his hand and face to his side. Yasuki and Nuichiro pushed him behind him, and said in a deep voice, stay back. The heir to the treatment family, who was inexplicably unhappy, completely forgot that the classmate in front of him had no quirk. However, is it true that the guy who can take the hand-to-hand with nothing has no quirk? Shoo! There was a little light in the distance, and the UA teacher marksman pulled the trigger. It seems that some bugs regard UA as a place where they can sprawl at will. He said coldly, it was my negligence. His quirk, auto-tracking, can immediately grasp its position even when facing a distant villain. There was a rustling sound from the bushes, and the blade suddenly exploded. The opponent directly ignored the bullet coming towards him, and placed the attack center on the 2 candidates. Quanyue gritted his teeth, regretting that he should not put the quirk weapon Clotho at home. A huge wall suddenly cracked on the ground, and the thick cement blocked the 2 children behind. Eraser head, take them to a safe area, and give it to me and the marksman here. The quirk, cement, of the cement division can control the cement he touches. In this modern society, roads and buildings have cement components, which can be said to be a convenient quirk. Heroes Aizawa Shota, named Eraser Head, valued the students most. Even if he wanted to go forward and beat the suspected culprit, he said, you 2 come with me. Most of the world did not send the 2 students to safety. The land is important. Especially the other party seemed to be directed at one of the students. Do you think this can organize us? There was a grimly laugh in the bushes. Shinso closed his breath and prepared to shoot a headshot. The cement division took cover after Eraser Head and the 2 students left, tearing down the concrete wall, looking serious. Although I don't know who you are, I dare to come to UA to make trouble. Don't leave today. A head emerged from the bushes. The marksman half pulled the trigger. The cement division controls the cement to prepare to be captured alive. The opponent stood up calmly, revealing a childish face and the junior high school uniform on his body. What is even more conspicuous is the admission ticket in his hand. Advertisement. Is it good news that UA shot the candidate? Or is it good news that the candidate was killed by the candidate? Whichever one goes out is negative news for UA. The candidate smiled unnaturally, his joints were connected by shallow lines, and it was obvious that he was actually manipulated. The culprit did not know where to control the candidate's speech. Come on. No matter what you do, there is no burden for me. During the speech, the fingernails grew suddenly. It turns out that all the previous blades are the fingernails of the candidate. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Quirk open black lens bracket nail clippers close black lens bracket. The nails of hands and feet can be cut freely and turned into metal objects such as swords and swords. Damn it. The cement division broke out and surrounded the cement, preparing to trap the candidate. The nail clipper examinee's shoes were pierced by several swords, and he himself used the nail blades of his feet to escape the predicament. The nails of his hands and feet stretched and hardened, and instantly became long swords and slashed towards the cement division. Call out. The marksman no longer hesitates, and he cuts off the gun. But what he didn't expect was that this shot was actually stopped. A sturdy shot hit an examinee's shoulder, and the examinee's forehead lit up with waves. Quirk open black lens bracket no air close black lens bracket. No flying objects are allowed to appear in the air within 100 meters centered on the quirk launch. Including bullets. This is a quirk for sharpshooters. The same examinee also has thin lines and abnormal joints. Another child controlled by villain. Desperate. The marksman gritted his teeth, but the gun in his hand was gripped tighter. On the other side, Quanyue and the others are walking towards the teaching building. These people are coming to you. Aizawa Shota explained. Quanyue, do you have any villain in Quanyue's family? Quanyue's face became stiff, although he had learned about family feud from the elders. To be honest, he didn't take it to heart at all. If it is really a feud, he would have been killed a long time ago. How can he live well to 15 years old? As a result, he was targeted by a bunch of strange people just after learning the news. The exam was not going well, the grades were tampered with, and he is still on his way to escape. It was simply subverting all his past resumes. There is such a thing as an old enemy. Advertisement. Crow's mouth is not so miserable. I've heard about it, but my family didn't tell me carefully. Quanyue now knows that the only thing he can rely on is these powerful UA teachers. He intends to tell all he knows about the feud. My uncle mentioned a man with 2 words on his brow bone. There is a strong and swift wind ahead. An uncle came out from the wind, with a lollipop in his mouth and a huge round earring on his left ear. The bangs covered his eyes and only the lower half of his face could be seen. Ah, 2. He was a little surprised. Quanyue's child, which one is it? He turned on the phone and looked at Quanyue again. It seems to be identifying the prey. Aizawa Shota puts on the goggles. Quirk open black lens bracket eliminate close black lens bracket activate. His quirk can eliminate the quirk of people in his field of vision, and his ability to blink will become invalid. Moreover, this quirk can only deal with the change type and the deformation type, and it is invalid for the villain of the release type and the body of the opposite S**X. He held the surrender cord wrapped around his collar in his hand, and one stepped forward to attack villain. Ah, it's so fierce. The uncle stretched out and raised his hand to stop Aizawa Shota's blow. His gaze was like a sword piercing Aizawa Shota's offensive. We are just here to take the child. The elbows and knees are so fast that people can't see the movement. Aizawa Shota has no time to defend and can only withdraw. He guarded the 2 children, looking at the wind unabated, his expression serious. This villain shouldn't be a quirk related to wind. When he attacked him, the wind did not decrease. Moreover, he has absolutely no tendency to launch quirk during the sparring process. In this quirk society, few people will face an attack without releasing their quirk. Quirk is more useful than fist in many cases and has become a common sense. Eraserhead heroes, I remember you. Uncle Lollipop said lazily. Very unique heroes, isn't it? It's a pity that your quirk doesn't work for me. He lifted his hair, revealing the 2 on his eyebrows. One word, Qing Yuan. Quanyue's eyes widened, and he thought of the man with tattooed brows that his uncle had ever seen. Aizawa Shota was also dumbfounded, but his expression was even more terrifying, and he seemed to be the most unwilling to meet. That's right. My quirk is really useless to quirk. Aizawa Shota said indifferently. I could kill you once, and now I can kill you a second time.
2 Shish Chapter 38 Honghu Aspiration Alliance. Qing Yuan didn't speak, and hit directly with a punch. His fist pharaoh said, with a sword hidden in his palm, and the sword is right. Aizawa Shota is not weak, and the 2 sides are caught in a fight. Yuzuki and Ichiro guarded Quanyue behind his back. He said, although I don't know what those people were here for, you are from the treatment department. He pointed to the disappearing wound on his face, with obvious intentions. If villain really came for Quanyue, he would definitely come to him in the end. At that time, the Yuzuki Inuichiro who protects him will definitely be injured, and the injury still counts on Quanyue to help. Quanyue didn't like the other party seeing himself as a healing heroes, and he also hated the feeling of hiding behind him. Whether it is the former marksman teacher, the cement division teacher or the current teacher Aizawa Shota are all fighting, but the fuse himself can't do anything. This feeling, the feeling of being protected behind the back is terrible. Quanyue gritted his teeth and looked at the Yuzuki Inuichiro who was protecting him, feeling moved and mixed with other complex emotions. He didn't understand why a non-quirk would stand in front of him to protect himself. Obviously no quirk is the weak, isn't it? No quirk is no longer a weak one. Haven't you met a Midoriya Izuku? Through reasonable exercise, Midoriya Izuku can defeat an imaginary enemy with one punch. Quanyue's first thought was not to believe that the Yuzuki Inuichiro in front of him also has the ability of Midoriya Izuku. He wondered why he could not have the attack power of Midoriya Izuku through exercise. If he is aggressive, he doesn't need to hide behind the teachers like he does now. I have a time to think about things. Have you ever thought about others? A soft voice suddenly came from behind, and the wind ran out from one direction. The sexy woman covered in wind can see her everything through the almost transparent wind. Didn't wear it. She took the long whip and lay on Quanyue's shoulder and breathed. Would you like to go to our Honghu Ambition Meng to play? Yuzuki Inuichiro stepped forward and hit. Stay away from him. Unfortunately, he is a quirk, and this hit has no practical effect. Feng Nu giggled, her chest trembling with spring. You look so beautiful, but it reminds me of a very handsome guy. Quickly come down. Quanyue grabbed him. They came for me, and have nothing to do with you. How can this situation be said to be irrelevant? Yuzuki Inuichiro roared. No matter who it is, let me watch people get taken away and remain indifferent. Sorry, I can't do it. Advertisement, what idiot heroes said. In this case, you should be the first one to keep yourself. As long as you protect yourself, it doesn't matter what other people do. Quanyue thought so, but stepped forward to block Yuzuki Inuichiro behind him. Who are you anyway? Feng Nu was not in a hurry to catch Quanyue to claim credit, but said slowly. Anyway, you will know about it sooner or later. We are called the Honghu Jij League. Our organization has a principle of seeing the Quanyue family kill a Quanyue family, but our greatest wish is. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Before she finished speaking, a whip was pulled down next to her, pulling a flower out of her thigh. Feng Envy screamed with tears in her eyes, and whipped her hand to meet her eyes with the visitor. 18 Forbidden Heroes Midnight. The young master is right. Sure enough, my opponent is Miss Midnight. Feng Nui read Midnight's quirk like an endorsement, sleep fragrance. Releasing from the body enough hypnosis opponent's deodorant to make people fall asleep. Yes, men are more effective than women. Unfortunately, my sister is a little girl, she is younger than you. Midnight lifted his clothes, and the pink gas quickly filled the surroundings. Feng Nu waved her hand, and the wind around her blew the fragrance of sleep away, and the quirk of others happened to restrain you. There's a reason why the young master chose especially. Seeing that his quirk was restrained, Mr. Midnight's face was not good. However, in addition to being able to use quirk flexibly, Heroes also has enough physical skills. She aimed at Feng Nu's face and gave a whip to the wind. Feng Nu smiled and responded to her with a long whip, and said while laughing, "Oh, don't get angry, Miss Sister. You will get old when you get angry. It's normal if you can't beat them, because we've done a good job of investigation. Heroes, don't you? It's all exposed under everyone's eyes. When the other heroes come over, it's your time to die." Hey! Feng Girl tilted her head and killed Quanyue suddenly. Impossible. Our young master has planned it. No heroes will come. Everyone is because of restraining your quirk. Only elected. Marksman versus Forbidden Air. Cement Division versus Nail Clippers. Eraser Head Aizawa Shota vs has no quirk Green Kite. 18 Forbidden Sleep Incense Midnight vs Wind Girl. Advertisement. And all the heroes who can come to rescue are entangled in big and small affairs, so that there is no outside heroes coming to support UA for a while. The other heroes in the school were busy evacuating a large number of ordinary people, and there was no way to quickly support the battle. Feng Nu said that all of this is in the plan of the young master of their Honghu Aspiration Alliance. If it is true, this young master is either a hero or a quirk of increased intelligence, or a more terrifying existence. 10 kilometers away from UA, there were 2 women and 1 man in a car. One of the girls was playing with 2 Dekus, and there were 2 tablets in front of her eyes. One of them was the game of Cement Division, and the other was the game of Marksman. She waved the 2 dolls in her hands, and kept onomatopoeia of hoo-hoo in her mouth. The other is holding the doll and not talking. Sister Karaki Deku, quirk open black lens bracket Deku close black lens bracket, can make people into obedient dolls. Sister Kangmu Wua, quirk open black lens bracket curse close black lens bracket, can use a voodoo doll to curse someone. All Might. My sister Kangmu Wua suddenly said, the doll said he is coming. The man sitting in front just hung up his cell phone and dialed a new number.
He was contacting the news reporter. Hello. Is it the XX newspaper? I want to break the news about the general and business exams of UA High School. Yes, it's still in it now. My child is still in it. Yes, thank you.
I also felt something was wrong when I heard the wind. Thank you so much, that's it. When the phone was also hung up, the man crossed out the name of the last media newspaper in his notebook. He took down the phone, broke the phone card and burned it clean. All this is just the beginning. Everything that was blocked in front of the young master and in front of our Honghu Aspiration League must be cleaned up. Kangmu Voodoo chanted once again. All Might. She raised the doll in her arms, and All Might's doll was cut off, half dead hanging to one side. All Might, she exclaimed excitedly. Dead. Chapter 39. Team Battle Exclusive Nanny do something.
Don't just watch it. Quanyue is crying in his heart. Hurry up and do something. Whether these people came toward themselves or not, they are all related to the deaths of the Quanyue family in the past. Even if they are not for themselves, they must go up for the Quanyue family. Quanyue struggled in his heart, and finally reason trumped emotion. He told himself that it was handed over to professional heroes. As an ordinary candidate, he needed to leave the battlefield to find shelter. Yasuki Inuichiro was also nearby to persuade him to leave. What if you stay here?
Classmate, your quirk is the treatment department.
Don't mess with the treatment department. It's annoying. The treatment department. Did the treatment department offend you? Quanyue clenched his fist, feeling helpless for his quirk again in his heart. 2 of them are useless, and none of them can be used. Long-tongued ghosts were like that back then. Nothing can be done, only a cure, watching villain go wild.
I'm so unwilling. Student Quanyue, let's evacuate as soon as possible. Teacher Midnight's sleep fragrance does not distinguish the enemy from me.
As long as they are within the range of sleep fragrance, they will be attacked, and men have lower resistance to sleep fragrance. Quanyue and Inuichiro Yasuki swiftly walked through the jungle, and they proceeded to the main road. Yeah, you can't help me anywhere. Quanyue, you can't do anything even if villain may be related to the violent deaths of the Quanyue family through the generations, even if it is possible until those villains are the murderers of your family, you can't do anything. You can only run away. You are a coward. However, I don't want to be like this. Me, Quanyue, want to fight. Advertisement. Want to hit someone. Quanyue stopped. He looked into the woods, where the 2 women were psychedelic in the pink mist. In the distance, the cement was recast, and the swords rang together. The sound of wind, guns, swords, fists and feet, the sound was deafening. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. I didn't clearly feel weak before, because everyone protected me too well. Quanyue has never seen a real battle. This is his first encounter with malicious intent. It was trembling and chilling, and at the same time it made him burn a long-lost fire of revenge. There is also the blood of fighting. Yasuki Inuichiro, let's go first. Quanyue said, I want to hit someone. What are you talking about? We are basically. Yasuki and Nuichiro watched the boy take off his coat, took off his mask and took a deep breath. He exposed his scarred face and arms, and did a warm-up exercise. Uncle, please, give me some strength. Lend me the quirk. Quanyue closed his eyes and said lowly. He heard the cynical laugh of Uncle Quanyue Nagasaki in his ear, and then another scene suddenly appeared in front of him. That is a bird's eye view of UA from the top down. He turned his head and clearly recognized the fighting heroes. Marksman, Cement Division, Aizawa Shota, Midnight. Because of the suppression of quirk, their fighting is very depressing. In particular, the two teachers, Marksman and Cement Division, were afraid that their opponents were candidates under control, and were totally afraid to attack them. Teacher Cement Division had already suffered a sword wound on his body, and he still insisted on capturing the opponent alive instead of killing him. Even on the way to the battle, he struggled to find a way to get the candidates out of control. It is the murderer who controls the candidates, not the innocent candidates who have lost their self-consciousness. The marksman is completely unable to activate the skills. No matter where he goes, the effect of the forbidden air is attached to himself. Even if he suppresses the student, there is no way to stop the quirk from continuing to use it.
It is completely useless to stun students. Either the murderer behind the scenes gave up control, or the student died in his hands. Otherwise, no one will want to leave. Aizawa Shota and Uncle Qingyuan couldn't get entangled, and the two were really in a state of thorough hand-to-hand combat. In addition to the consumption of quirk, Midnight Teacher and Fengnu were inextricably separated by the same weapon whip. I didn't get used to the first borrowed quirk, so I wanted to borrow the second one. It's really a kid. Izumizuki Nagasaki mocked. It will be uncomfortable for you. My quirk will be very uncomfortable. Stop talking nonsense, uncle. If you lend it to me, you will lend it to me. This is your alma mater. Quanyue opened his eyes. His eyes are different layers of human shadows. If someone looks directly into his eyes, they will find that many. The figures are Marksman, Cement Division, Aizawa Shota and Midnight. Quirk, received on behalf of 50% play version, the damage of allies in the range is reset to 0 by default, and all attacks of villain are invalidated. And all the harm suffered by the friendly forces is transferred to yourself. The first person to feel the difference is the Marksman. He obviously feels that the negative state and the opponent's quirk ban on him are invalid. He suppressed the villain under him, but he let out a sigh of relief in his heart and raised the gun. Although I don't know what's going on, it's great to not be affected by the other party. Advertisement long-range combat power, liberation. The Cement Division watched the sword wound on his shoulder heal quickly, a lump in his heart, and he no longer hesitated to start. The cement covered the sky and the nail clippers swallowed it up. Aizawa Shota felt like he was well rested, full of energy, and the wounds on his face disappeared, while Midnight saw his broken clothes disappear quickly. Someone is supporting them. Who the hell is it? It's a terrible nanny attribute. Qingyuan and Aizawa Shota are both panting, but the other party is manipulated by the Quanyue family kid, and the gap comes out. With one exhausted and one full of blood resurrected, it seems that whoever loses and who wins can be foreseen. Qingyuan made a starter, however, where I seem to have seen this quirk. And it's tricky. If I'm not mistaken, this is the best nanny skill in a team battle. The best nanny skill in team battle, that's right. But Quanyue, the team battle nurse, is not comfortable. Cough, yeah. Fortunately, the family gave me so much pain before. Quanyue pressed his shoulders, his arms and thighs began to bleed, punched at the corner of his mouth, and the corners of his eyes were black. Just get used to it if it hurts. Up. If Quanyue had received so many injuries at once before the training pain, he would definitely shout out, maybe he would faint. Now he can stand well, say nothing, and even think clearly. Yasuki Inuichiro on the side was stunned. He stepped forward and helped Quanyue to move slowly. Why are you doing this? Quirk. Shut up and let me rest. Quanyue didn't want to talk, he was in pain now. He closed his eyes, and a bird's eye view of UA automatically appeared in his mind, and he could see everyone's movements. Within the scope of his quirk, as long as he turns into a friendly army, he will be protected by his quirk. He saw a huge yellow dot coming quickly from the UA gate towards this side. Zoomed in, but failed to capture the specific image of the person. But the other party got closer and immediately approached where they were. Sorry, there are a lot of crimes on the road today, but don't be afraid. Countless voices that have been broadcast on TV appeared overhead. The black shadow casts down, and the sun makes the beautiful man Windman's blonde hair more brilliant, and he shows an exaggerated white tooth, because, it's coming. All Might is here. The whistle sounded over the college, a firework lifted off and exploded, and the fireworks displayed 4 characters, All Might. Followed by another firework, death, connected together, that is. All Might, die, goodbye, erase her head. Qingyuan put away the sword in her palm and began to evacuate. Miss Sister, I had a great time with you today, but do you have a drooping breast? Fengnu smiled and wiped the soles of her feet and left the fight. They all fled towards the same place by appointment, and the direction of escape was actually where Oulu Might was. Chapter 40 The Man Who Snatched Someone with Shinigami. There are constantly new fireworks appearing in the sky. These fireworks form a curse, such as, All Might die, you. It will end sooner or later. Heroes are all waste. These fireworks are in the sky, and basically everyone in the school, no, people in the city can see these words. Except for one candidate who was completely suppressed by the marksman, the other three began to move in the direction of All Might. All Might laughed, and he took a step forward. Unexpectedly, someone would dare to make trouble in UA and hurt innocent students. The veins on his forehead violent, he shook his hands, it's inexcusable. Feng Nu rolled up the green kite and shuttled through the jungle. Aizawa Shota and Cement Division caught up, and Midnight went to support the marksman. There are basically no woods in the school, and the trees are not towering into the clouds. Ying Ying can see the movement of the road ahead. All Might took a step back, his breath soaring. Boom, is this the wind? Quanyue was blown to the ground by the retreating wind. He supported the ground with both hands and stared at the man's movements in front of him. Yuzuki Inuichiro stepped forward to support him, and looked at Japan's #1 heroes All Might. Good. So strong. This is no longer the wind, this is the mortar on the forehead. Kurogiri. Qing Yuan shouted into the air. A figure jumped out from behind him, and several swords grew out of the person's hands and feet, jumping forward with the help of trees.
Don't forget that he will face the attack of All Might. Aizawa Shota cursed damn, surrendered, and prepared to pull the controlled candidates over. Feng Nu's whip interrupted his attack from the side. The cement division roared and erected several concrete walls to block the examinee's movement, but now he was in the woods, and the cement he could use was limited. There is no way to completely control this candidate. The examinee jumped flexibly over the concrete wall, and came to the forefront of everyone with the help of the bounce of the sword. He will face All Might with a straight punch. An innocent but controlled candidate came to the forefront of the battle as cannon fodder.
All Might, be merciful. There was a glimmer of hope in the cement secretary. This child is controlled by villain. He understands the power of All Might, and he also knows this child can't survive, but always holding the last glimmer of hope. Inside the car, Karaki Deku slowly pulled the cord on Deku's body, but her eyes were looking at the display. Japan's #1 heroes, the most watched heroes, killed an innocent child. The people who called them did not know what it would look like when they saw it. In the news of tomorrow or not tomorrow, after a while, there will be news such as, a test accidentally killing candidates, and innocent students tragically killed by the hands of professional heroes. Really looking forward to it. Yue, let us see what you are in the minds of the people. She slowly pulled out a needle from Deku's head. Just let this death be worth more. I look forward to your expressions. The needle is pulled out. Advertisement. The eyes of the nail clipper examinee slowly recovered from being innocent to clear. He had no time to recognize the situation in front of him, and could only see a punch mixed with wind. Heroes All Might, who has prayed countless times to meet, is killing him. All Might did not expect this child to be innocently controlled. His punch has gone out. Receiving punches is more difficult than punching in this world, just like a daughter who throws water out to marry. The body is far worse than before, and All Might's mouth is full of blood and sweat by forcibly closing his fists. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The fist was able to stop, but the domineering style of fist did not stop, and it still went straight into the child's chest. The screams stayed in everyone's hearts. Quanyue saw it, and All Might saw it too. From the moment the kid with the quirk, nail clippers, was knocked down to the ground, his eyes looked at them. There were tears in those eyes, as if seeing the most disgusting thing through them. Crackling. He fell to the ground all over. Hands and feet twisted, brains burst out, and blood flowed. Those eyes asked silently, "Why me? Why didn't you save me? Why? Tell me. Why should I die? Why me?" Those resentful eyes still have hatred and lingering on the world. All Might was stunned. His arms were shaking, and blood was flowing down the corners of his mouth. It's too bad, it's too bad, it's too bad. On the other side, the black shuttle door stroke girl and Qing Yuan watched the whole scene leisurely. Oh, it's the young master, except for a small accident in the middle, there is nothing wrong with it. Feng Nui grabbed Qing Yuan's arm and smiled. Uncle, do you drink at night? Qing Yuan nodded and nailed the surrender line from Aizawa Shota with a sword in his palm. The two disappeared in Kurogiri. No trace. This battle has completely come to an end. The fireworks are still blooming, but no one appreciates them. All curses turned into ridicule, darkness and malice swept the entire college, and blood became the best comment. Quanyue muttered, "Don't show me that death look, it's really uncomfortable." He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, there were two more figures in his eyes, All Might and the dying examinee. I haven't been out for about 10 years, and the world has forgotten the original name of the Izumizuki family, the heroes of the men of Izumizuki family, the family who snatched people from Shinigami and died for heroes. Although I didn't go to the battlefield and didn't beat people, but I finally understood the heart of the Quanyue family man. He said to himself, as if he was talking to someone, it's really too much to watch someone die in front of him. It's uncomfortable, especially some innocent people. Advertisement. Quirk open black lens bracket received on behalf of close black lens bracket 100% full power on. Transfer. All Might controls his fist and vomits blood. Transferring the nail clippers to the candidates from falling from high altitude, causing minor bone fractures. Quanyue boy, stop, your body. All Might felt the recovery in his body. He stepped forward to stop it, but even if he had the world's strongest quirk, he couldn't stop others from releasing and using it. Quanyue's body began to bleed profusely, and he was lying on the ground, vomiting a mouthful of blood. There was hallucination in both eyes, and a man was laughing in his ear, probably also auditory hallucinations. The last one is to transfer the attack damage of All Might's punch. Quanyue felt that his body could not move. The strong air pressure wrapped his body from top to bottom, and his consciousness still existed. It is because of the existence of consciousness that he clearly feels the passing of life in his body. Are you going to die? Quanyue, Quanyue, doctor, healing girl, healing girl? Wake up, don't fall asleep. Quanyue felt the sound in his ear getting farther and farther away. Is he going to die? Why are these people calling their names? I didn't expect that I didn't die in the Beihai car case, nor did I die at the hands of a long-tongued ghost, but died in the alma mater of the elders. It's really. A pair of hands dangled in front of his eyes. Let's mess around with your father and uncle. Quanyue's grandfather Quanyuyan appeared in front of Quanyue. Of course he is in a ghost state. I know that the men of the Quanyue family never pay attention to themselves when they are messed up. He pointed at Quanyue's brow. Quirk open black lens bracket super regeneration close black lens bracket forced to open. This is a self-healing quirk that can be infinitely self-healing. It is the only self-healing quirk among the 6 quirks that Quanyue's family can lend. The dilapidated body was quickly filled by quirk. I borrowed twice, at least a little bit of experience. The next time we are so reckless, we will shorten the borrowing time. By the way, when my quirk lent you to record your physical condition before going out. I wanted to be just in case, I didn't expect it to be useful. Quanyue can see everything clearly from his eyes to move his feet and hands. Finally, he barely sat up on the ground, survived? The scene was in chaos, police and medical personnel intervened heavily, and news media swarmed in. There are even a few cameras aimed at themselves. Quanyue took a deep breath, feeling the air enter his lungs, a little touched in his heart. It seems. He can be great too. It's just that this kind of greatness is not great in the ordinary sense, but great on another level. So he had a bold idea. Chapter 41 The end of the entrance examination. A high school general subject mixed business entrance examination suddenly caused the examination to be suspended. On the next day, an evil organization called Villain Alliance released a video of the battle on major social platforms. Among them, the high number of clicks, messages, and forwarding is the video of Oulu Might attacking innocent candidates with a punch. Even if officials repeatedly announced that the candidate was controlled by Healing Quirk, the miniature camera that took the video was also made public as evidence. However, there are still a small number of evil forces making a fuss with the video of Oulu Might punching. There are constant declarations that Oulu Might is old and weak, and there is no way to continue Heroes' activities. Some people even pour sewage on Oulu Might, saying he is a guy who can only rely on the old and sell the old. In this battle, no one in UA High School was injured, and the second-degree candidate was in a coma and one was slightly injured.
Because of being forced to turn on the quirk, super regeneration, Quanyue was seriously injured and healed himself, and his body fell into a state of extreme weakness. Under the strong request of all parties, he had to stay in the hospital for a week. He looked at the information about the enemy's attack on the entrance examination on the internet, and was a little surprised. Villain is the Villain Alliance. Na Honghu's Ambition Alliance. Isn't these two things the same thing? The girl who didn't wear clothes said that they came from Honghu's ambition. Quanyue asked suspiciously, what is their purpose? At first everyone thought that Villain was here to capture Quanyue, but from the subsequent battles, it was completely different. If capturing is the first element in the battle, you should avoid fighting and beating the snake, and acting quietly is the best. However, during the battle, Villain set off fireworks and controlled innocent candidates. He even contacted reporters later to deliberately destroy the UA High School gate and throw the situation into chaos. The state of affairs keeps moving towards bad places. The reporter rushed to find out the family information of the 2 controlled candidates. The 2 candidates asked the school to study at home a month ago. Their parents are also missing. Neighbors in the neighborhood had reacted because of the serious smell in their home, but no one came out to bother. After the local police intervened, it was discovered that the host and hostess of the house had been tortured and killed in the room, and the 2 candidates were missing. Xiao Yi, do you want to eat fruit? Sister Nara came up with the fruit. She also bought the latest newspaper. How are you feeling? Although the newspaper reported about the 3 candidates. In view of the minors' protection law, all their frontal photos and basic information are hidden. Quanyue, however, shined brightly because of the use of quirk, and was hung up on the internet as an after-dinner conversation. People began to realize that Quanyue's family seemed to have a survivor. Online heroes began discussing the quirk of this unique family and the heroes of the Quanyue family of the past. They only care about how powerful Quanyue's quirk is and how many people it can save. My health is okay, but the hospitalization is too exaggerated. Quanyue smiled bitterly. He thought that super regeneration could perfectly restore himself to the morning state. Unexpectedly, the elders told him that the quirk of super regeneration had been snatched away, so the projection of the quirk was placed on him, and he hurt himself seriously. Halfway through, the body seemed to be squeezed dry, too empty. He originally planned to rely on super regeneration to become a combat heroes. It's a bit mysterious now. After this war, the elders taught him that all the borrowed quirks were borrowed after all. After all, the borrowed things are not my own. These quirks not only have a time limit for use, but also have some side effects. For example, kidney deficiency, back pain, brain pain and so on. The most important point is that although the quirk that was snatched can be borrowed, it can only play half of the original quirk. Advertisement. There is no free lunch in the world. Mrs. Cat knows that you are injured, and now you have to go to UA to hit the market. Sister Nara sat on the edge of cutting apples. She thought of some interesting things and said, "It is rare that Shiji has also heard from me." Big Brother also wrote, "Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi." What is he doing? Quanyu rolled his eyes. When he first came to the orphanage, there were only 5 or 6 children in the entire yard, of which the oldest was the eldest brother, Nara said. Sister Nara cut the apple into small pieces, inserted a toothpick and handed it over. He said that UA is not good. If you really want to be heroes, Lai Shiji is the same. Come on, he doesn't want to call that B****************, D, senior. Although Shiji's overall strength is on par with UA, it's just that heroes, who are a few highly popular in the rankings, rose to the top. But Shiji is far away, and he may not be able to come back once in a semester to Shiji. Seeing Quanyu's appearance, Narame broke the topic interestingly. She took out a set of learning materials from her bag and said, "The heart strainer knows that you are injured again, so he asked me to give this to you. A dozen real UA general examination questions over the years. Shinso Hitoshi. Excessive. I am so excited that I can jump up and kill you. I choose to die." Quanyu ate the apple and said that he needed first aid. The doorbell rang, and a few reporters stayed at the door. Aizawa Shota, the sharpshooter, and the healing girl came with the fruit basket. They came to visit Quanyu on behalf of the Ua High School. Narame got up to entertain them, but was stopped by the healing girl. "How are you feeling?" "It's better. By the way, will the exam be postponed to 2 weeks later?" Because of this unexpected incident, the UA High School General and Business Entrance examination was transferred to the place and the examination time was postponed. The business section is placed a week later. The general subject specifically considered Quanyu's physical condition and placed it in 2 weeks. Aizawa Shota was sorry to look at the boy in the hospital bed. The teenager didn't have to suffer from unreasonable disasters. With his scores in the Heroes exam, he could have successfully become a member of the UA Heroes. Unexpectedly, because of their UA negligence, the teenager lost the election. "I'm really sorry." The more he thought about it, the more guilty he became. He bowed 90 degrees and said, "Please forgive me." "Hey, in honorifics, this." Quanyu was taken aback. He felt that he was just doing what he could on the spot. Compared with the others, I finally turned the tide by substituting what I received. UA teachers were the main fighting force at that time, I actually didn't. Advertisement. Because of our negligence, you were not admitted to the Heroes division. I'm really sorry. Actually, hey. Quanyu and Narame both thought it was about the general entrance exam, but they didn't expect that there was a problem with the Heroes entrance exam. Narame looked at Quanyu, her face turned pale. She understands the meaning of the 5 words UA Heroes, and because she understands it, she cannot accept it at this moment. Narame stood up from her chair and said, "Is UA really the no? 1 Heroes College in Japan? The entrance exams have caused candidates to be attacked. We can be too cunning as villain. What is going on now? How do you let us rest assured leave it to you? Sorry, we won't make another mistake." Aizawa Shota lowered her head and accepted Narame's accusation. "We are already investigating the admission error. We must give Quanyu an answer at that time." Nara Yayi sat down angrily, not wanting to look at the teachers of Ua High School. The treatment girl often comes to the door anyway, and is considered an acquaintance in front of them, stepping forward to ease the atmosphere. Quanyu didn't get over for a long time. He was admitted to UA's Heroes subject. Then because of some mistakes, you were not admitted. Is this because God didn't let him go to UA Heroes to study? Aizawa Shota went on to release a second blockbuster, as for the curse received by Quanyu students in general, although it is largely believed to be caused by Healing Quirk. However, there is no clear evidence, so I am sorry, we did not get it for you. Opportunity to retake the exam. In other words, the score of Quanyu's first subject is 0 points. Okay, this is God not letting me enter the UA series. Narage looks like a volcano on the edge of the eruption, and this time she doesn't even want to give the treatment girl's face. She directly sent the UA High School teachers out of the ward politely and slammed the door shut. "Xiao Yi, it's okay. Isn't it just a UA?" Sister Nara persuaded. "It's not possible, let's go to Shiji." This kind of thing doesn't matter at all. Quanyu couldn't laugh or cry. He looked out the window and felt that the day had begun to take another path. Chapter 42. The next exams went smoothly. Quanyu didn't encounter any more bad things. He also exchanged cell phone numbers with the sad boy Yazuki Inichiro. When I returned to Aldera Junior High, everyone saw that his eyes were different from before. Most people respected him after seeing his quirk. Everyone thought he would become a healing heroes. Because the heroes of the healing department do not have much combat power, few healing departments are enrolled in the heroes department. They tend to study in general subjects in colleges and universities, and finally move to the special professional heroes exam. For example, the treatment girl in Ua High School graduated from general subjects. Quanyu's father also came here. The graduation ceremony arrived in the blink of an eye. On the podium was the 3rd grade graduation representative Bakugo Katsuki speaking. He read the manuscript casually, but it was much quieter than before. Quanyu was holding his diploma, standing in the bustling crowd not knowing where to go. Unlike a group of people crying or inquiring about the school, he has not received an admission letter from any school. Izumi-san. Midoriya Izuku waved his hand. Izumi-san, will you come to UA? He looked at Quanyue expectantly. Your quirk is too strong. For the first time, Quanyue, who was praised by someone for being strong in quirk face to face, bowed his head embarrassedly, not necessarily. My first goal is 0 points, unless heaven-defying play it later. His original results were not bad, plus Shinso Hitoshi's hell-style tutoring some time ago. The grades in cultural classes are already at the level of other people's children. When Quanyue saw Midoriya Izuku, he thought of another thing. Midoriya, are you still going to exercise? Quanyue went to the seaside park less frequently due to review and hospitalization, and he did not see Midoriya Izuku several times. Midoriya Izuku also remembered that Quanyue knew about his relationship with All Might, and bowed his head a little ashamed. He has been exercising with fitness equipment at home recently, such as dumbbells, pressure equipment, and running at the beach, but the overall intensity is much lower than before. To inherit OFA's physical fitness is far from enough. Now that the exam is over, I need to exercise well this summer vacation. The graduation ceremony was almost gone, and Midoriya Izuku invited Quanyue to sit at his home. Quanyue met a classmate who actively invited him to play at home for the first time after being disfigured. Are you all exercising at home? He was very excited. Can you lend me the exercise chart that All Might gave you? No problem. They didn't notice that Bakugo Katsuki clenched his fists and made a disdainful noise, huh. They watched their movements with their eyes, followed in small steps, and would hide when they encountered a turn. After 2 battles, Quanyue's sensitivity to crises has increased a lot. His frequent turning of his head also attracted the attention of Midoriya Izuku. The two deliberately stopped and slammed back, grabbing Bakugo Katsuki who was leaning on the corner. The situation was once embarrassed. Xiao Sheng. Midoriya Izuku cowered. He admired and feared his childhood sweetheart. Although he had previously threatened to defeat him, the first reaction he really encountered was to dodge. Advertisement. Bakugo Katsuki didn't even give them a straight eye, and pushed them away. Xiaosheng, that test is over. Get out of the way. For a long time, don't think that you will be fine if you get into UA. Bakugo Katsuki said with a cold face, hey, will weirdo go to UA? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Don't always say that I'm a weirdo, it sounds like villain. Quanyue was very upset. Bakugo Katsuki called herself a weird Quanyue, this is my name. Bakugo Katsuki lifted his chin to show that he knew that he was standing tall. Seeing people want to hit him. At least Quanyue really itchy hands and wants to hit someone. Is this guy following you? Quanyue asked Midoriya Izuku. No, Xiao Sheng is not this kind of person. Midoriya Izuku explained. In fact, we grew up together since childhood, Xiao Sheng has always been like this. Don't get me wrong, Quanyue classmate. Our two families also live very well. It's near, so it's normal to walk the same way. Quote. I can't see that you are close. Quanyue also has a fake childhood sweetheart, Shinso Hitoshi. Originally he thought his pair was special enough. Seeing the strange relationship between Midoriya Bakugo, he felt that the world is full of twists and turns. In the end they changed from a 2-person line to a 3-person line. Bakugo Katsuki, Quanyue, Midoriya Izuku. Quanyue doesn't walk in the middle, maybe the two of them will pinch up at any time. Bakugo Katsuki has been avoiding physical contact with Quanyue, seemingly impressed by him repeatedly shooting cold arrows. Midoriya Izuku always wanted to talk, but Bakugo was beside him, and he was at a loss for a while and he didn't know what to say. So, what's the situation with me now? Quanyue followed Midoriya Izuku to his house, watching Midoriya's mother busy pouring tea, and stepping forward to help. Xiaosheng hasn't been here for a long time. Is this a new classmate? Midoriya's mother was a little blessed, and she was a passionate housewife. Whether it's hair color or look, Midoriya Izuku carves out the same model with her. Quanyue lent a phone call to the orphanage to report safety. Midoriya Izuku took his 10-month fitness chart, sorted them one by one, and prepared to use it as a reference for Quanyue. The phone was connected as soon as it rang. Hello, is Sister Nara here? In the orphanage, the people who answer the phone are usually young children. Because of the small number of people, Sister Nara is often too busy. Quanyue used to ask, but a rustling voice came from the other end of the phone, as if something was twisting. Hello, Quanyue repeated, is Sister Nara here? Advertisement. No one was talking on the other end of the phone, there was a sound of foaming water, grunting. Hello, is there anyone? Yes. A strange man was talking, his voice hoarse, as if there was something under his tongue. Long time no see, Quanyue. Quote question mark. Who are you? A long bloody tongue hung on Liang, the director of the Welfare Institute, and he rolled up the phone on the shoe cabinet and said with the tongue growing out of his mouth. I didn't expect my little cutie to forget me like this. Hey, I really am, good sad. The familiar laughter made Quanyue's face darken. His finger bones creaked, and he didn't expect Long Tongue Ghost to find the orphanage. My own information is obviously not released, how could it be wrong? After Quanyue thought about the entrance exam incident, he had been picked up on the internet because of the unique quirk characteristics of Quanyue's family. On the internet, don't say where he personally lives or where he studies, even his ancestors' 18th generations can find what they have done. Because he is a child of the Heroes family, he has no privacy in this Heroes society. Everything about Heroes is transparent. What are you doing? At 12:30 tonight, I am waiting for you in the abandoned haunted house in the east of the city. The long-tongued ghost is confident, it doesn't matter if you don't come or call the police. I will slowly kill every child in the orphanage. Ruin all your life ha 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 ha. A child from the Quanyue family and all the children in the orphanage, anyway, they don't suffer from killing. Quanyue, this name is so nice. Yi means shining and bright, right? It's been almost a year, and I have been missing your eyes. I will dig them out, hold them in my mouth and taste them slowly. Especially the brilliance that blooms in the eyes that makes people unconsciously fascinated. He wanted to pinch out the brilliance with his own hands little by little. Get out. Quanyue expelled, you pervert. Pervert. Both Midoriya Izuku and Bakugo Katsuki were frightened by Quanyue. They looked over and found Quanyue hung up the phone angrily, put on his coat and said goodbye to them. Quanyue classmate. I'm sorry. Quanyue didn't plan to tell the two people about the long-tongued ghost, and it seemed to him to say it for nothing. Even if he knew it, it would be nothing more than 2 more people died in vain. I have something urgent to deal with. This time, he is going to completely get rid of the long-tongued ghost. Chapter 43 The 12 o'clock kill. The abandoned haunted house in the east of the city is just an abbreviation for it. In fact, this haunted house is just an abandoned amusement building. There used to be 2 floors dedicated to the operation of the haunted house. Half of the haunted houses also brought escape room elements. After the building was abandoned, a large number of haunted house props were left on the spot. Chengdong Amusement Building has also become one of the materials of urban strange talk, and it has been simplified as Chengdong Haunted House. It was 4 o'clock in the afternoon when Quanyue left Midoriya's house. He did not go home immediately, but went to the supermarket to buy a fruit sword. He did not bring the fruit sword back to the orphanage, but wrapped the sword with test papers and hid it in amusement facilities in a nearby park. Then he inquired about the information and route map of the haunted house, and compared the public patrol route and timetable of heroes and police. By the time he finished these things, it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Quanyue returned to the orphanage like a okay person. The long-tongued ghost can answer the phone in the orphanage, indicating that he is probably still hiding in the house. If you rashly make any action, it is likely to make desperados take risks. If there is only Quanyue alone, Quanyue doesn't care to die with this pervert. But there are many children in the orphanage, and among them are the type of victims who are the favorite of the long-tongued ghosts. In terms of combat effectiveness, the only cat with a bit of offensive power went out to visit her old friends. There are only Sister Nara and a part-time worker in the family. The goal of long-tongued ghost is very clear, just himself. Xiao Yi, did you have a dinner with friends today? Sister Nara just made a meal. She is a good family woman of Yamato Nadeshiko type. After graduating from junior high school, there will be fewer opportunities to meet in the future. Quanyue took Midoriya Izuku and Bakugo Katsuki out as good friends to talk about things, so that Narame was a little relieved. Narame is more or less an adult who cares about her children's psychological state and interpersonal relationship in the orphanage. For many children in the orphanage, Sister Nara is their mother's choice. They are all children of UA heroes. Narame was scared by UA's affairs. She said from the bottom of her heart, I start to think that my mother-in-law is right. You'd better not go. You have nothing to do before. Associated with this school, accidents came out one after another. Maybe some people don't want me to go to that school. Sister Nara, did the family receive my notice? Quanyue didn't believe that he couldn't pass the test at a school. He drank water and looked in the room. Where will the long-tongued ghost hide? Considering that the other party's tongue can stretch freely, pipes, floors, and ceilings are all key observation objects. Narame is surprised that Quanyue has not received her admission letter. Even if there is no news about this matter at home, the school will always know about it. She comforted. It will always come. Quanyue eats some food first, and goes upstairs to his room. Advertisement. He opened the cabinet and saw a big hole in the center of the cabinet. The hero's toy was staggered, and the quirk weapon Clotho disappeared. Obviously, the long-tongued ghost may also know from other places that he has a quirk pistol. In order to prevent him from possessing a lethal weapon, he stole it in advance. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Damn it. Quanyue scolded bitterly. But if he was a long-tongued ghost, he would do the same. Quanyue took out his pocket money. He asked Nara's sister to call the police immediately if something went wrong, and then he went to get a fruit sword and went to bed in the hotel in the east of the city. He slept until 10 o'clock this night and took a flashlight to go out. He left an address at the front desk and told himself that he hadn't come back at 3 o'clock tomorrow morning. Please call the police immediately. The long-tongued ghost has a high chance of killing himself. Quanyue believes this, he needs to arrange everything. There is a moon in the sky. Half of the lights on both sides of the road were broken, some of them stayed on for a while, and some remained off. Quanyue stopped and walked. The specific location of the haunted house was on the 5th floor. Quanyue experimented with the elevator and found that it could be used. But the elevator is a closed space, too easy to be attacked. Quanyue chose to go up the stairs. There was dust all the way, and leaflets were scattered all over the floor. The seal on the door was torn open, and the broadcast suddenly made a squeaky sound. Quanyue suddenly raised his head. He raised the fruit sword in his hand and looked around vigilantly, paying special attention to the pipes and various holes. Ha 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 ha. The long-tongued ghost laughter came from the radio, Because the sound quality is not good, it sounds stumbling and stumbling to match the atmosphere is very scary. I also took the sword, which is almost the same as I thought. You should not call the police. Right. Quanyue did not speak. I will stare at you all the time, don't be afraid. His voice came from everywhere, and the haunted house had placed speakers in various places for sound effects. I also took some fun things this time. We can slow down. Play slowly. The door in front of me clicked and slowly opened, as if something was pushing it silently. I didn't plan to come. Quanyue pressed the smiley face medal, but you took the quirk weapon. Give it back to me, it's not something you can touch. The broadcast broke off in rustle, and then a white silk fell from the sky, and a female corpse hung on the white silk. Advertisement. She lowered her head, loosened her hair, and looked at Quanyue with hanging eyes. Quanyue stepped back 2 steps, feeling something slippery past his ankle. He thrust forward with his backhand, and the sword cut across the female corpse's face, and a piece of meat fell off. Quanyue fell to the ground and he felt the sticky saliva on the ground. The disgusting color on his face made no secret of it, and he even felt a little nauseous. How about it? This is something I prepared specially for you. I know Quanyue, you must be prepared for something. For example, let someone call the police for you. No, you may have already called the police. But what about it? Long-tongue ghost, the guy laughed even more. This is a haunted house. You can't use mobile phones or other communication devices. Do you know why? No, it won't be the worst kind. Quanyue quickly got up from the ground, and he pressed the smiley face medal again. It seems that they are right. The police really left something on you. In a doll, one of the eyes rolled and looked at everything, but it's useless, this kind of toy like rubbish. Someone asked you to deal with me. Quanyue guessed the key point all at once. The long-tongued ghost didn't answer. Instead, a heavy mechanism turning sound came from the darkness Quanyue faced. He saw the blue ghost fire light up in the corridor, and slowly approached him, illuminating the human skin and blood stains on the wall along the way, as well as countless long needles, blades and glass fragments. Really, have all the instruments of torture prepared. Quanyue raised the fruit sword. He silently counted the time of the most recent Heroes Police patrol. Midnight is 2 o'clock, as long as it reaches 2 o'clock, he has a chance to call for help. If the signal sent by the smiley face medal is really blocked, the 2-point distress opportunity is likely to be a turning point in his battle. It's 12 o'clock. The killing began. Chapter 44. Long-Tongue Gui Lao is an experienced criminal. He never reveals his true face. Everyone can only see his iconic quirk. In terms of character, he was decisive and hot, just like the last time I found All Might approaching, cutting off his tongue without saying anything, and letting his body jump off the cliff and escape. In terms of criminal tactics, his special preferences are all the existence that makes the victim desperate for life. Once he was regarded as prey, it was like being targeted by Lion Majesty. The long-tongued ghost can lie for months or even a year, just to recapture the escaped prey. In order to prevent accidents, he also specially selected the location in the haunted house in the east of the city. He had a long mouth on his tongue, and he stabbed Quanyue's shoulder with a sword in his mouth. Seeing nothing but the star-pointed ghost fire in the dark, Quanyue turned on the small flashlight. His speed was slower than the long-tongued ghost. The flashlight was knocked down by the long-tongued ghost before it was held firmly, and it rolled twice and fell to the ground. The hand holding the fruit sword was curled by the long tongue, which twisted his wrist, trying to make Quanyue lose his resistance. A muffled noise came from the shoulder, and the second quirk, Pain Recall, was activated, and the body sent a strong pain to the long-tongued ghost. Under the painful attack, the tongue was released for an instant. Quanyue changed his hand with a sword and cut off the tongue tied to his body with a single sword. The soft tongue fell on the ground, and it jumped twice. Long-tongued ghost cried out in pain. His voice came from the darkness, and there was no way to tell which direction it was. Quanyue didn't have time to observe the wound, and immediately went to pick up a flashlight. The long-tongued ghost protruded from the ground, and a tongue wrapped around Quanyue's legs from below, causing him to eat a mouthful of mud. Quanyue pierced the fruit sword into her long tongue for 2 short times, sweating all over. The flashlight was swept away by the long-tongued ghost and disappeared. The enemy was in the dark, and I knew that the already disparity in strength was suddenly even more detrimental to Quanyue. Only 5 minutes passed. Quanyue returned to the gate, and if he continued to go deep, he would be killed by the long-tongued ghost. There are street lights near the gate to illuminate it, so it's a safe zone for the time being. He silently checked the timetable and the road map. Start to calculate the current situation. The lighting range of street lights is limited, only 5 meters before and after. The wildfire is erratic, don't expect the brightness of the lighting. The front was pitch black. Quanyue doesn't need to look at the sword wound, just rely on the pain to know how big the wound is and what sword to use. He uses Pain Recall to cultivate high-intensity discrimination. As long as you feel the pain, Quanyue can immediately make judgments on the extent of the wound, the location of the wound, the weapon, the attack technique and strength, including but not limited to trauma and internal injuries. Like Long-Tongue Gui Lao, the sword has penetrated into the deltoid muscle, and then it will go straight into the joint socket and waste his arm. The sword is a kitchen meat cleaver. This kind of sword is long and sharp, and is generally used to cut stomp carvings. Advertisement. Quanyue's fruit sword is not worth mentioning in front of the meat cleaver. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Losing the flashlight was a bit fatal to him. If you lose the flashlight, you cannot use the 3 long and 3 short signals to send distress signals. Sure enough, in the face of great strength, no amount of planning was useful. Quanyue hates why he is a therapy department even more in his heart. Be stronger. Ha ha ha, are you planning to stand there all the time? Long Tongue Ghost laughed, and he seemed to be opening something. Your gun is very good. Just kill me, why are you taking my things? Quanyue tried to find something similar to a monitor. Killing you with your things seems to be more interesting than I killing you. The long-tongued ghost was a little excited, it's really vigilant. It doesn't matter, I have already thought about it. So, except for you, I also found other little guys to play with. Another sword came out of the corner, but this time Quanyue blocked it with a fruit sword. The fruit sword is just a little longer in the palm of his hand, but the meat cleaver is more than twice his. The meat cleaver can easily force the fruit sword in front of Quanyue's eyes, and it is the mouth on the tongue that controls the meat cleaver. There is another mouth above the mouth of the sword. It showed a scarlet tongue, but the tongue was hanging down but getting longer and longer, as if it became another tongue with facial features. Bakugo Katsuki, who came up from another safe staircase, stood in the cold wind. He was confident in himself and would not panic even if he received strange calls. He kicked the prop on the ground, and the prop turned over, revealing his face. Bakugo Katsuki took a step back, saw that it was a model of a human head, and let out a long sigh of relief. He is now graduating from the 3rd year of junior high, and everything is moving towards his plan except Feiju, who was admitted to the UA. It's not that no one invited him to dinner today, but Bakugo felt mentally upset. He learned about the UA high school enrollment incident on TV, and others did not know Quanyue. He knew it at a glance. This guy is really a healing department, and his fighting qualities are also very poor. There are also supplementary information on the internet. The quirk of Quanyue's family is not the pain she has repeatedly experienced, but the replacement treatment. Bakugo Katsuki looked at his hand. He knew that the pain he felt at the time could not be related to treatment. Advertisement. Plus this afternoon, Quanyue's roar. It's not difficult to see that this guy has encountered some weird things. Bakugo Katsuki didn't think about plural quirks. In this society, only one quirk is the most correct one. As for why I came to the famous haunted house in the east of the city, I even disturbed my habit of going to bed at 10 o'clock. Bakugo thought of the strange phone call to his home. Ha 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 ha, are you Quanyue's friend? That's great, friend. He wants me to tell you to come to Chengdong Haunted House at 12 o'clock in the evening. There is a surprise. Oh, is it a fool to be a man? Bakugo Katsuki exploded with sparks on the palm of his hand. It's really irritating to pretend to be a ghost. He turned around, clasped the object with both hands, and pressed down. His palms were hot and a series of explosions exploded. The bloody tongue fell from the ceiling, and there was a lump of meat that I didn't know what it was for. It's disgusting enough, Bakugo Katsuki thought. As he walked forward, he was in a haunted house secret room with an environment similar to a school. There are a series of messy bloody handprints on the wall, several footprints on the ground, test paper scattered on the ground, and 2 discarded school bags. A green sign with a safety sign lit up can be seen in the corridor. The brand was green for a while, and then slowly became red. Bakugo Katsuki was not afraid. He walked to the end of the corridor and found another small TV in front of him. It is a small TV used to show some promotional videos and safety education. Kaka kaka kaka. A strange sound came from the TV, and a long tongue appeared on the TV with a mouth on it. Hello, who are you looking for? Bakugo Katsuki looked at him. Where is that fool Quanyue? Oh, look for him. Snow began to appear on the screen, followed by a black and white monitor screen. There is no sound in the picture, and it is not even clear enough. Bakugo Katsuki's heart tightened. He saw Quanyue holding a sword and fighting hard with the long tongue that he had just seen. There were sword marks on his body, face, thighs, and arms, and half of his clothes were bloodline. Bakugo Katsuki looked at the screen and smiled. His smile was very friendly, a typical Ka-style friendly, you did it. A series of explosions in his palm, AF ******* G thing. Ah. Hehe, the grumpy actor of the silt incident. I also like you so much. By the way, you have to move faster. In this secret room, you can only find your little classmate by going out. The screen disappeared, the voice was repeating, maybe he will die sometime. Bakugo Katsuki smashed the TV with one punch. He looked around and started to follow the light source. Chapter 45 Long Tongue joins the mud. Quanyue didn't know that the person who came was Bakugo Katsuki. He thought that the long-tongued ghost would randomly catch a few children as an impromptu game of torture. Long-tongue ghost tongue can regenerate the 5-feeling tongue. Quanyue's second quirk is always on. As long as the long-tongued ghost touches him, he will immediately be attacked by severe pain. Relying on this, Quanyue kept a safe distance from long-tongued ghost. The bad thing is that he has no way out, and the door is locked from the outside without knowing when. There is less and less space to escape. The wounds on his body are getting more and more deep, and the long-tongued ghost consciously avoids the vital points, allowing Quanyue to struggle more. Wow. The wooden door was smashed by a meat cleaver, and the sawdust pierced Quanyue's wound. This little pain is no longer important to him. Quanyue felt that he was so clear. He tried to negotiate with the desperados. Long-tongued ghost, you just want my life, but this is very boring. Indeed, it is not in line with my aesthetics to cut you off here with one sword. The voice was close at hand, but the deity of long-tongued ghost was hidden in the depths. Where do you want to run? Ha ha ha. Quanyue slammed open the chopped gate, the wooden thorn plunged into the meat, and he quickly ran downstairs. Unexpectedly, a black shadow rushed up from under his feet, and Quanyue stepped on the air and was immediately enveloped in the viscous liquid. He felt something digging into his mouth, smelling fishy. Woo! He grabbed with his hands and kicked with his feet. The force does not work at all, on the contrary, the more you struggle, the tighter the restraint. To the back, Quanyue rolled his eyes and fainted unexpectedly. It wasn't until Quanyue slowed down his struggling movements that the liquid slowly loosened his nose and mouth so that he could survive. If Bakugo Katsuki or Midoriya Izuku were here, they would recognize this as their old villain Silt. This guy was captured by All Might a year ago and sent to prison for dinner. He sneaked into the underground waterway during a blast and escaped secretly. For a long time, he was helped by a long-tongued ghost who was also on the run. Helping the long-tongued ghost catch the counter-attacking rabbit is simply a trivial matter. The mud bound Quanyue's hands and feet. He walked and said, "One." But compared to this one, the other two were really unexpected. Long-tongued ghost understood Mud's initial grievances, and comforted. "It's okay, that green-haired kid will be here soon, I only want this." The remaining two are free to toss. It's just a pity that Quanyue didn't go to the haunted house he arranged. It's cheap. That blast kid. Quanyue quietly opened his eyes. After he was trained by tens of thousands of pains, the others did not dare to boast about going to Heiko, but he definitely surpassed ordinary people in endurance. The suffocation of a few minutes of silt can't help him at all. Compared with this, he cares more about the two of these two people. Unexpected joy, green-haired kid. It looks like they have a bit of an old hatred with them. The dark corridor is finally light up, and there are prop lights in the room. Quanyue finally saw the structure of the entire room. He was standing upright. If he was still pretending to be unconscious, he almost wanted to vomit. Advertisement. The ceiling, pipes and floor of the room are densely covered with tongues. Another 5-sense tongue grows out of one 5-sense tongue. Each of the 5-sense organs has a new mouth on the tongue, calling out long needles or sword, and there are also other facial features that have noses, mouths, and eyes on the tongue, which are responsible for observation. Quanyue lowered his head and squinted his eyes. He didn't expect a bloody eyeball from a bloody tongue on the ground. The eyeball was then eaten by a mouth, and the mouth said, "He woke up, he woke up." Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. "Oh, wake up." The other mouth let out a piercing laugh. "Mud, throw him into that room." "No problem." Quanyue was untied, and all accessories except clothes were taken away, not even shoes were left. His feet were tied with an iron chain and thrown into a narrow room. The iron chain on his feet was just enough for him to walk the whole room, but it was impossible to touch the door. There were 3 coffins in the room, a bench, and a long tongue with various instruments of torture nested on the ceiling, which Quanyue couldn't reach even when he stepped on the bench. There are simple shackles and a TV on the wall, and a simple camera on the TV. There is also a 1 square meter high iron cage in the corner of the room with a skull model. This is a completely closed torture chamber. When the mud went out and locked the door, the secret room was completely black and the TV slowly turned on. The TV should be a second-hand purchased item, and there are always snowflakes in the picture, but it does not prevent Quanyue from seeing clearly who is in the picture. Too despicable. Quanyue stood up, and he looked at the ceiling and protested. "What the hell are you going to do?" Bakugo Katsuki walked alone in the dark corridor, with a ray of light in front of him, and he felt that he could not go to the end no matter how he walked. Is that idiot Quanyue really here? Wouldn't someone make a joke of themselves? He had such a thought in his mind. Do you want to go back? He just turned around and heard a faint cry for help coming from ahead. "Help me. Help me." The sound comes from the light. There is also the sound of dripping water in front. Tick tick tick. I didn't listen carefully before, and I couldn't hear it. Bakugo Katsuki took a few steps forward. He gritted his teeth and told himself that he couldn't leave the helper alone. A pair of bare female feet first appeared in the light. Looking up is a white shirt stained with blood, a piece of meat has fallen off the woman's face, her tongue is sticking out, and the voice comes from her bra, "Save me. Save me." Advertisement. Inside the bra is a phonograph. Bakugo Katsuki did not want to go and examine the female body. Maybe he would be more vigilant in other places, but this is the abandoned haunted house in the east of the city. The haunted house is the most mysterious. Of course, all kinds of weird corpse models. Bakugo Katsuki passed the female body and continued to walk forward. Tick. Tick. The sound of water is still in front, and it seems to be very close, making people wonder. Bakugo Katsuki looked around, and there was no one to speak. He rubbed his arms and felt sweaty on his back, and turned his head to face nothing but his female corpse. Bakugo didn't know it, but Quanyue, who watched the surveillance, was going crazy. He watched the hanged female corpse slowly turning his head over, the elongated tongue became longer and longer, and a new mouth appeared on the tongue with a long needle in the mouth. He didn't know if it was the deity of the long-tongued ghost, but they knew the means they wanted to deal with people. The moment Bakugo turned his head, the tongue bit the needle and retracted to its normal length, looking no different from usual. Quanyue's laughter made Quanyue's heart cold. Quanyue, it's really the best name I've ever heard. Quanyue, that famous family of survivors. I heard that your family is from the therapy heroes. Really good. A tongue hangs down from the ceiling, and the facial features stretch out to reveal a thin needle long in the palm of the hand. Your family is great, and you often die for other people. What do you mean? That bomber boy is your good friend. Are you willing to die for him? The long-tongued ghost is ready to move. I will tell you in advance where I am going to attack him and what weapon to use. If you are willing to suffer for him, just yourself self-harm as I said. If you don't want to, he. Quanyue looked at that tongue coldly, and pulled him off forcefully. The second quirk broke out. The whole room was screamed by the long-tongued ghost. Ah. The needle you left on my body at the time, I will return all the pain to you. Quanyue stood up straight and said, if you dare to let him die, I will let you know what life is better than death. Bullying me can't beat you. I will hurt you alive. Of course, Bakugo Katsuki and Quanyue had no idea. The third visitor had been standing downstairs for a while. Midoriya Izuku looked at the creaking elevator and hesitated for a long time. He closed his eyes, cheered himself up, and pressed the button on the third floor. Chapter 46 Self-Harm, Facing a Choice. The elevator lights will at least be on. Midoriya Izuku has hair on his back, and he feels that someone is always staring at him. Posters of the latest secret room game are posted in the narrow elevator. The poster named, Death Class, has black marks on it. Midoriya Izuku leaned back, pressing his hand on the poster, and a red road appeared in his palm. The blackened bloodline is on the poster. It's too weird here. Midoriya Izuku feels anxious. Is Xiaoshang really in such a place? He came out of the house without bringing anything. Unlike Bakugo Katsuki who received the call long ago, Midoriya Izuku received the call before going to bed. The other party claimed to be Mud, threatened to have captured Xiaoshang and Izumi, threatening Midoriya Izuku to come to Chengdong haunted house alone, or kill them. There were strange laughs and calls for help on the other end of the phone. Midoriya Izuku thought it was a prank, but he told the police after receiving the call. The police did not reply. Then he received the same call again. The other party knew about his report to the police and accurately stated Midoriya Izuku's home address and related information. Under threat, Midoriya Izuku came to the haunted house in the east of the city. He turned on the phone and hesitated whether to tell All Might. But it's late at night, All Might should have been asleep. Forget it, let's see the situation before deciding. Feel free to disturb All Might, Midoriya Izuku feels embarrassed. And he called the police again on the way here. It's okay, you have to trust the police. Hehehehe, it seems that you are calling the police again. Now the kids still trust the police. The voice came from overhead, I thought you would call heroes. It's up to you. The slippery thing slid past the base of his neck, and Midoriya Izuku was stiff. He looked around and looked at nothing except the water stain on the back of his neck. The elevator arrived soon. There was a gust of wind and no one at the front desk, only a physiology class dummy model lying on the ground. The lights are not seen, and the surroundings are blurred. Midoriya Izuku turned on the flashlight function in the phone, and there were 3 doors behind the front desk. One is the death classroom, the other is the bloody secret room, and the last one has the sign removed. The elevator closed the door and suddenly made a loud noise. Midoriya Izuku trembled all over. After being frightened, the phone fell to the ground and the flashlight function turned off automatically. Who? Where is? Xiaoshang. Is Xiaoshang. He was called out in the middle of the night. Although he thought it was Bakugo's prank, he prefers to go straight according to Bakugo Katsuki's quirk. No one answered him. The sound of water is getting louder and louder. Tick, tick, tick. I don't know where it came from. Midoriya Izuku picked up the phone, took a deep breath and pressed the elevator, but found that there was no response at all. In the darkness, he headed towards the source of the sound of water. Advertisement. He walked into the last room where the sign was removed. Secret room. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Quanyue and long-tongued Wei Lao are in a stalemate. The long-tongued ghost insisted on seeing Quanyue self-harm, otherwise he would broadcast the tragic death of Bakugo Katsuki to Quanyue. Quanyue said, as long as you dare to let Bakugo Katsuki die, you should not think about torturing me slowly. If you have the ability to touch me, I will hurt you alive. There are more than 35,000 kinds of pain that will change your body and your feelings. Do you want to give it a try? It's so sour. Long-tongued ghost has a special taste for killing. When it comes to killing, he has his own obsession. From the victim to the torture to how to die, he must be in line with his heart. One time he didn't succeed, he would rather let it go and not kill, the next time he would take his time. Quanyue is a typical case. Ha 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 ha, let's take a step back. Thinking of his careful preparation, the long-tongued ghost man realized that Quanyue could not escape from the sky and the earth, and tempted him, I will not kill the bomber, but you must self-mutilate. The torture must use the place I provided, choose by yourself. If you still don't insist on ha 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 ha, I will torture the bomber first, and then throw his body in front of you. Quanyue scolded pervert in his heart. He guessed that the patience of the long-tongued ghost should be exhausted, so he nodded in agreement. The opponent immediately dropped the long needle on the ground and did not contact Quanyue at all times. It seems that pain recall does make the other party feel something. Needle, pierce the throat. The long-tongued ghost reminded me kindly, you must use a long needle, and you must pierce it in. You choose the place. The needle on the ground has a long arm and the thickness of the embroidery needle. Quanyu picked up the long needle carefully. Avoid the muscle and only penetrate the subcutaneous tissue. Long-tongued ghost looked itchy and wanted to do it himself. Of course he was not satisfied with Quanyu's choice. All right, hammer, break the bones. A small hammer dropped. Quanyu drew the size of the weapon and said, you must break the bones. Yes. Quanyu closed his eyes and weighed 1 or 2 in his heart and said, I refuse. In order to see Quanyu's painful appearance, the long-tongued ghost chose a weapon that would hurt no matter what. He especially wanted to see the child crying, but he was rejected. Hee, it's strange. Isn't he your good friend? Are you just watching your good friend die like this? If it's someone else, Quanyu might do it. Advertisement. But who is this time? Bakugo Katsuki. First of all, he and I are not good friends. Quanyu took the hammer in his hand and said, second, I did not have the obligation to pay a bone for him. It's cruel. Why don't you want to be like that? I saved 3 children. Long-tongued ghost stretched out an eye. They seem to have no reason more than the bomber. Do you need any reason to help the weak? Quanyu didn't move. Long-tongued ghost guy, what you are best at is needles, right? Lastly, I will give you a chance to choose, otherwise I will do it. Long-tongued ghost threatened viciously. I didn't expect you to be such a cruel person. Quanyu watched TV with a clear attitude. Long-tongued Wei Laoshan found a hammer, swallowed it into the tongue duct, and could see the hammer advancing in the tongue duct. Don't regret it. The long-tongued ghost reminded one last time. That's Bakugo Katsuki. Quanyu said silently in his heart. Launch it. That move is launched. Be quick. His first quirk, damage replacement, had a very powerful remote function when he was young, as long as he can use this quirk again, in terms of time. Haunted house. Death classroom venue. Bakugo Katsuki turned 2 or 3 times in the light, and he felt similar to Midoriya Izuku. I always feel that someone is looking at me, but I can't find out where the problem is. There is wind at the entrance of the hall, and pieces of paper float up and down on the ground. The ticking sound of water continued. Bakugo Katsuki lay on the wall. He listened carefully and felt that the sound of water was not in this room, but rather like it was on the other end of the wall. What exactly is it? Who would do such a thing? Phew, a hammer fell from the sky. Bakugo Katsuki tilted his body, and he turned his head to see the hammer punched a small groove in the wall. The woman who controls the hammer is the corpse hanging in the air. She has a long tongue with a mouth in her tongue, and the hammer is hanging from her mouth. Bakugo Katsuki's palm began to explode. No matter what is behind the scenes, the top priority is beat her. Chapter 47 Bakugo Quirk is out of control. There was a loud explosion, and Bakugo Katsuki flew into the air and hit the female body. A little hammer between the opponent's tongue, the white skirt fluttered, and the whole person suddenly fell to the ground, and the hammer followed his tongue toward Bakugo Katsuki's forehead. Seeing is going to kill people. Bakugo Katsuki avoided the vital point, grabbed his tongue with his bare hands, and exploded with both hands in a series of explosions, frightened that the place he was holding was blown up. Ah, is this your trick? Bakugo Katsuki thought he had a winning ticket, and fell on the ground, crushing his tongue with his feet and mocking, it's ridiculous. Behind him are several grunting eyeballs, tattered in the water pipe, 3 or 4 long tongues crawled out. Although they did not prepare a hammer, they had various weapons such as long needles and small sword in their mouths. To be a wicked person must be thorough, any shit promise is empty, and only when you are happy is really good. Long Tongue Gilao hung his tongue from the ceiling, with a long needle curled on the tip of his tongue, and Chong pointed at Juntian Lingai to start his hand. Going in from top to bottom, although you won't die on the spot, you can't escape bad luck in the end. Bakugo Katsuki felt something was wrong, and he moved quickly elsewhere. I only felt numb all over, and when I turned around, I realized that I didn't know when a needle was pierced into my foot, and the needle was already empty. Damn it. When was this done? Bakugo Katsuki squatted on the ground. He saw long and dense tongues emerging from all directions, each with an eye. They wrapped his hands and feet around him. Ah. Get out. Bakugo Katsuki had a vision before his eyes, and strong sparks exploded from his hands. With Quirk's impetus and excellent physical fitness, Bakugo Katsuki broke 5 or 6 tongues. Outnumbered, tongues appeared on his feet, body, waist and more. Even the ceiling dropped his tongue, covering Bakugo Katsuki's nose and mouth. Bakugo, who has experienced the silt incident, valued his own strength even more. He once again relied on the quirk to remove his long tongue, and the lights in the room flickered and dimmed. I don't know where the tongue came from. It didn't disappear with the blackened flesh on the ground, but instead it grew more and more. Damn, have the ability to come out. Rubbish. Bakugo Katsuki yelled, his movements slowed down and his body couldn't keep his balance, his eyes had hallucinations, and his breathing became heavy. Finally, in the endless entanglement and relief, Bakugo Katsuki fainted under the control of drugs. The camera records all this truthfully. Secret room. Quanyu knew that the long-tongued ghost wouldn't let him go. He had some expectations in his heart for this kind of scum to follow the rules. Sure enough, he was too naive. What did you hit him? It's just a very cheap drug. Long-tongued ghost said, but he has some minor side effects. Well, you'll know in a while. He threw the same medicine in front of Quanyu. You should know us. I found 2 people. Do you want to know who the other one is? The potion didn't even have a brand. Quanyu picked up the potion. He thought that the green hair that villain had mentioned before was disturbed. It might not be Midoriya Izuku without quirk. Advertisement. After being trained by All Might, Midoriya Izuku should know how to fight better than them. Quanyue cowardly placed Hope Xiaoxiao on Midoriya Izuku. He continued to deal with the long-tongued ghost. This medicine shouldn't be easy. Ha 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 ha. Of course. This is something I prepared specially for you. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The secret room of the death classroom. Bakugo Katsuki felt herself compressed in a narrow box, with gas in her body trying to rush out of control. He has done everything smoothly since he was a child, and the control quirk that is quite challenging for others has become a matter of course in his hands. Everything, no matter what, is within his plan. Ah, Bakugo Katsuki felt his scalp numb, his eyes widened, his breathing was short, and he didn't even know when the tongue bound to his body would loosen. He only felt that there was something in his heart to rush out, and the powerful force turned into a beast to swallow him. A series of explosions broke out first from the palm of the hand. Only the quiet sound of water can be heard in time and space. At the end of that sound of water, Bakugo Katsuki saw a person. Midoriya Izuku. Bakugo Katsuki even heard this guy say, Xiaoshang. Waste for a long time. Bakugo Katsuki raised his head, sweat on his forehead. He knew he must be very embarrassed now. Go away. He roared at the green bamboo horse. Go away. Don't look at me. I didn't ask you for help. A series of explosions became louder and louder, and the boy's weak roar became more and more urgent. I didn't ask you for help. Get away. In the surveillance video, only a teenager muttered to himself in the room in confusion. There was no one in front of him. All this is an illusion. From the beginning, the sound of water slowly hypnosed them, until the emergence of the potion, the real power erupted. Quanyue watched Bakugo Katsuki in the video and started attacking indiscriminately. He grabbed the potion and asked, this potion is not a drug, I am afraid it is for quirk. It was not that he had never seen Bakugo Katsuki's quirk. The power and intensity of this explosion are far more powerful than the previous Bakugo Katsuki, and even said that Bakugo's quirk is a bit abnormal. Advertisement. Yes, this is a potion that strengthens the quirk, but it is a failure. An underground potion that fails to strengthen and can easily cause quirk to lose control and cause quirk to collapse. I heard that your Quanyue family are all healing heroes. Replace it with the essence. Then can you save the quirk of this explosive kid? The long-tongued ghost laughed, but it doesn't matter. I didn't prepare this at the beginning. The following is the dinner. Midoriya Izuku in the last room left for a long time. The phone was running out of power, and he called for help. Xiaoshang, where are you, Xiaoshang? He couldn't see his fingers around, and he always kicked strange model props under his feet. For example, bloody shackles and coats. Midoriya Izuku shuddered, thinking that this haunted house would hear a child's cry for help in the middle of the night, and his heart grew furry. Really, why did Xiaoshang come to such a place? The sound of water is getting closer and closer, and a gap appears in front of the tick 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 tick. Midoriya Izuku stepped forward and found that this was a hidden door. Going out from the secret door seems to be another secret room. This is the small door that the staff replaces in the two secret rooms. At this moment, the door was opened. Boom. Before he could touch it, the strong air current smashed the door into fragments and saw the sawdust cut Midoriya Izuku's face. He looked at Bakugo Katsuki, who was panting as a cow, his eyes flushed, and he was obviously in madness. Shut up. Bakugo Katsuki lost his normal judgment when the quirk was out of control. He raised his hand and said with tears, there is no quirk, let me go. Last time, this time I didn't have you for help. I did not ask you for help. Boom. Uncontrolled waves of air lift up the dust, and oncoming uncontrolled attacks. Chapter 48 The First Quirk Runaway. Does Xiaoshang always regard the silt incident as his heart knot? This was the first thing Midoriya Izuku thought of, and the second thing was to escape. Although he inherited the power of All Might, he did not adapt it well to use it. From the entrance test, you can see the consequences of using this power. The body cannot withstand the pressure, and the combat effectiveness is lost after a blow. If it was villain, he might still be able to fight. It can be replaced by a small victory. Midoriya Izuku has no intention of fighting at all. The fear and admiration of Bakugo Katsuki in his heart made him lose the intent to fight. Heroes never attacked their companions. He could only try to make a sound and said, Xiaoshang, at that time shut up Stinky, you don't need to talk about my business. Bakugo Katsuki was already on the verge of rampage. Seeing Midoriya Izuku's charity and kindness, his arrogant self-esteem was traumatized again. It's smelly, and annoying. Always follow behind me, no matter what. Since childhood, I thought I could get rid of this troublesome guy by being admitted to UA. I didn't expect that Quirk would also be admitted to the UA Heroes subject, and together with him he was the only person in the school to be admitted to the UA Heroes subject. Damn it, it's like brown candy that can't be shaken off. There was confusion in Bakugo Katsuki's mind, he even heard the sound of water ticking. A faint voice began to sprout in the raging prairie. Kill him here, as long as you kill him, nothing will happen. Everything will be restored to what I imagined. He will be the only student of Aldera Junior High who is admitted to the UA Heroes subject, and his life will have a perfect start. Just kill Midoriya Izuku and everything will return to where you want. A voice echoed in Bakugo Katsuki's ear with the sound of water. Kill him, go, kill him. No, I never thought of killing him. Bakugo Katsuki struggled internally, but his body moved faster than his heart. Midoriya Izuku sensed Bakugo Katsuki's emotional fluctuations through years of experience. He took a step back, breathing heavily. Little victory. Xiaoshang, don't scare me. What's wrong with you? Bakugo hates himself, and he knows it. This matter. But the Xiaoshang he was familiar with would not show such tangled and fearful eyes, let alone look at him with such eyes. Advertisement. Shut up. Don't look at me with that look. Boom. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The explosion fire light beyond ordinary people's imagination filled the middle of the corridor, and Midoriya Izuku quickly got behind the wall. He felt violent waves of air leaning against the wall, sparks ignited the discarded props, and flames burned everywhere. Either because it is the east of the city where few people live, or an abandoned building, Bakugo Katsuki alone will attract a lot of people onlookers. The time has come to the deep Yoruichi point. This is when most people fall asleep. Quanyue watched the two classmates in the video, and finally understood the disgusting intention of the long-tongued ghost. Let two innocents kill each other, and choose to help as a treatment department. Under the circumstance of ensuring that he is alive, Quanyue can only save one person with all his strength. If you want to save both of them and look at their noisy posture, Quanyue won't even want to survive. One punch can knock down the imaginary enemy Midoriya Izuku, who has a strong offensive power for 0 points. Bakugo Katsuki, who has excellent combat awareness and quirk strong enough to be recognized by professional heroes. Are the two proud children who have just been admitted to the UA Heroes department to fall here because of themselves? Quanyue was full of guilt. The long-tongued ghost likes him like this. Because his second quirk dare not touch the young man, he can only force him by the side. Hehehehe, look at your kindness. Your quirk should be able to let the wound be transferred to yourself. Wait a moment, when they are almost playing, it's time for us to play. Long-tongue ghost guy made sure that the shackles on Quanyue's feet were intact, and he put away the hanging long tongue. The room was quiet, and a few eyes stayed here to monitor Quanyue. In the surveillance video, Midoriya Izuku kept running away. Instead of confronting Bakugo Katsuki, he just ran away. Quanyue sees that iron can't be made into steel. Although this can prevent Bakugo Katsuki from hurting, he keeps running away, and it is easy to be tricked in unfamiliar terrain. The long-tongued ghost and the mud are hiding in the dark, waiting for the Oriole to be behind. Holding the hammer and potion in his hand, he came to the source of the chain, and one end of the chain was nailed to the wall. Quanyue sighed, and he started to hit the wall with a hammer little by little. He wanted to break the wall and free himself from the shackles of the iron chain. It is Midoriya Izuku fighting with Bakugo Katsuki now, even if he can borrow the quirk, it is not suitable. Like the group therapy quirk used in the air, should he help all the friendly forces in fighting each other? Father's blood recovering price can't be played without a quirk weapon. Looking at the family members, most of them have to be in direct contact with each other before they can be treated. Hey, what's the use of the treatment department? Quanyue wailed, and he pulled 2 iron chains for nothing. He watched the somewhat tired Midoriya Izuku in the video and had a bold idea in his mind. If quirk runs away, will it succeed? He picked up the potion. Advertisement. The first quirk of Overdraft has a trick that can be supported by air. And as long as he can recover the first 2 quirk moves, he will be able to get out of the predicament that appears. Quanyue hesitated, and Midoriya Izuku on the other side had come to an end. He had already returned to the elevator the same way, and the explosion was catching up, and the flames had already enveloped it. Midoriya Izuku pressed the elevator twice, and the outer door of the elevator opened automatically. The elevator on the 3rd floor had fallen down when he came up. The only escape route around was locked again. The stairs that Quanyue came up were on the other side of the building. Running over at this time meant that he had to cross the sea of fire. Boom. Bakugo Katsuki's hideous face appeared in front of him, his fists from top to bottom, Midoriya couldn't dodge, and a strong punch on the face. He flew out and ran into the escape door. A layer of dust fell on the door, and Midoriya Izuku was choked with tears. Little victory. A voice exploded in his ears, it's so cruel to start. Midoriya Izuku raised his head. He found that although he had been beaten, he was thrown out for a while, but there was no pain in his whole body, just because he was exhausted by running. It's just a little bit of breath. Quanyue also has an iron chain on his feet. He is standing behind Bakugo Katsuki with a bright white light in his eyes. Midoriya Izuku, you and I will stop Bakugo classmates first. But, Quanyue classmate, you. Quanyue raised his hand and the empty medicine tube fell on the ground. He smiled, well, special circumstances. The first quirk, damage replacement, is forced to activate and prepare to run wild. Chapter 49 You just need to throw a fist. Quanyue's first quirk was the strongest quirk in Quanyue's family before it was seriously overdrawn. No other, because damage replacement is the only quirk that can be replaced in both directions by the Quanyue family. He can replace villain's quirk on himself, and he can also replace his damage to other people. It should be known that the quirks of the Quanyue family in the past are mainly replacement, and more one-way replacements, which can only treat others, which is extremely harmful to the user himself. In addition to being a demon from it, I have to say that the early death of Quanyue's family is also related to quirk. If it were not for the quirk severely damaged 10 years ago, Quanyue would be a genius who would not lose to any hero's second generation. When he was 5 years old, the first quirk was able to transfer all the damage suffered within 3 hours before and after the person he touched to himself. At the same time, you can transfer the damage you have received within 5 minutes. Quanyue didn't know exactly how many hours, so at the beginning, he only injected half of the medicine, but later found that it was not enough, so he injected the whole medicine into his body. The quirk went from severe overdraft to forced activation to the edge of runaway. Quanyue is now able to start from the moment he touches it, and all the damage he suffered within 24 hours before and after is transferred to himself. And all the injuries suffered within an hour can be transferred out. Relying on these 2 points, he transferred all the damage that Bakugo Katsuki fell on Midoriya Izuku to himself, and then transferred the damage to the iron chain, causing the iron chain to break. Objectively speaking, if Quanyue can use the first quirk normally, he does not need to be stuck on the treatment of heroes, he will have more choices. Of course, the top priority is how to restrain Bakugo Katsuki. Midoriya Izuku, come here quickly, Quanyue yelled, this guy is unconscious now. You, forget it, do you know something that can calm him down? Midoriya Izuku tried hard to remember, but for a while, he felt that Xiao Sheng had no quiet moments. Our quietness is a bit remote for Bakugo Katsuki. Advertisement. Quanyue vomited. Wow, my god. Are you really childhood sweethearts? He rushed towards Bakugo Katsuki, then you helped me knock him out first. He started a super regeneration for himself, and second the quirk is activated at the same time. As long as he can touch Bakugo Katsuki, he can feint this guy from the pain. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. But, I should. Midoriya Izuku has always been decisive and brave in times of crisis or the real villain. But when he changed to his familiar friends, especially Bakugo Katsuki, who had a different position in his life, his mentality suddenly became weak. Quanyue stepped forward with a punch. He hit Bakugo Katsuki's neck. Unexpectedly, the other party jumped into the air with the explosive force of his hands and turned back to Quanyue's back. Then he slammed his foot down and pressed Quanyue to the ground. Quanyue turned his head back and grabbed Bakugo's ankle, although only for a moment, it was enough for his quirk. The second quirk broke out. As long as the other person has contact with himself, pain recall will be effective. With the enhancement of the medicine, the pain is definitely strong enough. Quanyue gave herself a good feel, and the whole person was shaking. Both he and Bakugo Katsuki fell to the ground. Bakugo Katsuki's eyes were blurred, and he seemed to lose consciousness in pain. Quanyue barely got up. He just wanted to talk, and took a breath. Hiss. Pain and injury are two different things, so his current pain cannot be converted as injury. First, all the injuries Quirk said are injuries to the body. Quanyue thought that this should be over. He asked Midoriya Izuku to come over, and the three of them should take care of each other not to step into the trap of the long-tongued ghost. Both the long-tongued ghost and the sludge are extremely evil. And they are all fresh graduates. Midoriya, please see if this phone has a signal. Quanyue found that Midoriya Izuku was still carrying a mobile phone, praying silently in his heart that the shielding thing had been destroyed in the sea of fire. Midoriya Izuku also thought that he still had a cell phone. He pressed twice and said in despair, no signal. It's okay, let's go from here. Where are the stairs here? There is only an elevator in front and a sea of fire behind. Advertisement. Quanyue glanced at the elevator. The outer door of the elevator could be opened. After opening, there is an empty elevator shaft. His own second quirk was a bit out of control, and now he is back to the extreme state of knocking everyone down. Quanyue had to let Midoriya Izuku carry the unconscious Bakugo Katsuki on his back, and they wanted to find a way out. We can't fight, so let's go first. As long as you escape, you win. Ah. Midoriya Izuku took only 2 steps and suddenly fell to the ground. Quanyue immediately received the damage he had received, and then he saw a few tongues entangled Midoriya Izuku's feet from the sea of fire. There is also a puddle of unknown liquid that envelops Bakugo Katsuki. How come? He wasn't sent to prison. Midoriya Izuku covered his mouth, and he recognized the presence of silt. But wasn't the opponent caught by All Might? Quanyue moves faster than his brain. He moves forward and cuts off his tongue. He has no weapons to use. And the worst part is that Bakugo Katsuki once again fell into a strange state. Everyone heard the weird sound of water droplets. Tick 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 tick. Ah, how could I? A similar scene and a similar dilemma once again appeared in front of Bakugo. In the silt incident, I was trapped by villain, and finally, the last one to save myself was actually a long time. I will never admit that he saved me. Thinking of this, Bakugo Katsuki exploded once again with a powerful shock. The impact of this explosion almost made the silt fly away. Quanyue felt familiar. He looked at Midoriya Izuku next to him and then at the silt. He finally realized, no. Are you the protagonist of that silt incident? Ah, that's it. Midoriya Izuku clenched his fists, if he had the power of All Might. No, he already has it. It's just that he still can't control this force. After one use, the whole body loses mobility. Assuming that one punch cannot solve the problem, what awaits them will be a dead end. But if he doesn't act, he doesn't use Opha's power, what is the difference between him now and the previous one? He can only watch his partner. Quanyu saw his hesitation and patted Midoriya Izuku on the shoulder, and stood side by side with him. Although I don't know why you have such a powerful force, he thought of the other party's severe injury during the entrance exam, and said in his heart that being strong comes at a price. Midoriya Izuku, remember you. Me, as a family of Izumi, I can snatch you from Shinigami by any means. He has all kinds of treatment quirks from the Quanyu family in his hands, and the name of the Death for Death family is not made by mouth. If you refuse to take action because of the pain, I am here, just go. All the consequences, I'll come. You just need to punch. Chapter 50 Quirk Dam. All the consequences, I will take it. You just have to punch. Quanyu's words are like a valve, letting go of Midoriya Izuku's last concerns. In his mind, Quanyu already knew how his quirk came from since he knew it, then there was no need to hesitate. At this time, he only needs to trust the partner behind him. Midoriya Izuku meditated silently in his heart to tighten the AL sphincter. He remembered the blow by All Might that shocked the audience against Villain, a blow to change the weather. I inherited the All Might quirk, too. Give that punch, Midoriya Izuku, you are no longer who you were. Midoriya Izuku's hands burst into blue veins and red light. He felt his blood boil and his power was running in his veins. That's right, that's it, he thought of going to grab the small victory and end the battle happily. He jumped out and grabbed Xiao Sheng's exposed arm with his left hand, followed by his right hand raised high. The wind is up. After that, there was a boom, a loud noise. Uncontrolled forces erupted loudly in the space, the third floor of the building was completely penetrated, and the building that lost the support of the third floor was then pressed down by a corner. The flame in the sky was stirred by the sudden wind, and the fire became more vigorous. The only effect is that the silk does not know where it was broken. As well as the hands and feet that are intact, compared with the first use, Midoriya Izuku would like to sigh, farewell to the world. He grabbed Bakugo Katsuki's arm, carried him to the ground, and ran towards Quanyu with his feet. Quanyu squatted on the ground, one of his hands was scrapped and his feet twisted. This is the power transferred from Midoriya Izuku. Midoriya Izuku, your quirk is very strong. Quanyu did not have time to envy, his first quirk immediately concentrated the damage on 3 points, the useless left hand and the soles of both feet. Midoriya Izuku saw that Quanyu's twisted hands and feet were corrected, and the scarred teenager quickly jumped from the ground. The terrible explosive force made a small hole in the ground. Is this classmate Quanyu quirk so strong? Midoriya Izuku was dumbfounded, taking into account the quirk of the healing system and the powerful attack. Quanyu just transferred the damage that Midoriya Izuku received. He gathered the damage in one place, and the explosive force generated instantly made him seem to have a powerful force. It's just a literal borrowing force and strike force. Midoriya Izuku, go. Quanyu hit the wall with a punch. The wall collapsed and a string of flames was crushed. The abandoned water pipe burst and several tongues fell out of it. Painful shouts and the taste of barbecue came from all directions. Quanyu smiled and said to Midoriya Izuku, it should be fine to jump from the third floor. Okay, I'll take Xiao Sheng to a safe place first. This is also hindering classmate Quanyu's fight. Midoriya Izuku nodded. Because of the fierce fighting ahead, the wall collapsed and police cars could be seen roaring in the distance. Shu, a long tongue is wrapped around Midoriya Izuku's feet. Tick, 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 the strange sound of water is still there. Quanyu opens and closes and destroys all the possible places where the long-tongued ghosts may exist. Destroying water pipes and other places makes long-tongued ghosts nowhere to hide, but the main thing is to transfer the damage out within time. Midoriya Izuku tightened his sphincter muscles as usual, using his feet to start jumping. Advertisement. He felt that Xiao Sheng on his back woke up. Xiao Sheng, you. Before he finished speaking, he was greeted with an explosion. Midoriya Izuku, who was attacked head-on, was caught off guard and fell off the edge of the third floor. Quanyu instantly received Midoriya Izuku's injury. He saw Bakugo Katsuki, whose eyes were red and obviously not in a state, swaying to stand up. Hey, don't tell me that people like you are also controlled. The weird sound of water still doesn't know what it is, but it seems to control the most aggressive one among them. Thinking about the thinking of the long-tongued ghosts, it is not impossible for the strongest control to let them kill each other. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The damage caused by Midoriya Izuku falling from the third floor and the damage caused by the use of the quirk are transmitted to Quanyu's body again. Quanyu almost couldn't control the amount and variety of injuries, and he felt the power in his body overflowing. As long as he is given some more time, he can control this power. The controlled Bakugo Katsuki will never give Quanyu time. As the weird sound of water continued, Bakugo Katsuki rushed over and exploded with both hands. Quanyu's ground-kicking damage was concentrated on the ground and output instantly, and transferred to Bakugo Katsuki's back with the powerful impact. Bakugo Katsuki tumbled in the air, leaned back and exploded, pulling the distance between the two people, and then both punches together and punched Quanyu's chest. Quanyu exploded all over, his body received new damage, and the new damage promoted his quirk to explode further. Damn it, now Quanyu takes a step, cracks will appear on the ground. The damage accumulated in his body has reached the limit of his body, and he will explode to pieces on the spot if it is not released. The upper limit of the quirk has been raised, but he himself is far from worthy of the first quirk that is now activated. Physical fitness can't match. Quanyu took a long breath, and he concentrated on avoiding Bakugo Katsuki's attack. The surrounding area was already in ruins, and the police car was honking behind it, and the professional heroes seemed to be on their way. Bakugo Katsuki hit Quanyue's shoulder with another punch. Quanyue hesitated for a while before finally suppressing the damage in his hand. His second quirk has no effect on the current Bakugo. A controlled person will not give up attacking because of pain. But Quanyue didn't make a move because he was afraid that this punch would kill Bakugo. The damage from the fall from the third floor plus double broken legs caused by Midoriya Izuku quirk, broken arms and skin collapse, and several explosion damage caused by Bakugo. It will really kill people. The relationship between quirk and the body is like water and a dam. When using the quirk, the water valve is turned on, and you have to pay attention to how much water you turn on. Quanyue is now a dam about to burst its embankment. He wanted to open the water valve to release some water, but his water valve suddenly broke. The first quirk, damage replacement, has completely entered the runaway stage. Or suffocate, don't let go and kill people. Otherwise, Quanyue can only watch his body collapse. But the question is he facing villain? Advertisement. It's not. He faced Bakugo Katsuki, who was a bit annoying but not dying. Ah, I'm so annoying. Quanyue stood up. His muscles exploded with white flashes, his pupils completely turned into white circles. This situation can make this guy completely awake. The key is still unconscious Bakugo. Most of Quanyue's quirks are only for the physical body, and do not include treatment for contact with mind control. Really, it can be used. Hey, there are really. Quanyue was taken aback. He memorized the genealogy quirk again, and he was sure it was really a usable quirk. Grandpa Quanyue and number 1 quirk open black lens bracket state replacement close black lens bracket. You can transfer one person's physical state, mental state, including being controlled, etc., to another person. This process is completely unidirectional and requires physical contact between the two parties. That is, he can change the controlled state of Bakugo Katsuki to himself. The situation where Bakugo Katsuki is controlled in disguise. Quanyue showed joy, his face still collapsed, his skin broke open, and the white streamer was flowing in his muscles. Bakugo Katsuki didn't know what he was going to face, so he continued to punch. Stabbed, status replacement, as activated. Quanyue watched Bakugo Katsuki's eyes slowly recover, and before he could cheer, he stood up and shouted with all his strength, "Get out. You." He felt the power surging from his body. Bakugo Katsuki saw the white beam of light explode centered on the scarred boy, and the beam of light burst into the sky. The naked eye can see the entire abandoned building turned into rubble and wood chips. Quote. Shaosheng, leave soon. Midoriya Izuku brought the police and professional heroes forward. If they were one step late, Bakugo Katsuki would also be broken into pieces with the building. Quanyue, the first quirk open black lens bracket damage replacement close black lens bracket damage output runaway. The dam broke. Chapter 51 The haunted house incident ends. The moment the quirk dam collapsed, Quanyue felt the unimaginable strength of the waves in his body converge on his hands and feet. An unqualified potion plus the quirk from Bakugo's runaway state. Under the dual state stimulation, the quirk's power leaked to disrupt the sound of water. Quanyue saw a hurried woman emerge from the ruins in his field of vision. Before she walked a few steps, she was covered by the rapidly spreading white light. Then her hands and feet were twisted and her muscles exploded, showing an extraordinary tragic appearance. The damage is exported to the outside world. The silt has a similar end. The body is divided into pieces and then reorganized, repeating this process continuously. The police and heroes who were onlookers were shocked by villain's screams. They wanted to enter, but found that as long as they were close to Bai Guang, their bodies would be seriously injured. Classmate Izumi. Midoriya Izuku clenched his fist, and the Bakugo Katsuki in his arms gradually recovered, also looking at the center of the beam of light with complicated eyes. Both of them clearly recognized Quanyue's role in this battle. Without Quanyue, Midoriya Izuku would not be able to use OFA battery life to fight and lose combat effectiveness after one blow. Without Quanyue, Bakugo Katsuki would always be controlled by the enemy and the battle would be deadlocked. They are fine, but the most critical person bears all the damage alone. Look, the police and heroes teamed up to surround the cordon outside. Several of them exclaimed. Building. The building destroyed by the fighting was slowly being rebuilt. The rubble floated from the ground and spliced together. Slowly returned to his original position. Open black lens bracket damage replacement close black lens bracket damage absorption. Not only people, but even objects can absorb damage. When Quanyue quirk is seriously overdrawn, basically use quirk to repair the damage of small things. Now it's just replacing small things with buildings. Without exception, all the damages absorbed into the body were released on villain and around them. Listening to villain's screams, people often think that Quanyue is the most sinister party. The equivalent of Ling Chi's quirk runaway lasted a full 12 hours. Under the quirk of Quanyue's double runaway, the villains experienced what it means to die as life and death. They cried like a child in the thighs of the policemen and heroes, and even madly kissed the policeman's gun and begged to give them a happy shot. The culprit Quanyue fell to the ground. Some buildings around him became flat due to the quirk out of control, repairing could not be repaired. The damage was too thorough. When the police and heroes came forward, they found that the child was awake. Quanyue looked at the sky and asked, "Huh, it's over." Advertisement. Are you fine? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. I feel okay, I just can't control it. There is pain, but he has experienced more than 35,000 kinds of pain. Baptism and patience is enough. Where are my classmates? Go to the hospital first. Oh, Quanyue closed his eyes, this time he really fell asleep. The policeman on the side was dumbfounded. After dealing with so many incidents, it was the first time he saw such a calm victim at the scene. This time, Quanyue fell asleep again. When he entered the door, he was scolded by his old father. You really dare to use anything. You dare to use anything that doesn't know what it is. Izumitsu Nagasaki pulled Izuki Nagasaki towards the lock. Quanyue stuck his tongue out. Look, you made your dad angry, come over and apologize. Quanyue knew that he hadn't considered injecting the medicine at the time, and said stiffly, the situation was special at that time. The situation should never have you on the stage again. Xiao Yi, you are a student. Your quirk is not suitable for fighting. It is good to take care of yourself. The treatment department thinks that it will be very good if you don't hold back. Quan Yuchang Suo Ijung words, leave this to heroes who are good at fighting. Waiting for someone else to save it would be too incompetent. Quan Yu retorted. Who is able to save me besides myself? Do I have to be delayed by that kind of perversion? You kid. Quan Yuchang locks one head and two big heads. I'm not saying that you don't save yourself. It's a good thing to save yourself. But you didn't think about the consequences at all. You can get through in a mess. The way you fight in chaos, we will never lend you the quirk again. After the UA High School entrance exam and the current Longtung haunted house incident, the elders in the family began to worry that the child would use the quirk to do whatever he wanted, not taking his body seriously. Quan Yu thought that his good performance this time would be praised by his family, but he didn't expect it to be all such suppressed comments. But I don't want to. What do you don't want? I lent you quirk because I was afraid of something wrong with you, instead of letting you use it to try hard. Quan Yu Chengsuo looked at the child who hadn't been educated for 10 years. Feel free to borrow the quirk when you are in your own state. If it weren't for your grandfather to prescribe that super regeneration for you, you would just die on the scene. This time you injected the strange potion, you never considered yourself. Do you know what it means to run away with quirk? You will be completely abolished. Is there any difference between my previous 10 years and the abandoned quirk? Quan Yu said with a cold face, since I am afraid that I will borrow the quirk, why did you lend it to me in the first place? Quan Yu's old father was really upset. Advertisement. They thought that Quan Yu was the first to have a serious overdraft, and they wanted to lend out their family's quirks. In this quirk-first society, there is always quirk to play at critical times. Who would have thought that his child would get the quirk and something would happen right away? Are hospitalized 3 times a year, every time is a big deal. Whose parents can bear this kind of awful thing? Quan Yu Chengsuo was too lazy to continue arguing with his son. He was not facing a 5-year-old child when he died, but a 15-year-old boy with his own thoughts. The gap between the two generations was exposed for the first time, which made people quite helpless. Quan Yu Nagasaki sneered out to play haha, to popularize Quan Yu's quirk sequelae, let this silly boy who doesn't put his body at ease pay attention. Well, your dad is worried about you. Izumizuki Nagasaki helplessly spread his hand, to be honest, we are not surprised that you did this. Seeing your important person injured but powerless, everyone will be anxious. I hope that you understand your dad ha ha ha. Quan Yu stood at the door, looking at the smile of his uncle, feeling a little embarrassed. Uncle, I just. He wanted to describe that mood, but he couldn't organize words. But watching someone get hurt in front of me, watching the innocent suffer from a disaster, I can't do anything, and it's very painful. If you have a quirk, you can make a little contribution to helping others, and it would be good to give these strengths to help others. Izumizuki Nagasaki caught rubbing Quan Yu's head twice. Quan Yu's men's disagreement is about to become a family inheritance. I haven't figured out what's going on yet, and I don't want others to get hurt, so I will explode. It's better to watch others get hurt. I am selfish, so don't get hurt, silly nephew. Uncle. Okay. Forgot to say, I received your gift. Quan Yu smiled. I will make up my uncle when I go back. Tisk tisk, clever ghost. Izumizuki Nagasaki, the only man in Izumizuki's family who has not become a heroes. Chapter 52 Admission Notice. When Quan Yu accepted various criticisms and blames from the family's elders, the Longtung haunted house incident ended under the double coverage of newspapers and news. The above seems to be interesting to suppress the case. From the disclosure to the end, it was only a day, except for the 8-hour white light discussion on the internet, there was not even a little bit of relevant news. Quan Yu was admitted to the hospital again, and the doctors and nurses in the hospital were all familiar with playing cards with him. Nara Mei came over to deliver food and brought cookies to the nurse on duty. As a patient, Quan Yu did not have any biscuits due to his diet arrangement. I want to eat spicy. After 5 consecutive days of clear soup and water and no oil at all, Quan Yu was unloved. I want to eat meat. I want hot pot. I want spicy hot pot, and I want to eat super abnormal spicy fried noodle bread. The doctor coldly slapped the report on the face of someone who wanted to die without meat, joy, and spicy, haha. He couldn't bear this little patient who has been able to enter the accident and emergency department time after taking over, being vegetarian and less oily. I will give you a dietary treatment list. No spicy is allowed. Quan Yu. Suddenly, the doctor read him the fitness report and concluded. The physical fitness is low, and the knee and elbow joints are injured. In the future exercises, pay attention to the excessive strain and it is difficult to make up for the joints. Initial rehabilitation training will start the day after tomorrow. In terms of quirk, first a quirk is severely overdrawn, and almost thrown all of the things you have raised in the past 10 years into the water. The side effects of the drug have not been reported, and the follow-up development is not necessarily. I suggest that you do not use the quirk in the past 6 months. The second quirk has been strengthened a bit. We will do a detailed test when you are about to be discharged from the hospital. Physical fitness can start preliminary training, but quirk will have to wait a while. Quanyue himself was not in a hurry. There was news from the police station that all the crimes had been arrested. A long-tongued ghost, silt, and a woman with a quirk similar to hypnosis. Quanyue specifically asked the police to retrieve the quirk weapon left by his father, which has a special meaning to him. When he is almost recovered, it should be the beginning of high school. Quanyue classmate. It was Midoriya Izuku who came to visit. He said that Midoriya Izuku was very diligent during the days when Quanyue was hospitalized. In addition to the friendly visit, this guy also opened his eyes to ask some weird questions. What kind of tricks Quanyue student used at the time? Is it convenient to tell the principal? How did Quanyue judge villain's position and moves? Back then, Quanyue. The tireless student Midoriya was holding a notebook to write and draw. Quanyue had a bewildered expression on his face. Intuition. Advertisement. He borrowed the quirk, so I can't say this. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. I'm the first. Quirk went wild at the time. How did he talk about the specific principles? He hasn't used it much in 10 years, and he is quite unfamiliar. Compared with Midoriya Izuku, Bakugo Katsuki is much colder. Sometimes Quanyue saw him standing at the door of the hospital, unable to enter. Later, his mother pressed him to Quanyue to thank him. Although the expression doesn't mean thank you. But well, that is Bakugo Katsuki can understand. Shinso Hitoshi confirmed that it was the general subject of Ua High School. Recently, he made several calls to ask Quanyue's school. Maybe he still wants to share a school with Quanyue in his heart. Nara's sister reported that there was no news about his enrollment at home and school. It seems that Quanyue fell completely. Speaking of it, it doesn't matter if the Department of Therapy is not in the Heroes Department. Midoriya Izuku finally gave up on his thoughts. He exercised his arms and recalled. Because the Department of Therapy is very precious, there are few people who will fight. It's the choice of the treatment department. Like the treatment girl, she comes from the general department. Don't fight. That's about the same as a doctor. Quanyue doesn't like the 3 words treatment department. He always feels that with these 3 words he can only do one treatment department. Midoriya Izuku looked over enviously. It's much worse. If you are treated in time and then put into battle, it will have a great effect on the situation. The Heroes Department trains more students who are direct combat and auxiliary combat, but the treatment department can no longer be counted as auxiliary combat. Right. Sounds like naked quirk discrimination. Hey, no, I didn't mean that. The therapy department is really good. Midoriya Izuku felt that he hadn't expressed it well, and apologized, but I haven't seen a few therapy departments in most of my years. I don't know this type. To understanding. Okay. Quanyue also grew up so old that he had never seen a few real therapy departments. The premise is not counting his dead Quanyue family. If it's a therapy heroes, it's okay not to go to the heroes department. As far as the information is concerned, many of them graduated from general subjects. Midoriya Izuku asked. Izumi Tsuki wants to become heroes. You will definitely become a very powerful heroes. Now he recalled that villain was suffering in the white light that day. His screams are still lingering. Advertisement. Quanyue didn't feel much, and said perfunctorily, let's talk about it. City government building, in an independent office. The man knocked on the desktop. He was a very ordinary person, ordinary appearance, ordinary family and ordinary quirk. The only thing that can be praised is that he has a distinguished wife and he graduated from UA High School in general. His computer is displaying a search. It's about Quanyue, the last junior of the Quanyue family. Netizens circled all his outstanding performance in the UA High School general subject incident. However, there are not many such posts, and quirk posts that expose non-heroes are often deleted by the administrator. But Quanyue-related posts have been retained. Anyway, it's just a scrapped quirk, isn't it? It will not arouse everyone's attention. In this hero's society, only good-looking, cool and powerful quirks and talents will get attention for a long time. He opened the drawer and lay a white and blue pistol quietly above the file. Quirk weapon Clotho. This weapon once shined on the battlefield, and its owner is the last generation of the Quanyue family, the last generation of Heroes Quanyue Changsho. What trash Heroes family. The man closed the drawer, and he thought of someone with a sneer. As long as I move my fingers, I won't die fast, die early. He signed his name on a commutation letter, completely ignoring the name of the crime, Long Tung Gui Lao, and even the several lives carried by this name. What about becoming a heroes? Heroes are the lackeys of the government, but in a different form. Heroes are just arresting crimes, but they are the pen holders who are really responsible for sanctions. Force is always the worst policy, and money is the master of the future. The man closed the notebook, he fell back on the chair and smiled. Izumizuki Nagasaki, I was able to break your hero's dream. Today I can also break your nephew's hero's road. In the trash can, there was a torn admission notice lying quietly. You. A High School General Subject, Quanyue, congratulations on your acceptance. Chapter 53. The situation was chaotic. I'm sorry, our school doesn't have any information about this classmate. He thanked the teacher on the other side of the phone politely. He hung up the phone and looked at the scenery passing by the window with a long sigh. The caring father asked, Quanyue's family. Yeah. That's it. Shinso Hitoshi took Quanyue's matter to heart. After learning that he was admitted to the UA General course, his parents originally booked today's air ticket and planned to take a family trip. After Shinso Hitoshi heard that Quanyue was injured, he was shocked to change the ticket, and the whole trip was postponed. Dad, is UA in front? Yes, it's the nearest from this road. Is UA open during summer vacation? Shinso Hitoshi troubled his father to stop, and he looked at the UA gate with mixed flavors. It's okay, I believe in your abilities. The heart-worried father comforted. Entering UA is already considered half a hero's. As long as you work hard in the future, there is hope. Dad, I'm a general course. Shin Kai returned to the car, and he called the next school and started asking about Quanyue. When they came to the hospital, Shinso Hitoshi called all the schools that Quanyue had reported. Except UA High School. Quanyue is eating apples. Sister Nara has been practicing the policy of, an apple a day, keep the doctor away from me. For patients, besides apples, there are various so-called nutritious meals with clear soup and water. Seeing Shinso Hitoshi coming over, Quanyue choked twice and said in embarrassment, ahem, worried cough cough, why are you here? Come and see how stupid you are to make yourself like this. Shinso Hitoshi mocked, I heard that you have encountered a mess again. It's just making a comeback, it's okay. Anyway, it's finally handed over to the professional heroes and the police. Quanyue solved the apple a few times, and asked eagerly, that, worry, can you? What are you doing? Quanyue watched the play and said with blood all over his body, buy me some Wylong, spicy strips so it's a little bit smaller. Oh. The doctor during the round beat the disobedient patient twice and released it. The rolled-up medical record sneered. It is impossible to smuggle snacks. Doctor, I think I'm all right. Do you think it's all right when you are ready? The doctor always sneered, making people wonder if he would only sneer. He asked the nurse to lift Quanyue into the wheelchair and said, go for the quirk test. Your second quirk test. Advertisement. Shinso Hitoshi was also interested, can I go together? Quanyue didn't matter. The doctor resolutely opposed it. In the end, I was worried about not witnessing the Quanyue test. In the current society, everyone seems to be accustomed to displaying their own quirks, but in terms of the professional ethics of doctors, they are not allowed to expose any patient information, even quirks. What they tested today is the second quirk. In a separate room prepared by the doctor, there is a litter of fat little bamboo rats. Because Quanyue's second quirk only works on creatures, and it must be touched to play out. They specially prepared the bamboo mice for experiment and tested them on the bamboo mice to better understand Quanyue's second quirk. It's almost impossible for a person to have two quirks, and this has not happened to you. The quirk is not revealed. Well, let's test it anyway. The doctor grabbed a rat and placed it in Quanyue's arms. Go ahead. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Quanyue releases quirk very casually. The bamboo rat twitched in his arms and made a painful cry. The nurse records the index in the monitoring room. After the doctor waited until the bamboo rat foamed at its mouth, he pulled it out and handed it to the nurse next to him. This one is made into a grilled rat. Then the second one, this one will be braised. The third one, this one will be steamed. The fourth one, is it dead? Oh, can I get it back? Then, simmer it in oil. If you ignore their conversation and look at the densely packed data records in the white coat and cold face, you would really think that this is a group of decent scientific researchers. Quanyue had a numb look. He watched the mice that were still convulsing and obviously angry getting into the pan, and his heart was full of distrust of the world. Are you really here to test my quirk? Quanyue watched as a group of medical staff ate a full rat feast in front of him and made a serious protest. On the second day, the doctor replaced the bamboo rat with a meat frog, and ate a spicy frog hot pot. On the third day, it was replaced with a whole fish spicy feast. If it weren't for the fifth day, they would drop the complete quirk usage report on Quanyue. Quanyue wanted them to experience what is meant by the pain that is visible but cannot be eaten. Of course, this is a few days later. After the visit, Shinso Hitoshi began to practice the admissions office of UA High School. After repeatedly comparing the number of admissions with the score line and the bonus policy, he realized that things were not easy. He directly visited Quanyue's nominal guardian cat mother-in-law, and asked her to use the UA High School contacts to check the UA general admission list. It's Quanyue, Granny Cat definitely cares about it. She didn't know if she didn't check it, and it stabbed the hornet's nest completely. UA did admit Quanyue, and their notice was also sent. It was already a month ago to calculate the time. The orphanages and schools have not received any news of admission at all. Everyone's first reaction was a loss. People at UA's admissions office even said that they would print out the new admission letter immediately and send it to the door to apologize personally. However, when he logged into the background, he found that something was wrong. Advertisement. Quanyue's list of the student was locked. It's not their UA backstage problem, but someone locked his data entry from above. All student data entry is collected from the local school to the Education Bureau, and then sent from the Education Bureau to each high school. Quanyue's materials and all materials were immediately locked back to the Education Bureau after printing once. Without the above instructions, their UA High School cannot unlock the basic information of the student, and there is no way to print him a copy of the admission notice. Furthermore, the above blockade has not been solved. Even if the student receives the admission notice, the school system will default to Quanyue not a student of the school. In the education system, as long as there are many things locked up, the schools below them can only stare. On the other hand, the UA admissions office immediately reported back to Principal Nezu. On the other hand, they have not dared to directly report to the parents of the students who called, knowing that the aftermath of the general admission incident has not passed, and then they will be exposed to the defects in admission. The name of UA High School will fall again and again, even with All Might as a mentor after enrollment cannot make up for the decline of the school's momentum. The UA High School party immediately held a meeting, and then Principal Nezu and Aizawa Shoto went to the direct education department in a fierce manner. This time, I was wrong and the debtor was in charge. What happened to the next student inexplicably deducted? Do you still think that there are not enough things? As for adding blockage to UA like this, no one thought of disturbing the child who was still in the convalescent stage. Trouble found him. I'm very sorry, in accordance with the rules of public security management. Quanyue, your quirk weapon is an illegal firearm and has been transferred to the city government for safekeeping. And according to the test in the quirk test, it is judged that your quirk is extremely dangerous. To protect the safety of the public, the government needs control your quirk. Quanyue got up during lunch break and looked at each other dimly against the chicken coop. The other party was wearing the clothes of a law enforcement officer and grabbed his wrist to put him on a buckle. There is a small button in the center of the buckle. You only need to press a special medicine to pierce the body. Then completely eliminate the human quirk. Quanyue took out his hand, and the other party immediately came up to 5 or 6 people to press him on the hospital bed, and even used a pillow to stuff his mouth and nose and threatened him in a low voice. You be asterisk 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 D, don't toast or not eat or drink fine wine. Kong Dang the leader was stunned by a head. I don't know who it is. Well, the doctor's head fell in the middle of the bed and said angrily, the B asterisk 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 D dare to touch Lousy's patient. Lousy makes his head branch house. Behind the gate, the sturdy male nurse stood behind the headless doctor and uttered the roar of brother male sign brother. Chapter 54. In the 20 square meter ward, there are patients who have not yet woken up, doctors with their heads turned off, male nurses with fat bodies, and a group of policemen who don't know where they come from. The entire hospital held people to death, and after contacting the police, they found that this group of people were just gangsters. To be precise, it is a bully in a police uniform. They said that last night a masked woman brought something and asked them to come to the ward to make trouble. They didn't know the name or what the woman looked like. The only thing they could understand was that they were paid well. The policeman came out as a young man, probably not long after he came out. He recorded the name and the accident and suddenly asked Quanyue, which Quanyue are you? Ah, what? Quanyue's mental quality is good, he is completely awake, still thinking about who is going to kill him. The little policeman asked patiently, are you the nephew of Izumizuki Nagasaki? Why did you get involved with uncle again? Quanyue nodded when thinking of his uncle's good friends in the police station before he was alive, that smiley face is still very useful. Hey, the logistics responsible for doing this are almost bloody. The little policeman gleefully said, we must investigate this matter carefully and find out for you. Otherwise, the old bones will definitely not let me go. Quanyue understood that there was a specialization in the surgery industry, so he left the police to take care of everything. He didn't know that when the news of his attack reached the police station, the entire police station was exploded into a pot of porridge. Check it all for me. There are still people on our land who blatantly do this kind of nasty thing. The old group leader pressed the cigarette butt in the water glass, knock out the mouths of those bastards, even if it's him. Ask clearly about the time of S*X in love with his wife. We may not have any news. Do you want to ask Heroes? One of the team members said. This kid seems to have no background, but there are a lot of things involved behind him. Heroes. Let Heroes ask us to do what the police do. The old team leader poured out the last cigarette, looking tired, take care of it. This kid's case must be done publicly and privately. What is it like? Looks like. He sighed at the thought of things 10 years ago. Everyone knew that the old team leader had thought of that old thing again. Some people are equally unwilling to sigh, and some have a look of disdain that there is nothing major. The whole office is filled with constant keyboard tapping, paper flipping and various quiet turning sounds. It took a long time for someone to mumble, why can't the police use quirk? The most violent sanctions in this society are not the police but the heroes. Advertisement. The UA High School team went directly to the municipal government to find relevant personnel. They went up one level at a time and they met the final person in charge, Shan Liangxin. Shan Liangxin is an ordinary man, he seems to be worthy of the 3 characters for passerby on most occasions. Have to be fair. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Shan Liangxin dared to detain one of the new students of UA High School, and he was the first person to eat crabs in the education industry. In today's society, UA High School is no longer a simple school. From the UA of the school to replace the Olympic Games in Japan, it can be seen that this school is a place of quirk social national cohesion. In the past, UA was said to be a public school, but what about it? The government has long been unable to hold on. Liangshin dared to do something to Yue. Who authorized it? Principal Nezu had calculated one name after another in his mind. Before he could speak, Shanshan Liangshin seized the opportunity. The principal of Yue High School Nezu is now in office hours. If you have a personal matter, please discuss it after get off work. It seems that you understand very well. Aizawa Shota looked gloomy. He wanted to say something more, but was stopped by Headmaster Nezu. Shanshan Liangshin seemed to have expected it a long time ago. He handed a bunch of materials to Aizawa Shota and said, "Look at it for yourself." The materials he handed out were related to the punishment of Quanyue's unauthorized use of quirk. Quanyue is not Heroes but has been using it with high profile. Quirk. Among other things, if the white light were not pressed down from above, the folks could explode all kinds of tricks. According to the current law, Quanyue will be charged with disturbing public order. His guardian is an old woman. There was no professional heroes present at the time of the incident, and no elders of any related professional punish him afterwards. You should know what I mean. Aizawa Shota makes a fist, feeling deeper for the child in her heart. Principal Nezu glanced over the information quickly and showed a kind smile. First seems to be a graduate of UA. It seems that even general subjects can produce talents. Thank you for the compliment. Principal, this is official. Shanshan Liangshin said solemnly. I will not be merciful because I am a UA graduate. Principal Nezu hit his heart fiercely. I'm not talking about you, Fur. He waved the information in his hand, like an innocent child. I'm talking about Izumizuki Nagasaki. I didn't miss Heroes back then examination. This child will not be bullied by you even if he wants to come. Advertisement. I'm serious, Principal. The situation is at a stalemate, and both sides are poking at each other's weaknesses in the course of each other's words. Aizawa Shota dislikes this kind of scene the most. He tried to recall the news about Quanyue in the school. From the beginning of the entrance exam to the current notice turmoil, the child Quanyue has shown a message everywhere. Some people do not want Quanyue to enter UA. Who is the one? The whole situation trembled slightly with the whereabouts of an admission notice. UA High School, the city government, and the city police fell into a common melee. They don't yet know who the real villain is, and they spread their fangs to guard against each other. Let's go. Principal Nezu gave up playing Tai Chi with Shanshan Liangshin and said to Aizawa Shota, this matter is not over yet. The ashtray in the police station was filled with cigarettes one by one, and then poured clean. Someone finally cheered and said, I found the key clue. He took out the record and was nervous. Go to the city government. The printer copied it out. Send multiple copies of information to everyone. One of them was silently delivered to a teenager. His entire face was hidden in the darkness, and Qingyuan and Fengnu stood behind him, and two gothic lollies were watching picture books at their feet. Wow, I didn't expect it to be so fast. Fengnibi said with a smile. I used to hear the young master calling him dead pigs. Ah. It's just too ordinary. She put the information of the Huxia Fur cool letter on the teenager. In front of him, young master, this guy's quirk is very rare. I also think abandoning him is not the best choice. Qing Yuan suggested, his quirk looks weak, but it is very useful for our later work. The boy sighed. He used two documents, one police investigation data, and the basic data of Huxia Fur cool letter, to light it with a lighter. The ashes slowly fell on the ground, and the two little loli stepped on the fire star with their feet. Shandong Liangshin is going to kill himself. The young man sighed, even if we don't make a move, he will be crazy. Instead of silently dying, it's better to let them use it to die. Cunninghamia Lanceolata. Quirk, instruction, ability official judgment, weak. The quirk can only issue one instruction to the same person in a lifetime. After the instruction is issued, it will be higher than instinct, which is suspected to be irrevocable for life. Chapter 55. Don't look at the open black lens bracket command close black lens bracket. The quirk is very strong. Whether the quirk is strong or not depends on the explanation of the quirk, but on the extent to which the quirk can be used. For example, quirk fire. Some people can eject flames that melt metal, and some people can only light cigarettes. There are countless people in this world who have similar quirks, but only a few people can really make it strong. Command is judged as weak because this quirk requires long-term repetition for more than 3 years, and there can be no gaps in the middle. Only when these two conditions are met can the issued instruction be successfully implanted, and the longer the repetition time, the stronger the instruction effect. Although with the development of the times, the quirk of most people is getting stronger and stronger. But for example, this kind of quirk itself is very powerful, but the ability is not strong. Another is that quirk is very useless, but the power of quirk is very powerful. For example, Quanyue's second quirk, pain recall, after his injury slowly healed, the doctor finally allowed him to use the quirk. He just mobilized the slightest sting and felt the difference. The pain is magnified. The comparison before is the difference between a grain of rice and a peanut. However, this is of no use in Quanyue's view. Because what he felt was also the enlarged pain. He thought about the practicality of the second quirk in the battle, and found that it was almost ineffective if he faced pain and immunity. This can be seen from the control of Bakugo Katsuki. It has no practical effect if it is too heavy, and if it is too heavy, it might collapse. Quanyue wants to cry without tears, and God knows how much he wants to get better as his first quirk. First, the quirk can output damage to the outside world, so you can fight it anyway. Fall. Why is the second quirk so wasteful? How do you feel? The doctor put his head on and said, have you read the report? The report is full of various data, which is already considered detailed. Quanyue nodded, and he complained, I think this quirk is completely useless. It can only be a deterrent to some guys with low willpower and resistance. The doctor frowned, and he mocked. There is no quirk of waste, only people of waste. Quote. Advertisement. Seeing the scarred child in front of him, the doctor put down his notebook and said helplessly, you don't think that only the kind of powerful and various logia is a powerful quirk. So many quirks in the world have actually found their own correct way to use them. It is very powerful. Like your quirk, have you tried partial release? Have you tried extended release? Have you tried stable release every day? Quanyue was dumbfounded. Wait. Doctor, do you know how to use my quirk? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. I am studying medicine anyway, and the direction of my university thesis is the direction of quirk. You are still related to pain. The doctor sat down and drew Quanyue's pen on the paper. Explain in advance, I am a theory. It may not be possible to achieve. Quote. Quanyue sat down obediently and watched the doctor deduced him the possible use of the second quirk. Mother-in-law Kat had been waiting for news at home, but when she received an apologetic call from her friend's treatment girl, she looked as usual and even ate a bowl of rice. Nara is anxious. She understands that this is something her mother-in-law is not happy about. Nara, do you know about his UA general exam? This, I am not very clear. Granny Kat wiped her mouth with a cold light in her eyes, too crazy. If Shinso Hitoshi hadn't found her in the middle, she might have been fooled by the kid. She had already applied for the Heroes course. Very dissatisfied. Nara said cautiously, as the mother-in-law not willing to let Xiaoyi go to UA. I plan to take him abroad. Granny Kat sorted out her coat. She had been busy going abroad and transferring school some time ago. Japan can no longer protect the child. The various things experienced during the year have made Granny Kat distrust UA. Mother-in-law, Nara said in surprise. Does Xiaoyi know about this? He has no right to choose. Granny Kat brought her things and walked to the hallway. Nara Yayi didn't even clean up the table, chasing it out and asked, Xiaoyi is already 15 years old. This kind of thing is no longer a matter for mother-in-law, you can make private decisions. Nara, don't forget who gave you a bite of food and who told you to avoid wandering on the street. The cat mother-in-law said with a low tone, it is Quanyue. I established the orphanage because of Quanyue. I adopted you because of Quanyue. What I want to do is to protect this child alive, and secondly to restore the glory of their Quanyue family. As long as these 2 points can be achieved, I think it is okay to sacrifice his freedom and choice. Advertisement. Naramai looked at the cat mother-in-law disappearing at the door, feeling a little at a loss. She hesitated for a long time, came to the phone and dialed a call. Hey, hello. This is Naramai from the Meow Meow Welfare Institute. It's like this, well. Are you not going to intervene? But Xiaoyi, sorry, I was abrupt. It is really inconvenient for you to act when it comes to UA and the government. On the other end of the phone was the sound of a man smoking. He said with a mouthful of smoke, it has nothing to do with you. It's just that Quanyue's child is safe in the orphanage at the moment. I don't know how many eyes are staring at him now. Granny Cat went directly to the city government building. At the same time, Principal Nezu and Aizawa Shota did not directly return to UA. They first came to the hospital where Quanyue was located. Pushing the door and entering as the teenager sitting on the bed constantly using his quirk, holding a piece of paper full of words in his hand. A really hard-working boy, Aizawa Shota was even more impressed with him. No people's teacher dislikes students who work hard. In addition, UA High School was ashamed of this child from the beginning. Principal Nezu stepped up and asked kindly, are you Quanyue classmates? Hello, we are teachers of UA High School. Quanyue couldn't look at the principal's hand outstretched. He hasn't been able to retract freely now. His hands are all painful memories, so I can only apologize to explain. You mean you are a double quirk? Principal Nezu and Aizawa Shota were surprised. They were more serious than before, and passed the Quanyue-related news again. Have you talked to other people about this matter? Quanyue doesn't think there is any difference between the 2 quirks. At least someone in his family is a double quirk. Although he didn't publicize his own 2 quirks, he didn't shy away from using 2 quirks in front of others. Doctors, nurses, and family members all know about it. Also count the 2 people's teachers now. Quanyue, you must keep the double quirk confidential in the future. In this society, everyone is a single quirk. There used to be people with double quirks, but those people have become terrible beings, and the one who caused all this is AFO. If it is discovered that Quanyue is a double quirk, other scientific research institutes dare not say, at least AFO will definitely do something to this child. He has a double quirk, his body is intact, and his consciousness is clear. Even if his 2 quirks are not strong in actual combat, being able to coexist is already a breakthrough in this world. Knowing that Quanyue has dual quirks, Principal Nezu consciously found the reason why Quanyue had been attacked. He didn't plan to face head-on with the fir tree, he made up his mind. Quanyue must come to UA to study. Chapter 56. A partner request. In just 3 days, the police, the UA High School, and the city's high taxpayers pressured us. It was just because of a child. The meeting center was centered on one person. Quanyue was just a child. The news is also the case of the fur cold letter. You suppress it. Are you helping this child or? Quanyue's family is a veteran hero's family, right? I just followed this incident to convey the idea I have always insisted on. Go to heroes to be professional. Cedar Lengshin sat in a swivel chair, and he spoke no different from ordinary people. There was even I kept turning around, just a student enrolling can affect the meeting of the state organs. Do you want me to explain the powerful power of the hero's family? The people around began to whisper. Heroes play an irreplaceable role in this society. Shan coldly said. Quanyue is just a child from a family of healing families. He doesn't even have any elders to shelter him. The aftermath of 10 years ago has left him suffocating. I can frankly admit that the reason why I suppressed this child recently the negative news is because of his uncle Izumizuki Nagasaki. 10 years ago, Fur Lengshin brought back the body of Izumi Nagasaki from the battlefield crying bitterly, and it was hard to doubt their emotions. Someone thought of that scene and said, you should be childhood sweethearts. Did you summarize the disadvantages of the hero's family from the Quanyue family? Yes. In this era, people believe in heroes rather than the power of the government. Is it rare for the police to be ridiculed as a receiving station? With the emergence of the 5th and 6th generations, powerful quirks will become more and more common. It's time to go to heroes to become professional. We need to weaken heroes and strengthen the power of the government. This era has been kidnapped by the powerful forces of heroes. It is like a school that can confront us head on, regardless of the existence of the law. You must know that this student should lose his freedom according to the law. We are already enough to open the internet. The existence of professional heroes must not be allowed to continue. It's time to reform. Fur Lengshin said of excitement, stood up and patted the table. I have sorted out the popular support rates of various offices, heroes, family and government departments. Everyone, please see for yourself. It can be seen from the data that everyone trusts firms or powerful personal heroes more than the force of the government. Because heroes can appear by their side anytime, anywhere, to protect them who are bound by law and cannot use quirk to defend themselves. The powerful quirk will no longer appear on a few people. Going to heroes to professionalize will be one of the important steps in our reform. I still stick to my proposal, and hope that everyone will put some snacks on it. As for Quanyue, the fur looked at it coldly. The young man on the data silently nodded his name with his finger, and said, I will give in with Quanyue's affairs. I will coordinate with the UA, and the police will trouble you all. As the meeting ended, everyone read the proposal put forward by the fur cold letter again, and they had a deeper impression of the doctrine they put forward, and some people had gradually turned into supporters. Quanyue doesn't know everything around him. He still recovers quietly and exercises his second quirk by the way. So far, his quirk has only released and recorded the reactions of observation animals to various food materials such as bamboo rats, meat frogs, and chickens. In the words of a doctor, if you want to use quirk to fight, you must understand your quirk in depth and breadth. Depth refers to the body's ability to withstand the quirk, the development limit of the quirk's single ability, and so on. Breadth refers to the flexible use of quirk, the different composition methods and basic principles of quirk, etc. Advertisement. Quanyue really figured out something famous. He wanted to try it with others, but unfortunately there was no suitable guy on hand. Quanyue, your fruit basket. The nurse walked in with a fruit basket. Did you like it from your little girl? It's almost a week. Quanyue touched his scarred face. Who thought it was? I can see my face. It's not that it has a unique taste, it's true love. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Is there a card today? Quanyue saw that card again. On the card was a handwritten blessing. I hope you will recover soon. Be sure to protect yourself. The signature is Shin, Japanese letter pronunciation. It sounds like a girl. Quanyue took an apple from the fruit basket and waited for him to finish peeling. Shinso Hitoshi brought the rice. Quanyue joked, I heard that a whole apple peel can make a wish. Ah, it's broken. It's the other way around. In addition to bringing meals, there is a good news for heart troubles. You just got down your notice from UA. You are really lucky. I only know your score now. Quanyue remembers himself there is a 0 score. UA High School's general subject scores are not low, at least you have to get an A to have the hope of being admitted. He never thought he could be on it. English, Huxia, mathematics, add extra points at the end, you happen to be the last student in the general subject. Quanyue. Wait, what's the extra points? Shinso Hitoshi showed him the proof, your uncle Izumizuki Nagasaki is a martyr. This is the official definition. He wrote your name on the first beneficiary during his lifetime. It is completely reasonable to explain this bonus programmatically. Quote. It feels like a lot of things have come up this year. No one has ever talked to me before. I heard Sister Nara say that Granny Cat originally planned to send you to the United States to study. This is how bad my grades are. I was planning to go abroad early. Quanyue doesn't like being arranged, and he is used to staying in one place. It is impossible for him to leave everything here and go to a strange country. Shinso Hitoshi remained silent. He saw the fruit basket on one side and found that there was a handwritten card inside. He turned over the back of the card and there was actually a print underneath it. Once the sea was embarrassing, it was not a cloud except Wushan. The words are colorless, and they can only be seen clearly by looking at them diagonally and reflecting light. Advertisement. Maybe it's this guy who brought the peach blossoms. It will soon be the season when the cherry blossoms are in full bloom again, and by then they will not be students on the third day of the new year. It's the new UA High School general student. When Quanyue was completely discharged, UA High School also opened its doors to welcome a new group of students. Quanyue classmate, good morning. I met Midoriya Izuku at the door, and Quanyue finally decided to give up after struggling with his tie for a long time. Next time, he must let Sister Nara teach him how to do it. He sighed when he looked at the tie. He didn't know how to make it into a knot. He weakly said, "Good morning, classmate Midoriya. Is your health better? At least the activities are okay. Which class does Midoriya go to?" UA's Heroes subject is divided into Class A and Class B. Everyone thinks that Class A is better than Class B. Quanyue has been studying the Quirk course for almost a month with the doctor, and he is now curious about which class will be assigned to Midoriya Izuku's Quirk control. Midoriya Izuku was embarrassed, but he said excitedly, "I'm in Class A, where is Izuki? I'm in General Class D, and the courses and time of the general subjects are different from those of Heroes subjects. Midoriya, how much do you know about Heroes subjects now?" Quanyue would like to understand the daily life of Heroes subjects. He is now gradually learning about Heroes subjects. At the stage of interest, if it is not convenient, you can leave it alone. No, no such thing. If it were Izumizuki-san, I would definitely confess it. After all, we are partners who have fought together. Midoriya Izuku thought of what Quanyue said to him at the time, his face solemn, and I want to trouble Quanyue again in the future. I will definitely protect Quanyue next time. What? If Izumi is aiming for heroes in the therapy department, can you treat me as a partner? Midoriya Izuku stood in the corridor and bowed to Quanyue 90 degrees, I know I still have many shortcomings. But as long as Quanyue is here, we will be able to cooperate well. Although I am still very weak, I will definitely become the best heroes in the future. Please treat me as a partner. Please, classmate Quanyue. Chapter 57 School is beginning. Quanyue. Indeed, from a practical point of view, the current quirk status of Midoriya Izuku matches Quanyue's first quirk, damage replacement. One can be immune to the burden of Midoriya Izuku quirk on the body, and two can provide Quanyue with a steady stream of damage. In addition to quirk, Midoriya Izuku's character is also suitable for teamwork, at least they were cooperative for the first time. It seems that he has nothing to refuse Midoriya Izuku. The most promising UA hero student plus excellent quirk plus good sense of teamwork, Quanyue said, sorry. Midoriya Izuku classmate. Is it because I am too weak? Izumitsuki-san, please believe me and I must. Midoriya Izuku argued hard. Quanyue covered his eyes with an unstoppable smile, it has nothing to do with you. It's my own problem. The doctor said I don't use quirk too much in the past 6 months. Sorry. Quanyue and Midoriya Izuku separated and returned to their classroom. He saw Shinso Hitoshi when he passed the Class C classroom. Although he knew it, he was disappointed. I thought I could go to school with Shinsuo. On the way, he also showed the way for a late girl who was also a student in Class A. The student number and seats in the classroom have been arranged. Quanyue's seat was at the end of the second row. Before he sat down, the classmates in front turned his head and greeted with a grin, hey, see you again. He was wearing a men's school uniform at the front table. His appearance was amazing. Sexual beauty, the hair seems to have just grown up to the neck. Quanyue tried to remember for a long time, and found that he hadn't searched for relevant news, so he nodded awkwardly and reluctantly said hello. It's not suitable for you to say hello to you. You have to put on the iceberg expression of a group of 5 scumbags in this face. Would you like to drink milk? The other party was too familiar and took out a bag of milk from his school bag. Pass it over, I have red dates here. Do you like the original flavor or the red dates? Thank you Yuenwei. I'm sorry I don't remember you. With the mentality of having a good relationship with his classmates on the first day, Quanyue took the milk. People gathered in the classroom slowly, and more people talked about it. The front table turned around and squatted down on Quanyue's table, his eyebrows were not so delicate as a boy. The front desk said, I'm the guy who reminded you that there is a voodoo doll on your bag. During this time, classmate Quanyue has been very popular. Can I call you Junyu-jun? Either way, Quanyue didn't take it to heart. How do I call you? The class teacher walked in before the other party answered. The head teacher of their D class is a female teacher. When she walked in, some people who were familiar with heroes cheered. We must know that every teacher at UA is a professional hero. Quanyue was stunned, he didn't know him. Advertisement. The head teacher briefly introduces herself. Her real name is Mizi Takahashi, and the name of Heroes is One Way. She is mainly active in disaster relief. After introducing himself briefly, Mr. Takahashi went straight ahead, I want to ask how many students in the class came to the general subject because they failed to pass the Heroes subject. Those who want to transfer to the Heroes subject, please raise their hands. Swipe. 2/3 of the class raised their hands. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. There are 20 students in a class, and only 6 people come to the general subjects for this reason. Among them are Quanyue and his front table. Quanyue himself didn't pass the Heroes course. He didn't even think that he could pass the general course. As for the transfer, it's a bit far away for him. If he can be successful in the general department as a therapy department Heroes, does he have to go to the Heroes department? The head teacher nodded, Those 6 classmates first come to introduce themselves, and tell us their names, quirk, their purpose of coming to UA, and future plans. The rest put their hands down. Quanyue. I would raise my hand if I knew it. The first person is Yasuki Inuichiro. He applied for the UA general course because UA's general course is very good in the country. It is worth mentioning that this one is no quirk. The next 3 or 4 people also talked nonsense for his reasons. Finally arrived at Quanyue, he stood up and bit his scalp and started talking nonsense. My name is Quanyue, and I came to UA for general subjects because I did not receive the admission letter from other schools. The head teacher opened the list and asked, is your goal a professional heroes? I remember Quanyue as a professional heroes family. Quote. The scene was once embarrassing. A child from a professional heroes family is in the general department. How do you say? At least all kinds of discussions began to appear in the audience. Quanyue was a little nervous, he fooled it over, I'm still thinking about it. It may not necessarily become a professional hero. The head teacher nodded and wrote it down in the notebook to let the next one go up. Next is Quanyue's front table. He brought a bag of milk and wrote his name on the blackboard, Nobuto Sakai. Hello everyone, in order to avoid some misunderstandings, let me first explain that I have no interest in all of you who are absolutely impossible to become heroes. My goal is to become the best hero's lover. As for the husband or wife, it doesn't matter. My purpose for applying for UA just to get in touch with outstanding UA students. I want to be the wife of a good heroes. Well, maybe a husband. Advertisement. Quanyue. Everyone in Class D. My quirk is transgender. As long as I eat dairy products, I can change my gender. Now I am a boy, you can call me Sakai-kun. When I become a girl, I hope you can call me Jujong. Quanyue felt that the milk in her drawer was hot. The head teacher coughed twice and said, okay, the rest of the students put on sportswear. The 6 students who just introduced themselves came to help distribute the work. Izumiyuki and Sakai went to see which class is still on the playground test.
It is good. Who cares? Quanyue sorted his mind, he saw Sakai Shinobu drinking a bottle of milk, and taking his school bag to the bathroom first. By the time she came out, she had become a cute girl with long legs and big breasts in a school uniform and short skirt, and her hair tied up with a small rubber band. The cute spots that originally existed in men but were not enlarged are instantly enlarged. Thank you Quanyue for waiting for me. Hee, let's go. Let's hurry up on the playground. The voice is also a little thinner than the boy's stayed before. Nobuya Sakai. Oh, it's Nobuya Sakai who is pulling Quanyue's arm, and Quanyue feels that he is being squeezed by something soft. Quanyue. Good, so soft. Is this a girl? Do not, no, this guy was originally a boy. Is this guy a boy or a girl? He went to the playground with Nobu Sakai into chaos. On the playground, Aizawa Shota and the students of Class A were doing physical examinations. One of the little boys with grapes on their heads stared at the plump chest of Nobuya Sakai, drooling down. Asterisk. Come UA, I am so happy. Mineta Minoru's eyes lit up and instantly turned into a wolf dog. This is a bit more ruthless, and it happens to be a single dog. This is my food. I will get her phone number, home address and measurements within 3 seconds. Shoji couldn't stand it anymore, and took him aside. Mineta is here for you. It's time to show my heroic posture in front of beautiful women. The 4th item jumped repeatedly. Mineta Minoru plucked a grape from her head and stuck it on the ground. With the help of super elasticity, it quickly became a lightning bolt. Fortunately, Sakai stood aside obediently, but kept looking at the people in Class A. A bad idea came to Quanyue's mind. He asked, that student Sakai, you? Me? I'm looking for a suitable marriage partner. Nobuya Sakai smiled. Does this involve the question of whether I will use a male or a female body in the future? Chapter 58 Softball Throwing Results. Quanyue staggered, his face flushed, and he took his hand out of Nobu Sakai's chest. Just as they were grinding, it was already the 5th softball throwing. A lovely girl with chestnut hair took it easy. It's amazing, it even has an infinite loop. The rest are long distance running, sitting on the back and sitting forward bending. Aizawa Shota saw Quanyue on the side and said hello. You are in Class D right now. Quanyue nodded, and Aizawa Shota asked Sakai Shinto to pass a message to the head teacher of Class D, allowing Quanyue to watch. If there are no accidents, you should be one of them. Aizawa Shota watched Midoriya Izuku walking onto the field with a softball. In my opinion, you will become an excellent heroes. There is actually no difference between the general course and the heroes course. Quanyue found that there were also Bakugo Katsuki and Kirishima Eijiro in the crowd, as well as the boy who was serious about asking questions in the heroes course entrance examination. Hey, this class doesn't seem to be in tune with him. Midoriya Izuku's face was very bad, the same as before saying goodbye. Student Midoriya going on like this is not so good, said Ida Tenya. Quanyue was also worried, is Midoriya classmate unwell? It goes without saying that he was a quirk-free rubbish. Bakugo Katsuki snorted. He didn't know Midoriya Izuku's feat in the entrance exam. He was under control again at the back of the haunted house. He didn't remember the situation clearly. No quirk. Do you know what an amazing feat he accomplished in the entrance exam? Ida Tenya had long regarded Midoriya Izuku as his opponent, and had a feeling of admiration and respect for him. Feat? Kirishima Eijiro came over and patted Quanyue on the shoulder. Speaking of feet, is it knocking down a big guy? Ha ha ha, too. This guy is very strong. By the way, Quanyue, are you in Class B? He and Quanyue were in an examination room, count a witness. Huh? Bakugo Katsuki was completely stunned. Damn it, aren't you treating? Quanyue looked at Midoriya Izuku who was nervous on the court. Ahem, yes, I was treated right. I'll talk about it later. Midoriya Izuku held his breath. He thought of his mother's relieved expression before going out, and thought of All Might's expectation of him. How could I fall in such a place? 46 meters. Aizawa Shota said coldly. Advertisement. Compared with the infinity of the previous girl, it is very different, and it hurts even more with contrast. Midoriya Izuku's face was ugly. He looked at his hands and muttered. How come? I obviously used quirk. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Aizawa Shota. I eliminated your quirk. Quanyue has seen Aizawa Shota's belt float automatically. The second time I saw Aizawa Shota, I was very curious about what caused the belt to float by itself. Is it quirk? I feel more and more that this entrance exam lacks rationality, and even students like you can be admitted to the UA. Aizawa Shota glanced at Quanyue next to him, indicating something. The same score composition, someone did it. More perfect than you. You guy is just a little better luck than others. Quanyue and Midoriya Izuku all scored for rescue activities. Quanyue scored 75 points and Midoriya Izuku only scored 60 points. The gap between this is more in on-the-spot judgment, decisive execution and adaptability. Midoriya Izuku also recognized that Aizawa Shota came. Eliminate. That goggles. I know. You're eliminating Heroes Eraser Head. Aizawa Shota. Quirk open black lens bracket. Eliminate close black lens bracket. The quirk that can eliminate the quirk of the person in his field of vision. Eraser head pops. It feels so casual. Quanyue laughed. Someone next to him said. I have seen this name before. He is a very low-key heroes. I thought of knowing why it took such a name, but it's pretty handsome. Aizawa Shota pointed to Midoriya Izuku and said, as far as I can see, you still can't completely control your quirk? Are you planning to make yourself immobile and wait for others to save yourself?
I have no such thoughts. No matter what you think, others will still have to distract you to save you. Quanyue, who was named suddenly, shrank his neck and felt bad, and he was also dragged over by the belt to say, you are the same. You are the same. Do you know the first element of the treatment department in the battlefield? Quanyue tremblingly, with a dumbfounded expression on Yi, save people. Don't let villain kill you, and don't get caught. No one will save you because you fall down with unqualified products like this. Everyone has to double their efforts to save people. Aizawa Shota looked at the entrance exam. The rescue was divided into two groups, saying, in the past, there was a heroes who was so passionate and annoying. He created a legend that in addition to single-handedly rescued more than 1,000 people in the catastrophic red. Although you are also doing it arbitrarily, after you rescue one person, you will become a puppet. Midoriya Izuku cannot become a heroes with your strength. Advertisement. Therefore, the current Midoriya Izuku and Quanyue will be the best combination. An uncontrollable force can cause serious damage to oneself, and the other damage is transferred to oneself and then transferred out. As long as Quanyue recovers, these two can be said to have swept the audience with great strength. Quanyue, you come and shoot. Use the quirk. Aizawa Shota handed the ball to Quanyue. Hey, isn't this the time for Class A? Didn't I come to ask about the right to use the playground? Quanyue looked dumbfounded, but his quirk was useless. 36 meters. The physique is too bad. Aizawa Shota dropped the eye drops and let Midoriya Izuku go up. Your quirk has recovered and you have 2 chances to throw softballs. Finish the test as soon as possible. Uraraka Ochako was standing next to him with a worried look, and Ida Tenya thoughtfully, it sounds like he's trying to tell him. Quanyue clapped his hands and stood beside them and said, I have a feeling. How does it feel? It feels like I'm going up again later. Quanyue looked depressed, and Bakugo Katsuki said next to him, it's just a declaration of expulsion. Hey, Class A is so strict. Do you have to expel if you fail the test? Quanyue rubbed his chin. I don't think it would be expelled. Hey, so annoying. He has been exercising the second quirk recently, and the first quirk is suitable. I use it now, but I haven't used it for a long time. I don't know what it looks like now. Speaking of it, how come you are on our class site? No, didn't you fail to pass the UA exam? Bakugo Katsuki finally paid attention. Where are you now? Izumi month B ******** D. General Class D. Pound the result came out over there. Midoriya Izuku, 705.3 meters. Chapter 59 Physical examination finally ended. From 46 meters to 705.3 meters now, the use of quirk has repeatedly broken through the limits of people's bodies. Quanyue sighed twice. Midoriya Izuku's fingers began to bleed and the injury was serious. He gritted his teeth with severe pain and said, this pain is far from the entrance exam. He did not simply activate the quirk, but focused his power on the fingertips. Use the lowest degree of injury to maximize the strength. Teacher, I can still move, Midoriya Izuku said with sweat on his face and firm eyes. Quanyue was shocked by the perseverance in his eyes. He felt that Midoriya Izuku and Aldera Jr. High were completely two people. I didn't have a deep understanding before, but now it seems that this guy is really unwilling to admit defeat in his bones. Uraraka Ochako cheered, finally came up with a record that feels like Heroes. Not smart at all, but his fingers are already swollen, and it's the same during the entrance exam. It's a weird quirk. Generally speaking, only children will be injured by the quirk. They are the most basic quirk for high school students. The controls are pretty good. Ida Tenya directly attributed the injury to the quirk itself, rather than being unable to control the quirk. Quanyue saw the injury and began to confirm the extent of the injury in his heart. He felt that it was his turn next. Bakugo Katsuki next to him showed a shocked look. What the hell is going on? You be ********D for a long time. Hurry up and explain it to me. At Aldera Junior High, everyone thought that Midoriya Izuku was quirk-free. In UA High School, Midoriya Izuku has become the most dazzling existence. Maybe it was his quirk that caused too much physical damage, so he didn't use it all the time. Shut up. Quanyue be ********D. Quanyue has seen Midoriya Izuku exercise for 10 months. He guessed that Midoriya Izuku is always a powerful quirk, but his quirk and his own quirk can cause serious harm to the body. Quanyue chose to use quirk sparingly because of the serious overdraft of quirk. Maybe Midoriya Izuku found that the damage to his body was too serious when he was young, so he chose not to apply quirk. Physical fitness limits quirk development. This explanation seems to make sense. Quanyue thought so in his mind. He tried to explain his guess to Bakugo Katsuki. The other party rushed out and roared, "Smelly long time. Answer me." Subsequently, the cloth of Aizawa Shoto was entangled so strong that he could not move. Well. This is a arrest weapon made of carbon fiber and special alloy, really. Aizawa Shoto approached and dragged the two away. Don't force me to use quirk frequently, okay? I'm a person with dry eyes. What? Quote. Wow, I'm really blind, so powerful quirk. Time is running out. Get ready for the next item. Quanyue, come here. Aizawa Shoto surely called Quanyue over. You also use the quirk to vote again. Don't make this too obvious, okay? Quanyue couldn't smile. He looked at his hand and sighed. The first quirk is rarely used in the hospital, and there are usually blood draws or tests, but it is not the same level of damage as it is now. He thought of what the doctor said when he was discharged from the hospital. The use of quirk will not be completely free of side effects. No matter what kind of quirk is used for a long time, it will have an impact on the human body. The accumulation of too little and more will destroy you one day. Advertisement. However, it can be used a little bit now. He also wants to know how far his quirk can reach. Midoriya Izuku is so handsome. Quanyue stepped forward and patted Midoriya's hand. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Midoriya Izuku is a little embarrassed. Although he inherited the power of All Might, he is not worthy of this power. Uraraka Ochako went to the ground to check the injury. The finger is okay. Hey. Quanyue took the softball, stood in the preparation area, and moved a little bit. Midoriya Izuku's fingers began to heal quickly, and the swelling and redness quickly disappeared. Uraraka and other classmates gathered next to Midoriya Izuku. They witnessed Midoriya Izuku bleeding from injury to intact. If it weren't for some dried blood left outside, they all thought it was a dream before. Oh my god, what is this? Quanyue listened to their voices and quickly threw the softball in his hand. He put the power of his whole body at his fingertips and tried hard to recall Midoriya Izuku's movements. Let all the damage concentrate on the ball at the moment of throwing. Concentrate the strongest power on the smallest point. LB. The ball flew out. It was obviously different from before. No, it was a farewell. But with Midoriya Izuku ahead, Quanyue's throws this time caused much less shock and cheers. It has something to do with not knowing a few people in Class A. Hiroshima Eijiro was a good one. Bakugo Katsuki stared at his fingertips. It's the same as Shojiu. You Quanyue be ********D. It's all just a stone, just some humble little people. His horrible expression just made Quanyue run into him, and he was startled. Quanyue, second softball throw, 705.3 meters. The results are exactly the same as Midoriya Izuku. Sure enough, Aizawa Shoto wrote Quanyue's name under the list, circled his grades with that of Midoriya Izuku, and said, "Go change your sportswear." Hey, hurry up and change my sportswear. Quanyue, how much damage can you withstand now? Aizawa Shoto considered Quanyue not long after he was discharged from the hospital, so he didn't dare to let him use the quirk to participate in some tests. Quanyue thinks about it. Fatal injuries cannot be transferred. I can transfer human injuries, but basically 100% transfer. If I change it out, it will be about 60%. He raised his hand and shifted his fingers. There are some minor injuries on it, and I cannot bend flexibly now. 40% of the damage remains in Quanyue's body, and can only be released slowly many times. After Aizawa Shoto, Quanyue didn't let Quanyue use the quirk. He asked Quanyue to do some basic physical tests and said, "The fitness is too bad. Give me a good workout." Midoriya Izuku resumed the test after his fingers recovered. Good control of the local power, and then did not get such a brilliant result of throwing a softball. Quanyue was even more unlucky. He was dragged to the Class A team for a test inexplicably. When Class D came to take the test, there was an awkward atmosphere in both classes, whether it was a classmate or a teacher. The guys from Class D who want to be heroes have all kinds of speculations about Quanyue, who mixed into Class A without saying a word. Most of Class A accepts Quanyue's powerful quirk. After seeing Midoriya Izuku's healing fingers, they have a lot of speculation about Quanyue. The attitude is too good to be better. Advertisement. The treatment department is a treasure no matter where it is. Aizawa Shota finished the test of his class, then I will announce the results. The results are simply the sum of the test results. Oral explanations are a waste of time, so I will post the rankings directly. Midoriya Izuku closed his eyes with a nervous look. Don't worry, you won't be the last one. Isn't it a good result for throwing softball? Quanyue comforted. Does UA really let teachers expel students at will? Or a student of UA heroes? It's not realistic to think about it. Midoriya Izuku's hands were sweaty, but all I can tell is throwing softball. By the way, the expulsion was a lie to you. Quanyue looked like this, and Midoriya Izuku's wide-eyed look pleased him. And that guy who is serious no matter how you look at it, Ida Tenya, has a funny face. How many people in Class A really believe they will be expelled? This is used to maximize your strength. Reasonable fiction. Aizawa Shota bared his white teeth. Yaoyorozu Momo also said, no matter how you look at it, it's a lie. You can see through it with a little brain. Most of them still didn't use their brains. What did you say? Aizawa Shota doesn't care. He greeted Class D's head teacher, and gave the 2 health room usage books to Quanyue and Midoriya Izuku. Go to Auntie, let her heal your injuries. From tomorrow on, there will be more severe ones. Trials are waiting in line for you. You must not include me. Quanyue felt that his back was about to be burned by the sight of Class D students. Aizawa Shota also named the name and said, that's it, the test is over. There are teaching plans and other materials in the classroom, remember to look at them. Quanyue, you too. Quote. Isn't I from Class D? This matter will be notified to you again. The entire playground is the Class A, D classmates and Quanyue himself who have not yet recovered. What the hell is this? Except for Quanyue, Midoriya Izuku is still the last in the class. The Class D students also started their own test. One of them picked up the softball on the ground and complained, what is it? Class A is useless. The used softball has fine dense patterns, and the whole ball is broken into several pieces with a little hard buckle. It's a monster. This is the strength of Class A. The damage was transferred from the fingers to the softball in an instant, and the powerful force made the softball fly out. Part of the power is dispersed, and some remains on the softball causing it to fall apart. This is a very powerful force, belonging to Quanyue's power. Chapter 60. After the physical test is over. The physical examination is in the morning. Quanyue and Shinso Hitoshi met at lunch and talked about the playground. Isn't this a good thing? Shinso Hitoshi didn't look jealous. He put down his spoon and said, I also think it is better for you to go to Class A than to stay in Class D. At least the character of Class A is much better than that of Class D. Hey, school just started. As soon as the school started, bad rumors came out. Most of the general subjects were transferred to heroes. You are almost a living target now. Shinso Hitoshi thought of the words circulating in the 3 general subjects in the morning. Frown. The speed of the spread of rumors exceeded his imagination. If the school did not give an explanation, Quanyue's life in general subjects would be extremely difficult. Quanyue also understands. He covered his head and wondered why. It's so troublesome. I won't look at any teaching plans and materials. I haven't figured it out yet. Is it a heroes? I don't know. Quanyue cleared the dishes and finished the hasty lunch. Let me think about it again. Quanyue, I have always wanted to ask you a question. Maybe it's offensive. Shinso Hitoshi hesitated, and finally chose to send it to him by SMS. Quanyue was stabbed. He turned off the text message in a panic, and walked away without looking back. He was a little messy. He walked to the door of the classroom and was stopped by a boy. Hello, Quanyue. I am Ida Tenya from Class A. The other party said solemnly, although there are many questions I want to ask you. But the treatment girl would like to ask you. Hurry up to the health room with Midoriya classmate. Quote. Quanyue, who had completely forgotten about this, and Midoriya Izuku, who thought they had recovered, looked at each other in the health room. Ida Tenya, who drew the two of them, stood beside him with a serious face, a little worried about the old mother. Midoriya classmates and Quanyue classmates are the capital of the battle, please pay attention to your body. Thank you, boy. The healing girl gave Ida Tenya a candy with a smile. Quanyue was suddenly terrified, and then he was fed a bite of candy by the healing girl. So are you too. Eat well, how can you not check your body if you are injured? Why is there such a sweet candy? Quanyue's entire face is distorted. He hates sweets the most. Sweets are something, it is the pain of his life. Especially sweet to greasy candy. Midoriya Izuku was okay. He stretched out his hand to let the treatment girl check the injury. Yeah, good job. The treatment girl nodded and said to Quanyue, the conversion was very thorough, and it did no harm to this classmate. Come on, reach out. Quanyue took 2 steps back subconsciously. Single quote. He feels he will be scolded. Because his injured finger is still tingling. Ida Tenya looked at Quanyue constantly complimenting his rare therapy quirk, while his eyes brightened. Midoriya Izuku watched his hands fall into contemplation. Sure enough. Healed. The treatment girl kissed Quanyue's finger, and Quanyue felt that she was suddenly emptied, and her whole body was dizzy. The treatment girl gave him another mouthful of candy, which made him so sweet that he was horrified. My quirk can only revitalize the healing power in the human body, and it takes physical strength to complete the healing. If you are seriously injured one after another, you will die because of severe physical overdraft, so be sure to take a rest. Shota also I really don't know the severity. The treatment girl complained. Quanyue family has always been like this. Are you interested in coming to the health room to help? Advertisement. The Quanyue family is not like the healing girl, which promotes the reply type. They are completely converted. The core of the family quirk is replacement. Quanyue feels that he has unexpected development at UA all the time. He thinks of the knowledge he learned in the hospital, the basic medical treatment and basic first aid that he has learned immersively in the family since he was a child, and he thinks of the Quanyue family he has received since childhood. It was hesitating to say that all were heroes of the treatment department. In all fairness, he didn't want to be a therapeutic heroes. But now becoming a therapeutic heroes meets most people's expectations. Granny Cat hopes that he will become a healing heroes, and Haruyama Kobayashi, who was rescued by his father, thinks he will become a healing heroes. Everyone in UA believes that his future is a healing heroes. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The Department of Therapy is the family study of the Quanyue family. As the survivor of the Izumi Tasuki family, he became a qualified healing heroes, of course. Your grandpa and I are old friends, and he has some very unique things to say. The treatment girl throws a blockbuster. Not only your grandpa and your father also have things left in UA. The kids believe that we will not harm us. Yours. Everyone in the Quanyue family has studied and grown in this school, and you are no exception. Can I think about it again? No problem. Even if you plan to come to study with me, I will return the things that belong to your Quanyue family. The treatment girl was kind. Actually, many things were given to you long ago, but at that time you were really too, it's getting smaller. You don't have the power to protect these things. On the other side, All Might and Aizawa Shota are blocked in the office by the D-class teacher. Meiko Takahashi has scarlet scratches on one half of her face and the other half is no different from ordinary people. She straightened her chest and looked at Aizawa Shota, and asked, Aizawa-sensei is going to grab someone from me. Quanyue should come to the hero's subject to study. His score is fully qualified. The fact that the hero's score was tampered with has not been made public, and the principal did intend to let Quanyue grow older to the hero's subject. But I don't know how the news leaked to the ears of Cunningham Langshin. The high-ranking person directly tore his face and put pressure. After the two sides negotiated one after another, they finally decided to let Quanyue go to general school. Of course, UA High School intends to give Quanyue another identity for him to participate in the study of heroes. The healing department does not need to be on the battlefield. Their role is to exert their power in the rear. Meiko Takahashi has sharp eyes, half of her face is a medal for her fighting in the battle. The heroes department is biased towards combat from the beginning. Healing putting the department in the heroes department is a waste of resources. He should learn from the healing girls instead of mixing in the fighting crowd. Not all heroes students are fighting. But all heroes sections have to fight. The two are full of momentum, and the entire office is no less than Shira Field. All Might wanted to dissuade but there was nothing to do. He has heard a little bit about Takahashi Mizi. This teacher applied to be the head teacher of the General D class, and even gave up the opportunity to exchange teaching experience at Shiji High School. To say the reason, everyone does not say it on the face, but most of them are clear about it. Meiko Takahashi madly pursued Izumi Nagasaka during his student days, and has never been in a relationship so far. Advertisement. What a coincidence, there is a student in Class D whose father is Quanyue Changsuo. That student is called Quanyue. All Might couldn't believe that this kind of bloody plot would happen next to him. He had seen Quanyue Boy, and he was surprised by the amazing self-sacrifice spirit of the other party twice. And it makes him more concerned about the quirk of Quanyue Boy, maybe it can help Midoriya Boy to grow up better in the early stage. If it wasn't for the scrupulous place, Meiko had already had a whip kick, she said with a cold snort. The treatment department is different from the ordinary heroes. For the treatment department, it does not make any difference whether it is the heroes department or the general department. If Takahashi teacher has always thought this way, Aizawa Shota mocked. With an indifferent attitude, it is no wonder that the students taught are not as good as each class. It's better than a hypocritical guy like you. Last year's first-year freshmen were fired from your entire class. Takahashi Meiko did not show weakness. As long as you judge the students are hopeless, you don't hesitate to send them fired. People like you are just a blow to their confidence. Can I understand that you lack confidence in Quanyue? Because you can't rest assured of the son of your crush, you sacrifice yourself to protect him. Takahashi Meiko, do you think you're a lover? Izumizuki Nagasuke was active in the battle line of heroes, but you wanted to protect him. Does the child develop an occupational therapy box? Aizawa Shota seemed to poke aside Meiko Takahashi's heart. Those who have no hope at all can abandon them at any time. Let the children chase half-hearted dreams is the cruelest in the world. Atrocities if I'm not wrong. Takahashi Plum, you want that kid to take revenge. Cultivate the child of his crush and let the child kill his father and enemy. Oh, that's right, I want to teach that kid how to perceive people's hearts. He doesn't need to expose himself to an environment that is not conducive to him. How many things can be done with the identity of the therapy department? He is destined to be unable to use the quirk Bloodblade enemy. How many things can a treatment department do? Aizawa Shoto looked at Mako Takahashi, as if she had recognized this colleague for the first time. Takahashi Mako, your self-improvement will end one day. You ignore the child's wishes, and everything you do may be in vain. Aizawa Shoto took a folder from the desk, and he and All Might left the office. He rubbed his eyes. You underestimated the child's power. Quanyue has been silent since returning from the health room. He thought of a lot, the past, the future, and the present, and he realized that everything was different when he entered UA. An old problem reappeared in front of me with this school. This is also the question Shinso Hitoshi asked him today. Quanyue, will you go for revenge? Chapter 61. FK, why do you ask me this question? Shinso Hitoshi and Quanyue went home from school together, because the hard-worried family is far from UA. During this time, they will live in the orphanage, which is convenient for going to school. He knew he was really abrupt to ask this question, but he was always worried when he heard the rumors, and replied, I heard a lot of bad rumors today, so I especially want to ask you. It's boring rumors. Anyway, I'm used to it. As long as you put on the Quanyue family's sign and show your face again, there will always be a lot of criticism, and some of them will ask somehow, has the murderer caught it? Will you go for revenge? Revenge. It is a very simple vocabulary, but in fact the word is very heavy. According to a normal person, after witnessing the death of his parents, he will go crazy looking for the murderer and bring him to justice. But for Quanyue, the more he understands everything behind the hatred, the more he feels powerless. The death of the two grandfathers is still unsolvable. The death of grandfather has not yet found the murderer. The death of uncle has not yet found the murderer. The death of the parents happened in front of him, but the murderer has also disappeared from the world. Finding a group of planned and organized murderers in a huge crowd is not easy said than done. Combined with the discussions of the family elders in the dream, the murder lasted for half a century or more. When he was a child, he did go crazy for revenge, but was stopped by the cat. Granny Cat blocked all channels through which he could receive information from the outside world. Quanyue spent a long time in a retreat in hospital. After he calmed down, he began to accept the saying, no matter what, live. As long as he is alive, the murderer will come to him one day. It's not just Quanyue who thinks this way, all people who know something about it think so. Let this child live no matter what. People with such thoughts are working hard to maintain his growth, but whether they are in the Quanyue family's will or in the desire for revenge. Quanyue is not a fool, he can still see it. The first key is to live well. The two walked out of the school gate to the station, and they happened to meet the trio of Midoriya Izuku, Uraraka Ochako, and Ida Tenya. Midoriya Izuku saw Quanyue asking caringly, Izumi-san. What's the matter? Will you come for the Heroes Basics tomorrow? Midoriya Izuku asked, did you read our class's teaching plan and some courses? Teacher Aizawa also said. His face suddenly flushed and he bowed to Quanyue said, there are also things to test today. Thank you. Advertisement. Quanyue pulled the mask and said, it's okay. I have class tomorrow afternoon, so I won't go. Midoriya Izuku didn't expect to receive such a news. Ida Tenya and Uraraka Ochako on the side also showed surprised expressions. They seemed to Quanyue sooner or later. All have to come to Class A. Quanyue classmate, I'm about to break down looking for you. With a click of the bicycle brake, a boy caught up from behind. Class D will be self-study tomorrow afternoon. Is Quanyue going to Class A? Teacher Takahashi, please give it to you. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. What was handed over was a file bag. Quanyue is a little impressed with the boy who gave the stuff. The whole class is even the only one in the school who has no quirk, Yasuki Inuichiro. Unlike Midoriya Izuku's non-quirk, this one really has nothing and there is no hidden quirk. But he should have seen it a few times before the start of school. Thank you. It's okay. Mr. Takahashi said you just open it when you get it. There is a book list inside. She wants you to buy these books. Yasuki Inuichiro was all sweaty on his head. Do you want to help? He shot the meaning of taking pictures of your own bicycle is obvious. Quanyue remembered for a long time that the other party was a person who shared difficulties with him on the general examination. No, you go back first. Quanyue opened the file bag and found the book list that Yasuki Inuichiro said. There are 5 pages full of various professional books. A book is 20 yuan, I used RMB directly, I don't understand the yen. There are about 120 books per page. It costs 24,000 yuan to buy all the books. Suffocating. Mr. Marksman asked you to visit his office tomorrow morning. He is the 3rd grade head teacher. After Yasuki Inuichiro passed the message, he would leave after riding in the car. Quanyue was stunned. Wait. What teacher are you talking about? Teacher Marksman, the one with the gun. You should be able to find him in the 3rd grade office. Yasuki Inuichiro looked at his watch and sighed, if I don't need help, I will leave. There are others waiting for me. The trio of Class A and Shinso Hitoshi who watched the whole process fully realized the difference of Quanyue in this school. On the first day of enrollment, Quanyue was asked by teacher Aizawa Shoto to join Class A, then the treatment girl invited him to the health room for internship, and then by the head teacher of Class D, Amiko Takahashi focused on learning, and even Shinso, the head teacher of the 3rd grade. The teachers all showed unusual meanings. Ida Tenya reacted most quickly. He said, Quanyue, did you meet all the teachers? If the treatment girl has a good relationship with her mother-in-law. I really contacted the other teachers for the first time. If you don't count the exams, it's like this. Quanyue looked through the file bag and found a copy of the class schedule and a class schedule for Class A. You should know that the study time of heroes and general subjects in UA High School are different. Only the heroes subject in the school has to go to the 7th class, which is from 3:20 p.m. to 4:10 p.m. Only heroes has 4 classes on Saturdays until 3:10 in the afternoon. If he wants to take the heroes course, it means he has to take a few more classes than others. There are also the most critical practical classes. The heroes subject will have practical classes on 2 days a week. The time is from 10:40 to 12:30, 2 consecutive sessions. Advertisement. The specific practical lessons will also be changed according to needs. Midoriya Izuku saw that Quanyue had a class schedule. He still hoped that Quanyue could come to Class A, and said aloud, tomorrow's heroes basics will be taught by teacher All Might. All Might. Quanyue paused. He had no fanatical admiration for All Might. What he cares about is how All Might makes Midoriya Izuku stronger. Midoriya classmate, I remember you and All Might have a good relationship. Midoriya Izuku's face was met. The relationship between him and All Might has always been a secret, and now there are other people. How can classmate Izuki say it directly? The embarrassment on his face was obvious, and he waved his hands desperately. Quanyue didn't understand. What can't you say about making exercise plans? Do you know All Might? It's a good relationship. Apparently everyone except Quanyue was blown up by the news. Midoriya Izuku was at a loss. He was caught off guard. Wait for me, it's like this. Izumitsuki classmate, me. Quanyue looked puzzled. What did I say wrong? He didn't know that Midoriya Izuku was the heir of OFA, let alone that the flame of power came from All Might. I also want to ask All Might to help with an exercise plan. It will not be easy to reinvent you. A group of people came to the station arrogantly. Shinso Hitoshi was blown up when he heard All Might, but kept his cold face and paralyzed face the rest of the time. He and Quanyue looked at the curricula of the 2 classes together, and exclaimed, just looking at the timetable is a gap. Quanyue looked back and forth on the 2 class schedules several times, and he saw that the schedule was deliberately arranged. All heroes practice courses happened to be Class D self-study or unimportant minor subjects. And the important cultural class did not leave any section. A kind of unhappiness emerged from the bottom of my heart. Quanyue felt that his path had been clearly arranged by some people in UA High School. Including his career direction, including his life track and most importantly, revenge. Chapter 62 Exclusive Weapon Lachesis. On the second day, Quanyue just arrived in the class, and was raided by Nobuya Sakai, whose quirk was transgender. He felt his chest pressed by something soft. I only saw classmate Sakai hugged him and said, Quanyue, Xiaoyi, Quanyue-kun, are you going to study in Class A? Quanyue talked to Sakai Shinobu for a long time, and finally convinced him that he would just study some class courses, but would not join a class. The person next to him mocked. Tisk, how is that different from joining Class A? Just look down on the general subjects and just say it. Maybe it's the back door, but it's a hero's family. Cut, isn't it because there is a good parent on it? Nobuya Sakai rolled his eyes and said, a boring person. He stuck his tongue out and said, what's wrong with my parents? What's wrong with the hero's family? This is a good resource for others, and you can't envy it. Shut up you ladyboy. Disgusting quirk. Huh, what? Do you want to fight? Sakai Shino showed a stubborn expression. He is now in a female body state, and he straightened his chest and smiled. You want me to say, you guys who want to join the heroes department are the last success. Guys like you who say what to do but never work hard can only be an ordinary person. When it comes to pulling hatred, Sakai seems to be particularly experienced. Quanyue reluctantly grabbed the small cannonball Sakai, put down things and went to the 3rd grade classroom. The marksman teacher was already waiting for him. Quanyue saw several photos on the teacher's desk. One of them was a group photo of 2 boys. The one on the left was the marksman teacher, and the boy on the right was his father's young appearance. If you are not disfigured, you must be very similar to your father. The marksman teacher said, Clotho is in your hands. Quanyue was frustrated when he mentioned this. He shook his head and said, no, the pistol was taken. They haven't returned it to me now. Is it the police? They said it was taken by someone above. The sharpshooter knew who it was as soon as he heard this. He is one of the insiders, and there is no way to face this situation. He took out a bunch of keys from the drawer and said to Quanyue, follow me to a place. They came to the site of the auxiliary department, turned a few turns, and came to a dark corridor. When they arrived in a small room on the side of the corridor, the sharpshooter teacher opened the door, the light turned on, and Quanyue took a breath. All kinds of guns are hung on the walls, and all kinds of gun professional books are on the bookshelves. The most intriguing dual purpose is a rifle that meets blue and white. From the color appearance, it is obviously in the same series as the pistol Clotho, but from a professional point of view, this gun draws more from the German MG42 design. This is your father's work in the pistol Clotho, the same Lachesis as the 3 Goddess of Destiny. It is a general-purpose machine gun. It can be used as a light machine gun with a bipod. When equipped with a tripod for a heavy machine gun and enough pill later, it can be used as a heavy machine gun. The marksman teacher sighed, but these are not important. Do you remember the white beam of light you shot during the entrance exam? Remember. At the time, he said that the pistol was a quirk weapon, and Quanyue also felt it when he used it. The main attack of the pistol is output by quirk. Could it be said that this gun is also the same? Advertisement. The marksman took Lachesis in his hand, and he handed it to Quanyue. Keep up. They came to the shooting range, where only one senior was still practicing attack. Various things such as squid feet, scallops, etc. were constantly changing in his hand to attack the moving target. At the same time, he was constantly changing the size of the squid's feet while attacking, strengthening the free choice of some features, and even reappearing plurals at the same time. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. It's still so early today, Eclipse. The marksman said hello, how about traffic? Ah, Quanyue was frightened by Quanyue, who was brought by the sharpshooter teacher. Teacher. A friend's child. Quanyue, do you know how to shoot? The marksman teacher showed him how to use firearms correctly, and then asked Quanyue to do it himself. Remember to use your quirk. Quanyue remembers that he relied on his father's quirk to make the shot. I don't know what effect it will have if I change my quirk now. He squeezed the trigger and took a deep breath. Snapped. The powerful recoil made his hands shake heavily, and he felt his shoulders tremble violently. The pain was not enough to make him lose his focus. Quanyue looked at where he hit. It seems to be no different from ordinary bullets. The marksman teacher was thoughtful, and said, Tianshi, can I trouble you to check the bullet? Tianshuan nodded and looked forward. He couldn't find the bullet for a long time, no. In order to find it more carefully, he turned over with his hand on the ground. Teacher, there is no bullet. Very well, Quanyue, think about how you felt just now, and try to find the bullet you just shot. Remember to use feeling. You have to sense the bullet just now as a part of your body. Quanyue didn't understand why he did this, but he closed his eyes and tried to remember the feeling of shooting the bullet. He imagined that part of his body was separated, his mind seemed to be holding a thread, and the other section of the thread was a bullet. Quirk has always been a part of the body. Even Quanyue, who has not exercised too frequently for 10 years, would never say that he is not familiar with quirk. The quirk is human skin. You don't feel anything when he exists, but after he is stripped, you will realize that you don't need him all the time. The marksman looked at the child on the ground with satisfaction. His gaze shifted from Lachesis to the young intent face. Because of the disfigurement and the mask, he could not find the trace of his friend on the child's face. It feels like I found the bullet. Try to open him, let him explode. Remember that what is shot out is your quirk, your thing. What you have to do now is to regain control of him. Quanyue felt his eyes surrounded by white light again, and he saw a bullet lying quietly at the feet of Senior Master Tianshi. Advertisement. Yes, that is his bullet. He felt strange, and a power burst from the palm of his hand. He held the pistol and exhaled deeply. He could see where the bullet was in his eyes, and the quirk contained in the bullet seemed to echo him far away. Quanyue's blood collected in his head, and he felt extra calm. Pounds pull the trigger. In an instant, huge squid feet erupted from the ground, and this time the white light from the bullet hit the squid feet. In the surprised eyes of Tianshuan, the squid's feet began to grow at the speed of the naked eye, and they waved uncontrollably. This is my quirk. Tianshuan was a little confused. He looked at Quanyue. This year's freshmen are too strong. It's not that he is strong, but his father is too strong. The marksman teacher sighed again, thinking of his friend who had died young. Sure enough, this weapon was made for the Quanyue family. Quanyue was also shocked by his shot. What is this scenario? Surrounded by two students, the marksman simply sat down and explained, Quanyue, the key point of your quirk should be replacement. Do you know the meaning of replacement? Exchange your own things with others. You can say that. Your previous pistol used another principle. Clotho is a weakened version of Lachesis. As a quirk weapon, the key to Lachesis is replacement. Just now, the Eclipse ring went to find the bullet, but it didn't find it, right? In fact, it's not that the bullet has not been found, but the bullet has already acted on the ground. He touched the ground with his hand. At this time, I let you sense your own quirk, and your replacement quirk is considered to be completely activated. The previous shot was shot out. Quirk is forced to cool down. Well, maybe I am not very clear. You only need to know that the gun made by your father can cool and transform your quirk, and then explode at a critical moment. During this cooling process, quirk can be replaced with the quirk that has been contacted at any time. If it is restricted, you can read the manual. Quanyue. Tianshuan. Who the hell designed this weapon? This is no longer a quirk, right? This is a change to the quirk. I only know the effect. As for how to do it, it seems to be the secret of your Quanyue family. The marksman touched his head. Your father ran to Oulu especially 3 months before his death, and he handed this gun to me. Tell me if you come to this school in the future, you will give the gun to you. This gun is different from Clotho. After this gun was fine-tuned by your father, all the data is prepared for your quirk. Quanyue, this is the weapon your father left for you to become heroes, Lachesis. Chapter 63. Quanyue didn't know how he got back to the classroom. He stayed in the shooting range for almost one class. In the end, the marksman teacher told him not to stop and told him that if he wanted to learn firearms, he could come to the 3rd grade office to find him. Your father is an excellent maker, but his talent for shooting is beyond words. This was the first offensive plan Quanyue saw when he came to UA. With the aid of firearms, he can also fight. rather than being characterized as a treatment department hiding in the back. Quanyue has a little eyebrow in his heart. He feels that he needs to find his own direction in his first year in UA. Whether or not he is a heroes in the end, he needs to find a direction. No, the notes for the first class. Sakai placed a notebook in front of Quanyue, and he asked curiously, "Where have you been? Would you like to drink milk? I'll bring an extra bottle." Quanyue did not shy away from this. One point, even though Sakai Nobuya put down his rhetoric and said that he would marry heroes. But as far as the current state of getting along is concerned, he did not put this marriage partner on himself. Quanyue vaguely confuses his own affairs, not talking nonsense about the exclusive weapon. At the same time, if he was exposed to the public and revealed that he had obtained the exclusive quirk weapon only available in the heroes section, he would definitely be more marginalized in the class. Are you going to the heroes class this afternoon? Let's listen. Quanyue went mainly for All Might. Nobuya Sakai tilted his head and smiled. He, you are going to class A, can you do me a favor? Stop talking. Hey, seeing that I don't hesitate to be an enemy of the whole class for you, please help me. Yesterday, during the physical examination of class A, I saw someone watching me. Sakai is a girl now state, well-dressed hairpin is also a cute girl style. He stuck out his tongue and pretended to be pitiful, please. I just want you to inquire about the situation. If I can really talk about it, I promise. I promise to treat you to a wedding wine. Forget it, you show me first. Quanyue took the paper handed by Sakai letter and found that it was written with a string of names. Shoto Todoroki, Uraraka Ochako, Bakugo Katsuki, Yaoyorozu Momo, Kaminari Denki. Mono Manito, Fujikan Kazuka. Quanyue actually saw Midoriya Izuku and Kirishima Eijiro. There are men and women on paper, and they have something in common. Heroes, good looking. You want it all. Yeah, cast the net widely. Sakai Shinobu was full of fighting spirit, and he said, someone from the heroes department came to me yesterday. I always feel that big things are going to be done at the front desk. Who? Advertisement. Shinobu Sakai thought for a while, and drew a stroke. It's pretty short, I remember the hair is like grapes. I forgot the name, this kind of boy doesn't look handsome enough. Quote. Didn't you find a heroes? It turned out to be attractive. Quanyue was defeated by this guy. Had a meal with Shinso Hitoshi at noon. A high school's lunch was still very rich. After eating, Quanyue went to the health room and was forced to eat sugar to recover his body. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Soon in the afternoon, he needs to go to Class A according to the schedule. Fundamentals of Heroes in Class A. Oulu Might. Izumi you boy. I walked in through the door normally. Quanyue tried hard to keep his face from breaking down, and then continued to look at this beautiful man with a grandiose smile. He was afraid of himself will lose the last awe. The audience cheered, it's All Might. That's amazing. He actually works as a teacher at UA. It's the hero's uniform of the Silver Age. The style is so bad that the goosebumps are getting up. All Might poses and said, Heroes Basics is a course for various training in order to lay a solid foundation of heroes. The credits are also the most. Without further ado, today's course is combat training. Everyone's expressions began to change. Quanyue saw Bakugo Katsuki showing a kind smile with a blazing flame in his eyes. He touched his arm and felt that something was wrong. As this class begins, please take a look. The wall on the left side of the classroom began to be removed, and boxes with numbers in the transparent window appeared in front of everyone. Oh. Komatsuit. Quanyue, the only one who didn't know anything, looked dumbfounded. He felt that he was a stranger in this class. Of course he is indeed an alien. All Might continued. Everyone, after changing the combat suit, go to Beta Square immediately. Got it. Quanyue, who wanted to turn around and leave, watched Midoriya Izuku not stepping forward to take his own box, but holding his school bag with a look of excitement. It's also very important to enter the role from the beginning of the dress, boys and girls. You must find your own position, because from today, you are heroes. All Might kept tapping Quanyue on the shoulder with a sword. Ha Quanyue boy, don't be depressed, you can definitely become an excellent heroes ha. There seemed to be a trace of embarrassment in the smile. Advertisement. Oh, Quanyue was caught off guard when he was suddenly attacked. Quanyue boy, hurry up and change your clothes. Quanyue doesn't understand, is it asking him to get the exclusive weapon that he only knew in the morning? But now the marksman teacher might be in class, so it would not be nice to bother. He didn't tell him what to bring before. Oulu Might, I don't have anything to change. Hush, you are the most important character in actual combat training this time. All Might knelt down and mysteriously took out a small cloth bag. Don't go to the public changing room, don't be seen by anyone. This is a surprise. Is it a combat suit specially prepared for yourself? Quanyue found a toilet cubicle and opened the small cloth bag hopefully and found that it was a set of tattered clothes resembling disaster victims. Quanyue. Haha. He heard the sound of broken dreams. The headset and the card in the clothes, the card is painted with a silly All Might smile. Quanyue boy, I want to ask you this time. On the other side, the people in Class A who had changed their clothes and came to the square were listening to All Might's explanation of the rules of indoor combat training. In this class, a 2-on-2 indoor combat simulation will be conducted. Specifically, villain hides nuclear weapons in the base, while heroes must find ways to dispose of nuclear weapons. Oh, yes, heroes have to learn to face all kinds of emergencies. All Might smiled brightly with his big white teeth. In the future courses, you have to learn to judge the real situation wisely. The class of students kept nodding their heads after the draw. Group A. Heroes Midoriya Izuku and Uraraka Ochako played against Group D. Villain Bakugo Katsuki and Ida Tenya. Watching the teenagers enter the venue, All Might whispered a message. Quanyue boy, is Quanyue boy ready? Remember your personal settings, please. Quanyue hid the sword in his rolled-up sleeve. After confirming the headset signal, he said, okay. He is now the innocent victim who strayed into the villain base awaiting rescue. Quanyue. Poor fertilized eggs, come on. Chapter 64 Quirk. Quanyue boy, this time I will ask you to act as the unstable factor of the indoor confrontation. Please wear a headset. I will tell you the specifics of each game, and you need to act according to the set of people after you arrive in the game. I will give some students information, you need to act by ear. Boy Quanyue, you are different from everyone else, and your goal is not victory. It is to assist teammates to win while ensuring that they are not injured. They are all old acquaintances. Quanyue confirmed the names of the two parties, and looked at Bakugo Katsuki and Midoriya Izuku and sighed. Speaking of indoor battles, the first thing he thought of was the battle in the haunted house. When fighting indoors, the most annoying thing is that the enemy is in the dark. Once Bakugo Katsuki's quirk is activated, it will make a loud noise, although Midoriya Izuku said it is a little better, but before he learns to control his quirk, he will make big moves. As for the other two, Quanyue is not familiar with them. The villain side has entered the building, and the hero's side also came to the building to warm up. All Might, who was in the underground observation room, took out his notebook and prepared to score. Quanyue stretched out and started walking around the building at will, although his task is to add trouble to the hero's side, but boom, a huge explosion sounded from above his head. It seems that villain has no chance for heroes to save him. Quanyue was sure that the sound was coming from upstairs, and he stretched out and walked up slowly. It is Bakugo Katsuki that makes this sound almost all the time, and the equipment of the other boy doesn't look like the quirk that makes this sound. I said Feijiu, don't hide. What a coincidence, he was standing behind Bakugo Katsuki when he first came up. Midoriya Izuku didn't look good, half of his combat suit head was blown up. I knew Xiao Sheng would definitely, hey. Quanyue classmate when playing villain. Hi, Quanyue greeted awkwardly. He tried to recall the expressions of ordinary citizens who strayed into the fighting scene, and for a long time gave up on imitating. Well, I am an ordinary person who strayed into it. ... Is it necessary to call for help at this time? It's so difficult, why does he have to do such an awkward role-playing? Quanyue was filled with despair. Of course, it is not just him who is desperate, but also All Might in the basement observation room and many Class A students. Oh. Advertisement. This is too messy. Could this be what Teacher All Might said? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Emergency. Yaoyorozu Momo thought about the current situation, the heroes is in trouble. If you encounter a citizen in need of assistance during the battle, you must control the battle not to affect the innocent, and give priority to bringing the citizen out of the battle area. While attacking while commanding the citizen to escape, the difficulty has exceeded the scope of the first lesson. It can even be said that this is a lot of professional heroes will not handle the relationship between the two sides. All Might reminded Quanyue in a low voice, Quanyue boy, human design. Human design. Don't forget your human design. I didn't expect Quanyue boy to be so talented in acting. Quanyue slapped his head and decided to call for help in embarrassment. He cried weakly, yes. Help. Help. Heroes come soon. Seem. Is this correct? Midoriya Izuku was the first to react and shouted. This citizen, quickly evacuate from the safe exit. It is very unsafe here. Quanyue said, oh, my foot is twisted. I can't walk anymore. His personal setting is waiting for rescue. What a ghost if he walks by himself, he has to do some trouble for heroes. All Might silently gave Quanyue a thumbs up in the dark. All members of Class A, it's too damn it's epic difficulty. Bakugo Katsuki smiled, his arrogant expression drew closer with a punch. Really, there are still thoughts to connect with others in battle. The two sides once again you come and I fight. Uraraka Ochako took the opportunity to come to Quanyue, her quirk is weightless. She can easily transport Quanyue citizens who are sprained and unable to move to the downstairs by using no gravity. But the prerequisite is to get in touch with Quanyue. Don't worry, we will protect you. Uraraka Ochako smiled. Yes, sorry for the little girl. Quanyue muttered silently in his heart. The moment Uraraka Ochako touched his body, the second quirk painful memory exploded. Advertisement. After a month of special training on quirk, Quanyue has now sorted out all the pain points in his hands and has a preliminary understanding of the basic pain sensation throughout the body. After listening to the doctor's advice, he began to slowly control the speed and effect of the quirk. Now is the time for verification. Pain. Precision. Dislocated hands. Ah, Uraraka Ochako shook her hands like an electric shock, and then her hands fell softly. She was frightened by the sudden pain and sat on the ground. She wanted to raise her hands again, but she couldn't raise her hands no matter how hard she tried. Uraraka classmate. Why Ju, pay attention to yourself. Bakugo Katsuki kept chasing Midoriya Izuku. He heard the scream and probably understood that Quanyu was using the Yin Man again. But that kind of move can be resisted as long as there is enough will. Uraraka Ochako panicked and wanted to move herself. She tried to stand up, her hands still hanging limply on both sides, as if she was really dislocated. What's the matter? In order to prevent Quanyu from launching the quirk again, Uraraka Ochako floated in the air. Sorry. Quanyu was a little sorry. He clenched his fist sharply. Although it will hurt, there is no way. Pain. Rough version. Whole body electric shock. Ah 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 ah. There is no current, but the feeling of pain is a real presence. The unstoppable pain interrupted Uraraka Ochako's quirk. She fell to the ground and was caught by Quanyu. After Quanyu confirmed the amount of electric shock in his whole body, he bound Uraraka Ochako with special tape. This shows that Uraraka Ochako has been captured by him. Uraraka Ochako gradually came out of dislocation pain and electric shock pain with a frustrated expression. Oh my god, your quirk is too powerful. She didn't expect Quanyu, who was the rescued party, to attack suddenly. Obviously the other party has another purpose. Quanyu paused and said, no. The use of this quirk originally had many restrictions. It was me and those who helped me to make it powerful. Detailed control of the specific part of the pain can control the entry of two kinds of pain at the same time, and can also start to delay the onset time of the pain. Various kinds of power that may be developed in the future are due to the infinite pain information left by the elders of the family, and the second is to gain it is beneficial to the doctor's careful guidance on his quirk development. Quanyu confirmed that Uraraka Ochako had lost his mobility and was ready to leave. His real persona is villain disguised as the innocent victim who strayed into the villain base awaiting rescue. Quanyu tried to recall the pain of her shrinkage, and looked at the ruined room with a cruel smile. Who wants to have a treatment department that ensures that he is not injured, assists his teammates to win? Chapter 65. The doctor said that there is no fixed quirk in this world. Quanyu's first quirk was not developed due to special circumstances, and he gave priority to the development of the second quirk, pain recall. With precision strikes, range control, intensity control, and slow activation, Quanyu believes that after a month of preliminary cognition and practice, he will never wait for others to rescue him when he meets villain again. The first time benefited from the timely arrival of All Might, the second time was to retreat under the protection of UA teachers, and the third time was to counterattack the opponent with the powerful attack of Midoriya Izuku. If no one else is present, can you fight back in Jedi? Blindly accepting villain's attack, and blindly protecting his companions will end up in exchange for what? Only death. Midoriya Izuku was restrained by Bakugo Katsuki, and his quirk currently has great limitations. In the underground observation room, everyone in Class A was sweating for Midoriya Izuku. Most of them were not optimistic about it. Although that guy did not use quirk, he played back and forth with the first place in the entrance exam. Quote. But there is a sinister guy behind. Leon Shadao also said, a surprise attack is really unmanly. All Might looked at his successor. He knew that the Midoriya Shinigami was relatively good in judging the form, but he was still not vigilant enough. You know that he didn't intend to let Quanyu Boy participate in the actual combat project, but after learning that this group of children had indoor battles in the haunted house incident, he chose Quanyu Boy as a special accident to play. After all, there is not much time left for him. Midoriya Boy, you have to grow up quickly. Uraraka classmate. Midoriya Izuku judged that he could not defeat the small victory alone and decided to withdraw. Quanyu also has a very strong quirk, and the current situation is 1-3. But according to Xiaosheng's quirk, it is difficult to team up with Quanyu. Listening to the endless explosions, Midoriya Izuku frantically designed countermeasures. He knows Xiaosheng enough, and the situation is as he expected. UB***************, D, what are you doing? Huh. Quanyu looked at Bakugo Katsuki with a dazed expression. I didn't intervene in your affairs. He knew there was something wrong with this childhood sweetheart, but he never thought of intervening by himself. He raised his hands and said, explain in advance that I belong to villain. Shut up 1 or 2. Bakugo Katsuki was in a bad mood, his expression looked more evil. I can solve it alone. Quanyu waved helplessly. Then what am I going to do? You always have to tell me. Before he finished speaking, he ate a mouthful of sparks. Bakugo Katsuki left him alone and went to play with his childhood sweetheart. Advertisement. Trash, shut up. I can do it alone. Bakugo Katsuki's face was dull. Quanyu was helpless. He had to take the captured Uraraka Ochako to find another villain. Is it a classmate named Ida Tenya? Quanyu couldn't help finding the right place in the winding road, and saw a boy with mechanical equipment muttering. Bakugo's classmates are inherently poor in nature, so they are very suitable for this form of training. To play villain wholeheartedly. This is also a trial to become a man who does not humiliate the name of the Ida family. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Quote. Suddenly I felt heartbroken as Quanyu, who was very unqualified by villain. He said hello, hi. Ida Tenya turned his head and said, I am, the wicked guy. Are these ridiculous heroes, ha ha ha, who are you? To Quanyu, who is not on the scene. Uraraka Ochako laughed out loud, I'm over serious. Ah me, what should I say? Suddenly All Might's voice came from his earphone, Quanyu boy. Remember you are villain disguised as a citizen, but I now allow you to attack any classmate at will. All Might teacher, are you asking me to do something? Although the hero's side and the villain's side have their own victory conditions. But Quanyue Boy is more special. I will tell you that your personal victory condition is, one person successfully knocks down the hero's side and the villain's side to get a nuclear bomb, or joins a certain side help them win. Think about joining the hero's party where only one person is fighting alone. Or wait for the result of victory with villain Fang, who is a bit incomprehensible. Quanyue Boy, now you belong to the free side. You can freely choose the camp. You can also become a camp yourself. Quanyue immediately made a judgment. He pointed to Uraraka Ochako and said to Ida Tenya, I want to join your villain party. Ha 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 ha, do you think cats and dogs can join us? Who knows why you are here? Ida Tenya laughed and showed a hideous expression with a hint of badass. Since I want to be one of us, it must be a little sincere. Quote. A heroes, I can catch Midoriya Izuku for you later. Quanyue offered a price. If you don't believe in my strength, you can fight with me now. But this will easily leave the heroes with holes. Ida Tenya had a slight heartbeat when he heard the conditions. As the only person who did not collapse in this exam, Ijung chose to accept it. Ha ha ha, for your initiative, let go of this heroes. We have to take a look. Your sincerity. Quanyue nodded and handed Uraraka Ochako to Ida Tenya. Shocking, Quanyue tore his sleeves and opened the palm of Ida Tenya with a sword. He is holding a sword, and the speed is definitely not as fast as the engine speed of Ida Tenya, but just one shot is enough. As long as Ida Tenya's combat suit is cut through a small opening, as long as it touches the opponent a little, Quanyue is sure to inflict a heavy blow on the opponent. His second quirk must be, touching the opponent's body, to activate it, and it will be invalid if it is covered by clothing. So at the moment I saw Ida Tenya's combat suit, Quanyue was ready to use a sword to make a breakthrough. He doesn't need much, just a moment. Pain. Accurate version. Dislocated hands. Quanyue's quirk starts fast, but Ida Tenya's engine drives faster. He was paralyzed by the pain in his hands for a moment, and the engines in his legs exploded, ignoring the pain in his hands, and kicked. Advertisement. There is no exposed skin on his legs. Quanyue wants to step back, but he is still not fast enough. A flying kick from top to bottom, Quanyue hits out. The first quirk, damage replacement, is activated at speed. At the moment the two sides touched, Quanyue stretched out his hand. As long as it can be touched, as long as it can be touched. It was he who won. Pounds he flew out and hit the wall, and then with a click, Ida Tenya fell to the ground and gasped. There is nothing wrong with his shoes and equipment, but a big opening appeared in his pants unknowingly. A is indeed a hidden dragon and crouching tiger, no one can underestimate it. Ida Tenya put away the pride of studying in heroes in her heart, and was more cautious than before. The general subjects are also talented in large numbers. It's a pity that the heroes division won in the end. Ida Tenya walked towards Quanyue, he was going to use it to end the battle. Quanyue coughed twice and felt tight in his chest. He looked at Ida Tenya who was getting closer, his hands curled slightly, clenched into fists. Pain. Rough version. Broken legs. Double. Ida Tenya noticed something was wrong. His legs seemed to be broken by a sledgehammer. Before he had time to react, his body fell forward involuntarily, and his whole person fell to the ground. How come? He didn't know what went wrong. He tried to get up, but found that his feet were not at his disposal. Sorry. Quanyue's eyes burned. I want to win. He mobilized the first quirk to transfer the damage he received to Ida Tenya's pants. It is necessary to know that the hardness of shoes and the hardness of clothes are completely different things. Pain. Rough version. Whole body electric shock. Double. Ida Tenya yelled unwillingly. Ah, you B asterisk 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 D. I will not let you go by my wicked B asterisk 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 D. You will wait for me. One day I will come back. He finished his lines and was in a coma. Wake. Quanyue stood up against the wall. It is true that he is not afraid of pain, but his body can't stand it. He slowly found tape from Ida Tenya and tied him up, which means he was captured. After creating an opportunity that the second quirk can use during the battle, the second quirk keeps up with it before his hand leaves, giving Ida Tenya the characteristic delayed pain sensation and double pain sensation. The whole process takes no more than 3 seconds to complete the extremely complicated quirk replacement and quirk relay. This is the strongest result of Quanyue's painstaking practice under the guidance of a doctor. Quanyue exhales, one word. Cool. There was dead silence in the underground observation room. The situation reversed for the second time. Heroes party alone. Villain party alone. One free party. Three-way melee. Chapter 66 Joining hands with Midoriya Izuku. The low observation room was shocked by Quanyue's consecutive victory over 2 heroes students. Because of Quanyue's quirk, they couldn't see what happened. Like Uraraka Ochako's battle, everyone only saw Uraraka Ochako's hands suddenly paralyzed, and then his whole body twitched and fell to the ground. Ida Tenya's battle only saw 2 back and forth, and everything ended inexplicably. What the hell is his quirk? Kirishima is the only one who has seen Quanyue quirk. Think about the 0-point imaginary enemy in the entrance exam. It's not surprising that this guy can fight. Boom, Bakugo Katsuki seems to have made a big move. Quanyue felt the building sway before he could go down. What's the matter? Uraraka Ochako knew that Midoriya Izuku was downstairs. After all, she and Midoriya can still communicate by radio, and Midoriya Izuku wants to make Uraraka Ochako try to get rid of the tape. After all, it is really difficult for a person to win. Bakugo Katsuki has become a runaway state. The more he attacks, the calmer his heart is, and his movements are not messy. This kind of person is even more terrifying than a real lunatic. Haha, let go, you should be able to move. He blew up the whole building in half, whether from Heroes' perspective or from Villain's perspective, it was extremely stupid. Quanyue has experienced a haunted house. He knew that the real villain had to reduce the movement and try not to attract anyone's attention. Neither Bakugo Katsuki nor Midoriya Izuku, it seems that the environment and human factors have not really been taken into consideration from the previous haunted house incident. Midoriya Izuku is better than Bakugo Katsuki, but his focus is more on fighting skills. Bakugo Katsuki is a self-contained combat system, belonging to the category of genius. If it were Bakugo Katsuki and Midoriya Izuku, they would fight in close hands. The most critical point is when Midoriya Izuku will use his quirk. The powerful quirk can bridge the gap between the two sides, and this kind of combat power cannot be blended by the current one. Quanyue took two classmates and began to evacuate. Uraraka, can you help me get in touch with classmate Midoriya? Ida Tenya, who is gradually waking up, is still immersed in his own villain. Damn it, you really are the cunning hero's side. Quanyue did not explain. Uraraka complained. Why should I listen to you? Advertisement. Want to be hurt again? The pain is tolerable, but absolutely uncomfortable. Uraraka Ochako shivered. Does this guy really feel sorry for the girl? Quanyue put the other ear on the radio. Although it was uncomfortable, he could hear some fighting sounds. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Hello, can Midoriya classmate hear me? Izumatsuki classmate. How could you have? Midoriya Izuku's combat suit was almost destroyed in this battle. He covered the radio in his ear, and understood that Uraraka Ochako was afraid that there would be no chance to counterattack. Quanyue was straight to the point. When do you plan to use quirk? Midoriya Izuku stood up, and he faced Bakugo Katsuki, who had stepped forward to fight in a golden body. Just before coming to the front, an explosive recoil shifted to the back of Midoriya Izuku. Here comes, your favorite a big swing with your right hand. Midoriya Izuku's scream almost shattered Quanyue's eardrum. Then came a series of loud hitting ground and blasting sounds, which seemed to be beaten miserably. Quanyue sent the two outside the building and spoke to the radio. Midoriya classmates join me. Midoriya Izuku's mind was muddled, and he was beaten so that there was no room for resistance. Xiao Sheng is really a genius, sure enough. Isn't it possible? Midoriya Izuku, did you not apply quirk because the side effects of quirk were too great? Quanyue knows that his quirk and Midoriya Izuku are really in line at this stage, but he doesn't like to be tied to one person, although he refuses to be with you team up, but the situation is special, let's join hands. Where are you now? His quirk must be launched by someone who meets it. I'm on the 4th floor, Izumi-san, you. Midoriya Izuku seemed to be attacked again, and this time Bakugo was roaring over the radio, D. Why didn't you use quirk? You are underestimating it. Me. You have been deceiving me. Quanyue is a little embarrassed. Is it a childhood sweetheart theater? But their relationship is not easy for others to intervene. Midoriya Izuku, I'm on the 5th floor, you should be able to see it when you come up. Wait, is it really okay to fight Bakugo near nuclear weapons? Quanyue still wanted to talk, and then heard the sound of the radio being hung up. Hello, hey. Don't be like this. He felt a headache, could he only go slowly to find someone by himself? But if Midoriya really launches quirk at that time, will it interfere with the other two classmates? Sure enough, you are not the heroes of damn it. Ida Tenya smiled evilly. Isn't it enough for the heroes to recover nuclear weapons? And you are not recovering nuclear weapons now. Instead, you are thinking about how to defeat Bakugo. Advertisement. Yes, you are not one of us at all. Uraraka Ochako reacted a little slower. She said angrily. It's too damn it. Is this the accident that All Might said? It's too much. It can be said that it is a devil to reach this level in the first class of actual combat for freshmen in the first year. And also found a powerful surprise like Quanyue. Quanyue heard Ida Tenya's words and suddenly realized that he turned off the radio on Midoriya Izuku and said to All Might, Teacher, I declare that I am now a free side, and I will always be a free side. All Might. Boy, you just said you want to join forces with Midoriya boy. What about the most basic trust between people? Quanyue went to weigh the model of the nuclear weapon and found that it could be transported. He will immediately transport the nuclear weapons away. Good luck. As long as no nuclear weapons can be found, Midoriya Izuku can only defeat Bakugo Katsuki with himself. Ida Tenya and Uraraka Ochako sighed from the bottom of their hearts. I have never seen such a brazen and ignorant person. The underground observation room was also helpless. This action is really not heroes. But he is not the hero's side now. After Quanyue confirmed the possession of nuclear weapons, he turned on the radio, and Midoriya Izuku started a second confrontation with Bakugo Katsuki on that end. Midoriya Izuku didn't seem to be able to last long, he was still forcing himself not to use quirk. Quanyue felt his brain hurt when he heard the voice, Midoriya classmate, where are you now? I just went up to the 5th floor. You hold on, I will support you. Quanyue said concerned. Wait for me. Without Midoriya Izuku's injury, he would definitely not be able to fight Bakugo Katsuki. Second, the damage caused by quirk to Bakugo is not high, which shows that Bakugo Katsuki's tolerance for pain is still at a high level. Thinking that he and Bakugo Katsuki were at a disadvantage in several fights, Quanyue shook his hand. This time, to win. He walked to the dilapidated battlefield and appeared right behind Bakugo Katsuki. Eyes facing each other, greeted the explosive young man's disdainful laugh. Huh, are you here to help Feiju? The explosion series of sparks splashed all over. Chapter 67. Quanyue was too lazy to talk nonsense, and tried to reach Bakugo Katsuki in a sprint. Bakugo Katsuki is different from the others, he is the only one who has experienced multiple pain sensations under Quanyue's hands. He is also the person with the highest pain tolerance so far, and Quanyue sometimes has to admit that he is not as good as Bakugo Katsuki. Bakugo Katsuki is without a doubt a terrible genius. He did not directly come up with melee combat, but used a series of explosions to evacuate himself out of Quanyue's attack range and strike Midoriya Izuku once again. One or two, so annoying. They are all ordinary people, one is from the Heroes course without quirk, and the other is from the general course to the Heroes course. Why did he work so hard to come to UA Heroes? Why on earth did these people come to the Heroes section? Quanyue hurriedly slowed down, but it was not time. Midoriya Izuku. Quanyue shouted. Use the quirk. Midoriya Izuku was hit to the ground with one blow. He had not yet come and exploded with quirk, and he was hit again in the abdomen. Damn it, Midoriya Izuku was unwilling to think that it would be crushed and beaten. Xiao Sheng is really strong. He knows that 100% of his power can't be hit against people, this will kill people. But what to do now? He alone can't win at all. Whether it's a fight or a competition, he can't win by himself. Ha, use quirk. Are you looking down on me? Not to use, but not to be able to use it. Damn it, move. Why don't you use quirk? Are you underestimating me? Bakugo Katsuki roared, damn it. Quanyue caught up from behind, and he felt bad. The atmosphere of this childhood sweetheart makes it impossible to get involved. Even if he, Midoriya Izuku, was beaten to the point that he couldn't stand up, he still said with the same momentum, because you are so powerful, I want to beat you. And many more. Are you still going to fight hard now? Quanyue saw at a glance that Midoriya Izuku could not hold on for long, maybe the punch he hit at this time was his last punch. Put away this expression for me immediately, a-hole for a long time. I just want to beat you, surpass you, and win you a big idiot. Both sides broke out their strongest blows in anger and anxiety. In the underground observation room, teacher, they are going to kill. Needless to say, Bakugo, can Midoriya Izuku's quirk be able to beat people? Both. Stop. One was the talented teenager who got the first place in the entrance exam, and the other was the apprentice he had finally found. All Might didn't want to see anyone injured. But now they only have to defeat each other, and when All Might comes up to stop it, it is too late. Advertisement. Boom. LB. Amid the huge explosions and smoke, rubble splashed, and the other person stood in the middle of the two. Quanyue's mask and clothing were all shattered, and he was surrounded by terrible scars. His hands had just absorbed the attack damage, his arms were twisted and his palms were hot. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. It's really messy. Quanyue cursed. What are you doing? Even if he wants to win, he won't fight his opponents to such a degree. This is just a lesson. Midoriya Izuku has more power, and Bakugo Katsuki is not bad. Go away. Quanyue B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Quanyue exploded. Fart. Strong damage slammed into him. Have a good fight, aren't you? You guys are really not afraid of death. Bakugo Katsuki was about to beat Midoriya Izuku. Midoriya Izuku is not bad, it's a rhythm to beat people to death. Since you like to play so much, you have no sense at all. Let you taste how badly you hurt. Quanyue's face was cold, and huge energy burst out from under his feet in an instant. Classmate Ida. Classmate Uraraka, Quanyue said loudly. The building began to fall apart, and Midoriya Izuku thought about the final fate of the haunted house incident. Ida's engine exploded, and Uraraka's weightlessness took off. Bakugo classmate, shut up, you square-faced B*****************. D.
Midoriya classmates, let's go. Uraraka pulled Quanyue and Midoriya Izuku. She felt that she was still in chaos. She didn't know what was going on. The house is about to collapse. After everyone evacuated, the building completely collapsed. The nuclear weapon model was also quietly placed on the open space not far from the building. Quanyue moved this thing outside from the beginning. Advertisement Oulu Might came out and commented to them that since the buildings have collapsed, the next indoor link can only be replaced by another building. And this anticlimactic battle came to an end, and no one came to the conclusion, whether it was Bakugo Katsuki from the villain side, Midoriya Izuku from the hero's side or Quanyue from the free side. But all three were injured in varying degrees. Quanyue was the most injured, and Midoriya Izuku was the second. It's really messy. Yaoyorozu Momo commented, I should go to the health room now. But all three of them were standing, and none of them would leave. Midoriya Izuku looked at Oulu Might and everyone, and his evaluation of himself became even lower. This battle really failed. Regardless of the outcome, these battles will leave us with valuable experience. Although Oulu Might said so, it can be seen that the three culprits, the capital, will not let it go. The old things of Midoriya and Bakugo are the same, but Quanyue is afraid that it is about to step into new troubles. The vigilance of Uraraka and Ida is too low. If there is a deceptive character like Uzumaki in the battle, you must be careful. Whether it is in the battle or not, you can't relax. Midoriya and Bakugo were caught in a private duel, completely ignoring the conditions of the venue. It would be foolish to launch a large-scale attack in an indoor battle. As for Quanyue classmate, I want to criticize you severely. Quirk should be used within the range that you can bear. It has always been your old problem for you to rashly step up to the ground. It is said that the last step is to use damage replacement to absorb it. Release the attack of Midoriya Bakugo. Quanyue knew this was his old problem, but he didn't have the mind to pay attention to this kind of thing. His hands were shaking badly. The whole body is in an extremely weak state. His first quirk did not fully recover. He suffered a powerful attack at once, and in the end he could only vent 40% or less of his damage. The remaining 60% are all left in his body. Midoriya classmates and Quanyue classmates go to the health room. Oulu Might let the robot lead the way. Quanyue fell to the ground just about to go. He doesn't feel any pain anymore. After experiencing pain for a long time, he will feel numb to it. He subconsciously ignored the pain, but his body would not indulge the painful wound. In the health room, Midoriya Izuku was also forced to lie in bed. Quanyue was scolded by the treatment girl while eating sugar she didn't like. When the treatment girl was out of breath and went to get them something for the infusion, Midoriya Izuku turned her head and asked, "Izumizuki-san is very strong." With a bandage wrapped around Quanyue's hand, he closed his eyes. "Midoriya Izuku, you are also very strong." He is the one who suffers damage, and for the first time he knew how strong Midoriya Izuku is. It is a kind of familiar and powerful force with sunshine and beyond doubt. That power reminds people of a name. Oulu Might, Chapter 68. Quanyue left the health room only after school, and he did not pay attention to the results of the other Class A students. The healing girl wrapped his hands in a cloth and hung it up, admonishing some words before letting him leave. Of course, she put a handful of candy before she left. Shinso Hitoshi and Sakai Shin are waiting outside. One of them was worried about Quanyue's body, and the other was heartless to ask about the fighting situation of Class A. Nobuyuki Sakai poked forward and poked Quanyue's arm. "Have you been beaten so badly?" "You can shut up." Quanyue couldn't laugh or cry. He knew the front table was not malicious. The heart is more dignified. Think about how to explain it at night. If Granny Cat knew that Quanyue had made herself like this, she wouldn't know what she would be angry like. Quanyue stuck his tongue out, indicating that he was powerless. It's really impossible to go to a doctor to see if the doctor can do anything about it. The three of them walked together, and the general subjects of UA High School were over long ago. They also met some senior elder sisters who were carrying props on the road. Nobubuki Sakai was the most informed. He smiled and said, "That's right, which club are you going to go to?" "Bicycle riding club." Shinso Hitoshi has paid attention to it a long time ago, and he usually likes to go for a ride by bike. Nobuya Sakai is going to the Heroes Behavior Research Agency. Quanyue didn't even know there was a club. He was a little dazed. What club is there? Generally high schools will have such things as clubs, and outstanding clubs will even become a major selling point of the school. In the current Heroes Society, the original sports clubs are rapidly declining, and even if they are left, they are still relatively loose clubs. For example, the cycling clubs are mainly responsible for riding styles, and they have gradually not joined the competition element. In UA High School, most people focus on the Heroes subject, but ignore a lot of the club. You can find the club based on your own quirk. I heard that someone's quirk was flame last year, so she went to the Daxia cooking party. The cooking is super delicious, and the annual school festival is the #1. Sakai Shin Shing was enthusiastic to help the back table analysis. Can't Quanyue's quirk be used as a treatment department heroes? It is better to do some medical work to help others. Shinso Hitoshi disagrees with this statement. He recommends Quanyue to find some physical fitness clubs. Although athletics is lonely now, exercise can't be left behind. Quanyue felt that his heart-worried statement made sense. They walked all the way to the station and met Yuzuki Inuichiro, who was communicating with the senior sister. This guy seemed to have trouble squatting on the ground to fix the bicycle. Okay, senior sister. Thank you, Inuichiro. The senior sister apologized. "I will pay you back tomorrow." "I'm really sorry." Yuzuki Inuichiro waved his hand indifferently. "It's all trivial. On the road, I found that the senior sister's bicycle was broken, and immediately helped me repair the car." Advertisement Quanyue and his group watched the whole process. Sakai Shinobu has a very good impression of Yuzuki Inuichiro. According to him, this is one of the few unbiased people in the class who maintains a sense of reason. "Inuichiro, have you reported to the club?" Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. "I have decided to go to the volunteer association." Yuzuki Inuichiro had obviously been in contact with UA's clubs a long time ago. He was embarrassed. The seniors said that few people are willing to volunteer now. Why? Because heroes, it's all about helping others. It's more appropriate to get income and reputation. In other words, heroes is more suitable. Compared with heroes who can do everything, volunteers are too limited. In this society, many things are related to quirk. Non-heroes can't use quirk, so many things will be hindered. In today's volunteer associations, most of them don't contribute money or pretend, and there is very little real work. Shin Sao also knows the status quo. Volunteers are useless. It's not useless, because everyone is too dependent on heroes. Yuzuki Inuichiro retorted, "It is our own business to help others. Wouldn't it be better than the world supported by heroes if we all give a little love? But this is unrealistic. How can you ensure that everyone has dedication? Then heroes must be good and dedicated. It's just a strong combat force, using violence to control violence. Seeing that both parties were about to quarrel, Quanyue quickly pulled them away. Nobuyuki Sakai waited until the car, and goodbye to them, leaving only 3 of them at the station. Shinso Hitoshi and Yuzuki Inuichiro didn't speak either. It was not until Yuzuki Inuichiro got off the bus that he said to Quanyue, "If Izuki student wants to come to our volunteer association, you can contact me." Quanyue nodded, but did not agree. He also felt that Yuzuki Inuichiro was a bit too idealistic, but he couldn't say that this guy was wrong. Shinso Hitoshi was a little upset, and seemed to reflect on what he had just said. Quanyue pulled him and said, "Don't argue with him, classmate Yaoi, he has no quirk." Shinso Hitoshi put on another look, with a hint of admiration. "I just hate people who talk big and don't do anything. In my impression, most of the volunteers are like this." Shinso Hitoshi recalled, "Occasionally, I went to nursing homes, orphanages or poverty-stricken areas once or twice and talked about help. In fact, it is 1 or 2 times for others. After giving it, there will be no help or change for those people. If it is such help, what is the point? Advertisement." Quanyue didn't know about this kind of thing. He wanted to be a volunteer before, but because of scars on his face, he was rejected by the teacher. Some said that he would scare people, some said that he was not on camera. He was originally instigated by Yuzuki Inuichiro's heart cold. That's it. Then I'd better find a club that exercises. Can you ride a bicycle? No, I have to ask the doctor if I want to exercise. Quanyue looked at his hands. Hey, I don't want to go home. Shinso Hitoshi laughed, and he rubbed Quanyue's head. The relationship between the two of them is getting better and better. There is a relationship between living together and the experience of preparing for exams together. Things are the same in general subjects. Quanyue quietly listened to Shinso Hitoshi telling himself what happened to him in Class C. For example, only a few days after school started, the heart-straining harvested 2 attendants in Class C. For example, he often peddled cats in the hallway, but the cats would eventually be confiscated by the passing teacher Aizawa. "You were in actual combat today." He was tired of heartache, and his eyes were shining. "Tell me about Class A." Quanyue nodded. He was about to speak, feeling dizzy in front of him. He held on to the wall with a tremor, opening his mouth and feeling something was wrong. There is a strange smell in the air. Ed? A man in front of him took out a cigarette, and he fumbled for the lighter. At the moment of ignition, a huge airwave and a series of explosions erupted in the street. Boom 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 boom. The glass of the shop facing the street was shattered, and the street lamp bulb exploded and fell to the ground. Shinso Hitoshi pressed Quanyue to the ground, and the two of them wiped their backs with the flames. The two hid behind a mailbox, worrying about taking off their coats and covering them. What happened? It seems to be fighting ahead. Quanyue wrapped his hands with cloth around his neck. He is now protected by Shinso Hitoshi, heart, all. He was worried that his heart was hurt, and the first quirk was about to move. "No, you are already injured," Shinso Hitoshi said firmly, "leave it to me." Chapter 69 Shinso Hitoshi seeking death. In the 50-meter section between Shinso Hitoshi and Quanyue, a man was standing with a spatula, and Ying Yu could still see the bare bib on his waist. Slightly, your quirk is completely useless." The boy dressed like a punk hugged a girl and put a sword on the girl's neck. "It's just a protection fee, not honestly, okay?" There were still tears on the scared face of the little girl. "Dad." The man looked panicked. He was just an ordinary hawker. "Little, don't be afraid, Dad will save you." "Ha ha ha, save people. You still think about how to save yourself." The gangster laughed wildly. He knew that the man quirk in front of him was gas, and it happened that his quirk could isolate the gas. Originally, he was worried that the man's gas would consume himself to death, but he didn't expect someone to set a fire on the roadside just now. God helps me too. Heroes began to arrive gradually, focusing on the on-site rescue at the beginning of disaster relief. Because the flames were too strong, everyone was watching the center of the battle. Quanyue and they happened to be near the battle. Shin Sao kept Quanyue under his body and told him not to use quirk. Threatening if Quanyue really wants to use quirk, he immediately initiates brainwashing to make Quanyue obediently obedient. Quanyue was very helpless. He knew that Zintai would really do it. "Did you hear the sound?" Quanyue pricked his ears. "A child is crying." "Don't go out." Shinso Hitoshi stopped him. "You are going out now as a dead end." Quanyue is already injured, and continuing to activate the quirk will put a considerable burden on his body. Heartbroken can't watch Quanyue go to death, but he hates that his quirk can't do anything. "Can you brainwash the people inside? This distance is a bit difficult." "It's mainly because I can't see what's inside. Shinso Hitoshi can't make a shot." Quanyue poked his head out to see the same. "Don't go out." Shinso Hitoshi hugged Quanyue in his arms and held his hands. He felt the heat spreading over him, and the iron sheet behind him seemed to be burnt and burned on his body. Boom boom boom. In the cereal explosion, the iron spoon in the man's hand has melted. His quirk gas formed a wave of air, in the middle of which the iron spoon was melted, and then transformed into a small ball. Around the man is an uninterrupted flame rolling. He also had flames on his body, and his clothes were already burnt to pieces. Control the gas to guide the flame to attack. It seems that there are only these effects. Advertisement after all, they are not professional heroes, and even the control of quirk is not excellent. But his quirk caused considerable trouble to the disaster relief heroes. The quirk belongs to the part of the gas. The gas is invisible, colorless and odorless, but it will burn and explode in contact with the flame. The mountain goddess stood on the commercial street, trying to fan the air with her huge hands. Firefighting heroes worked hard to sprinkle water to save people. Each hero played its role in guiding the people to retreat and organizing the disaster to spread further. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Let me see what the hell is going on. The mountain goddess took a deep breath and stepped into the street where the explosion and fire were the most serious. The shopping street is big enough to hold her feet. There are two people in the battle center. Oh, there is a child. Quanyue and Shinso Hitoshi are not in the center, they're just side areas. The first problem they faced was that the mailbox could not hold up. When the heartbeat came out, the coat was already on fire. Shin Sao rolled on the ground and extinguished the flame. But the back must have been injured. Quanyue wanted to treat him, but was refused again. You can no longer use quirk, but protect yourself. Shinso Hitoshi squatted on the ground. They found a corner but were closer to the center of the battle. That kid was inside. Quanyue is pretty sure that he didn't make a mistake, it must be a child. The fire is being controlled by the heroes, and the mountain goddess begins to intervene in the battle. These two people are not difficult for her to solve, just a little troublesome. High concentration gas like a series of explosions. The gangster was the first to be arrested and subdued by the mountain goddess, and his quirk was completely unbearable. Ha ha ha, Heroes is here. Goodbye. The B************** D was very agile. He slashed the girl's face with a sword. I don't know if I can go in, but you will definitely go in, ha ha ha. He held it. Make an evil move and push the girl out just before the feet are off the ground. Ah. The man was stimulated by the scar on his daughter's face, and for an instant quirk opened up unscrupulously. The more he releases the quirk, the higher the concentration of gas in the unit area, and the more vigorous the continuous explosion and flames. At the same time, the gas itself can suffocate. His daughter became the only victim. As a person who has not been controlled by the system quirk, he can't stop at all. Bad. The mountain goddess holds people with both hands, and she does this to protect people's safety. In her opinion, it was the priority to bring the kidnapped girl out, for which she was arrested by the two together. But now the fire is stronger than before, and she can't find the girl and her father in the explosion. What the hell are you doing? Kamui Woods said angrily. Had it not been for his attributes to be bad at fire scenes, he would have already entered. Where is the mountain goddess? Quanyue and Shinso Hitoshi were also engulfed in more intense explosions and flames. Advertisement at this time, it would be nice if there was a water system or ice system quirk that could control the scene. This is what everyone present thought of. Shinso Hitoshi moved faster and quickly found a new hideout and took Quanyue to avoid another dense explosion. It's a pity that his arm still exploded. I just saw it. There are two people inside. Shinso Hitoshi analyzed. The man who uses the quirk is a man. He and the girl seem to have a good relationship. He just saw the man holding the girl and howling in pain. Voice it was covered up by the explosion. Do you want to use quirk? In this case, you can't hear it at all. Quanyue grabbed Shinso Hitoshi's shoulder and whispered, this is not a scene we can mix. The man has gone crazy. The influence of his quirk can no longer be stopped. Shinso Hitoshi said firmly, if you can't control the source, no matter how much you control the situation, you can't solve the problem. And, in the man's arms of girls will die of suffocation and burns sooner or later. Quanyue also understood, he nodded, that's right. The question is, how do they get close to that man so that he can hear the distressing shouts? Quanyue has a headache, why don't I use my quirk? No, then what else do you do? In this case, it's so noisy that you can't hear you. There was an explosion around, and the thunder in the ground from time to time made people want to die. Shinso Hitoshi took a deep breath and said, trust me. What? Please believe me, and I believe you, Quanyue. After Shinso Hitoshi finished speaking, he found out the water left in his school bag, poured water on Quanyue's coat, and then put it on himself. His coat has been burned. Almost, don't use quirk. After he finished speaking, he rushed into the flames under his coat. Quanyue hasn't reacted yet, and the person is no longer found. Only an explosion was left. Damn, Quanyue covered his mouth and nose. He felt the toxicity of the gas started to work, and the concentration around here began to increase. Shinso Hitoshi, you are looking for death, Chapter 70. How far is the distance of 50 meters? The average person's 50-meter race's results are generally within 7 seconds. The question is, what will happen to an ordinary person running for 7 seconds in high-concentration gas and explosive flames? Quanyue looked at the figure of Shinso Hitoshi rushing out, his eyes were filled with flames and explosion smoke. He suddenly felt cold all over. FK! Quanyue shouted hard. FK! He tried hard to activate the quirk, but his body couldn't bear the intense fire. Damn it! Damn it! Launch it anyway. It doesn't matter if I die, please don't hurt Shinso Hitoshi. Unconsciously, in Quanyue's mind, Shinso Hitoshi has become his best friend. They prepare for UA high school together, take the exam together, and pass the UA exam together. Now they are good friends who eat and live together. Quanyue felt as if his body was torn apart, and he felt that the second quirk was forcibly breaking through the barrier at this moment. The pain filled his body. Quanyue knelt on the ground. The sweat on his forehead fell drop by drop to the ground. It hurts. It hurts. His skin was scalded by the flame kissed to an indifferent temperature, trance, and once again came to another time and space. Ice and snow. What does it feel like spilling gasoline on your body? What does it look like when the flame burns itself alive? What does it feel like to watch your parents' bodies slowly become scorched? Remember it all? Quanyue, you were just a kid and you couldn't do anything. But now it is different. You have the power, even if it is small, you can finally save a person you value. A voice said in his heart, liberate your nature, your quirk can be stronger than before. Absorb all the damage and control the scene to open a way for the people you value. Quanyue's back exploded with pure white flashes. At this moment, his skin was about to explode, and the power in his body wandered through every blood vessel. Silent shout, just 7 seconds, race against time with Shinigami. Shinso Hitoshi was not brave enough to rush out. He had seen a trail long ago, and it was also a slightly flat trail. He can get to the center the fastest on this road, as long as he is close to the center, as long as he can let the man talk. Everything is not a problem anymore. 7 seconds. The time given to him was only a short period of 7 seconds. Shinso Hitoshi felt that his skin was damaged, but he couldn't stop. While running, he tried hard to open his throat and shouted, "Hey!" The guy inside listens. "Hurry up and put down that girl, are you going to kill him?" Amid the explosion, the mountain girl finally found the central figure following Shinso Hitoshi's movement. She put the person in her hand on her palm, and the other hand started to grab the person directly. Advertisement. The man felt something. He hugged his daughter tightly, his eyes were blood red. Go. He put 2 fingers together and shot the bullet ball formed by melting the iron spoon into the air in an instant. The bullet ball carries the explosion and high concentration of gas in the air to form a spiral whirlwind. The fire whirlwind blasted directly into the palm of the mountain girl's hand, stunned her for a few seconds. A large area of gas lifted off to form a chain group, and then the smoke from the explosion confuses the mountain goddess' sight. She lost her target again. Damn it. Is this guy crazy? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Shinso Hitoshi's clothes and pants have been burned, and his whole body is tattered. He can't cover his mouth and nose, and he even has to make a sound. You must be a very important person in your arms. You can't protect this girl at all, really an incompetent man. Shut up. The man replied angrily, it's a success. Shinso Hitoshi cheered, he succeeded. Just when he was about to give the man a command to stop the quirk, there was the sound of a bullet breaking through the air from a distance. Call out. The bullet grazed Shinso Hitoshi's side and exploded before it hit the ground. The explosion caused the 3 people in the center to fall to the ground or fly out. The man was naturally attacked too, which could not be worse for Shinso Hitoshi. In the original speculation, the main villain of this man was the gangster who held the girl. The gangster seemed to be alone, and the possibility of accomplices was very low. As long as you control this man, everything is easy to say. Where did the bullet come from? On a tall building 800 meters away from the scene of the incident, a young boy wearing a high school uniform pulled his tie and put the gun in his hand back into the cello box. Very interesting quirk. Young master, do we need us to brainwash him? Qing Yuan asked respectfully. I don't think this kid receives much attention in UA. Forget it, I'm not interested in all fools who want to be heroes. The boy smiled and picked up his violin case, pointing to the black hole that appeared in front of him and joking, I'm sorry to trouble Kurogiri driver to come again. Kurogiri of the Villain Alliance looked at the leader of the Honghu Aspiration Alliance and his loyal subordinates in a suit, and made a request. The boy took 2 steps, and suddenly he changed his attention. After asking Qingyuan to take the things back, he took off the multiplex mirror and sat on the rooftop to watch. The person he is really interested in is Quanyue. Don't waste the medicine I fed you. The boy smiled, thinking that he would put a bottle of yogurt or milk for Quanyue every morning. These medicaments are all quirk enhancement experimental drugs produced by their ambitions. Really look forward to what kind of surprises you will give me. When the gas-smelling wind blew, the boy sat on the roof and shook his feet with a warm smile. Advertisement got windy. The explosion did not stop, and even with the wind, the fire continued to expand. Shinso Hitoshi rolled on the ground and extinguished the flames on his body again. He was not unsuccessful, at least he has found the girl. The little girl was scalded extensively on her body, and her left half of her face was severely scalded. It can be seen that her face was maliciously cut before the scald. Let go of her. The man appeared in front of Shinso Hitoshi in a dull voice, let go. Let go of my little one. The high concentration of gas made his heart-troubled body unbearable, and he showed dizziness and nausea. Fainting and poisoning will appear soon. Shinso Hitoshi tried to induce the man to speak, but he didn't expect the man to rush to the strongman after saying that. Boom! A huge airwave was overwhelming, and the explosion shattered a circle of surrounding buildings. The man gasped. He pressed Shinso Hitoshi to the ground. He would kill this guy as long as he waited for the gas poisoning. Ahem. Shinso Hitoshi was already showing symptoms of gas poisoning, but he was still protecting the girl under him. The flame didn't even hurt the girl's hair anymore. I have worked hard, sorry. Shinso Hitoshi recognizes his weakness again. Sorry, I am too weak. He lost in just 7 seconds. Losing in a real battle means death. Ah! Shrill screams suddenly came from the meters, then white explosion. Where the white light passed, the gas, smoke and fire disappeared. When the white light filled Shinso Hitoshi's body, he felt warm and comfortable, and his heart was refreshing. Among the people he knows, only Quanyue has this quirk, or only his quirk can be so strong. Quanyue. Don't. The girl in his arms also gradually recovered, and the severe burns were disappearing. The man also woke up from his crazy state, and his quirk was interrupted. The shocking and frightening white light came again, and the onlookers raised their mobile phones to take pictures and post on social media and online social media. Take a second runaway. It's really easy to run away. Only the culprit on the rooftop has a cheerful expression. Sure enough, it's easy to poke some pain points, and it's easy to evolve. He took out his notebook and began to write down himself in detail, observations. Quanyue, the second time on the commercial street. The quirk, damage replacement, is judged to be strong, and proper development and control are needed. I'm really looking forward to it. How far will you grow? The boy looked at Bai Guang and exclaimed. He made a call to Qingyuan, let our people begin. It was as if the devil opened the gate of hell. It's time to change the damn times. Chapter 71 Calm Down Quirk's Forbidden Drug. If it is said that the quirk runs away without consciousness in the haunted house, this time Quanyue can maintain a clear consciousness to experience the changes in the body. He felt full of gas in his internal organs, one by one coming out of his throat. There is evaporated sweat in the pores, and the sweat clings to the clothes coldly after being blown by the wind. His joints were forcibly squeezed away by something, and among them were countless little ants walking around. He can stand up, but he can control his movements, even if the movements are as slow as an old man. It just can't control the quirk. Quanyue felt his ears soaked in water and couldn't hear who was calling him. He could only distinguish some syllables vaguely, and the timbre was distorted. The eyes cannot see the outline. Everything is made up of large and small color blocks. This is the burden of quirk runaway on the body, but it's better than before. Quanyue reluctantly found a difference in a pile of red and yellow patches. He walked over after seeing a colored human body. Every step is slow, and for him every step is torture. The knees were shaking, and the joints were giggled and twisted. FK. Where are you B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* feeling that his mouth was filled with a liquid. Slimy but full of realism, completely speechless. The scene was in chaos. Because of Quanyue quirk, flames, explosions and even toxic high-concentration gas have all dissipated. Some heroes and the police evacuated the crowd, and some heroes stepped forward to surround Quanyue. The rest were taken to a safe area for processing. This is Quirk's runaway. It doesn't seem to be the first time. Bai Guang is very familiar. It doesn't matter, try knocking people out first. They stepped forward and tried to touch Quanyue, but when they walked into the white light, they felt comfortable all over, and their strength seemed to be taken away. To be more specific, white light is like a gas station to them. Someone knocked out Quanyue, but Quanyue showed no signs of fainting and Quirk stopping. It was just a little uncomfortable for him, and then stopped in place. Because the various color blocks began to increase, Quanyue didn't know how to choose. Advertisement, get off. I am the child's doctor. With the arrival of the last wave of ambulances, a handsome doctor got out of the car. He ran quickly and inhaled the medicine in his hand into the needle. The icy blue potion in his hand was discovered by Heroes, who had discovered the goods. Heroes was surprised. You are crazy. What are you going to do to this kid? He held the doctor's wrist and stopped. Don't you know that this medicine is forbidden? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The medicine in the hands of the doctor is a kind of calm medicine for Quirk in the Dark Age. The effect of this drug is to inject when the Quirk is out of control, and it will calm down and stop. In clinical practice, it is used for people who are at risk of uncontrolled outbreak of Quirk for the first time. But with the use of drugs, side effects have gradually been exposed. This drug may cause the Quirk to disappear in the later stage. The authorities subsequently listed this drug as a banned drug and destroyed a large area of the drug manufacturing plant, leaving only a few as experimental props and specimen. Is this dangerous drug to be injected into a child in such a harsh environment as the scene? Occupation Heroes doesn't care about guessing the doctor with the worst ideas. FK. Are you a doctor? The doctor himself was furious. I tell you that even if I don't inject this forbidden drug, this child is not a Quirk if I continue to lose it. It is not uncommon for Quirk to lose his life due to excessive output. You should know that Quirk is a part of the body's function, and overuse of Quirk will drag the body sooner or later. Not everyone has a high-quality body. At least Quanyue is not. He had not fully recovered from the Quirk in a short period of time and his already bad body, received high-intensity injuries, injected double the Quirk growth potion, and now broke out again. Do you think everyone is All Might? This is forbidden drug? Professional Heroes asked. Is there no other choice? When the drug prohibition was exposed at the time, it caused considerable social unrest. People are extremely sensitive to everything in the Dark Ages. Go away, the doctor scolded. He pulled away the Professional Hero's hand and stepped forward by himself. Quanyue's Quirk outbreak this time did not hurt anyone else, so the doctor could be approached. He spotted the place and pierced the pipe. The ice blue liquid was slowly injected into Quanyue's body. Quanyue shuddered all over. As if the switch was being held down, Bai Guang snapped and disappeared by himself. Quanyue's body instantly fell from extreme swelling. You can imagine an inflated balloon being deflated in a second. He hadn't come to see who was in front of him and what had happened before he was confused by the huge impact of the power. As if his mind kicked someone, Quanyue was taken to the hospital. This time he was not sent to the emergency room, but to the intensive care unit. Take a good rest. The doctor's tone fell to zero. Advertisement everything he went through was a little anticlimactic, and Quanyue smiled bitterly. He found that he couldn't move his fingers, so he could only fall asleep in a dull way. This time he dreamed of a strange place. That is a park. Judging from the style and nearby decoration, it should be the style of 20 years ago. Standing at the gate of the park, Quanyue saw sand, lawn, swings and outdated slides. Sitting on the swing is a man in a police uniform. Uncle? Quanyue stepped forward. He recognized people and asked strangely, this time. Shish. Uncle Izumizuki Nagasaki put his finger on his lips and told Quanyue to whisper. He tapped the swing next to him and let Quanyue sit on it. A man and a boy swayed on the swing, and from time to time, withered leaves fell on their heads, and the wind blew their faces, necks, and arms. Izumizuki Nagasaki stared at the sky and said in frustration, I know a terrible thing today. Quanyue didn't ask, he just looked at his uncle. Uncle Quanyue Nagasaki suddenly laughed, and he said with a little regret. Suddenly I want to live. Xiaoyi, you. Forget it, don't say it. Uncle, don't say halfway. Huh? No, I found that you were too young. Izumizuki Nagasaki slid the pebble under his feet and shook the swing. It's an adult's world, children. Puff, I think you are actually quite miserable. Huh? I was really sorry to be laughed at by my own uncle. Uncle Izumi Nagasaki showed a cheerful smile. His smile was contagious and made Quanyue amused. Izumizuki Nagasaki stood up and patted his butt. Let's go back to the house. Your father must scold you. At this point, Quanyue stood up embarrassedly. Both my uncle and nephew walked towards the gate of the park, and suddenly two children ran over arguing. One of them shouted, Nagasaki, Nagasaki, wait for me. He was wearing ordinary elementary school uniform. He was an ordinary kid. Okay. The child who was being shouted stopped. He caught the rushing companion with a bright smile, Axon. The two of them passed through them as if they hadn't seen Quanyue and Izumizuki Nagasaki, smiling. Noisy fell on the sand. The setting sun stained their faces blood red. Chapter 72. Uncle. Quanyue looked back at the two children. He only felt that one of them was a bit familiar. Quanyue Nagasaki rubbed his head. Did I look like you when I was a kid? Quanyue woke up when he was reminded. Is he in my uncle's memory? Can you still dream of such a thing in a dream? Quanyue Nagasaki stared at the two playing little people. He nodded, and suddenly a hippie smile hooked Quanyue's neck and led him back to the old house. The old house is still like that, nothing has changed, but the rest of the people don't seem to be there. Izumizuki Nagasaki simply explained to Quanyue how he was just now. First, you have to know that we can exist in this space. First, we are dead, and second, because of our ancestors. Izumizuki Nagasaki touched the floor and pried a piece of it and found the sugar jar under the floor. This old man, the house is restored from our memories. Of course, the leader in it is our ancestors. We can live in this mode by our ancestors. You have to remember whether it is borrowing the quirk, seeing the memories just now, or other things from our elders. The power you get in your hands is all through your ancestors. Do you eat sugar? Quanyue shook his head. He was interested in the ancestors' quirk. What is the ancestors' quirk? I don't know. Izumizuki Nagasaki chirped. I only know that the ancestors' quirk was only after his death. He was alive. At this point, Izumizuki Nagasaki suddenly shut up, and he turned off the topic. What you just saw are memories from my lifetime. If we want to, you can come in and have a look. Be careful, the initiative is still in our hands. If the elders don't want Quanyue to know the past, Quanyue will never know. The initiative has always been in the hands of the elders. Whether Quanyue was greeted in this space or he borrowed quirk, the ultimate initiative has always been in the hands of the elders. If the elders refuse, Quanyue itself can't do much. Quanyue also knew that he stopped asking, but instead picked a question. Uncle, who is the other child? It seems that the young uncle had a good relationship with that child, and the uncle chose to be there. It seems to be waiting for someone to show up. Izumizuki Nagasaki was choked by this question, and he laughed embarrassedly. HMPH, you went to see some memories again. Quanyue's father Quanyue Changsuo walked out from behind the door. He actually stained some bloodline on his body. He wiped his face, and mocked. Why, take my heart, do you remember the broken story again? You can't forget him now. Advertisement. This has nothing to do with you, okay? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Fart. The two elders suddenly quarreled. Quanyue was at a loss. He saw his father push his uncle to the ground and cursed. You are controlled by that guy's quirk, don't quibble with me. It has nothing to do with Ashen's quirk when I go to save people. Izumizuki Nagasaki was also irritated. I went to save people because I wanted to save people. Don't associate everything with that. Instruction, okay. If I hadn't missed it back then, I was also a Heroes. Quanyue sat down obediently, not daring to speak. Quanyue Changsuo was so angry with his brother. He took a deep breath and glared at Quanyue, who was sitting next to him. Don't pretend to be good. This time I called you. You will be with that immediately, no matter what. The guy who controls the heart breaks off the relationship. The guy who controls people's hearts, is it worried? But why did Dad say that? I'm worried that he has done nothing wrong at all. Quanyue's stunned expression fell in Quanyue Nagasaki's eyes. He lowered his head to look at his younger brother Izumi Nagasaki, who was thrown to the ground, and sneered. It seems that all the guys who control people's hearts have their own way. One pretending to be weak and approaching. My brother, there is another son who approached me pretending to be understanding. Axon is not such a person, Dad, it's not like that. Izumi Nagasaki took off his blood-stained coat. He looked down at the two sitting on the ground, and said, For you, am I more important than those people? Izumi Nagasaki, you are my brother. You know why I am so. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by his uncle Izumi Nagasaki. You look at it with your own prejudice. From the beginning to the end, it is my problem. It doesn't matter whether you were with Ashin or Xiaoyi's friends. You can't just because of my own mistake, do. It's okay to say that I am quirk and discriminate, or to say anything bad about me. Do you want me to watch my son die at the hands of a best friend like you or like a wasteful one? Quanyue Sheng locked up. Quanyue, you listen to me okay, let me tell you how your uncle died. He was to protect his teammates and stay on the battlefield alone. But he didn't do it because he wanted to, but because he was killed. Control it. Advertisement. Quanyue's eyes widened. What? For a cold letter, although the quirk command was tested to be very weak, no one knew that this guy's quirk would become stronger and stronger over time. This guy has used my brother for 10 years. Quirk, do you know what this means? Quanyue Changsuo said more and more angry. This means that as long as that guy just. It's not like that. Everything is my voluntary. Izumizuki Nagasaki stood up, and he said angrily. You are not me. How do you know if I am voluntary? Brother, you have always been so self-righteous. If I was really self-righteous, I would have taken apart your scheming B*ch when I discovered something was wrong in junior high school. After you died, do you know how much I regret? Did not grow up and destroy. That guy is Fu Lengxin, the guy who gave Izumizuki Nagasaki orders for 10 years. Izumi Nagasaki was trembling with anger, his face flushed, and he bit his lip to refute but couldn't find the words, and lost the vigor of the past. He can only repeat. It's not like this, brother. Quanyue, it doesn't matter if you don't want to sever ties with the kind of guy who controls people's hearts. But I want you to never believe what those guys say. Quanyue Changsuo was cruel, and he taught Quanyue, this kind of quirk it's terrible. But more terrifying than quirk is the people who control them. We will never know when the people around us will kill us, so I can only keep you away from those guys. Quanyue Cheng locked his eyes. Dad knows what I did wrong, but Dad is really very fear. Dying on my friend's hands is far more painful than dying on villain's hands. Dad. Quanyue seemed to be choked. He knew Shinso Hitoshi was not such a person. He wanted to tell his father that his heart is not like this, he is a good person. But Quanyue could not produce any strong evidence to prove it. He could only look at the two painful men and lower his head. No one can guarantee that the other person will never change. Quanyue Nagasaki should have lost that year, and everyone didn't want Quanyue to lose, so they chose to let Quanyue quit. 3 Shish Chapter 73 Quirk Declaration of Self-Defense, End of 3 Shifts. Everything is very interesting. If you work hard to participate, you may win or lose. Those who win will get compliments and, wow, you are so amazing, so hard. And those who lose will only be ridiculed, whatever you gave. It's not as good as me, I knew it was not good. Even if two people pay the same thing, even if the loser pays more, as long as he doesn't win, everything he shouldn't. Regardless of career or relationship, it is the same. The loser may not necessarily be a real loser, maybe it's just bad luck. But bystanders and mockers don't care about these things. Because they quit a long time ago, in this game they participated in and left early, it seems that the failure of others is the best testimony to the rational behavior of their withdrawal. Withdrawal is destined to miss victory, but, safe. When Quanyue woke up in bed, he sat beside him quietly peeling apples. His hands were very clumsy, and he couldn't always peel them off, and the apple peel and the flesh fell off piece by piece. Quanyue stared at the heart for a while, then smiled, give it to me. You're left with a shelf like this. You are a patient. Shinso Hitoshi also had a small wound on his body, all of which were bruised later, and it was almost done after applying the medicine. He was a little confused holding the fruit sword, sorry. Quanyue leaned on the pillow to do it, and he felt that his condition was better than the previous few times. The heartbroken apology made him come out of the quarrel of the elders. Sorry for what you said. This time it's just that we are too unlucky. No one has done anything wrong. If I was more careful then, it should be that I was stronger. Shinso Hitoshi didn't know how many times he regretted it. Why was Quanyue lying on the bed again? Why is the injured person who you want to protect? Quanyue took the half-cut apple in his hand, snapped it down, and said vaguely, hey, am I okay? The doctor came out gloomily from the door. What's so good? He went directly to Quanyue's head with the notebook. Did I tell you? Don't use quirk, don't use quirk, are you leaking ears? To be precise, the doctor said at the time, don't overuse quirk, instead of, don't use quirk. Quanyue shrank and quickly gnawed the apple clean, his cheeks bulged and looked at the doctor innocently, with a look of, I do everything, I don't know. The doctor rolled his eyes, are you going to UA to study now? Do you want to be heroes? No decision. Quanyue is still the same, I don't know if I want to be heroes. The doctor got a headache, you should stop this idea early, and look at your quirk from time to time. The results of this examination result in the residual medicine in your body. The index has risen linearly, and there have been signs of relaxation. Look at this line, it is the same as bungee jumping. Advertisement: the drug residue index was originally 12, but now it has soared to 137. It can be said that the rockets are not so fast anymore. Quanyue clicked on the apple and said, I don't understand if you show it to me. He feels pretty good now, and there are no big wounds on his body, even a little more relaxed than before the injury. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. It's not for you to understand, it's for you to know how dangerous you are. The doctor hates that iron is not made of steel. With your attitude, no matter how you save it, you won't be able to save it. The medicine remains in the body like a bomb is buried in the soil. Here, I don't know when it explodes as I walk. Oh. Quanyue listened obediently. Since the doctor pointed out his quirk development, he has gained more trust and respect for the doctor. The doctor explained some precautions and went straight to other things. Before he left, he turned on the TV. By the way, don't go out casually these days, it's a bit uneven outside. A video of a parade is being played on TV. People in the video are holding high signs and flags. A small exploding air mass is painted on the banner. In the middle of the air mass is written, Quirk, the right to self-defense. People walking in the forefront wear doll headgear with gas tanks on their heads and walk in the forefront arm in arm. One of them shouted with a loudspeaker, we want to use the right of Quirk to defend ourselves. Don't make fish, fight for self-defense. Relax appropriately, Quirk self-defense. The crowd was bustling, and there were many marchers. What's surprising is that this parade doesn't just take place in one city. Multiple shots are switched, and similar parades have appeared many times in large cities in various counties. They chanted slogans, don't make fish, fight for self-defense. The Tokyo on-site reporter steadied his body in the crowd. He explained, this is the Tokyo Frontline Report, and my side is the Tokyo parade scene. The parade here has been going on for 3 days. Now you can see it on the famous Umedasanda in Tokyo. The parade was even more spectacular than the previous few days. There were even sit-ins in front of courts, government buildings and other buildings. This is the front line of Osaka. Due to the chaos of this parade, the local police have been sent to set up a cordon, and the government building has been forced to stop daily affairs. You can see that Heroes has also begun to join in maintaining order. This is the front line of Hokkaido. You can see that radical marchers are being dispersed by high-pressure water guns. Heroes is cooperating with the police to deal with the chaotic scene. In recent days, there has been a wave of gas quirk self-defense rights protection with the slogan, don't make fish, fight for self-defense, in various places in RB. The clue to all of this is the gas explosion in the commercial street that Quanyue and Shinso Hitoshi passively joined. The news on TV made a column about the public opinion explosion, and the footage was cut to the people interviewed. Advertisement, hello, what motivated you to join this parade? The gas incident this time made me really see the protection of the law for our ordinary people. Because we can't use quirk at will, when we are in danger, when our relatives are held hostage by villain, we are not restricted by the law. Being able to defend yourself reasonably, this is ridiculous. But we still have heroes. When we are defending, if we interfere with heroes, we will still be sentenced. But we have done nothing wrong, we just want to protect ourselves and others. The interviewee tore and said, Uncle Gas the daughter was kidnapped by villain. He was only defending himself, he was eventually convicted. Should we try to protect our family members, but then we were sent to jail under the law? Should our villain be the same as Uncle Gas villain? He was acquitted for doing something wrong, just because he didn't have the ridiculous reason for destroying public property? We ask for the most basic right to use quirk for self-defense. We require the law to allow us to use our own power to protect ourselves. There was a sudden riot at the interview site. The reporter hurriedly summarized in the shaking, and the scene was urgently cut off. The TV host received the latest manuscript and was surprised, but she still maintained her expression and seriously reported, the state of emergency, the government seems to be loose. Now I will transfer to the government press conference for you. The spokesperson of the press conference is the fur cold letter. It is well known that he is one of the young officials who is expected to impact members of Congress this year. Quanyue froze suddenly. He saw a well-dressed ordinary man standing at the press conference on TV and said, I support the people in fighting for the quirk's right to self-defense. In this age of many crimes, we not only rely on heroes, but also on ourselves. On the surface, most of the battles with villain took place outdoors. However, from the statistical data, the probability of the villain appearing indoors is obviously higher than that outdoors. The indoor mortality rate also far exceeds the outdoor mortality rate. Our heroes only to maintain public order, there is no way to take care of every household. There was dead silence in the ward. Quanyue felt it, Shinso Hitoshi felt it too. This is the cornerstone of this society and the first impact on the heroes system. Chapter 74 Uncle Gas Trial granting the people the right of quirk to defend themselves is to protect the lives and safety of the people, but it actually expands the operability of quirk in life and weakens the position of heroes. This public opinion explosion has ranged from the explosion of high-concentration gas on Uncle Gas Street to the judgment to the leak of surveillance videos and judgments, and then to the statistics of various data and the explosion of the parade. In just 3 or 4 days, the situation has fermented to a state of out of control. Yuzuki and Ichiro brought the fruit basket to see Quanyue just in time to see Shinso Hitoshi sitting beside the hospital bed. What a coincidence. He nodded heartily in response to him. Yuzuki Inuichiro pulled a chair and sat next to Quanyue. He stared at the infusion in Quanyue's hand and asked, the head teacher asks when he will return to school. The doctor said it would be better to stay for a few more days. How many days do you stay? Yuzuki Inuichiro smiled and picked out 2 oranges from the fruit basket. After throwing one to the heart, he began to peel the oranges by himself. I didn't expect such a thing to happen that day. I asked me to bring it for you. Homework for class C? No, without touching the orange, he picked up the fruit sword and peeled the apple. He learned very quickly, and now he can still make apple peels uninterrupted. Yuzuki Inuichiro stuffed the orange petals into his mouth, dragged his chin and stared at his heart. He said, I heard that your quirk is brainwashing. It's very powerful. The last four have this slight joking tone. Shinso Hitoshi's heart got a bump. He looked up at Yuzuki Inuichiro. What do you mean? I don't mean anything. I just don't think you taste the same as me. Don't oranges taste good? Yuzuki Inuichiro was handsome and sunny. He smiled and made people think that the sun was shining and the world was beautiful. People in our class heard you and Quanyue are walking together. There seems to be some bad rumors. Quanyue, you know, is not popular in our class anymore. Because of joining the A class, Quanyue offended most of the class D from the very beginning, especially those guys who didn't pass the Heroes course and wanted to transfer to the Heroes course later. Shin Sao also knows these rumors. As early as the first day of enrollment in Quanyue, there were words against him. He still couldn't judge what Yuzuki Inuichiro meant. The key was what position did this male student stand for. First, I sent the fruit basket, and said something to myself that would not be painful or itchy, and then what? The topic has come to Quanyue again. Do you have anything else? Nothing. Yuzuki Inuichiro took out a few homework books and smiled. Remember to let him do his homework. Shinso Hitoshi nodded blankly. Is Yuzuki in Ichiro? The entrance to a corridor on the left side of the hospital was blocked by a yellow cordon, where a vicious corpse entrails theft occurred recently. Yuzuki Inuichiro was walking in the hallway covered with bloody footprints. He whistled and had an orange in his arms. He turned the window, fell into the bushes outside, and left quietly. He rode on the bike to the park, then sat down and took out his notebook to jot something. Quanyue, mildly unconscious, low vigilance. The quirk status is unknown, and further investigation is needed. Advertisement Shinso Hitoshi, it remains to be seen, with a high level of vigilance. The quirk is in good condition and it is not recommended to join. After writing the 2 lines, he took out the orange and slowly moved up from the bottom of the orange. He first removed half of the orange, and then picked up the meridian of the orange to clean out the flesh little by little. Finally, all the oranges were stuffed into the mouth. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Acid. On the other hand, the high-profile Uncle Gas incident was held again due to public pressure. Cedar Lengshin was not discouraged in a decent suit facing the camera and microphone. We must believe that justice will always come. His supporters had already prepared flags and shouts. The scene was once lively. Do you think Quirk's right of self-defense will change the lives of the people? There are counts in Cunninghamia Lanceolata's confidence, and these problems are beneficial to him. The reporter who asked the question had already passed the anger with himself. It was an ambitious person. Once the Quirk's right to self-defense is granted, we will start Quirk to control universal education. First of all, we must vigorously open evening schools and popular classes so that most people can reasonably control their quirks. We know this is not easy, but we must master the most basic control. This is our first weapon to protect ourselves when we encounter danger. The above is my assumption about the popularization of quirk control. Of course, if it is to be implemented, it must be supported by a large number of heroes. You must know that they are definitely the ones who control the quirk. The supporters in the audience applauded enthusiastically, and many people shouted, "Good said," and "Good said." The guards had to form a human wall to organize these crazy forward supporters. The shirtless uncle who rushed forward waved a banner and said loudly, "Don't make fish, fight for self-defense." The wind blew his forehead hair, revealing 2 tattoos on his eyebrows. Qingyuan. UA High School, Teacher Aizawa looked at 4 printed documents. The 2 bottom-up penalty applications and the 2 dangerous quirk appraisals require one person's stamp to be passed and implemented. One is Quanyue's application for sanctions for vandalizing public property and obstructing Heroes' activities, and the other is for Shinso Hitoshi's application for penalties for obstructing Heroes' activities. 2 copies of their dangerous quirk appraisal. Quanyue's quirk is judged to be A. Advertisement Shinso Hitoshi's quirk is judged to be S. He's threatening us. Teacher Aizawa said to Principal Nezu. Dangerous quirk appraisal, it's really bad for him to ask those people to do it. Those people are lunatics. Dangerous quirk appraisal is a detailed appraisal for judging the extent to which someone's quirk harms social morality. Based on the influence of quirk, it serves as an important basis for whether to include this person under the jurisdiction of the government, police, and heroes. Basically, the people on the appraisal will be under surveillance all their lives. Because he is judged as a person who will threaten social morality. The speech of Fur Lengshin in front of the court is being broadcasted on TV. We will start a quirk control popularization class. I hope you heroes can help the public to better understand themselves. The sentence is simple and the tone is sincere. Principal Nezu stared at the furs on the TV. He smiled. I don't know how many years he has planned for this kind of thing. Do you know the principal? From his point of view, I also think it is understandable. Principal Nezu picked up the teacup and took a sip. Think about it. What's the mood of my best friend dying in my arms? When I can do nothing but know the others when someone obviously had a chance to save him, it was because of the restriction that heroes can't use quirk in public. Did not survive. Aizawa Shota understands a bit, but is not sure. Is that because of this? I remember very deeply that team was the only one that survived intact. Fur Lengshin had been holding the body of Izumizuki Nagasaki at the time, and asked me, why did heroes have to save people? Principal Nezu recalled that the bloody storm closed his eyes and didn't say the most impressive sentence of the cold letter of the fur. He just confessed to Aizawa Shota, let's not intervene. This is no longer a matter of heroes' will. Now it is a group of people who use the government as the chessboard and public opinion as the chess piece for the division of interests. The attitude of many Heroes firms will play a vital role in the following. The 4 documents sent to UA High School are a small warning to him and to you teachers. Take care of your business. Chapter 75 Quanyue looked at the homework in front of him, and finally confirmed with Zenshu, "It's all homework?" "Yes." "Oh." Quanyue screamed, holding his head, "How much homework did I have these days?" He flipped through his homework and felt dizzy, so he simply fell on the bed and pretended to be dead. Shinso Hitoshi pulled the people out. "Everything is almost fine, I should go back tomorrow. UA's class is very tense, and a little relaxation will cause a lot of loss." Shinso Hitoshi is also a good student himself and is very worried about academic problems. The latest trial on the Uncle Gas incident is being broadcast on TV. The court maintained the verdict unchanged, and the masses opposed fiercely. Riots have increased rapidly in the past few days. The major Heroes offices have cooperated with the police to maintain order and effectively alleviated the chaos situation. Click. The TV was turned off. In the dimly lit room, the dead-handle wooden hanger turned off the TV, and next to him sat a teenager who was peeling oranges. There are several orange peels on the table. Kurogiri stood quietly behind the deadwood hanger, wearing a white shirt with a small vest. There was also a person standing behind the same young boy. "Your movements are great." The dead-handle wooden hanger scratched his neck and said, "But what do you want to do?" The boy stopped peeling the orange, and he raised his head, his entire face hidden in the shadows. "I won't hurt you, brother hanging." "Who knows what you want to do?" Kurogiri didn't like this young man. He had seen young people use rhetoric to deceive people and saw him kill decisively. In short, he was a guy who turned his face and didn't recognize people. The woman behind the teenager walked out with a smile and stopped in front. The significance was self-evident. The air freezes a bit. Deadwood Hanger didn't want anyone to steal the momentum of the villain alliance at this time, especially since he prepared a big gift for UA High School in the back. The same is true for the young man. He has given a piece of fame to the villain alliance for nothing. This time the fruit will be Honghu's turn anyway. Let the dead wood hang out is the meaning of AFO. The young man knew too well that what the Dark Emperor of the underground world had always wanted to support was the giant baby, the dead handle wooden hanger. As for being able to survive under the Emperor's hands, it was already a miracle. "It's not the time to head on," he said. "Wind girl, step back." Advertisement. The unpeeled oranges were put aside, and the boy said, "Brother Hanging, you and I have no conflict. My focus is on the government. It is the Uncle Gas incident. Your goal has always been All Might, right? Kill the #1 All Might in Japan's Heroes world. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. That's right, this is the goal of the Deadwood Hanger." Death Handle Muhong quietly listened to him being absent. What he cares about now is the media's public opinion and everyone's attention. "I thought that an attack on the entrance exam would get everyone's attention, but I didn't expect. Why doesn't the boy understand this brother who grew up together?" He continued to persuade. "Uncle Gas matter will be resolved soon, of course. Even if it can't be resolved, I will suppress it." Why did this matter have interfered with Brother Diao's plan? He brought a little bit. The hippie smiley is very comfortable to listen to, no matter from the posture or the tone, it makes people find no mistakes. The Deadwood Hanger stared at the boy for a long while, and laughed disdainfully. Inuichiro is really cunning. The teenager didn't speak. He quietly stuffed the orange meat into his mouth, eating very slowly. Everyone is waiting for him to finish eating this orange and listening to his final conclusion. "I don't mean to demonstrate. Although Honghu's ambition looks very strong, how much of the power actually belongs to them even in the manipulation of public opinion? Wind girl, let them pressure it." Feng Nu retired. Honghu's ambition has long been different from the Honghu ambition of 20 years ago. No matter how ambitious, Honghu's ambition nowadays, he has to live by the breath of AFO. The boy lowered his head, making the dead handle wooden hanger a little uncomfortable. He grabbed his hair irritably and said, "I'm going to UA High School again after a while." "You too." The boy was silent for a long time, nodded and smiled. "Okay." All of this, everyone in UA High School still doesn't know. Midoriya Izuku missed Quanyue very much. He often walked around Class D and asked their classmates where Quanyue was going, and found that they all looked weird. In the end, a very cute girl came out and said, "Izuki-kun? He has been on leave for a long time." Midoriya Izuku was a little nervous. He rarely communicates with girls on the one hand, and is really worried about Izuki. "Well, why did you ask for leave?" I heard that something happened on the way from school. The lovely girl is Nobuya Sakai." She pushed Midoriya Izuku away and shoved, "Please don't ask again." "Hey." Midoriya Izuku looked inexplicable. He recalled what he had done, thinking that he was causing some confusion to other classmates. "I'm sorry. Is something wrong with me?" "Nothing, just trouble you not to come to our class again." Sakai Shinto said angrily. "If you really want to find Izumizuki-kun, you can just ask the teacher." Advertisement. It seems that the students in Class D don't welcome themselves very much. Midoriya Izuku was very sorry and apologized, but he had to leave the door of Class D. He didn't notice that Sakai let out a sigh of relief after he turned around. The girl grabbed the corner of her clothes and continued to cheer herself up. She gritted her teeth and returned to the class. The table behind her was filled with various foul language in red pen, such as liars, fools, and traitors are the lightest, and the more serious ones have already begun to carry out personal attacks. At the foot of the table, there was a bucket that was kicked down. Half of the water was spilled on the ground. The rags are stuffed into the trash can and put together with some books. Nobuya Sakai gritted his teeth and picked up the books and rags from the trash can. A few girls next to her exclaimed, disgusting, abnormal. I didn't see him being so good to other people. Hypocritical, pretending to be kind. There's no way, there is only one in the class who can go to Class A. Isn't she going to marry Heroes? Just get the month before the water tower. Oh, maybe people just want to climb high, the Heroes family, they said casually and knocked over the book that Sakai had written. No one in a class spoke, everyone turned their backs to the child in silence. Nobuya Sakai picked up the book again in silence, and this time she put it back in Quanyue's book hole. It's just that she felt something was wrong right after she put her hand in, something was hairy and cold. It's a dead mouse, I don't know who put it in. She looked at the dead mouse and suddenly felt familiar. What are you familiar with? It was others who looked at her, as if looking at the dead mouse. Chapter 76. Grapes and Nobu Sakai back to school was not as difficult as Quanyue thought. Under the guidance of heart-wrenching, he keeps up with the course and looks better than his classmates. It may be the reason why the teaching progress of Class C is faster than that of Class D. No, it should be because the learning is great. At noon, Quanyue, who chose to have lunch with Shinsao, ordered the super spicy chicken curry rice. When he was about to start, Midoriya Izuku suddenly appeared. You are back. Azumaki classmate. The word, happy, was clearly written on the other's face. There is also a little worry and doubt about my disappearance these days. Quanyue was relieved when he saw that he was an acquaintance. He feasted on his meal and said, yes, I'm back. Are there any important courses in your class lately? Anyway, the school also arranges part of Class A for him. No Quanyue, your class. Quanyue and the heartache stopped. They looked at Midoriya Izuku. Shinso Hitoshi kept staring at Midoriya Izuku, looking very hairy. Quanyue interrupted his gaze and joked, it's okay. If there is anything I can't keep up with in my class, I can still ask you for advice. I'm very sorry. Actually, I just learned about this. The Midoriya boy looked guilty. I heard that you don't have to see the A class anymore. Huh? This kind of thing? Well, actually it doesn't matter. Quanyue sees better than anyone else. He is not the kind of student who must enter the Heroes subject. For him, if he wants to be Heroes, he can take the therapeutic route. I'm fine. The heart is a little angry, but the parties have expressed their views, and he didn't talk too much. It's just that I feel gloomy all afternoon. Quanyue hasn't noticed that it's wrong, and it was Sakai Shin's first discovery. This child is very sensitive to human emotions. He sat on the table and sipped his feet, and said to Quanyue. That person seems very unhappy. I heard that he is very popular in Class D. Are you saying heartbroken? It turns out that he is called Heart Trouble. He doesn't seem to be a good guy. Hey, it's really hard for you to get along with him. Sakai Shinobu said with a hippie smile and heartbroken. Hey, where have you been these days? I'm not in good health. I'm in the hospital. Quanyue directly raised his bandaged hand. What's the matter? He didn't notice Sakai Shin's expression, so he carried his bag and left. Nobuyuki Sakai was stunned, jumped off the table and grabbed his arm and shouted, Izumizuki-kun, Izumizuki-kun. Did you really forget what day it is? Advertisement, what? Today is the famous Battle of 100 Regiments. Sakai Shin's eyes were shining. Societies are recruiting new battles. Let's go. Everywhere, people's vision for campus is indispensable for clubs. Encounter beautiful young girls in the club, meet fellow fellows who shed blood together, and strive for a certain goal together, and finally leave the best page in youth. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Quanyue followed Sakai to the playground. The new location of the club's big move is on the playground. Although the number is not as exaggerated as 100, but it is definitely not less than 50. In addition to some of the more conventional associations, what is even more attractive is some weird associations and organizations. For example, the Quirk Marriage Research Institute, for example, the Quirk Food Research and Development Association, and the Animal Quirk Representation Tongao Association, etc. But not to mention, it's really interesting. The president of the Quirk Marriage Research Association is a second-year senior. He brandished a sign and grabbed a few people with weird hair and asked, the classmates see that your hair is peculiar. It must have something to do with our Quirk Marriage Research Institute. Then Quanyue saw him being frozen into lumps by a boy with half red and half white hair. Nobuyuki Sakai introduced to Quanyue. I am a student from Class A. I heard that this year's freshman is the strongest. Quanyue raised his eyebrows. He thought of the string of names that Nobuyuki Sakai handed him. You won't really go to investigate. Nobuyuki Sakai smiled and said nothing, but by observing her appearance today, he found that the words are still well dressed. Understand. At least wear a girl's school uniform. Quanyue. I don't know why there's a bad feeling. He and Nobuya Sakai strolled most of the venue together. The recruitment of new clubs is not just a mere shouting, there are also introductions and stalls of various clubs. For example, the Quirk Food Research Group used everyone's quirk to create a variety of foods, and then set up a barbecue on the spot. One of the long quirks of general science is banana. He can turn his fingers into bananas, and then break them down and eat them one by one endlessly. Eat, well, some of them are roasting bananas. Quanyue and Nobuya Sakai ordered sizzling squid, and they watched the senpai skillfully ignite the flame on her hand, and then skillfully tumbled the dipping sauce. On the side there was an extremely gloomy senior student waiting for the sizzling squid. Quanyue felt familiar, so he took a few more glances to make the other party pay attention. Advertisement, hey, the senior came to join the club? Quanyue finally remembered. This was the senior he met the day he tried the gun. Senior Tianchuan, your sizzling squid is ready. The second-year girl handed it over with a smile, and thoughtfully added a tissue. You have to wait for your junior. It's okay. Senpei eats this. Quanyue recalled the quirk of Tianchuan Senpei. If the quirk is a squid hand, wouldn't he feel like he was eating the same kind? Ah, I forgot to eat in the morning. Although it is the afternoon, I feel insecure if I don't eat it. Tianchuan Senpei bent over and took a bite of the sizzling squid, seeming to get a great sense of security from this snack. The squid is really useful as a battle. Quanyue didn't know what to say. He always thought that the quirk of the senior was the squid tentacles, and the tentacles that impressed him the most that day. They were still waiting for the sizzling squid, and the banana senior next to him suddenly beamed his eyes. He leaned forward and said to a boy, "Classmate, is your hair grapes?" Sakai shuddered and hid behind Quanyue. Ha ha ha, yeah, isn't it cool? Unexpectedly, you are a hero subject. Would you like to come to our quirk food research and development meeting? Mineta Minoru, who was surrounded by the crowd, was very happy. He originally came only because the teacher asked them to join a club to collect credits. Unexpectedly, he glanced at the senior sister of the Quirk Food Research and Development Association. Hee. Forget it, it's ugly, this breast is too flat. Wow, this is nothing. But anyhow it's a girl, forget it, let's join it. Your sizzling squid, please take it. Finally, I arrived at Quanyue. Sakai also stood up, she was a little embarrassed standing behind Quanyue. She looks good, because of the role of quirk, her body development is an outstanding effect among a group of people. All of a sudden, Mineta Minoru's gaze was nailed to her body, Sakai-san hee. Sakai shrank himself silently behind Quanyue, and the eyes of Grape, who had lost the beauty of her chest, waist and butt, suddenly looked at him. His aura was astonishing as if a sword had smashed in front of Quanyue. Quanyue was confused with two skewered squids and didn't know what happened. What's going on? Chapter 77 Booming Cold Soba Noodles. The atmosphere was once awkward. Mineta-san. Sakai Nobuya whispered, that. Ah, what a coincidence, Sakai-san. Mineta Minoru wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth, his eyes were glued to Sakai's chest, and all the female creatures around involuntarily left the 2-meter range. Quanyue was startled by the other's gaze, and leaned back, that classmate. Huh? Who are you? Mineta Minoru's tone changed abruptly, his eyes like a sword to chop off the arm that was in front of Nobu Sakai. The key is Quanyue's arm. Quanyue never thought that this person would be so difficult. Although he had been to Class A twice, he didn't recognize anyone, just knew a few people he knew before. He asked Nobuya Sakai, Sake-san, do you know this person? Sakai nodded and shook his head. Quanyue doesn't know the relationship between them, and feels better not to participate in the meeting. Unexpectedly, Sakai's shin directly hugged his arm without letting go, and his plump chest pressed against Quanyue's arm, making him blush, almost unable to hold the iron squid. Hey? Mineta Minoru's face is dark, if it is a comic, he must have appeared behind him. Ah. You be asterisk 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 D. Quanyue. What happened again? Although he blushed, he knew that Nobuya Sakai had absolutely no idea about him, biting his head and wanting to leave. Nobuya Sakai also meant to leave. Someone in the distance was calling his name, classmate Quanyue. Midoriya Izuku came up from behind the crowd, and beside him stood Uraraka Ochako. Mineta-san is here too. Midoriya-san seemed to be wearing sportswear after the workout, but Uraraka Ochako was wearing a short-skirt school uniform. Quanyue seemed to see the savior. He grabbed the head of the conversation, you know? Midoriya, do you know this guy? So envious, so envious. Mineta Minoru kept spitting out terrible voices in his mouth, and there was a big black directly under his eyelids. Probably the gaze of envy, jealousy and hatred had materialized, and Sakai shoved to hide behind him again. At this time, Nobuya Sakai shrank himself behind Quanyue. Both Midoriya Izuku and Uraraka Ochako sensed the awkward atmosphere between the two sides, and they tried to find a topic to ease the embarrassment. So it becomes like this. Nobuya Sakai and Quanyue sat at the side of the table, and Midoriya Izuku and Uraraka Ochako sat across from them. Mineta Minoru sat alone. Cough. They are now in the temporary restaurant of the Quirk Food Research and Development Committee. Everyone pays a little bit of money and everyone orders something they like, and they are ready to sit down and eat some more. By the way, talk to solve this matter. Izumi-san, you haven't come to class these days. Uraraka Ochako provoked first, is it unwell? Advertisement, it's kind of hospitalized recently. Isn't it a bad kidney? Mineta Minoru said grimly. Izumitsuki and Sakai are in the same class. It's really enviable. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Sakai was a little closer to Quanyue, showing a decent smile. Not only are we in the same class, we are still at the front and back desks, and we have a good relationship. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Mineta Minoru's small desperate eyes explained everything. Quanyue hurriedly explained, it's not what you think. Sakai-san has his own goals. We are just ordinary friends. He currently has no plans to fall in love, and Quanyue doesn't think anyone will look at his scarred face. Quanyue handed the sizzling squid to Nobubu Sakai, took off his mask and started eating. Midoriya Izuku took a deep breath. Uraraka Ochako was taken aback and fell off the chair. Mineta Minoru's face changed drastically, his legs trembled and his face paled. Sakai Shin also looked over, but he didn't make any special movements. He just paused and asked, "This is the first time I see you in front of you. You are not afraid?" "I used to work as a staff member of a haunted house. If it is horrible and disgusting, the haunted house needs to be added with plasma." "Well, you can use this face without makeup. The owner of the haunted house must give you the best appearance award." "Nobuya Sakai, just kidding, sticking out your tongue. Would you like to go to the haunted house together on weekends?" Thinking of the haunted house, Quanyue, who immediately thought of the haunted house's long tongue incident, shook his head and refused. He still has things on the weekend. Midoriya Izuku quickly calmed down. He slowly avoided the scar on Quanyue's face and said, "Is Quanyue student optimistic about the club?" "Not yet. Does Midoriya like it? Maybe to choose some clubs related to actual combat." "I think I still lack actual combat." Midoriya Izuku clenched a fist. "I think I still lack too much in combat." After experiencing the indoor battle, he fully realized that he in the gap of Bakugo. Quanyue was eating the sizzling squid. He thought of the book he saw when he first met Midoriya Izuku. It seemed to be a battle log of preparing for the future heroes. In terms of actual combat, Midoriya Izuku really can't compare to Bakugo Katsuki, but no one can compare to Midoriya Izuku in the summary of combat experience. Uraraka Ochako said that she would like to visit a construction-related association. Her family is in the construction industry, and Uraraka Ochako itself is very fond of construction. Mineta Minoru said that he would go to the club with the most beautiful women. Advertisement. Quanyue still didn't think about it. He felt that he didn't know what to do now. There seems to be an emergency medical assistance society in the school. "Quanyue, are you interested?" Sakai mentioned a very small group name. "I heard from the senior, this group only accepted one person last year. I don't know how to pay this year, are you there? But the instructor of this club is a therapy girl." Quanyue's identity as a therapy department was exposed from the beginning, and Sakai Shin's recommendation at this moment is also interesting. Mineta Minoru still looked enviously at the paired duo next to him, drooling down. "Hey, the guests over there," a senior suddenly brought someone over. "Please do us a little favor. Please try our freshman assessment. Serve 5 bowls of cold soba noodles." Midoriya Izuku's back stiffened and Uraraka Ochako slowly raised his head. They saw the half-white and half-red-haired student hung taking off his apron. Quanyue felt that Sakai Shinobu by his side suddenly exploded with a strong vitality, which could be equal to the resentment of Mineta classmates. The tasting is to let the diners score, and the Quirk Food Research and Development Club is a society that uses quirk to make things. This time the soba noodles should be frozen with my classmates. Quanyue took a few bites and found that the taste was surprisingly good. "It's really unexpected." Uraraka Ochako couldn't stop at all. "I thought that classmate Hung was the kind of iceberg that was rejected thousands of miles away. I didn't expect the cooking skills to be good, and the smoky male god seemed to be good." "What?" Sakai was eating the noodles slowly. She ate very well. Yuga was very clean, a very elegant way of eating. Quanyue feels that just watching her eat is a visual pleasure. In all fairness, if Sakai believes that he is not convulsed, no matter what gender he is in, his appearance will be up to 8. Mineta Minoru didn't have any appetite at all. Instead, he was picky from time to time, staring at Sakai Shinobu. Quanyue quietly leaned over and asked, "Do you have any conflicts with this classmate?" It was too uncomfortable to be stared at by Mineta-san with strange eyes. Sakai lowered his head and smiled shyly, and wrote a word on the palm of his hand. "Love." "I don't know what the hell is Quanyue. What are you doing?" Unexpectedly, Sakai wrote that word and quietly pointed to classmate Boom. Recalling Shin Sakai's amazing speech on the first day of school, Quanyue came up with a bold idea. It's not that Sakai-san first dated Mineta-san, and then ruthlessly dumped each other, and now he fell in love with the new man again, right? He was immersed in the drama of his own brain replenishment. Sakai Shinshiro gave him an elbow and said, "Help me." Quanyue. "What help?" Chapter 78. Sakai found out that Quanyue didn't immediately understand what she meant. She had some frustrated and narrowed mouth, and then she whispered, "Is that boy handsome?" She was referring to classmate Boom. Quanyue nodded. He did think that classmate Bang was very handsome, but when Sakai Shino said it made him feel that the big thing was not good. "What are you going to do?" "I like him a little bit," Sakai said openly. "Look, you are strong and good-looking, so you are all male gods." She quietly quieted Quanyue's scar and said regretfully, "I still think so. See what it looks like if you don't have scars. You already have an impact on the city's appearance." Quanyue. "Well, it's also a scar, but one becomes a unique sign, with a little handsomeness, and the other is terrible and scares the crying child." "Yes." Mineta Minoru suddenly said, look at me, I'm also very handsome." There was a little embarrassment in Sakai Shin's smile. Yeah, his tone was perfunctory. After they finished eating, classmate H seemed to have successfully stayed in the Quirk Food Research and Development meeting. Although Sakai wanted to talk a few more words, he was dragged away by Quanyue. They were still talking while strolling, except for Mineta Minoru closely followed. "What's the matter with this guy?" Nobuya Sakai was a little embarrassed. "Oh, this, Izumizuki-kun is not what you think." As she bounced, her short skirt fluttered. Grape's eyes almost fell to the ground and looked up. After all, he has a soft spot for scenery from special angles. Quanyue quietly pressed the restless guy, at least pressed her skirt. Nobuya Sakai said that on the day Quanyue went to the indoor competition, she was very worried about Quanyue, so she went to the gate of Class A to find Quanyue after class. Unexpectedly, Quanyue was sent to the hospital, so she said a few more words to Mineta Minoru. That's all? Yeah, we also talked about our dreams. Sure enough, Class A is going to be heroes. Quanyue looked at Mineta Minoru's squinted eyes, thought about Sakai Shin's dream, and suddenly realized. He was pretty sure that the young man with hair like grapes in Class A had taken a fancy to Sakai Nobuyuki. Of course, he might have misunderstood Sakai Nobuyuki's meaning. Sakai Nobuya, are you really going to marry heroes? Yes, yes. The first goal of my maid selection is heroes. Quanyue turned his head and found that Mineta Minoru became more and more excited when he heard this, as if the energy field of the whole person had swelled a lot, and the men and women around him couldn't help but retreat. It seems that Sakai has caused a terrible trouble. Advertisement Sakai continued, but I still like boys who look good and taller than me. Now, if you don't have these scars in Quanyue, maybe I'll do it. Quanyue has a lump in his heart, he looks good. I took a look. Mineta Minoru is taller than Sakai. I took a look at Mineta Minoru. Yeah, I got it. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Mineta Minoru's height has been eliminated without talking about her appearance. They walked through many stalls and clubs along the way, and Quanyue got a stack of registration forms and promotional sheets. They finally came to a small stall with a yellow tone, and some handmade gadgets were placed on the stall. Yuzuki Inuichiro sat at the back carefully weaving and repairing these things. A high school volunteer association. Yuzuki Inuichiro really signed up for this association. Compared to other associations, this place is empty and there are no people. There are only 3 seniors looking at the stall, and only Yuzuki Inuichiro is really working. Do you want to fill out the form? The senior said. Write it yourself and deliver it in time the day after tomorrow. Quanyue took one without writing. Nobuya Sakai took one and joked. Did you make Inuichiro? She was holding a repaired puppy rag doll. This stitch is so thin. Thank you for the compliment, these are all I learned when I was young. The adults are not good at it, so I can only come by myself. Yuzuki Inuichiro chatted a few words casually, and even brought Mineta Minoru with them, and the 3 of them had a conversation. Get better slowly. Nobuyuki Sakai was reluctant to communicate with Mineta Minoru from the beginning, and now he can laugh a few words. Yuzuki Inuichiro is so amazing. Quanyue admired his communicative ability, and under the persuasion of Yuzuki Inuichiro, Sakai Shinobu was a little shaken and took an application form that he wanted to fill out. This is the F***G Volunteer Association. A grumpy voice came out. Hurry up, Lousy wants to fill out the form. People around evacuated out of a large area. Bakugo Katsuki seemed to be very unhappy. He didn't know what he encountered today. The whole person was like a small projectile. He needed to find a place to lose his temper. Is my ear deaf? What about the watch? Seeing this kind of grumpy character, I don't know why I want to give him a wave of pain. Quanyue is very concerned about Bakugo Katsuki. He has obtained data from the doctor. An ordinary person will experience a state of sluggishness and severe fainting under his pain attack. This state can be adapted, but it needs to be repeated hundreds or thousands of times before it can be alleviated. Quanyue is only able to adapt after hundreds of repetitions of pain experience. Bakugo Katsuki was different. This guy was attacked once or twice, and the pain felt that it didn't do much to him. It can only be said that the excellent physical fitness and strong willpower endurance caused the pain to nullify him. Bakugo Katsuki is very strong. Yuzuki Inuichiro quickly stepped forward and gave him a watch. If Bakugo Katsuki is allowed to stay here, he probably won't want to recruit people today. Bakugo Katsuki came alone and didn't say hello to anyone before leaving. Quanyue wanted to step forward and say hello, but the guy stared back at him. Advertisement terrible. Are you in such a bad mood today? Nobuya Sakai was still saying, wow, irritable little wolf dog, so handsome. Quanyue thought this guy should ban dairy products for a few days to calm down. Sakai Shinobu sees a handsome guy along the way with a look of spring, and he is very happy when he sees one comment. Quan Yuijun, did I find a lot of favorites today? Look at the cold-faced male god, the grumpy little wolf dog, and the Class B classmate that I think is very good. Are you still in Class B? Quanyue looked depressed. Who? Anyway, he is not familiar with it, so just listen. However, Nobuya Sakai dared to let herself help her pursue her, and Quanyue promised to make this guy worse than dead. Mono Manedo from Class B. I really like his face, super handsome. Mineta Minoru leaned over. What about me? Nobun Sakai smiled and said, it's normal. But the hair is very cute. Let's be classmates. Quanyue saw Grape, who didn't want to be classmates with Nobun Sakai, squatted on the ground with a black line, and kept talking. She said I was cute, she said I was cute, she said I was cute. Quanyue, who didn't decide which club he would go to after shopping around, had to end his trip. Don't worry about the anti-orthogonal registration form, the day after tomorrow will be the deadline. The next day, Midoriya Izuku ran over while eating and asked, Izumizuki-san. What's happening? What did you do to Mineta-san yesterday? What's wrong? We didn't do anything. Quanyue looked innocent. What happened to your class? Midoriya Izuku sighed. It's just a little weird. Mineta-san kept staring at Xiaosheng, still chanting. This kind of guy is actually liked. Why am I not as good as this kind of guy? Similar words. And give it back, Xiaosheng heard. Okay, I understand. Chapter 79 Sister Sakai Taibai. Everything seemed to be back to normal again. After Quanyue communicated with Midoriya Izuku, he took a few bites and left first. At this time everyone was eating in the cafeteria. Quanyue was walking down the corridor, and he saw through the window that Yuzuki Inuichiro was walking towards the school gate. Really weird. Why go back to the school gate this time? Did someone from your family come here? Quanyue didn't understand. He still went to the health room according to his plan. He thought for a long time, and he kept thinking about his future while lying in bed. What kind of person does he want to be? Or what is he going to do? Quanyue clarified his thoughts as he walked, and now he is very clear that he wants to be a heroes. But he wants to be the heroes of battle, not the heroes of healing. He hopes he has a certain ability to protect himself. There was no one in the health room at noon, and Quanyue sat in a chair. He looked at his hand and took out a small scratch paper from his pocket for a long while. He said a long time ago that he was going to make a toy for his uncle, Deku. Now he drew a draft. He plans to wait until the weekend to find a toy city that can be D in the mall. After all, the whole family only has a little uncle who is not heroes, and naturally there is no heroes-like toy about him. The health room has everything in place. Although there is only one school doctor for the treatment girl, it is clean and orderly. Quanyue saw a photo of a group of 3 people on the wall. He took a second look and stood up and went under the photo to take a closer look. There are 3 people in the album, and one seems to be a man from their Quanyue family. The woman in the middle should be a healing girl. They are only in their early 20s in the photo. Quanyue has seen his family, although in a dream. He guessed that the person in the photo should be his grandfather Quan Yuan. It is normal for the treatment department to be familiar with the treatment department. There was a knock on the door, and a strong scent of alcohol came out. Hey, damn, is there someone inside? The door was kicked a few times, followed by a brief silence and a loud bang. It's so annoying. The heroes guy is the most annoying these years. The visitor seemed to be dragging something in his hand. She tugged at her collar and said drunkenly, "Look at it, come and deal with it." Huh? I'm not. Huh? Are you blind? You won't be able to deal with this kind of small injury? Did you learn from the dog for emergency treatment? Quanyue finally saw the figure of the person in the sun. It was a second-year senior with clothes. It's not easy to wear. One arm is exposed, shoulders are exposed, school uniform jacket is tied around the waist, underneath is men's trousers. Fart, get out of here, idiot. Quanyue pointed at himself with a puzzled expression. Advertisement. There were 2 natural blushes on the senior sister's face, and she hiccuped a drink. Nonsense. Do you think there is anyone else here besides you? Hurry up and die. She pulled the person over. This, on the leg. Take care of the knee joints. Troublesome first-year kid. Get out of here. Who wants you to be a big drunkard? Go to hell. Quanyue didn't know what expression he was going to show on his face, and habitually he took a step back. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Bakugo Katsuki was dragged to the ground, which seemed to be dragged all the way. He was obviously out of anger. Big breasts. Senior sister kicked directly to his chest, condescendingly, and completely ignored her asterisk. Add him a chest check. Although I know that this is not an attitude towards the wounded, it is still a little bit cool. Bakugo Katsuki, who accidentally sprained herself due to excessive exercise, is now in a very depressed state. He had just sprained his ankle, but he was seen by this weird elder sister who was not well dressed, and dragged him to the health room. In the health room, he also ran into Quanyue, the scared weird man he didn't want to see. Are you a pig? Is this used here? Quirk. You can try Quirk again. Everything depends on Quirk. You don't know how to die. Huh? I don't know where the medicine is. The dog knows can use it. UF ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* this little b asterisk 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 da mouthful. Don't be soft. Quanyue was directed by the senior sister, who was in charge of pressing Bakugo Katsuki on the bed. Her voice was loud, and both Bakugo Katsuki and Quanyue were criticized again, and at the end she gave a long and loud hiccup. Of course, let's not ignore that during the whole process, Bakugo Katsuki jumped into thunder and almost got up to blow the heads of Senpei and Quanyue. FK your uncle, will you die if you act lightly? Bakugo Katsuki just finished speaking, and the elder sister directly added twice as much force to press down. She gave Quanyue a demonstration in her own life. When encountering this kind of patient with explosives in his brain, we can't save his brain, just let his mouth keep on. Senior sister. Scream, the worse you scream, the better I will treat you. The senior sister smiled. Don't panic, I'm a good assistant to the treatment girl. Oh, I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you, you big-breasted woman, I'm going to kill you. Quanyue covered his ears and watched the two oil drums explode silently. He had a kind of the female version of Bakugo Katsuki, and Bakugo Katsuki pinch each other's sense of sight. By the time the treatment girl came to the health room, the smell of gunpowder and the rich aroma of wine were almost out of control. Advertisement, Taibai, you drank too much this time. The treatment girl smiled and made a cup of sober tea. Come on, don't send it. The second-year senior Sakai Taibai was bored, and she glared at Bakugo Katsuki on the bed. He scolded. I will let you go today, and don't fall into my hands next time. Dad. Cough cough, I will let you. The treatment girl is next to her, so she can't claim to be a father. Bakugo Katsuki directly made a series of explosions in the palm of his hand and, go to hell. Big B asterisk BS. Sakai Senpei is really, how to put it, her personality is too similar to Bakugo Katsuki's grumpiness. The treatment girl is not in a hurry. Quanyue, have you thought about it? Well, I think about it. Quanyue originally came here for this. Unexpectedly, before he finished speaking, Sakai Taibak asked the treatment girl, "Teacher, is this the one you were talking about?" The treatment girl nodded. Sakai immediately returned to Bakugo Katsuki's hospital bed. She pointed to Bakugo Katsuki and said to Quanyue, "Come here. I think you are not as good as a pig or dog. Cough cough. I will teach you a thorough review of the basics. Knowledge." Sakai Taibai, Quirk open black lens bracket anesthesia close black lens bracket. President of the Emergency Medical Association, student assistant to the treatment girl. Quanyue walked over and saw Sakai pull out Bakugo Katsuki's clothes so cleanly. "Senior sister?" "It's okay. My quirk has already anesthetized him. Of course, I won't let him pass out, just can't move." Sakai Taibai sneered and said, "I feel pain in everything." Sakai Taibai after speaking, Bakugo Katsuki's top has been pulled out. "Below are the pants. You dare to move, I must kill you, I want to kill you, you are so big breasts. UF asterisk 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 G shameless." Bakugo Katsuki wanted to move but couldn't move. Sakai even drank a few more drinks bowl. Quanyue couldn't stand it anymore, he really wanted to stop it. "You guys. Bakugo, I didn't expect you to." Mineta Minoru, who was beaten up in the morning, stood outside the door and stretched out her hand. His eyes were filled with envy, envious, 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 many envy. "Ah, beautiful nurse sister, come over and pick me up. Come on, pick me up." Quanyue. "I'm Fian Wei Wei Mang Chapter 80. Can a doctor do something called a hooligan?" Sakai Senpai finally reserved the right to wear pants for Bakugo Katsuki. She did not invite Mineta Minoru to come up as teaching props at all. The reason was that her limbs were short and invisible. It hurts the man's heart very much. Quanyue has been detained in the health room to study until the end of the lunch break. After school, he was once again caught in the health room in front of the whole class to learn various theoretical knowledge and actual combat. Bakugo Katsuki probably never wants to see the word health room anymore. The practice item in the afternoon is a Class B student. "Although the people in the heroes section are annoying, they're very good experimental props," said Sakai Senpai Taibai. "You fool, please. In fact, the senior sister is good looking, and a mouth is too ruined. By the way, you are now a member of my Emergency Medical Association. If you dare to go to other associations again, Dad, I will be the first to break your leg and then take it back. Sister, I want to take back the evaluation that you were good. You are strong buying and selling." Quanyue dragged his tired body to the station. He sat in the seat and waited to meet Yuzuki and Ichiro. After greeted casually, the two of them didn't say much. Yuzuki Inuichiro also just finished his club activities, wearing volunteer clothes in Shanghai. Speaking of which, Bakugo Katsuki also belongs to the Volunteer Association. It's incredible. Quanyue and Yuzuki and Ichiro rode in a car and exchanged a few words on the way, and Yuzuki and Ichiro arrived at the station and left. The latest stay at UA High School is 7 o'clock, and it's 7:30 when Quanyue goes home. Sister Nara has prepared dinner long ago, and she is playing with her children. Brother Quanyue. "Wow, the great demon king Quanyue is back." The kid leaned over and said, brother, please scare her, okay?" Quanyue gave each of these bad ideas a brain collapse. "What do you think? Is my face scary for you?" The children pouted and looked at each other, and then suddenly laughed. Basically, the children in the orphanage will be shocked by Quanyue's face the first time they come. After they are familiar, they will all get used to it. Of course, as long as Quanyue doesn't wander around without a mask at night, they can accept it. Advertisement Quanyue's face is ruined, and her speech is sometimes unpleasant, but for these children, Quanyue is the older brother who wakes them up every morning, feeds them, teaches them to wash the dishes, and helps them with homework with Sister Nara. Seeing the essence through the surface is the first thing most of them learn. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Sister Nara was talking about the last dish and brought it out. "Xiao Yi is here. Today is chocolate." She blinked with a little bit of her sister's ridicule. "Who is it? You care about our Xiao Yi." Some people send things to Xiao Yi every day, and it must be a teenager's admiration for Nara's sister. Quanyue took off his shoes and saw the gift box on the porch shelf. "Chocolates. What else did you send? Baskets and flowers?" This behavior of giving things has been going on for a long time, since he was hospitalized for the haunted house incident until now, again. The person who gave the thing also left only one word. Letter. "Oh, it's really Xiao Yi. Think about whether there are people you know who have letters." Nara Yayi's face is covered with 8 trigrams. Mother-in-law is still outside this time. Really yes. "Xiao Yi can tell me if you have any questions. My sister knows these things very well." Quanyue felt helpless when he thought of the many constellation love guides in Nara's room, your love tarot, and blood-type love books. But the children were hungry, so he sat down to eat. Before eating, you have to count the number of people. Previously, it was divided into 3 tables. Sister Nara was in charge of 1 table, Granny Cat was in charge of 1 table, and Quanyue was in charge of 1 table. Now that Granny Cat is not there, I am worried about coming over to help and take care of the child. There are not many people in the entire orphanage. Counting the grown-up Nara Mai, there are 23 children taken in by the cat's mother-in-law. Quanyue counted twice, and finally determined that there was an extra person on his desk. One of the children didn't eat here. Sister Nara smiled helplessly and showed him a little girl on her table. The little girl had a croissant and did not say a word to eat. They look well behaved and cute, but such children are rarely sent to the orphanage, and they are all 6 or 7 years old, and they are already in school. What's the kid's name? Tangze is natural, quirk is natural gas. Natural gas, a very dangerous quirk. Quanyue took it down, always feeling something was wrong. This kind of mismatch was only revealed when I came to help wash the dishes after I had finished eating. Did you see the natural? That new girl, do you know? Advertisement. Shinso Hitoshi was also very depressed. He let out a sigh of relief and told Quanyue, she is a child from a single-parent family. Her father has just been sentenced. Quanyue understood, and he wiped the water channel on the table. No matter what the parents are like, she is just a child. I didn't mean that. Shinhwa knew that Quanyue had misunderstood. Her father has something to do with us. Think about it. Quirk is natural gas, this kid is with the commercial street. Quanyue disagrees. Where is there such a coincidence? Isn't it all silent? No one is paying attention now. He grew up in the orphanage, and saw many of them being abandoned or had to be abandoned. Abandoned child. Besides, I'm just a little girl, so what can be the problem? Hey. Shin Sao felt that she couldn't convince Quanyue. I hope I think more. You must be thinking about it. Quanyue tidied up and cut a few rabbit apples by the way. Eat it. He washed the apples, cut them into small pieces, put a salad on them, and served them as dessert for the kids. Sister Nara is arranging a room for Tien, and she finds that Tang Ztien is a little bit resistant to contact with strangers. My sister won't hurt you, can I sleep with my sister? Tang Z naturally shook her head, and she turned to look at Shinso Hitoshi. Nara Mei couldn't laugh or cry. No, I can't sleep in the same room with my brother. I used to sleep with dad. Dad and brother are not the same. Nara Mei understood the child's sudden parents' feelings. She scratched her natural little nose and said, and I worry about brother and brother Quanyue in the same room. You are in the same room with brother, I worry about you. Where's brother Quanyue going to sleep? Tang Z naturally stopped talking. She looked down at her toes and said something. The sound is too small. Most people didn't hear it, including the nearest Nara Mai. She asked, what did Tianren just say? Can I tell my sister? A kid next to him chuckled. His quirk is hearing, similar to Trillium. She said to let brother Quanyue die. The child said with a gaped mouth, heartlessly, where did my sister die? Chapter 81. Sister, where is the death? Nara Mei looked at the little girl in front of her, and then at Quanyue. She found that there was no discomfort on her face, and she even put the apple among the children as usual. Some of the children who understood and knew of death looked at the talking child, and then stared at Tang Zetian. Their voices were not deliberately lowered. Naturally, were you talking nonsense just now? Nara Mei took Tang Zetian upstairs. My sister will take you up to choose a room. Okay. Tang Zetian didn't speak, she just looked at her heart and nodded. Quanyue finished his homework and sat with Shinso Hitoshi to discuss Tang Z's natural things. Although I have always been liked by children, it is too exaggerated. His heart distressed. Actually, the little girl in the gas incident is Tang Z Tianren. Although I don't know why she is hostile to you. After Quanyue's quirk broke out, he and Tang Z Tianren were injured. In fact, it is not heavy. Quanyue was pushed into the emergency room for treatment. The heart trouble was actually to receive treatment with Tang Z Tianren. During that time, the center exercise was also used as a big brother to appease and help Tang Z Tianren. Huh? Don't tell me what the hell is this fledgling plot. Quanyue vomited. I didn't pay attention to her father's case at the end. Is it the death penalty? Sentenced to 25 years. Where's Quirk's right to self-defense? It seems to be suppressed. The official who made this proposal at the time has no voice. It was incredible after thinking about it. I really thought that Quirk's right to self-defense would be passed, but I didn't expect it to be thunderous. A little bit smaller. They didn't know that although UA and other Heroes educators did not speak up, the various firms joined forces to exert pressure, and the interest chain related to the Heroes industry collectively put pressure on them, and finally settled the whole news and storm in a short period of time. This is not a struggle for rights, but a struggle for interests. Quanyue doesn't understand, he hasn't thought of so much now. He took the draft paper out of his pocket and put it on the table. Quanyue opened the cabinet and counted his own things. He has applied for the pistol 5 times, but now there is no news, which makes him feel aggrieved and irritated. It was the relic left to him by his father, so it was detained. Advertisement, hey. But as an ordinary 15-year-old Quanyue did not have the confidence to break through the government agency and forcibly retrieve the pistol. He was about to use the things he was going to use the next day, and he was about to sleep, and suddenly felt something was wrong. He opened the door and felt a bit cold. There was no strange smell in the air, just a headache. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Sister Nara. Quanyue walked upstairs, and the children went back to their rooms. Sister Nara took Tang Z naturally to choose a room on the 2nd floor. If something went wrong, it was most likely Tang Z Tianren. The innermost room on the 2nd floor is Sister Nara's bedroom, and the window of that room can just touch a tree. When Quanyue and Shinso Hitoshi came up, they only saw the window open and Nara Mei fell to the ground unconscious. The wind blew in and pulled the curtains open. Standing by the window, Shinso Hitoshi happened to see a small figure walking out from under the tree. Damn it. What the hell was this kid going to do at night? Quanyue immediately called the emergency number. Sister Nara was poisoned by gas, but the specific gas could not be determined. Tang's natural quirk is natural gas. You must know that natural gas is a general term, and there are many gases under natural gas. Shinso Hitoshi went downstairs to chase. After about half an hour, he came up and said, "Lost." His heartbroken face was very ugly, and he was a little annoyed. Someone picked her up. You saw it? Yes. It's a kurogiri, similar to a portal. Quanyue escorted Nara into the ambulance while Shinso Hitoshi stayed in the orphanage to watch the child. His quirk is more suitable for grasping the situation. If Quanyue goes to the hospital, if something happens, he can also use the quirk to save it. No one slept this night. Shinso Hitoshi stared at the dark circles to go to school, while Quanyue asked for leave. The hospital told him that Sister Nara had acute methane poisoning and gas poisoning was a very troublesome thing. Although there are windows at the back for ventilation, the fluidity is not great. He is guarding Sister Nara now, and Granny Cat is on her way over and won't be there for a while. The police are also very concerned about Tang Zetian's affairs. After all, her father is the Uncle Gas who made a national sensation. Did you really do nothing to the children? What do you mean? If your orphanage didn't do anything, why did the children suddenly attack you? The police officer in charge of the investigation was not familiar with Quanyue. He rigidly asked about the tendency of abuse in the orphanage, for example, punishment for heavy labor and detention. Confinement, beating and scolding, advertisement. Quanyue looked at him coldly. I refused to answer. In an abandoned building in the wild, the barefooted Tang Zi was sleeping on a dilapidated sofa, with 2 lines of tears hanging on her face. Dad. Woo-woo dad. Dad? She woke up suddenly. Jumped up from the sofa and looked around nervously, muttering, Dad. Feng Nu and Kurogiri were drinking. She laughed and put on the child's coat. I woke up naturally. Tang Zi naturally recognized this elder sister as one of the elder sisters who came to receive her last night. She breathed a sigh of relief. Sister, what about the elder brother? She would run away from the orphanage and obey the elder brother's words. The elder brother promised yes, as long as he listens to him, he helps himself to get revenge. A cold light flashed in Tang Zi's natural eyes. Her father could have not gone to prison. Feng Nu knows that Tang Zi is naturally talking about their young master, big brother. He has gone to school. So is the young master hanging. It should be that thing today. Kurogiri nodded. He and Honghu have a good relationship. Compared to seeing the two factions at odds with each other, he still likes the alliance. He asked, have you guys been found? Please, Honghu has no other ambitions. The appeal of the masses is still very strong. Feng Nu was originally planning to give Tang Zi Tianren a hug, but Tang Zi Tianren had a strong warning in his eyes. Your one really plans to kill Oulu Might. Is a monster enough? That's no brain, not a monster. Well, I actually think it's a monster. Tang Zi naturally sat quietly, and she saw 2 gothic Lolita sisters sleeping on the other sofa. Here I don't know why her heart suddenly relaxed. At the same moment, the UA defense known as the Heroes Wall was breached. The influx of journalists into the campus has caused some disturbance to the campus order. Yazuki Inuichiro stood on the rooftop, tore open the packaging of the super invincible perverted spicy fried noodle bread, and took a bite of disgust. Why do you like to eat this kind of food? The dead handle wooden hanger ran away from a large number of reporters. He walked farther and finally quietly arrived at a park where the UA high school gate could be seen. He took his hand out of his pocket and installed it on his face, making a lovely laugh. Chapter 82 Going to USJ. Quanyue learned about the destruction of the UA high school Heroes Wall from TV. At that time, many news media were growing, and a few even started live webcasts. He saw that the entire UA gate was shattered into slag, and if it was relying on strength, he could not imagine how powerful it was. Of course, it is impossible to guess what kind of quirk is from the scene. Sister Nara is a little better. Quanyue waited for a day and a half to wait until the situation improved before leaving, but he was really tired. He went home and slept for a long time, then slept until the next morning. Then I had breakfast with Zinshuo to go to school. Zinshuo also helped him do his homework on the bus. Quanyue feels that UA's courses are very fast, and he usually has to study hard, but he always has things delayed and his learning progress is not fast. They watched a wave of All Might on the road to subdue villain. The whole vehicle was a little excited, and some people were asking them if All Might was really a UA high school teacher. People's attention to famous people is always fierce. Quanyue and Shinso Hitoshi finally get to school, go to class and eat. Finally, Quanyue needs to go to class A again. To be honest, I really envy you. Shinsao grabbed his head and rubbed it twice, rubbing Quanyue's whole person in a daze. But be careful, don't hurt yourself again. Quanyue knows that the other party is. When caring for himself, the whole person was happy, and he promised, no way. It's not that something happens every day. I heard that this course is a relief type. There will always be no accidents in the rescue. At 0:50 in the afternoon, Aizawa Shota said, today's Heroes basics will be temporarily changed to me. All Might has another Heroes, a total of 3 teachers, and jointly teach everyone. The tape man asked, teacher, what exactly are you going to do? Quanyue heard about it, but it didn't look like the posture. He felt that a rescue training should not require 3 teachers to join the class. But let him play again. He is practicing shooting, but it is not enough. Personal rescue training for natural and man-made disasters. The students whispered, and Aizawa Shota continued. This time students can choose combat suit according to their own judgment. After all, it should be specially designed for special activities. This training venue is far away from the school, so we have to take a bus. That's all I said. Let's get ready. Quanyue and I will come over. Your combat suit is ready. Hey. Quanyue pointed to himself in surprise. I have combat suit too? He was not a student of Heroes, and he did not have the opportunity to submit combat suit at the beginning of school. Even a class appeared as a passerby on the battlefield, now suddenly tell him, you have combat suit. Aizawa Shota took Quanyue to the office and met the head teacher of Class D. She smiled and said, what a coincidence, are you going to go to Heroes Basics? Aizawa Shota nodded, casually perfunctorily, from the table he took out a box and handed it over, try it. The size is provided by your dean, advertisement. Mother-in-law provided it. Quanyue took the box and was a little sluggish. I always thought. According to Quanyue's understanding of her mother-in-law is not like someone who does this kind of thing. Aizawa Shota took out a key from the drawer and threw it to Quanyue. Dead old women are almost the same. How much did you practice with the gun? What did the marksman hand over to you? It seemed that he had communicated with the marksman in advance. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. I'm still practicing shooting now. However, he has already broken away from the fixed target, and now he is shooting a moving target, which can achieve an accuracy rate of 60%. Aizawa Shota hesitated. Go and get the gun first, go faster. He heard from the sharpshooter that Quanyue's quirk will be more powerful with guns. As long as it is reasonably mastered and used, it will not lose to his class or even anyone in the heroes section of the school. The key is whether Quanyue will be used. The key to all this lies in Quanyue's coordinated control of the gun and quirk. While the bus was waiting, all the members of Class A began to line up. Under Ida's response, everyone shot into 2 teams and got on the bus. Quanyue was the last one because it took a long time to deal with it. After all, he has to change his clothes again, go to the 3rd grade side to get a gun, and finally ran to the car side. Classmate Quanyue. Midoriya Izuku beckoned Quanyue to sit next to him, here. Quanyue wiped off his sweat and took a breath. It was a bit awkward to run with a gun and load. His physical fitness is still poor. The key is that he wants to exercise but his body is not allowed. The doctor advised him to cultivate first before exercising. The body was seriously injured and hospitalized several times before, and now I really can't toss about it anymore. Uraraka Ochako lay on the chair and curiously said, wow, I didn't expect to see such an old-style combat suit. Yaoyorozu Momo looked at it and nodded and said, it seems to be a popular style from 30 to 40 years ago. Quanyue can only nod his head. He knows where his combat suit comes from. Granny Cat directly took his grandfather Quanyue's combat suit data was submitted. The combat suit he wore was based on his grandfather's combat suit. You ask why Quanyue knows that this is his grandfather's combat suit? In his room, there are a row of Quanyue Heroes toy figures. He can't fall asleep without taking a few glances every day. How can he not remember to put on Grandpa's combat suit when he gets tired? But what's behind you? Such a big one. Kaminari Denki asked curiously, wow, it looks like something incredible. Is it the same as Bakugo's grenade? That kind of super lethality? Advertisement. It's so noisy, don't put me with this kind of weird person. Obviously people in Class A are used to it, and Bakugo is this kind of quirk. But Bakugo's quirk is really powerful and gorgeous. Izumizuki's quirk is also very strong. Ida Tenya, who has experienced it, said, in my opinion, Izumizuki can tie with Bakugo. Uraraka Ochako agreed. I feel that way too. Midoriya Izuku nodded. He felt that both of his classmates were born fighters. Quanyue was flattered. While watching Bakugo Katsuki almost couldn't help but explode in the car, he wanted to stop everyone from complimenting him. He knows where he is so powerful. After each severe, there are endless hospitalizations, and then be taught by the doctor, and then discharged from the hospital to wait for the next hospitalization. And the doctor also mentioned that both of my quirks have a lot of side effects. The side effects of pain recall have not yet appeared, but it is inferred that it will not be easy once the outbreak occurs. The damage replacement quirk has exceeded the scope of the quirk 2 or 3 times, and has gone through 2 or 3 runaways. The doctor is not optimistic about this quirk, and has already advised him not to use it. And bluntly, if Quanyue walks twice before not mastering the quirk, his quirk will completely collapse and go to 2 extremes. Disappear, or become stronger. The chance of disappearing occupies 99%, and it is almost impossible to become stronger. Quanyue listened to Class A students talking and communicating in the car. He looked at his palm and silently decided, you must control it, as long as it does not exceed the critical point used by quirk. The car stopped, and in front of them a huge stadium containing various scenes appeared. USJ is here. Chapter 83 USJ, Simulated Disaster Accident Space. Quanyue's mouth grew wide, and he saw the scene of floods, mudslides, fires, etc. at a glance. In front of their group of students stood a person wearing a costume similar to a spacesuit. It's Space Heroes 13. Heroes, a gentleman who was very eye-catching in disaster relief. Midoriya Izuku and Uraraka Ochako were very excited. Uraraka Ochako said, wow, my favorite heroes number 13. After everyone's sigh, on the 13th, I will talk about the main teaching tasks of this class. In today's class, we have to learn how to use our quirk to save others. Does your class have a classmate who specializes in the treatment department? Heroes. After Quanyue was named, he stood in front of everyone. On the 13th, he took him and said to the rest of Class A, I hope that in this class, everyone can understand this truth. That is your strength is to save others, not to hurt others. Quanyue should be very concerned about this. Have some experience. Yes. Quanyue was wondering why All Might didn't show up here. He was a little embarrassed to be caught while driving. Quanyue, you are from the Department of Therapy, USJ, you have to experience it. No matter what kind of disaster site, your quirk is very important. On the 13th, I saw many people who lost their lives because of delayed rescue. He regretted. Many lives disappear in an instant. Treating various wounds and patients at the disaster site, learning to distinguish the severity, and judging the situation is also the only department in the treatment department of heroes. Quanyue is a little confused. If it's just a course for heroes of the healing department, why should he be told to bring a gun? Isn't this too weird? Haven't waited for the teacher to explain to him why. Behind Quanyue came the voice of Aizawa Shota, get together and don't walk around. Protect students. On the 13th, Quanyue saw a black hole, and a man with hands on his face emerged from the black hole. He was puzzled, and he felt déjà vu. Countless strangely shaped people emerged from the black hole. Most people in Class A still don't know the state, but Quanyue feels his body is beginning to tense. He seemed to have returned to the state of facing the long-tongued ghost, his whole body extremely tense. He has more actual combat experience than all the students present, and he is the first to respond. He took out the gun and quickly equipped the tripod and magazines on him. Advertisement. Number 13 in Eraserhead. A guy in a black ninja suit walked out of the black hole. He was wrapped up and down, and he was also wearing sunglasses. Kurogiri stood next to the ninja in black and said, according to the plan obtained yesterday, All Might should be there. It's rare to bring people here, that guy is not there. Such a large group of people. The symbol of peace, All Might is not there. The dead-handle wooden hanger raised his head with a trace of decadence. Ah, Inuichiro, you say it's going to happen. What to do? Forget it. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The black ninja drew the sword from his waist, and he made an attacking gesture. As long as you kill a few stinky brats, he will come, said the dead-handle wooden hanger. As soon as his voice fell, the black-clothed ninja suddenly stopped in front of him with a sword. Kong dang, a bullet compresses the sword by 2 centimeters, and then the sword strongly weakens the impact of the bullet, and transmits the bullet to other places through Kurogiri. This is a real bullet. Quanyue held the gun and looked at each other coldly. The deadhead wooden hanger scratched his neck and made an offended displeasure. Hey, Inuichiro, that's Izumi. Really? He didn't finish, the people listening to him already understood. The black ninja snapped his fingers. Quanyue only felt a cold back, he didn't see anyone at all. At first glance, I saw a small sword on my arm, then blood slowly flowed out, and then pain. It's okay if it's just a sword, but the opponent nailed 4 swords to his limbs. The most important thing is that Quanyue has been staring at each other. He is pretty sure that the other party has stayed on villain's side and hasn't moved. How did these swords get into your body? Quanyue gritted his teeth and pulled out all the sword from his body. Before he came and gave himself emergency treatment, he heard the black-clothed ninja say, Kurogiri please. What? What please? Quanyue quickly grabbed his gun, and in an instant he was swept into a black hole by the opponent. Then the sky turned, he felt his body vacant, and then he was thrown on the ground. He grabbed his gun and felt his calves move, but his muscles were twitching. Even if you can bear the pain, your body may not be able to bear it first. The key lies in the body, not the pain caused by these injuries. Advertisement need to deal with it quickly. Otherwise, wait until the injury expands. Seng, a sword hangs in front of Quanyue, and he sees the symbol of Honghu tattooed on the sword, and the 4 words Honghu ambition are engraved on it. He also saw himself reflected on the blade. Nah, brother. The almost naked Feng girl smiled and greeted, we meet again. Uncle Ching Yuan stood quietly on the left side of Feng girl with his arms around. And the guy holding the sword is the black-clothed ninja standing next to the dead wood. His voice is a processed electronic sound, Quanyue, the survivor of the Beihai car corpse case. Who are you? Quanyue looked up to see through his disguise, what are you going to do? The black ninja lifted his sunglasses and said, the question you asked is a bit foolish. Is he the villain now? How could he tell his villain who he is and what he wants to do? Quanyue was holding the gun, and he shot the black ninja directly. Shooting within 3 meters, the opponent has no possibility of surviving. But his gun was fast, but someone was faster than him. Quanyue only saw something flash, and then the bullet disappeared out of thin air. I don't know what that thing is, but it's not easy to deal with. There are a large number of the other party, and some gangsters are also seen in other places. It is not clear how many people there are. The black-clothed ninja raised his hand, and with a wave, Feng Nu received the instruction and quickly set up a barrier around her with her windbreaker. Only Quanyue, Black Ninja, Wind Girl and Uncle are inside the barrier. The Black Ninja once again said to him with an electronic voice, Quanyue, the sword in his hand is as cold as the moon, and the offensive is like rain. Look at which of us will survive in the end. Quanyue looked at the big holes in his hands and feet, and his heart collapsed. Damn you, don't play black hands, you guys, I have a brainstorm recently. I turned my S*X into English. Is to write an essay in which the genders of all the characters are reversed. The big 3 are actually the 3 big beauties on campus. Yayorozu Momo is the son of a rich family, Uraraka is a big straight man, Asui is a warm man with a good personality, and Changan is the second girl in everyday life. Then I want to touch this quietly, a kind of daily essays that are all rounded. Emotional direction. Probably from the beginning of Uraraka's confession to Midoriya, Kachan, the 3 major beauties of the 1st grade, has been single. If anyone wants to read I will quietly open a small S*X story in this book. Does not affect the update of the main text is updated as usual. I will quietly put in some of my British food, but I can't. ***. Chapter 84 Strange Villains Contrast Quanyue was abandoned in the center of villain alone, facing a heads up with no idea what the situation was. The others were also scattered and transported by Kurogiri. At the mudslide site, Shoto Todoroki was cold. In front of him were countless villain frozen. He exhaled a long breath of white mist, split us apart and kill us. I know that doesn't make sense, but no matter how you look at it, you're just empty quirks. As the product of a quirk marriage carefully cultivated by his father, he has experienced cruel quirk training since he was a child, and his flexible use and development of quirk is considered to be the top 3 in the whole year. He looked at the howling chicken and understood the state in his heart that these people are all abandoned children. The real combat effectiveness should be only 4 or 5. For example, the guy covered with hands, the black mist that can teleport, and the black ninja against Quanyue. Do you have any way? Or is there any basis for killing All Might? And, why target Quanyue? After all, what good is it for them to target a student who can only become a therapy department? In the same mudslide zone, Quanyue tried to stand up against the gun in a hollow hole. His panting eyes were blurred by blood. He was covered in blood, the combat suit was cut, and the mask fell to the ground. It's really embarrassed. Quanyue said awkwardly, but it looks like you didn't use quirk. The other party is silent. Feng Nu chuckled and laughed. She clambered forward and said, young master, you don't want to play with him. Just stun and take it away. The black ninja shook his head and handed the sword to Uncle Qingyuan, who came up. Take off his gloves, stretch out his hand and say, launch quirk on me. Quanyue. This person has a brain problem, right? Quanyue hadn't seen this kind of villain yet, and he watched the opponent's outstretched hand vigilantly. It was a pair of very young hands, with obvious joints and calluses on the fingers. Quanyue gripped it, and the next second he activated damage replacement. He only felt that his quirk was walking inside his body as if he was uncontrollable. It was as if a tiger roared inside. The other party held his hand and stood firmly without speaking. Quanyue gritted his teeth and slowly controlled the quirk, transferring all the wounds on his body to the opponent. He moved very slowly, and the other party never let go, even staring at his face. Until the black-clothed ninja smelled of blood, Quanyue's wound only left a shallow 8 horizon. The black-clothed ninja just let go. He was a little faint, stumbled to his feet and was supported by the following Uncle Qingyuan and Feng Nu. Little Lord. Young Master. 2 subordinates who cared about him stepped forward to check the injuries, but the young master refused. He shook his head. There was already blood on the ground. He said, handle the scene, we will withdraw. But Villain Alliance. Feng Nu had something to say, but the young master glanced at it and stopped talking. The young master meant that the matter of killing All Might below was not involved. Advertisement their purpose has been achieved. Fog Tiangu, I beg you now. Young master was helped by Feng Nu to leave, and he straightened his back and said, kill everyone on the periphery. Outside the wind wall are mobs. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. As soon as the voice fell, the wind wall withdrew. There was a flash, and blood was flowing outside. Everyone was fatal with a single sword, and the sword fell on the neck, neatly and without a trace of hesitation. The sword-bearer wore a Tengu mask with a long nose and red face. He was wearing a Japanese robes and black leather gloves, and he laughed, young master, can I stay? Casual. At this point, only Quanyue and the person known as the Foggy Dog were left on the court. Honghu was determined to leave the battlefield without whereabouts under the leadership of Feng Nu. Damn it. Quanyue swears silently in my heart, I remember, Honghu's ambition. This mysterious organization that has intervened twice and again must find out their details, and then calculate the general ledger. He saw that the guy named Wushingu gave himself a thumbs-up gesture and then disappeared. In addition, fierce battles were launched in various places in USJ. Quanyue is carrying his gun, and he can feel that his physical strength and energy are declining. This is a normal quirk use. Boom classmate. He crawled out of the pit and saw Frost on the floor shouting, boom classmate, wait. A half-red and half-white boy could be seen in front of him. Quanyue caught up with him and said, wait. Shoto Todoroki remembers the scarred boy in front of him, not only because of the other person's special status in Class A, but also because of a time when his father asked himself about this person. It is said that it is a child of a well-known hero's family, who has always had a very powerful feud against their family. Of course, including this time villain specially isolated Quanyue from the rest. Where did you come from? Shoto Todoroki knew Quanyue's identity in the treatment department. Where is villain? Quanyue followed his steps. Villain has already left. I'm in a pothole just behind you. Shoto Todoroki said, I'm going to the main battlefield, don't hold back the treatment department. So you don't hold back my legs. He strode forward, Quanyue still carrying a heavy gun. He could only watch Shoto Todoroki go further and further. It's really, damn it, don't look down on the treatment department. Quanyue stopped, he walked back again, this time he found a commanding height, then took out his gun and silently installed the eightfold mirror. Can't close combat and physical strength, is he not allowed to come from a long distance? Advertisement he has practiced shooting for a while. Quanyue checked the condition of the gun, and then he stayed on the high ground with the gun. In the flooded area, Midoriya Izuku and his team have just escaped. With the help of an eightfold mirror, Quanyue can just see clearly the battle situation dominated by the central square. Teacher Aizawa Shota is fighting hard alone, and there are too many villains. Quanyue counted the bullets, and he chose to wait. It's too stupid to use your own, gun-modified version quirk, without knowing the villain quirk. If you miss a hit, it will increase the risk of exposing yourself. Although Shoto Todoroki means to clean up all the villains in the mudslide area, it is inevitable that there will be fish that slip through the net. There is nothing wrong with being careful. Quanyue nestled on the commanding heights, and he watched the battle quietly. Teacher Aizawa Shota has already fought that strange man. He later remembered that the man had found himself in junior high school and even knew his name. This man definitely has something to do with Honghu's ambition. Quanyue squeezed his finger on the trigger, and he held his breath. In the central square, Aizawa Shota fought against the dead-handle wooden hanger in just a few seconds. His elbow appeared petrified and necrotic, but fortunately, it was not completely petrified. It seems that the other party's quirk is very powerful, and it is related to petrochemical. He has not had time to think carefully about the countermeasures, and the huge black shadow behind him is suppressed. Quang! Aizawa Shota's head was smashed to the ground, and blood splashed out. The Midoriya Izuku trio hiding in the flooded area stared wide-eyed. They saw the cruel world of professional heroes for the first time and corresponded to the terrible villain for the first time. They don't know anything about this world. Quanyue quietly aimed at the target and started his first shot. Dead-handle wooden crane, quirk is suspected to be petrified, and the launch conditions are unknown. A few chatter, you were right, I am indeed a bit abused. I also want to start getting cool right away, and start expressing gratitude and grudges happily. However, I still have to explain. That is, this explanation is a bit long ha 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 ha. If you want to see the S**x turn text, type 1 for me, don't write it if you don't type, O, equals omega equals, M. I forgot to write the essay yesterday, and it was already 12 o'clock after finishing my homework. I'm sorry, apology JPG. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fanfiction, say chapter 85 All Might is here, first more. No-brained holding teacher Aizawa Shota's arm, Quanyue's rich injury experience can tell that that arm is useless. The dead-handle wooden hanger stood in front of Aizawa Shota and said, it is good to be able to eliminate the quirk, but it does not have a big effect. In the face of overwhelming power, it is equivalent to no quirk. Aizawa Shota looked up and wanted to say a few words, but was slammed into the ground without a brain, making a painful sound. No brain broke his arm like a chopstick. His quirk can eliminate the quirk even if it is seen locally, but the brainless stand-up collar has not weakened the slightest, and it is even increasing. That is this pure power? Already on par with All Might. Kong dang, a pothole was directly knocked out of the ground. The dead-handle wooden hanger turned around and he knew that Aizawa Shota could not pose any danger. His gaze swept around the square, naturally falling on the trio who had been watching the battlefield in the flooded area. I don't know what happened to Inuichiro. LB, the bullet passed by, and Kurogiri appeared in time and directed the bullet elsewhere. Dead-handle wood. Kurogiri came up and said, it seems that Honghu's ambition did not kill the Quanyue family. Ah, I get it. Shiba touched his face, his eyes widened at the sharp bloody words on his fingers. Has Kurogiri killed number 13? Number 13 has lost the ability to fight, but one of the remaining students escaped. What? Shijingmu was shocked, he sighed, and wiped bloodline on his hand on his face. Hey. Quanyue's hair was terrified, and he immediately picked up his things and ran away when he missed a shot. Damn, he didn't expect that guy with the portal function would appear. If he doesn't show up, he can. But there are no ifs. Kurogiri, it's over this time. Let's go back. He turned and said, go and see where the Honghu ambitious people are, and let them take care of their prey. Otherwise, I don't care about Inuichiro's face. Kurogiri agreed, and he turned and left. On the other side, Quanyue ran desperately, knowing that he had to work hard to run away. The guy with hands on his face gave him a strange feeling. This guy might be stranger than the previous wave. Advertisement. He slowly controlled his fragile and easily runaway quirk, trying to sense where the previous bullet was sent. When a sword slashed in front of Quanyue, he once again saw the man with a long nose and red-faced Tengu mask standing in front of him. According to that person's name, this is a foggy dog. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. A black spiral circle appeared behind the opponent, which is Kurogiri. Kurogiri spoke faintly, Misty Tengu, you should have heard it. Wushindu smiled, yeah, I know, but young master still doesn't want him to die. I really don't see why, Kurogiri said solemnly, you just need to grasp it yourself. Then Kurogiri also disappeared, seemingly to help the dead-handle wooden hanger. Quanyue stood in the mudslide area, and he became vigilant. His quirk deals with this kind of guy who is still suspected of being a space department. Is there any way to win? You can't just sit and wait for death like this. The foggy dog came to Quanyue in a flash. He grabbed Quanyue's hands and said, don't be afraid, you can't die. Then there was a quick flash in front of him. Quanyue only felt dizzy, and he felt that he was placed in the roll washing machine and stirred thoroughly. Wu Tiangu grabbed his hands and said, but if you want to go to war, I won't stop you. After speaking, the guy threw Quanyue to the ground and disappeared again. Quanyue got up from the ground holding the gun alone. I was speechless. How can Honghu's ambitious people feel that they don't play cards according to their routines? Throw villain on a new battlefield? What the hell? Let go of her. In the flooded area, Midoriya Izuku's punch was directed at the deadwood hanger. Quanyue saw a black behemoth move quickly between the dead-handle wooden crane and Midoriya Izuku, and suffered a critical blow from Midoriya. Hit it. But it didn't work. Quanyue could see clearly as a bystander not far away, and Villain was unscathed. The weird man known as the Brainless was about to capture Midoriya Izuku, and Asui, who was subdued by the deadwood hanger, stretched out his tongue to pull Midoriya out. At this time I should save people. Quanyue put the gun on his back, and he came to Mr. Aizawa Shota's side. First, the quirk became active. Quanyue felt the blood in his body start to boil, but his mind was extraordinarily calm. The quirk can't run away anymore, so it can't be transferred to himself all at once while controlling the injury. He put his hand on Aizawa Shota's head and closed his eyes. In an instant, all the damage suffered by Aizawa Shota rushed towards him like a dam flood. This kind of injury will definitely make him collapse, but keep it under control. Advertisement. Quanyue gritted his teeth. He felt that the first quirk in his body was like a wild horse that started to run around. It was also called a wild bull runaway from time to time. Signs of bleeding began to appear on his head, and Aizawa Shota's head injury began to recover. The body wants to be torn apart. Quanyue's lips were bitten. He was not biting and bleeding because of pain, but because he was fighting with his quirk. In the distance, something seemed to be shaking and echoing with him. Quanyue controlled his quirk to harmonize with the bullet. 2 steps away in front of No Brain, the first bullet is still storing the quirk of dead wood. Just take a few more steps without thinking. Kong dang, the door was smashed, and a majestic man appeared in the smoke. Everyone present, whether it was Villain, Class A student or Quanyue, realized that the protagonist of the scene had appeared. All Might, here it is, it's okay. The handsome man pulled off his tie, with a serious anger on his face, because I'm here. Almost instantly, he repelled a large number of young men from the steps, and then he quickly came to the dead-handle wooden hanger and Wu Brain, and took all the trio out of the fighting range. They gathered around Quanyue and Aizawa Shota. All Might said, everyone, go quickly, Mrs. Aizawa, you also go quickly, go to the exit immediately. Aizawa Shota has slowly woken up when All Might broke in. Quanyue's treatment quirk is still going on. His patience Li is hundreds of times stronger than ordinary people, and he keeps awake despite the intense pain. Aizawa Shota tried to say a few words and was stopped by Quanyue. Mr. Aizawa, don't move now, the treatment is not over yet. His quirk is still in play, and the situation is Quanyue's first quirk about to move around and it is extremely difficult to control. Are you okay? Aizawa Shota said to Quanyue, but looked at All Might. He knew that All Might's time limit for one day had run out. So now it is. The deadwood hanger silently picked up the hand called Father from the ground. He put it back on his face and said, it seems that you have become weaker. His eyes were sharp and malicious. It should be true. Midoriya Izuku was surprised. He looked at All Might, even if the beautiful man smiled and said, don't worry. He couldn't calm his heart. Chapter 86, Second War. The next battle is no longer a level where students like Midoriya Izuku and Quanyue can participate. The key for them now is to take Mr. Aizawa Shota to a safe place. Quanyue forcibly cut off his passive quirk activation. In the past, the quirk could not be activated due to overdraft. Now, the quirk is too active and often runs away. Of course, he himself didn't know that these were caused by the continuous injection of high-concentration medicine by Honghu's ambition. Quanyue only knows that now he spends a lot of energy on quirk control after all. If his first quirk broke out here, it would be too bad. No difference treatment, wide-range treatment. There are definitely more villain than allies in USJ now. If he runs here again, his teammate will definitely assist. Midoriya Izuku is different from other cheering people, and his look is more solemn. It seems that hiding is a secret. Quanyue was supported by Midoriya Izuku, and he reminded him, quickly evacuate and join the large group first. Teacher Aizawa was taken by Asui and Grape. The battle situation in the central square, which everyone cares about, is not optimistic. All Might and No brained after a few rounds with their opponents, with one falling to the ground. All Might was imprisoned by Nomu's upper body drilled out of the black hole. The battle is at a stalemate, and All Might Ying Ying is at a disadvantage. Are you planning to smash Nomu into the concrete so that he loses his mobility? Then you have mistyped the wishful thinking. Press it. Nomu can have the same strength as you. The dead-handle wooden hanger is not happy. Shao, he praised. Good job, Kurogiri, a great opportunity like never before. Kurogiri said that his task is to tear a big figure like All Might into 2 pieces. Now Nomu controls All Might's actions, and once grasped the opponent's weak waist, only waiting for his own space transmission to kill the opponent. In the ruins, Honghu's ambition only left a young master and a foggy dog. The young master took a telescope to watch the situation. After taking off his upper body, he took an emergency treatment, and now he does not bleed. All Might is going to be planted. He raised his eyebrows. The dead-handle wooden hanger doesn't really think so. If All Might was so good to be killed, someone would have started it a few years ago. The Wushan dog sneered and laughed. He didn't like the dead-handled wooden crane of the Villain Alliance very much, but now Honghu still lives by sticking to the AFO behind the Villain Alliance. Their little brothers also had to swallow. He asked, what if Deadwood succeeds this time? The young master glanced at him and asked, do you still have oranges? Wu Xianggu found a tangerine peel candy from his pocket. The young master did not dislike him and tore up the package and said, if it succeeds, we will also have a second hand. Besides, All Might has never been our #1 goal. My personal goal has always been Quanyue's family. The goal of Honghu's ambition is to start a new era. He picked up the telescope to observe Quanyue's state. I wonder if the quirk will run away this time? If Quanyue's quirk continues to run wild, his plan can begin. The observed Quanyue felt that Midoriya Izuku put herself down and said, "Sorry, Izumi-san has troubled you to leave." Quanyue grabbed Midoriya Izuku and knew what the other party might do. "What are you going to do? You even hurt the monster a little bit. It can't be done." He was telling the truth. Advertisement, but Midoriya Izuku has his own choice. I know. Midoriya Izuku took a step, and he rushed out. In his heart, why didn't he know that his strength was weak, but let him watch his idol be deadlocked or even dead, and he was indifferent? How could it be possible? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The power of the whole body is flowing. Midoriya Izuku is the power you inherited from All Might. Now you have to use it. Get out. Don't get in the way. An explosion came from in front of Midoriya Izuku. Bakugo Katsuki, he flew Kurogiri fiercely. It's a long time, go to hell. Kurogiri's face was firmly pressed to the ground. Nomu's body began to freeze. An indifferent voice came. I heard that the three of you were the executors of the All Might assassination plan. Kirishima Eijiro attacked the dead-handle wooden hanger from behind. Damn it, it's just a little bit. You dare to be so mad. This is Bakugo Katsuki. You bastards never want to kill the symbol of peace, Shoto Todoroki said. Pounds. The bullet broke out again. Quanyue panting heavily, he put the machine gun on his shoulder and squatted on the ground. The bullet hit Nomu's eye directly. Under the dual effects of freezing and firearms, Nomu's power began to weaken, followed by rapid petrification from the ground. The first bullet with the help of quirk, petrochemical. Nomu, come out. Death handle wooden hanger ordered. He didn't panic, he was just surprised by the power of these little ghosts. The frozen half of the body caused by Shoto Todoroki and the other half of the petrification caused by Quanyue began to shatter automatically. It can be said that Nomu now only has a complete torso. What can a guy with a torso do? Nomu let out a hoarse cry, and under everyone's gaze, he began to grow new limbs quickly. Shigemu explained. Super regeneration, this is the sandbag man we carefully prepared. Quanyue seemed to have been punched in the head. His quirk almost ran away completely, but was pushed back under strong pressure. He looked at Asuisuyu next to him and confirmed. He said, "Super regeneration?" Asuisuyu looked solemn, and she and Mineta Minoru planned to take the teacher to a safe place as soon as possible. She was about to let Quanyue, who was a little weak, leave, but she was startled by the other's expression. Quanyue classmate. Advertisement. Super regeneration. Grandpa Quanyue's quirk was taken away by AFO many years ago. A snatched quirk, super regeneration. Countless explosions of information were mixed in Quanyue's head, making him confused and angry. He thought of his family's instructions, stay away from AFO. An unnamed anger burned in Quanyue's heart. He took the gun in his hand, his body began to heat, but his mind was extraordinarily calm, and he saw things clearly. But the hands were shaking. The injury transferred from Aizawa Shota is still slowly moving on his body. Quanyue's eyes flushed, and he fired 5 shots at Nomu. Pounds, 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 under high-speed movement without the brain, none of them hits, and even the opponent's body is not touched. Oh, it's so annoying. The deadhead wooden hanger looked at Quanyue, and his killing intent was revealed. I really want to kill Inuichiro's face and kill the bugs like you. Quanyue looked at each other, and his whole body started to soar white. Streaming light, he began to relay a message repeatedly in his head. Kill clean, kill clean. Don't think about it anymore, hurry up and quiet down. But in his mind it seemed to keep repeating this thought, kill, kill all. In the ruins, the young master put down his binoculars and sighed, I'm going to run away. Foggy dog, if he runs away this time, we will just take him away. He stood up, wearing Jonin uniform, maybe it's my wife. I was impatient and gave him twice the amount of medicine this morning. It looks like you didn't just give him a strengthening potion. That's right. I also put a medicine to weaken my mind, so I was too impatient. The young master did not shy away from his mistake, the effect of the medicine has also occurred. The earlier the runaway, the better the situation for the villain alliance. I can also get what I want earlier. Once Quanyue ran away, the audience would heal unlimited reincarnation and destruction. What would happen then? Fog dog, get ready. Chapter 87. Quanyue was not right, but no one on the court noticed him any strangeness except for the ambition of Honghu. They just thought Quanyue was angry, and no one knew that Quanyue was in an extreme state now. Everyone's eyes are on All Might. This battle All Might is the main force. 3-6. Xiao Sheng has discovered Kurogiri's weakness. Although the opponent is very powerful, if we cover All Might, we will definitely be able to repel them. Midoriya Izuku, Shoto Todoroki, and Kirishima Eijiro all expressed optimism about the situation. No, All Might objected. Leave here immediately. Quanyue felt his heart hurt, and he changed himself from kneeling to standing. He didn't want to talk now, he was struggling to gasp, and sweat was all on his back and forehead. Still not enough. His quirk is very strong, but his body is a container and his own control quirk are too weak. Just start the quirk once, and then start again. Quanyue holds the gun tightly and moves the first quirk again, he will probably run away again. The dead-handle wooden hanger looked at the 6 people on the opposite side, and said, Nomu, Kurogiri, come on. I'll get those little ghosts. A man with a Tengu mask suddenly appeared behind him, and Honghu's ambitious Fog Tengu said, Please leave it to me. The situation suddenly became 4-6. But in terms of real combat effectiveness, villain is more and stronger. After the foggy dog said these words, it flashed quickly and disappeared. Quanyue felt someone breathing behind his ears, and his throat was stuck from behind. He heard the Wuxiangu say, "Can you still use quirk now?" Quanyue boy. All Might's face was full of regret. Damn, he forgot that there was a great ambition in the middle. Midoriya Izuku's face was full of horror. Izumizuki-san. The razor is clamped between Wu Tiangu's fingertips, and Quanyue's throat will be severed as long as he pushes harder. The dead-handle wooden hanger said dissatisfiedly, "Ah, can't you kill other people?" Of course he knew about the broken things of Honghu's ambitious young master Quanyue's family. If you want to catch it earlier. Advertisement. Wu Tiangu took out a hand and pressed Quanyue to the ground. Is this all right? He pressed Quanyue with his leg and took out a needle tube from his pocket. Bakugo Katsuki was the first to react. He had suffered from this medicine. In the haunted house incident. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Ah, dog-faced B********************. He exploded with both hands and rushed towards the foggy Tengu, and the foggy Tengu responded by piercing the blade deeper and successfully stopped Bakugo Katsuki from moving. On the other side, the dead-handle wooden crane began to command Nomu to attack All Might. The face-to-face fights and the strong airflow caused by the strong fist made everyone unable to approach and could only wait and see in silence. The talent who wanted to support All Might found that there was no way to join the battle. Boom on the other side, as the needle is gradually advancing. Quanyue suddenly exploded with white light. His eyes were blurred again, and the purity of the medicine in this tube was higher, which represented the more intense the quirk's rampage. If you run away a few more times, this quirk will be abolished. What's the use of a strong quirk? Your body can't support the injury replacement now. I don't know how to die after a few more stimulations. The doctor's words were still in my ears. Just scrapped like this. Still dead. Fart. How could he die in such a place? How could he die under villain's hand before he knew everything? Quanyue exploded with a white streamer all over his body. His light was dazzling, and blood was flowing out of his pores. He felt that his power was about to blow people up. What is the villain alliance? What is there in Nomu? What young masters? What great ambitions? What foggy Tengu? Now, all die for me. In Quanyue's mind, the previously weakening potion worked again, and his mind only had to kill, kill, and kill. A moment before the runaway, Wu Tiangu was wary in his heart, thinking in his heart whether he should take him away immediately before Quanyue ran away. His quirk is flashing. It can appear within 100 meters of someone's side in a short period of time. It can also be said to be teleporting, but it is mainly because he thinks the flashing sounds nice. Before he came and finished thinking, suddenly there was a dazzling white light in front of him, and then an explosive force clutching his mask smashed him to the ground. Advertisement. Kong Dang. Quanyue's eyes are already red. He is now in a state of rampage, and the simpler is the "Don't mess with me" series. For the first time, he directly smashed the mask of the foggy dog, and villain's blood had already flowed out. Wu Tiangu's reaction was not bad. He flashed an instant 100 meters away from Quanyue. He has been tempering quirk for many years, and he has competed in speed with the number 5 paper striker in the rankings, and it is okay to ask himself. However, in the next second, he slammed another fist in the abdomen of Wu Tiangu. He raised his head and looked at Quanyue, who was full of blood and fierce. The foggy dog flashed again. He didn't stay in one place for more than 1/10 of a second this time, just a pause for quirk. In the eyes of the onlookers Midoriya Izuku and his group, only the white and red afterimages float away in the air or on the ground. Human eyes can no longer capture the actions of Quanyue and the foggy dog. What they can see is the bloodline on the ground line by line. This is too strong. Kirishima Eijiro stammered, "It's terrible." He knew Quanyue was strong, but he didn't expect it to be so strong. Bakugo Katsuki knows the details. His face is solemn. Quanyue can't hold it much, and he's crazy. He is also a person who has experienced strengthening potions, and the more he enters the runaway state, his self-control will drop drastically. Midoriya Izuku also knows Quanyue's performance in the haunted house incident, and that time it is said that it was also a runaway. But the big opening and closing of that runaway, this runaway seems to be more brutal and totally different in sports. Quanyue classmate. The blood on the ground. All the blood on the ground belongs to Quanyue. It's terrible. Wu Tiangu showed half of his face, and he wiped the bloodline at the corner of his mouth. But I don't think you can hold it for long. Your body can't stand it. Under the white light, a naked blood man, Quanyue opened his mouth. The world you see when you open your eyes is all red. The blood has shielded his eyes, his throat is full of blood, and his mouth is smelling of blood. The battle led by All Might is over. The children are watching the fire from the other side. The foggy dog is really causing a big trouble for itself. Kurogiri said, "It is estimated that reinforcements will be there in a few minutes. As long as you cooperate with Shigai and I, you should have a chance to kill." The dead-handle wooden hanger scratched his neck. Yes, 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 you are right. You must try it, after all, the boss is already in front of you. Chapter 88. The USJ incident ends. Kirishima Eijiro said, "All Might must find a way to deal with these two bosses. Let's help Quanyue." It's not that they don't have confidence in Quanyue, but they have too much confidence in All Might. After seeing more than 300 punches that skyrocketed in an instant, Shoto Todoroki and Bakugo Katsuki both began to think about how to intervene in the battle between Quanyue and Wuxiangu. Shoto Todoroki took a few steps and found that Midoriya hadn't followed. He asked in confusion, Midoriya. Midoriya Izuku stared at All Might on the court. No one knows the status quo, only he knows. Only he knows what kind of predicament All Might is facing now. All Might's body is not as good as before. In the previous battle, he was attacked by a brainless attack to his old injuries. Now facing a high-threat villain like Kurogiri, All Might is likely to. Before Midoriya Izuku thought about it himself, Kurogiri rushed towards All Might first. All Might gritted his teeth and shouted. Classmates, run. Even if you sacrifice yourself, you must protect these children. At that moment, All Might only had this idea in his mind. Midoriya. Kirishima Ejiro turned his head and found that someone had appeared between Kurogiri and All Might. Midoriya Izuku, who has not been able to control OFA so far, felt that his leg was slammed to one side, as if the tank truck was running back and forth from above. His leg was broken, but he obviously managed to mediate his strength. It can only be said that his first success was luck, but never expect luck in battle. Aim at Kurogiri's body and shoot him out. You are not allowed to come near All Might. Midoriya Izuku roared and waved his fists. But he didn't expect to stretch out a pale hand among Kurogiri. Once touched by its 5 fingers, any object will be petrified. Pound's bullets stuck in the hands, alive to hinder the attack of the dead-handle wooden hanger. Not far away, Quanyue raised the gun in his hand. It seemed that his body had begun to evaporate blood fog, but in this extreme situation he still picked up the gun and hit the target 100%. Relaxed. The Wushin dog flashed silently behind Quanyue. His hand was about to hit the back of Quanyue's neck. It's time to end. In response to him, Quanyue jerked to the side and kicked. Compared with before, the speed this time is much slower. It seems that the time to run wild is approaching. Quanyue fell on the ground after kicking and he bent over and coughed, as if weakened in an instant, half of his body leaning on the gun. Wu Tiangu was about to launch another attack, and just as he spoke, a bullet whizzed past. Passing through his body the moment he activated the quirk, the sound of Shinso's hand came from the gate. I'm sorry. Advertisement, classmates. We're late. The foggy dog flashed at a distance of 100 meters from Kurogiri, and this time he was greeted by dozens of bullets. The bullets formed a dense bullet net and trapped him firmly. It's a pity that he is faster than a bullet. Amidst the explosion and howling, the foggy dog appeared next to Kurogiri, clutching his broken mask. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Hey, it's still here. The dead-handle wooden hanger said regretfully, go back and start over again, Kurogiri. A dense bullet exploded around him, and then a strong suction drove him in the 2 classes. The Space Department quirk pulled away. Wu Tiangu turned his head and saw that number 13 had recovered part of his mobility. He was going to launch quirk to attack number 13, but he couldn't launch it. A little further away from the central square, Aizawa Shota, who can see with both eyes, eliminates the quirk of the foggy Tengu. Oh, it's really troublesome. Wu Tiangu obediently followed the dead-handle wooden hanger into the Kurogiri shuttle door. The dead-handle wooden hanging face is unwilling. His eyes are round and bloodshot. We have failed this time, but we will definitely kill you next time. All Might, a symbol of peace. In the mist, All Might wiped the bloodline off his face, and his quirk was gradually disappearing. The original 3-hour time limit has been used up, and dealing with the mighty villain would be worse. But can he back down? Can he watch his descendants, students, and heirs struggle and sacrifice innocently on the front line? Can't. In the mist, he heard the teenager Midoriya regret and blame himself. I can't do anything. He also heard other students exclaiming. Quanyue. Quanyue classmate. Puff, in the mist, All Might saw the blood flow out slowly, and where he could reach, the flesh of one hand was open, and white bones could be seen. Quanyue boy. All Might subconsciously wanted to rush over, but was stopped by the quirk of the cement division. He has run out of time to become a scrawny decadent man. This form is not suitable to appear in front of students. Wu, Midoriya Izuku was lying on the ground with a leg injury. He also saw Quanyue's injury, and tears fell involuntarily. Seeing that people who had intersections with me in the past were injured, the shock increased in a geometric multiple. I can't do anything. Either All Might was injured in the fight, or Quanyue was kidnapped and injected with unknown fluids or even ran away at the end. Midoriya Izuku can't do anything. Advertisement. All Might walked over and touched Midoriya Izuku's hair silently. He said, you're already fine. If you don't have those few seconds, I must be killed. But Midoriya Izuku's tears kept even more fierce. Izumi. If you want to protect someone, make yourself stronger. All Might said, you have done a great job this time. Midoriya wiped away the tears. He calmed down his mood, but he couldn't calm down the desire to become stronger.
This time the villain is so powerful. For them, the USJ incident is just a side dish before the start of the gluttonous feast. Somewhere in the bar of the abandoned building, as the Kurogiri portal opened, the dead-handle wooden hanger and the foggy Tengu appeared in the room. Both of them were injured a little bit, and the Deadwood was a bit more miserable, and they were shot in both hands and feet. He lay on the ground and was helped by the foggy dog and sat on the sofa. It's a fiasco. Nomu was killed, and his men were killed in seconds, even the kid. He stuck and looked at the foggy dog. That's called Quanyue's, very strong. No, that has a very strong side effect. Wu Tiangu dealt with the bruise on his arm. He calmly put on a new mask and took off the outer cover to reveal strong muscles. It is caused by continuous medication. It is very difficult to survive, it's hard to conclude. Hey, Anuichiro never does things that are unsure. The dead handle wooden hanger was a little unhappy. I ran away halfway through the fight. I was really busy going to class. Eating oranges. Maybe watching my jokes. Quote. The computer on the bar counter lighted up and made the voice of an adult man. Where is All Might? The symbol of peace is still alive, which is different from what you said, teacher. The person in the computer smiled. I said nothing wrong. You really have to learn this with Anuichiro about Shigaraki. Contempt for villain is a taboo. Anuichiro, and Anuichiro again. Shigai Muhong made no secret of his dislike for this person. One day, he will kill this eye-catching fellow and his long-dead Honghu ambition. Chapter 89. In the USJ, teacher number 13 had a large pen and a serious laceration in the back, but there was no serious life threat. Teacher Aizawa had a comminuted fracture of both arms and a facial fracture. After the examination, it was found that there was no brain injury. He should have suffered because of Quanyue's on-site treatment, the most severely damaged orbital floor fracture. There is no problem now, let alone any sequelae. All Might is not life-threatening. His injuries can be healed only by the treatment girl. Now he is lying in the health room with Midoriya Izuku, who has broken both legs. The students are basically safe. In addition to being taken to the hospital by an ambulance, Quanyue is currently undergoing surgery in the emergency room. The reporters were also moved by the wind, and most of them were concentrated in front of hospitals and schools. Whether it's the invasion of UA High School by villain, or students transferring first aid in class, they are all top gimmicks. No media will let go of this hype. Before the UA High School public relations action, overwhelming negative news dominated the headlines, rushed to the hot list, and began to refresh in various news portals. A large number of negative emotions and news broke out on the internet, and UA High School hero's status as the #1 in the education sector began to suffer. Does everything go wrong in school? UA is the top-ranked school anyway. Are the security measures so bad? Isn't it said that teachers are professional heroes? Why are there still students injured? UA High School is gone. There was a villain invasion in the general examination before, but now it's still a villain invasion. Wouldn't UA High School have a long memory? Many comments one-sidedly accused UA High School of inaction in the USJ incident, including school security, personnel inspections, and timely response measures. They don't know anything. Ashido Mina originally planned to swipe her phone to relax, and she gets more and more angry. They don't know how hard the teachers work. If there is no teacher, a group of people was outraged by the unfair comments on the internet. Frame the door of Class A was pushed open. A young man with dark purple hair was standing at the door and panting. It could be seen that he was running very fast. Where is Quanyue? He asked. Wounded person. Is it Quanyue? Ah, you said that guy. Bakugo Katsuki said, putting on his regular clothes. Who are you? Shinso Hitoshi, who rushed over, just learned the news of the attack. Compared with the heroes class, the students in the ordinary class learned about it from the news. The school did not give them a unified explanation, which partly meant a stable situation. Advertisement. He looked at Bakugo Katsuki and said, I ask you if it's him. Bakugo Katsuki packed his school bag and put his hand in his trouser pocket. He walked out the door and bumped into Shinso Hitoshi, sneered, what can you do if you know it? There was a hint of self-deprecating in his tone, even if you know it, even if people are there. At the scene, I can only watch him become like this. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Shinso Hitoshi took a step back. Bakugo Katsuki said unceremoniously, you are not heroes. You can't save him either. After speaking, Bakugo Katsuki left the classroom. In a corner of the campus that no one saw, he slammed his fist against the wall. Damn, ah. His face was hideous. This USJ incident made this young man realize how weak he really is. Don't talk about defeating All Might to become the first. Watching Quanyue's battle with the foggy Tengu after the runaway, Bakugo Katsuki asked himself if he could win if he replaced it with himself. Do not know. Bakugo Katsuki let go of his hands, the fingers already had some broken skin and bloodline because of the force. He needs to become stronger. Only with strong power can he get an unquestionable victory. In the health room, All Might and Midoriya Izuku were lying on the bed. The treatment girl babbled and criticized the two of them, and finally sighed Quanyue who was still in the emergency room. Won't one or two take good care of yourself? Excuse me. A man dressed as a police officer took off his hat and said, it's been a long time since I saw All Might. Police Officer Tsukuchi, did you even come? All Might sat up from the bed and introduced to the panicked Midoriya Izuku. The police officer Tsukuchi is my friend, and more importantly, he is an honest police officer. Quote. Haha, what kind of introduction is this? After smiling, the police officer in Tsukauchi put on a serious expression. Sorry, All Might, I know it's a bit unsatisfactory to go straight to the subject, but please describe it in as much detail as possible. Villains. All Might interrupted the police officer in the mound and asked, wait, how are the students? Quanyue boy, when it comes to the seriously injured student, there is still a trace of guilt in his heart. Advertisement. The police officer in the mound was obviously also distressed. Sorry, he is still in the hospital. The news from the doctor. All Might, you have to be prepared. There was a chaos in the hospital, and Quanyue's caregiver, Mrs. Cat, was emotionally broken on the spot. The attending doctor directly copied the strongest team for past treatment. However, it is still unknown. Midoriya Izuku clenched his hands, he didn't know what to say for a moment. The police officer in the mound found a seat and said with a solemn expression, I know that the three heroes have also tried their best. After checking Villain's appearance with the students, it has been confirmed that the villain Fog Dog, who attacked Quanyue has been confirmed. I have played against the paper front shooter 3 times, and each time it was a barely draw. We are also contacting the paper front shooter firm to further grasp the clues of Villain. What do you mean by barely tie? Fog Tengu may be stronger than paper front shooter. According to the paper front shooter's description, Foggy Tengu is a bit too casual as Villain, it belongs to the type where you never know what he is going to do. Police officer Tsukauchi said in his cell phone. Showed the documents of All Might, and continued, there is one more thing. Although I don't know if it has anything to do with the USJ incident, you should tell All Might instinctively. All Might's heart jumped, what happened? You know Uncle Gas. Uncle Gas who was in jail for protecting his daughter in public some time ago. Tsukauchi sighed. Midoriya Izuku also knows about Uncle Gas. Some time ago, the entire network was enthusiastically discussed around the Uncle Gas incident, and 3 or 4 pen wars broke out on major forums. There is constant struggle around the core interests of Uncle Gas and Quirk self-defense. His daughter, Tang Zi naturally killed the B*********** D just this morning, the news should have come out. The police officer in Mount I rubbed his forehead, it can only be said that it was an eventful season. The whole incident is defined as intentional killing, but firstly, considering that Tang Zi is naturally a minor, and secondly, considering Tang Zetian's identity, the relationship between her father's case and the struggle with various interest groups over the Uncle Gas incident. Things will never be easily resolved. This matter is related to USJ. With a flash of inspiration, Midoriya Izuku let out a cold sweat by his own conjecture. First, the Quirk self-defense started from the Uncle Gas incident made most people accept the idea of self-defense and Quirk self-defense, and proposed the Quirk education popularization class, involving heroes education, even if the superiors forcefully suppressed Uncle Gas the heat of the event has declined, but the impact has begun to spread. After that was the USJ incident of heroes educational leader Ua High School. The student's campus was seriously injured, and Uncle Gas' daughter avenged his father, and even the law could not give it. In the dark, Midoriya Izuku saw a lever slowly and gently prying the cornerstone of the entire Heroes Society. Chapter 90, A Transfer Crisis. The lights in the emergency room hadn't dimmed down one day and night, and the nurses changed a wave, and their white nurse uniforms were all covered with blood. The cat mother-in-law waiting in the emergency room was fidgeting, her eyes were bloodshot, and Narame had to take care of the children and the reporters. A high school was temporarily closed for one day, and Shinso Hitoshi came to take care of the cat mother-in-law. Granny Cat bent over and sat on the stool, her hands covering her face, she did not make a weeping sound, her hands and feet were cold. Shinso Hitoshi sat down and said with relief, Mother-in-law, it's okay. Granny Cat did not speak, she felt that her courage in her life had been exhausted. Waiting is too hard. Shinso Hitoshi stayed with Granny Cat from the morning until the afternoon. He bought hot water and rice balls for Granny Cat at noon. Granny Cat did not move a bite. She said, Xiao Yi told me last time that I wanted to eat hot pot. She finished this. In other words, she fell into silence and could see a layer of water swirling in her eye sockets. Until dusk, the emergency room finally opened. Walking out of a group of nurses, their faces were tired and their lips were dry. The bloody sunset is the only rosy on their faces. Granny Cat stood up. She held Shinso Hitoshi's hands, looked at the back of the door blankly, and said, Nurse. Her palms were cold, but she didn't see any movement behind the door, and her heart was cold again. ICU, intensive nursing unit, let the family members go to the front to complete the procedures. The nurse at the back helped the doctor out. I sent the doctor to rest, he is exhausted. The doctor also worked hard for 2 consecutive days and 1 night. He didn't change shifts like a nurse. As the person who knew Quanyue's physical condition best, he had to be there at all times. Granny Cat loosened her shoulders, lowered her eyelids, and followed the nurse downstairs to complete the procedures. Downstairs were many reporters who were waiting for the first-hand news. They put their guns and barrels on the face of Granny Cat, and the microphones were copied in front of the nurses and Granny Cat's mouths. They spoke as fast as a machine gun. Excuse me, what's the situation? As the guardian of the students, will you hold the UA High School party accountable? Does UA High School provide corresponding compensation in terms of treatment fees? We want to interview the injured student. Is it convenient for him now? Excuse me. The water leaked in front of the cat mother. The hospital security had begun to control the situation and contacted the police and heroes to disperse the crowd. This is the hospital. Please give the hospital a quiet environment. Sorry, the patient needs to rest and cannot accept any interviews. Thank you. Please. Advertisement. In the chaos, a man pulled his hat, and he took advantage of the blind spot formed by a large number of people and went up the elevator to the ICU smoothly. The ICUs of major hospitals are sterile wards, and patients like Quanyue who are off the death line are not allowed to visit. The man could only look at the person lying on the bed through the glass. The person on the bed was wrapped in layers of gauze, and his bare skin was covered with horrible scars. Most of them are old injuries. Enough to see. A woman in a nurse's costume walked over with a small notebook, but the serious nurse's costume was wearing a dusty smell on her body. If Quanyue were here, he would find that this woman is a wind girl. Feng Nu hooked her hands, and she smiled. What's so good about a dead person? Let's go with me, we have something to say. She is not a nurse in this hospital, but Honghu's ambition has a hidden line in the hospital. It is quite easy to borrow a nurse's uniform. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The man nodded, and he pressed the cap even lower. Tisk your face, even if you take off your hat, no one will remember you. Feng Nu joked. This is even more eye-catching. They walked to the hospital morgue and put them in the morgue. With two little horses, one is already sitting. Young master, long time no see. Well, the fur cold letter, long time no see, you have lost weight. Young master Yasuki Inuichiro stretched out his hand to express kindness. I don't know what you are doing in the hospital. I will meet whoever the young master comes to see. Shanshan Lengshin said coldly. The Quanyue family has been abandoned, there is no need to kill it. Yasuki Inuichiro tilted his head, he squinted his eyes to look out a hole in front of him, and said, I didn't think of letting him die, I'm just collecting debts. He hugged the voodoo Deku boy who suddenly rushed over. Lori touched her head pettingly and smiled. This is a private matter. The fur cold letter snorted. Private matter. Voodoo Deku tilted her head. She had just walked around from the outside and found it to be boring or interesting for the young master. She said, Young master, I want a new Deku. Her eyes kept rolling in the small grids in the morgue. Yasuki Inuichiro pinched her face. Okay, I'll find some for you later, okay. Obviously he was talking about the terrible damn it, but Yasuki Inuichiro used an indifferent tone. Cunningham Lengshin estimated that there was nothing to do, and turned around to leave. Behind the scenes came a young boy's call. Cunningham Leng, you want to know the truth about the Dahedao incident. Cunningham Lengshin paused, he turned his head slowly, his pupils dilated and his voice was dry. Do you know what happened back then? The Great River Incident, the murderer behind the death of Quanyue Nagasaki, and the only thing about the Quanyue family, well, you know. Maybe you can break the serial death curse of the Quanyue family. Yayu Inuichiro hugged Voodoo Deku onto his lap. There is no free lunch in the world, and the fur coldly asked, what do you want? Tang Zi is natural. Advertisement. Okay. Shannon Lengshin nodded readily and agreed. He said, in the meantime, I want Quanyue to drop out of school. Yasuki Inuichiro was a little surprised, but didn't say much. On the other side, Quanyue, who was lying in the ICU, once again entered the dream state. Similarly, it was the courtyard of the old house. The elders in the family were waiting for him, but this time there was no hot pot, and there was a sword on the floor. How did you do it? Do you know you are dying? Father Quan Yuchang locked up and cursed, how old you are, you can go as far as this kind of thing. Okay, he can't escape. Grandpa Quan Yuan prevented his father from blaming him. He apologized to Quanyue. Sorry, Xiaoyi didn't intend to borrow you to super regenerate this time. If Grandpa loaned the quirk of super regeneration to Quanyue at that time, he would at least make Quanyue better. Will not fall to the point of living in the ICU. He didn't borrow for two reasons. First, Nomu at that time had already demonstrated super regeneration. If another super regeneration comes out, there is a high chance that it will be targeted by the forces behind the villain alliance. Second, Quanyue's physical condition at the time was difficult to withstand the use of a new quirk. The human body has limits. Exceeding the limit is either a breakthrough or death. Quanyue was a little embarrassed. He was panicked at the time and didn't expect that the elders in the family had super regeneration available. But the question also followed. He solemnly said, Grandpa, your quirk was taken away back then. Does that mean that the AFO was behind the attack on USJ this time? Don't think about this kind of thing. Grandpa Quan Yuan persuaded. Xiaoyi, you just need to study hard now. Don't touch these things if you can. The other elders also echoed. Yes, don't touch it. Although I really want you to continue studying at UA, it seems from the two attacks that it is too dangerous for you to study at UA. His father Quanyue Chengsuo stopped talking, avoiding Quanyue's sight and said, Little Yi, you, transfer school. Go to an ordinary school. Downstairs in the hospital, Granny Cat finally couldn't survive the bombardment of the media. She said, I can't reply to many things now. But as the guardian of the child, as a parent, I dare not continue to give my child to UA High School. I have already planned to transfer him to another school. I won't let him stay in UA anymore. Old Mr. Jin Yong passed away, in silence. Chapter 91 about the mysterious letter. In his dream, Quanyue raised his head suddenly, and he asked, is it because of the General Department attack and the USJ incident? His father shook his head, and his grandfather Quan Yuan shook his head. Quanyue confused them, and he sat upright waiting for the elders to give him an answer. We want you to be safe. Father said. UA is already a target, and All Might is now a teacher in it. In the future, UA High School will definitely be attacked more severely than now. Xiaoyi, you are just a therapy department, and more don't talk about your body, the use of quirk, how can we rest assured that you continue to study at UA? Grandpa Quan Yuan went on to say, Xiaoyi, you are our only child, and we will not harm you. Villain hides in the dark. UA High School not only has to bear the attack of villain in the bright place, but also the pressure of public opinion. For you, he put down his teacup and sighed. Quanyu understands what they mean. No parent will be assured of putting their children in danger. But when he thought of the quirk Super Regenerate he encountered in USJ, the black-clothed ninja who had a very strange attitude towards him, and the deadwood that had been in contact with him in junior high. Damn, there is no way to put this kind of thing down. More importantly, the people behind this series of attacks are probably related to the death of his family's elders and the Beihai car corpse case. The truth seems to be close at hand. How can I let him go? Obviously it was a dream, but there was wind blowing from outside the door, and the shadows of the trees could be seen from the window panes, and the rustling voice was beating on everyone's heart. Quanyu's eldest ancestor put away the sword in the middle and said, "It's not time to give it to him, let it go." Wait a minute. Father Quanyu Chengsuo still has something to explain to Quanyu. He leaned forward and said cautiously, "I know you are learning guns now. If you want to leave Ua, don't take that gun with you. You can get it wherever you go." "Where can I go back?" Quanyu said. "I will not leave Ua. You child." The sound and shadow of his father Quanyu Chengsuo began to disappear, and he finally warned, "Remember to stay away from your friend who controls people's hearts." Quanyu didn't like his father's remarks. He woke up before he could refute. "When I opened my eyes, there was a ceiling, my ears buzzed non-stop, and a tube stuck in my breath. Next to it is an infusion stand and various unknown instruments. This is reality. The reality is that he was moved into the ICU by Quirk. It was miserable." Quanyu didn't know that someone on the internet would automatically light a candle to pray for him. And before he woke up, several reporters came to take pictures and post them on the internet, using his injuries to intensify criticism of Ua High School's inaction. The outside world is full of demons and monsters making waves, and the waves in the ICU are calm. Quanyu was still a patient after all. He woke up for a while, and went back to sleep when the nurse finished the examination. At the same time, the trial of Tang Zi Tianren is underway. The Quirk self-defense movement reappeared on the streets. After UA High School paid Quanyu's treatment and compensation fees, it continued to plan for the UA Games in accordance with the tradition. Advertisement. This move of UA High School undoubtedly has the effect of calming people's hearts, but there is no shortage of opinions from some people. When Quanyu was transferred to the general ward, there were still 3 days left before the UA High School Games. Inside the ward, what the hell are you doing? Quanyu stared at Shinso Hitoshi who was peeling apples, and said, "Go to Class A to challenge. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. It's spying on intelligence. Why don't you ask me directly?" "I know." Quanyu took the apple that Shinso Hitoshi stuffed in his mouth and said angrily, "My temper is getting more and more uncertain. Is this the so-called puberty?" Shinso Hitoshi said, "Eat your apples." He wouldn't regret it if he thought about it now. Especially when confronted with the exploding durian head, the 2 words he said to himself after Quanyu was injured, "You are not heroes. You can't save him." It is deeply engraved on Shinso Hitoshi's self-esteem. He couldn't understand the arrogance of the other party, but he had to admit that the other party was telling the truth. It's so uncomfortable. The UA High School sports meeting seems to be everyone's participation. Quanyu suddenly remembered, whether it's heroes, general, business, etc., you can participate. Shinso Hitoshi wighted Quanyu with a glance and pressed his eager little heart back. "Don't think about it. Anyone the school asks to participate in the sports meet. You alone, lie down and recuperate like a dead person." "Hey, how do you talk about it?" Quanyu touched his chin, always feeling that Shinso Hitoshi seemed strong during this time. He finished eating the apple in his hand and went to the fruit basket next to him to get the orange. Shinso Hitoshi handed it over for help and saw the card on the fruit basket with the same handwriting and the same signature at a glance. Signature. Letter. Always there. Heart care is worthy of cards and a steady stream of small gifts. Since the haunted house incident, fruit baskets, chocolates, and flowers have been delivered to Quanyu's hands. Even after he is discharged from the hospital, these things will be delivered to the orphanage. Now, appearing in the ward again, the phrase, "must protect yourself." Shinso Hitoshi turned over the back of the card, and this time he found a line printed on the back. "Peach Blossom Pool is 1,000 feet deep, not as deep as Wanglun to send me love." You can only see this line of words by obliquely reflecting the light. Quanyu looked over. Is there anything weird? Curious who gave it? Quanyu himself was curious, but he really didn't know. Think about it, believe it. This word may be a girl, but a boy can also do it. It feels vague. Sometimes this is sent by a nurse, and it's all in the orphanage. From the florist and the postman. Shinso Hitoshi asked, "How many cards do you have?" Quanyu compared the thickness. Shinso Hitoshi thinks this person is a little weird. Who would do such a thing by Quanyu's side, or could he not reveal his existence? Advertisement. Quanyu solved an orange and smiled. Forget it, I don't think this person is malicious. Shinso Hitoshi said, "You should think about someone around you who has the word letter in his name." Quote. It seems, indeed, there is a letter of faith in a person's name. Quanyu was suddenly dazed. No. Thinking of this, he was a little flustered, and confessed, "My front table, he is called Nobuya Sakai." Girl. Quanyu didn't know how to judge this. Nobuya Sakai's quirk is transgender, and he really doesn't know how to determine this. Shinso Hitoshi looked strange. Boy. No. Wait, listen to me to explain. Quanyu can't laugh or cry, it's too hard to say. He thought of the relationship between Sakai Shin and himself, a pure classmate relationship. Think about Sakai Shin's face-controlled quirk, he is even more confident, he is definitely not too free to write cards. With this kind of leisure time, Sakai should be more willing to go to a beauty spa and change his nails.
And the characters of Sakai Nobuya are the same as those of a dog. How could it be possible to write such a dignified and beautiful font on the card? Impossible. The door opened, and Shin Sakai and Taibai Sakai came over to say hello, Izumizuki-kun. Ha 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 ha, I did it, your kid is not dead. Quanyue. What did you say? And Sakai-senpai, what are you doing here? What are you doing here? Understand that he will never forget what the senior sister told him that day to call violent medical treatment. Chapter 92 Sakai-senpai has never regarded herself as an outsider. She pulled a stool and sat down openly and said, "Why? I'm so scared of me. Don't be afraid, you are my younger brother after all, I won't treat you." What's wrong? Saying wow, Sakai-senpai asked for a banana to start eating and asked Sakai-lair to come together. It turns out that Nobuya Sakai is the younger brother of Sakai Taibak, and the two are cousins. Quanyue. Whether it's quirk or appearance, it's totally invisible. Although he thought that both of them were named Sakai, he never thought that they would be a family. Quanyue covered his face. Oh my god. After Sakai Taibai finished eating the bananas, he went to the fruit basket to take another fruit and looked at it twice. She picked up the card in the fruit basket and said, "Shaoshin?" Quanyue had a meal. He looked at the card in Sakai-senpai's hand. Huh? Huh? Sakai Shin's face suddenly reddened. He shook his head and said, "I don't have one." Sakai-senpai rolled her eyes. She put the card back into the fruit basket, feeling very boring. After a while, she still remembered the original intention of her visit. By the way, the younger brother should be able to go back this time for the sports meeting. Come here. Help. Help. Quanyue didn't feel good. What are you talking about first? Help me. You must know that the final event of each UA Games is an individual competition. At that time, the unimportant fools will make a mess of people and themselves. Over the years, the treatment girls have been responsible for the strongest. The third grade and the first and second grades are assigned to our first aid association. This year, Sakai Taibai hooked up. You are in charge of the first grade, all right. It's too sudden. Quanyue smiled bitterly, and even if I leave the hospital, I won't be able to use quirk for a while. Sakai said lazily, I don't care. Besides, Quanyue, don't you be the kind of idiot who is useless after leaving the quirk. First aid is not done by the quirk. After she finished speaking, she swaggered and left, waiting for you to go back to school. Nobuya Sakai did not get up, nor did she sit down. She looked at Quanyue with a slight hesitation, as if she had something to say, but she didn't know what to say. He was nervous when Quanyue looked over. Sakai-san? Shaoshin, let's go. Sakai Taibai's voice was loud, and Sakai gave Quanyue the bag he had been holding, and he hurried out of the ward. Quanyue thinks Sakai Shinobi is too weird today. He will never be so arrogant that he thinks Sakai likes him. He opened the bag and his face suddenly became cold. A bag of homework and test papers. Quanyue who suddenly wanted to throw away these things. Advertisement in the hallway. Nobuya Sakai trod to catch up with his cousin, Taibai Sakai. Sakai leaned against the wall and opened a bottle of beer. She drank it and threw a bag of milk to Sakai Shin. Did you just come into heat? Sakai asked Taiba. I can smell it. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Nobuya Sakai grabbed the milk and said nothing. Everyone's quirk in this world has big and small flaws. The shortcomings of Nobuya Sakai's quirk, transsexuality, are the estrus period and the induction of estrus. Although he can constantly switch between the two quirks, he will regularly burst out the smell of estrus at a certain point in time, which is called the estrus period. At the same time, he will involuntarily emit the smell of inducing estrus when he meets people who have a good opinion of him or those who have a good opinion of him during the estrus period. However, this defect can be suppressed as long as the Sakai family is around. However, it is only a suppression, not a solution. According to the test results given by the hospital, if Nobuya Sakai wants to end the estrus defect as soon as possible, he will get married sooner. And the stronger the quirk, the more effective it is to cure his quirk defects. This is also the reason why Nobuya Sakai wants to marry Heroes. Sakai looked at his younger brother like this, sighed helplessly, and said to him, you should know that if you don't get married, you will lose control. By then, there will be only a dead end. I still want to fall in love freely. Nobuya Sakai struggled. I can definitely find it. Sakai sneered, give up, Shaoshin. If you like the early death in the ward, I will definitely stop you. Although Quanyue's quirk is strong, it is not enough. Sakai thought of the tragic situation of his brother's first quirk defect, and said, go back to the blind date earlier. You are not suitable for studying, I do not want. What? Can you guarantee that you will not be tempted by anyone? If there is a defect in school, you will die. Sakai is a second-year student, and she can't protect this cousin at all times. If it wasn't for Oulu High School with me, don't even study books. There are only 2 of them in the Sakai family. Then I don't want to marry those uncles and aunts who are older than my teens. It's too much. Sakai complained, because of my quirk flaws, I can't even decide for myself such big things as love and marriage. When the 2 siblings were arguing, they didn't notice a man in a suit and leather shoes walking towards Quanyue's ward holding a new fruit basket. In the middle of the fruit basket, there is a card. Signature. Letter. In the office of the principal of UA High School, Granny Cat drank tea indifferently, and Principal Nezu sat in front of her. There was a transfer agreement in front of the two. Principal Nezu took a sip of black tea and asked, "Do you really plan to let that kid go to America?" Advertisement, I have arranged it. No one in the United States knows about Quanyue's family, and no one will know him. Granny Cat put down her teacup. She was not in the orphanage some time ago because she was running around for this matter, if you agree. If so, please sign. The transfer procedure requires the principal's autograph, and what the cat mother is checking is only the principal's signature. Principal Nezu put a little sugar in the black tea and slowly shook the spoon and asked, "Does the kid know?" "He doesn't need to know. I did this for his own good," Granny Cat concluded. "He is not yet an adult as his guardian. He will do whatever I arrange. She can't take another risk. Now, Quanyue is the last child of Quanyue's family. She really didn't expect this child to be a patriarch, she just wanted the child to live well. Really, just stay alive. The child will grow up eventually." Principal Nezu smiled. Mother-in-law also knows that Quanyue is a bit special, no matter in that respect. For example, family background, physique, and quirk. It's really an incredible quirk. If you can release pain, if you use it properly, you can become a powerful combat force. Granny Cat frowned. Is this a threat or a temptation? But she was determined to drag Quanyue out of the vortex of UA High School. What do you want? How much? Or something else? No matter what it is a rare therapy family. I want this family to start a new glory in UA. Granny Cat smiled, her tone was ironic. When a person dies, there is nothing left. It's better to live than to die. It should be more painful. Nezu blinked. It's better to leave the choice to that kid. Life is his own. Late at night, Quanyue in the ward finally finished a paper. He found that the progress of UA's course was a bit scary. The door suddenly opened, and the shadow of a man appeared at the door with a basket in his hand. "Please come in." Fur Langshin walked in. He put the fruit basket on the bedside table and turned his head to stare at Quanyue's face. After a long while, he said, "It's not like it at all." Chapter 93. Although I have seen the photos, the first time I saw a real person, Shan Langshin was more disappointed than hoped. He was sitting next to Quanyue. Quanyue was also curious about this man he hadn't seen before. He asked, "Hello, you are?" "I'm your brother-in-law's friend." Shan Langshin introduced himself. Although we haven't seen each other for a long time. Quanyue always feels dazed about where he has heard and met this person, but he can't remember. "You said I don't look like me, don't you like him?" Quanyue gave up searching for memory. He took out an apple from the old fruit basket and handed it to the fur-cold letter. "If it is convenient, you can tell me about him." "Thing?" Cunningham Langshin was a little surprised. He said, "What do you want to hear? If not, I will just say something that impresses me the most." Quanyue is fine. Shan Langshin took over apple and fell into memory, saying, "At that time we were still studying in UA High School, and we were both general subjects and upper and lower learners walking together. The crime rate is much higher than in today's era. Usually, we would bump into it when we walked on the road. To some people who are asking for help, your uncle always walks forward when he sees someone helping him, and he walks forward when he sees an injury. He has a good reputation before he leaves school. Every time he saves a person, he has to heal the wound for a long time. When he was young, he recovered quickly, he didn't care, and I didn't care. Until one day we ran into a family with torn tickets. In a family of 7, each of them had more than 30 sword. Your brother-in-law discovered that an ant had lost too much blood. If she is allowed to continue, she will most likely die within a minute. Your uncle concentrated on treating this ant. Cedar Langshin said to organize the language here. He looked at the scar on Quanyue's face and said, "Do you know what happened next?" Quanyue shook his head. "That ant was rescued," Fur Langshin said. "The murderer was very tricky. The wounds were all 5 centimeters deep and 25 centimeters long. This woman was chopped on her neck. If she was sent to the hospital, she might have spent her life. There is no way to speak up. But your brother-in-law saved her, and she has become like an ordinary person without any sequelae. But your brother-in-law is injured. The ant started to make trouble, and she had to ask your uncle to treat the whole family. At that time, the ambulance had arrived at the scene, and all of the ant's relatives could receive treatment. But the ant stopped all the doctors and refused to let them be treated. She insisted on stubbornly, "I want your uncle to save their family." Shan Langshin closed her eyes. Her tone was full of resentment. "The ant still crying and kowtowing to us on the ground. Everyone thought it was our fault. Your uncle has no choice but to choose the little girl with the most serious injury to save. The girl is about the same age as him, 15 years old, and looks pretty good. Her face was ruined, with 2 stabs directly on her face, and her face was healed after being rescued." Advertisement, then what? Quanyue felt bad. He thought the man was telling himself this story with some meaning. Then the girl and her mother both threatened and begged, and said, "You are heroes, why don't you save people? You are a student of UA and you have to save us. Don't save ordinary people like us. What do you heroes do?" The doctors watched around. There were more and more passers-by, and some took pictures, and the TV station finally came. Your uncle was forced to cure all 7 people, and he was carried up. Ambulance. I stayed in the ICU for a month. Shanshan smiled coldly. But the story is not over. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Did someone come to thank my uncle? How is it possible? That kind of scumbags began to accompany the media hype. Someone put the video and photos of that day on the internet, and then accompanied them with the title, "Poor Mother and Daughter Kneeling for Help, Heroes' Descendants Treated Indifferently." In front of him, he was indifferent and relatively indifferent. A family of 7 and this wind of compassion began to dominate the headlines of various newspapers. Shanshan Lengxin and Quanyue looked at each other, and he smiled. "Does it feel terrible?" "A little bit. Isn't he sad, my uncle?" When Shan Lengxin closes his eyes, he can think of the man's bright smile like a blazing sun. He shook his head. "Your uncle is not used to it, and he won't listen when I say it. The person who should save the person after he is discharged from the hospital is still to save the person. This kind of man seems to think that God's gift of this kind of quirk sent him to be Jesus." Quanyue was surprised. If he encounters this kind of thing himself, he will be depressed for a long time, and it is absolutely impossible to continue to be active on the rescue scene. The person who is more affected by this incident is me. I used to think about becoming heroes. This time after the incident of a family of 7, I began to think about a lot of things. About the relationship between our society and heroes. Lang Xin dragged his chin and asked, "Why are we going to save the scum?" He said to Quanyue, "Heroes are also humans, and heroes will have some reactions. Too many people in this society do not regard heroes as humans, and some social scums regard heroes as their own magic weapon. Just think of heroes to save me, it doesn't matter if heroes is there. Actually, heroes' feelings are not considered at all, these people will always only think of themselves." Quanyue was a little confused. He retorted, "But isn't heroes just protecting this society? A world that has decayed to decay, what can be protected?" Fer Lengxin said, "The eternal magic weapon of rights in this society is public opinion, money and sufficient political power. Heroes are only powerful for the outside world." The phone in his pocket rang after Shan Lengxin said this sentence. He picked it up and looked at the screen to say goodbye to Quanyue. "Here is a piece of advice. Don't be heroes." Advertisement. Wait. Before Quanyue finished speaking, the door was closed. He was in a daze and went to unpack the new fruit basket. In the middle of the fruit basket, there was a handwritten card lying quietly. In the corridor, Shanshan Lengxin answered the phone. "Hey, tell me something. Tang Zi's natural thing. The court sent her the best lawyer to defend and let all the guys from the Shinigami Protection Law Association take action. Money is not a problem. Give enough red envelopes to let the media blow toward our expectations. Then collect the gangster crimes," came out under the guise of a netizen, and the Navy made a hot search. "Arrange for me to meet with Uncle Gas." Shangxi Lengxin is obviously not the first time he has done this kind of thing. The law will always protect the weak and the scum, but it's in me. It seems that even the weakest scum is a scum. He did not tell Quanyue the final outcome of the family of 7. In the first month of his coming to power, he let his aunt's elderly parents be defrauded, her husband gambled to lose money in the house, and let her 2 sons contract flower and willow disease one after another, turning her daughter into a PR*street Ute. The aunt herself was tempted to cheat and was infected with AIDS and ended her life in pain. The death of a family of 7 is better than death. Shan Lengxin hung up, and he glanced at the ICU ward for the last time, as if he had seen where he stood more than 10 years ago. It was a teenager wearing an old US school uniform, kneeling on the ground and crying, and in the ward was his best friend with more than $210 in his body. Quanyue's family will always be like this, transferring the harm received by others to herself. It's really a poor and lovely family. "Hey, I'm here." Shanshan Lengxin answered a new call. He saw the moonlight like water and the hospital was dead as a tomb, and said, "I have arranged the natural affairs of Tangze. The Dahe Road incident." The opposite snapped his fingers. Chapter 94. Quanyue did not tell anyone about the visit of the fur-cold letter. When he recognized the fur-cold letter again, it was in the live TV news that ordinary-looking men in suits spoke, seeming to be talking about Tang Ztian's problem. When the doctor came to change the dressing for him, he saw the child staring at the TV stupidly in a daze. He sighed and couldn't help knocking his head with the book. "Hey, stupid." "Huh? No, by the way, how long can I be discharged from the hospital, doctor?" The doctor said helplessly. "If you mean you can go to the ground, 3 days before the UA Games." He stuffed the book into Quanyue's arms. "Looking at the book these days, you really didn't know if you were drugged. Is it?" Quanyue really didn't know. He always thought that he ran away because of the medicine that Wuxiangu gave him. But in fact, what really caused him to run away was the long-term drinking of high-content beverages. The test report showed that Quanyue's drug content in his body now exceeded 40%. After the blood was drawn, he could find obvious agglomeration and precipitation after standing for a while. Don't eat the food that other people give you. I don't know where villain will give you the medicine, and the water is the same. Don't take it lightly. If you want to eat this kind of fruit basket in the future, check it again. The doctor muttered, "We will return it to the hospital. If you can control it, you have to pay attention to it when you are discharged from the hospital. Also, don't use the first quirk anymore. You absolutely never use the first quirk now." "Then I use the second quirk?" "Better not." The doctor felt that his brain hurts. He took off his brain and placed it on his knees to rub his temples. "I said that all quirks in the world have side effects to varying degrees. No matter how strong they are, they have side effects. Excessive use of your second quirk is likely to lead to mental disorders and mental breakdown. Hey, don't you not treat this sequelae as a pediatrics?" Quanyue looked at the fruit basket, he hesitated, and asked, "Sorry, doctor, I just lost my mind. These days, he has been thinking about the stories that the fur-cold letter told him, and the words he said. Heroes, is it really just a face-saving project? Is a symbol of peace, like All Might, also a face-saving project? Excuse me, is it convenient for us to come in now? The door was opened. This time the people who came were Granny Cat and Principal Nezu. The two of them are planning to talk to Quanyue publicly about his academic issues. Now the main media outside are all attracted by the subsequent Tangzhe natural incident. The UAUSJ incident, which attracted much attention at the beginning, slowly withdrew from public debate under the cold treatment. I have prepared a school in the United States for you. Granny Cat went straight to the point. There are also quite good heroes colleges in the United States, and compared to UA, no one will target you, and no one will know the past of the Quanyue family. We can be safe in the United States. Advertisement Principal Nezu waited until Granny Cat finished talking and smiled. After all, it's not Japan. Quanyue, let me ask you a question, do you want to be a heroes? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Quanyue was still thinking about what the fur-cold letter left to himself. He clutched the sheets and hesitated and said, I should have thought. Since childhood, he knew that he was a child of the heroes family. He has always looked forward to his father's back and the elders who will become heroes. Once because of fear of death, because of fear, I gave up for a while. Later, when I study at UA and even find that I can realize my dream, how can I say, I don't want it? He should have thought. It's just that, now I'm thinking about. Why should I be a heroes? What is the meaning of being a heroes? More importantly, he did not follow the path of heroes because of idol worship like Midoriya Izuku, nor did he have the strong will to help others, like Shinso Hitoshi. He has been vacillating. From the Beihai car corpse case to the present, he still has no convictions of his own. Principal Nezu got it. He changed his words, then I will ask another question, do you want revenge? Unlike other children, revenge will definitely become an important part of Quanyue's future. Granny Cat also understands the meaning of revenge, but she has no hope for Quanyue. She hopes that Quanyue can avoid the crisis and live her life safely. She looked at Quanyue and persuaded. It's okay to go to the United States to study, and you can get revenge when you are strong and come back. Quanyue said, Principal Nezu, how do you think I am going to get revenge? His current physical condition and the development of quirk are all in a fog, and there is no future in sight. And his villain seems to be quicker and more ruthless than him. And Quanyue's family now has him alone. I can only say that revenge is your own business. I can tell you a lot of things back then. In exchange, I hope you stay in UA to study. Principal Nezu discussed. Well, you can wait until the sports meeting is over and give it to me, reply. Quanyue agreed. No one will bother Quanyue in the following days. He was discharged from the hospital accompanied by Sister Nara, and went to school the next day to receive first aid teaching from Sakai Senpai. Advertisement on a sunny day, major media came to UA High School with equipment to broadcast the UA High School Games that was nationally focused. Groups of Mas Nedia, you guys' favorite high school youth runaway. This year's UA Games is about to begin, are you ready? Quanyue put on the sleeve of the First Aid Association, and he was placed in the first-year competition venue. The first game of the UA High School Games was a competition for students from the Logistics Department, Business Department, General Department and Heroes Department. Only those who win the preliminaries can enter the finals. Except for the Heroes students, most people will stop the preliminaries. Similarly, the preliminaries are the game period with the most minor injuries and the largest number of injuries. In order to stand out, use the quirk unceremoniously in the game. Some people are too impatient to be hurt by their own quirk, and some are too impatient to be hurt by others' quirk. Often no one sympathizes with them in the game, nor does they care about their injuries. Hey, but now, he needs to go to each class to check the status of the students. Don't be surprised, the First Aid Association also includes a dismissal function. Once students are found to be unsuitable for continuing to participate in the competition, they are obliged to discourage students from participating, but they have no right to prohibit students from participating in the competition. Let's start with the last business department. Quanyue yawned. He made up for the use of emergency medicine for 2 consecutive nights. Excuse me, First Aid Association check. Along the way, there was no problem with the business department and the logistics department, except for a girl called the Purpose of Invention who was too active in promoting her baby. Quanyue stood at the door of General Class D. He took a deep breath, knocked on the door and said, Excuse me, the First Aid Association will check it. Opening the door, everyone looked hostile to him. Nobuya Sakai sat on the ground with messy hair, and cut his sleeve with a sports sword. Quanyue looked around and said, Who did it? No one spoke. The people in this class seemed to be using silence to express their protest against Quanyue. Quanyue stepped forward and took off his school uniform jacket and put it on Sakai Shin's body. Then he pulled Nobu Sakai up. Quanyue realized that Nobuya Sakai's sportswear could not be worn at all, and the air leaked everywhere when he walked. Is it fun to bully? Quanyue glanced at the situation of his classmates hastily. After confirming that most of them could compete, he took Sakai Nobuya away and said, Can you become a boy? Nobun Sakai's tears burst down, she nodded, and went to the vending machine to buy a cup of hot milk. Chapter 95. Why did they bully you? Quanyue asked. Because of your quirk? Sakai nodded. Now he has changed back to the boy state, and nodded again. Maybe I said it was too straightforward when school started. It hurts the heart of these wastewoods. Sakai Shin felt a little dissatisfied after speaking, and complained. It has something to do with you. Is it because of me going to class A? Quanyue frowned, it's boring. You have to learn to resist. He looked at Sakai and found that this guy is really good looking, but now it's not discussing what is good or not, time. Quanyue took Nobuya Sakai to the special storage room of the First Aid Association and found his sportswear from it. Originally, after the school planned to let him participate in sports, senior sister Sakai Taibai brought forward his sports uniform in advance. Don't ask why Taibai Senpai Sakai can enter and exit the boys' locker room. There is no place in the school that seniors dare not go to. Quanyue waited for Shin Sakai to change his clothes before turning his head. Nobuyuki Sakai was pulling up his trousers. For the 165 high Nobuya Sakai, Quanyue's clothes are indeed a little bit bigger. Are you going to go back right away? Nobuyuki Sakai didn't answer him. He stood at the door of the First Aid Association's storage room and asked, are you in good health? Is this guy diverting the subject? Quanyue turned his head and said, well, it's not completely healed. You can't exercise vigorously during this period, and you have to rest. Quanyue picked up the coat on the chair, put it on him and said, shall I check the class below? Nobuya Sakai didn't want to go back either. He nodded and followed Quanyue to the common room C class lounge. In Class C, it is obvious that Shinso Hitoshi is in the leadership position of the entire class. Quanyue came in to say hello, showed everyone, and was stopped by Shinso Hitoshi after confirming that they could play. What's the matter? Quanyue registered the class size and said, I'm nervous. Shinso Hitoshi shook his head. He drew a stroke of Quanyue's height and said, you actually grew taller. High school students are when they grow up. In junior high school, Quanyue was a little shorter than the heart, but now the two are even. Quanyue smiled and said, you have grown a little bit too, it's okay. I'm going to the next class. I will pay attention to you during the game. If it gets pulled down, I will win. Shinso Hitoshi said surely, I will win. Quanyue sent his blessings and took Sakai letter to the Heroes Division B class. Before entering the door, he heard a boy laughing wildly, let's knock down Class A together. Then there was the sound of a fist hitting the head, and the sound of a table and chair falling to the ground. Quanyue. I always feel that there are some incredible characters in Class B. He opened the door and said, excuse me, the First Aid Association will check. After speaking, a black figure flashed before his eyes. All the members of Class B appeared in front of Quanyue, and the most eye-catching one was a handsome boy with blonde hair. Advertisement ahem, the reason he was eye-catching was because he fell face to face. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Both Quanyue and Sakai Shinobu behind him were dumbfounded. Regardless of his duty, Quanyue squatted down and checked the handsome boy's face and body. The handsome blonde boy Mono Manedo raised his head and said a little uncomfortable, who are you? He patted Quanyue's hand and stood up, looking disgusted. Quanyue was not angry either. He stood up and took out the small spray from the small first aid kit, and sprayed the object on the face. Oh, what are you doing? Are you planning to kill me? Mono Manedo said, covering his eyes. All the members of Class B became vigilant. Quanyue sighed helplessly. He exposed the spray bottle to others and explained, it's just the simplest tranquilizer. You will go to the game later, can't you be quiet? Quanyue then told Mono Manedo, although there is no obvious injury, the pain is still a little bit. You take off your pants. Huh? Mono Manedo covered his crotch and took 2 steps back. You, what are you going to do? Are you a pervert? Quanyue felt that he couldn't talk like this anymore. He pointed to Mono Manedo's knee and said, here you are. Give it a spray, although there is no obvious condition yet, if the black and blue pain follow up, it will also affect you. Originally, I just wanted to stop Mono Manedo from showing IQ. I didn't expect Fujikin Kazuki, who made his hand heavy, to come up and say, you can pull up your pants in the room. In fact, it is also possible. Quanyue guessed from the posture of the object landing that the main parts of his injury would be the knee and calf. At the beginning, he let Mono Manedo take off all, because he wanted to spray the entire leg, not afraid of 10,000, but just in case. Moreover, this tranquilizer does not contain hormones and absolutely meets the standards of the games, and it will not cause any irritation to the human body. In fact, Mono Manedo is just a little bit of bruises and pains, there is nothing like it. After Quanyue processed Mono Manedo's calves and knees, he recorded the overall state of Class B from the current situation. Class B has far more minor injuries than the previous classes. The minor sequelae caused by similar overtraining are also much more than the other 3 subjects. Quanyue became a doctor for a long time, and after a long period of pain training, some wounds can be seen at a glance. You need to use your arms a bit more, there should be a bit of muscle discomfort. Quanyue glanced at the gray-haired Tetsu, and said, if there is any muscle stretching during the game, don't get used to it, come here, find me. Class B recorded about half a piece of paper, and Quanyue took Sakai to the door of the Class A lounge. Are the classmates ready? It's almost our turn to enter, class leader Ida Tenya said loudly. He was more nervous than most. Quanyue took a look at the time, knocked on the door and said, excuse me, First Aid Association check. Ida Tenya opened the door and said as if she had found a treasure, Quanyue hasn't seen me for a long time. He was a bit overly serious, making Quanyue feel uncomfortable. Advertisement Ida Tenya found the person behind Sakai Nobuya, who at first saw Sakai Nobuya with long and soft hair as a girl. He said, is this classmate Quanyue's one? Quanyue seized the time to do business. What that? Sakai Shin's face flushed. He was a little embarrassed, and said, nothing. He patted his chest. Ida Tenya didn't understand but knew that the topic was uncomfortable. Student Quanyue, is there anything we need to cooperate in the First Aid Association's inspection? You come to me to check for any obvious injuries. If I can't play, I still need to report and dissuade you. Quanyue sighed, although it's just a routine, let's go through the cuts. Kirishima Eijiro was the first to report, I have absolutely no problem. By the way, he showed off his muscles. Quanyue poked his muscles and rolled his eyes and said, reinforced iron bones, arms are overused. You're the same as a guy the first saw in Class B, beware of muscle strains. Hey, what? You just touched it to say so much. Kaminari Denki leaned over to the excitement, look at me, I have no problem, right? Erlang Shangshang dismantled the platform unceremoniously, it's okay now, that is, if you use too much quirk, you will become an idiot. Quanyue laughed unceremoniously, and he thought about it for a while and wrote this point in his notebook. Huh? You have to remember this? Kaminari Denki complained, it's shameful. Quanyue wrote down the physical problems of these students, and finally gathered them to the school infirmary for the treatment girl. The school will make a file of the student's quality and current physical condition, and the heroes subject has always been the focus of attention. In school terms, the heroes students are the ones who have the most old injuries and the most hidden physical problems. Similarly, they are also the students who need to break out the most and are the easiest to break out. And when Quanyue carefully checked and recorded the current student's situation, Midoriya Izuku was called by Shoto Todoroki, Midoriya. Boom classmate. Is there anything to do with me? Midoriya Izuku, who was about to go for an examination, turned his head and asked, Chapter 96 First Graders Admission. Objectively, my strength should be higher than you. Shoto Todoroki said Quanyue attracted him. He hurriedly recorded Shoji's physical condition and observed Midoriya Izuku's reaction. Since he was hospitalized with a sickness, and gained a new understanding of physical fitness and physical limits, Quanyue has been particularly interested in Midoriya Izuku. He was hospitalized many times because of the quirk outbreak because his body couldn't bear it. Isn't this very similar to Midoriya Izuku? Quanyue is curious about how Midoriya Izuku can continuously improve his physical fitness and how to learn to control the powerful quirk. He had seen Midoriya Izuku using quirk, but at that time he still didn't understand what was strange about Midoriya Izuku. But after his quirk ran away, Quanyue finally knew what was strange. Midoriya's use of power seems to be not his own, very reluctant, very difficult. It is similar to the quirk that he tried to control the drug runaway. Quanyue saw that the Class A classmates had begun to wait and see the confrontation between the two, and he also stopped. Midoriya Izuku was a little shocked. In his mind, Shoto Todoroki has always been the first in the class. As far as the recommended students are concerned, the heroes family are all boys of the genius of heaven. How could such a person suddenly find himself? He echoed, it's true. Oulu Might seems to be particularly interested in you. I'm not going to get to the bottom of this. Shoto Todoroki raised his head and said firmly, but I will definitely defeat you. Oh, the strongest of Class A actually declared war? Kaminari Denki couldn't believe it. Quanyue also raised his eyebrows. He and Shoto Todoroki have only met twice. The first time was when recruiting new members in the club. The boy made soba noodles delicious. The second time was in the USJ incident. Shoto Todoroki's strength and decisive judgment cannot be underestimated. There should be no one better than this guy in the first grade. Kirishima Eijiro sensed that the atmosphere was not right, and went up to try to pull Shoto Todoroki away, and persuaded, why do you make this all of a sudden? It's about to enter the venue. Shoto Todoroki shook off Kirishima Eijiro's hand, I don't plan to play unity, friendship, love, pity, what I want to do is my freedom. Midoriya Izuku squeezed his hand and said, although I don't know why you said that you want to defeat me like this. From an objective point of view, you are indeed stronger. In terms of strength, I am afraid that most of your classmates are not you, opponent. Advertisement Quanyue suddenly popped out of Shinso Hitoshi, the universal weapon for first sight killing. He wants to make Shinso Hitoshi and Shoto Todoroki fight ha ha ha. Kirishima Eijiro is still playing round, Midoriya, don't be so pessimistic. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. But, Midoriya Izuku thought of the crowd gathered at the gate of Class A not long ago. He also thought of the general classmates who came to take the oath at that time. He said, everyone, classmates from other disciplines are peeping the first place. So I can't lose to everyone either. Quanyue felt that he saw fire on Midoriya Izuku. Although he didn't know what kind of feeling it was, he was sure that he had seen the feeling a desire for victory, a firm belief. I will do my best in the game. Bakugo Katsuki looked over, but he did not speak. Shoto Todoroki stared at Midoriya Izuku for a while, and then dropped a sentence, very well, he left. Quanyue sighed. He felt that he and the people in Class A seemed to live in two worlds. Although the courses are the same and the experience is the same, he seems to be missing something. This kind of thing is very important, it's just that he doesn't. In the first-year competition area, there was a lot of voices, and the media held cameras on and off the field. Countless spectators who were lucky enough to be there raised their cameras and mobile phones to prepare for a precious scene of future heroes. There are more professional heroes and office managers staring at the first-year area. They must search for the latest talents for their firms. The microphone teacher yelled as always, the first-year competition area, the participating students enter the arena. There was thunderous applause on the field, and the colorful flags began to wave. The UA Games is a huge battle once a year. Heroes young seedlings will be here for a fierce battle of life and death. Exaggerated movements appeared on the big screen, and the microphone teacher said, "Anyway, you are all looking forward to these guys eagerly. Right. Those miraculous new stars who were attacked by villain but were unmoved by the iron will to overcome the difficulties. That is Heroes, first grade class A, right?" Advertisement. Everyone stood up and watched the student team that shined in the USJ incident. Although the report stated that one student was seriously injured, the other 20 were unharmed, and the curiosity of the masses was hanged. After all, there was a special analysis program for the USJ incident in the later period. Judging from the strength of villain in the program, it should not be just a student who was seriously injured. Being able to protect yourself soon after enrolling is also quite remarkable. There may be a well-known heroes in the future. Quanyue stood in the auditorium watching the entrance of Class A. He was wearing a white long windbreaker and a red armband on his sleeve with a sign of a volunteer from the First Aid Association, which was also conspicuous among the audience. From his perspective, you can see Midoriya Izuku panicking. It seems that there will be so many people. The school may want to investigate whether it can exert its greatest strength under the crowds of onlookers. Quanyue was popularized by senior sister Sakai Taiba. The sports meeting involves not only the selection of people from the off-campus office, but also the selection of teachers within the school. There were once students who were regarded as a one-on-one relationship between teachers and apprentices because of their outstanding performance in the sports games. Judging from the current situation, Class A is still quite nervous. The microphone teacher started introducing Class B, and Quanyue hurriedly looked for the camera. He kept the camera in the storage room and didn't hang it around his neck until the beginning of the scene. After the microphone introduced the Heroes department, I quickly introduced the following 3 disciplines: the General CDE class that enters the venue immediately after Class B, the FGH of the Logistics department also enters the venue, then the Business department. Well, the audience calmed down, there was no cheering around. Even the team came in from 3 disciplines together. The 2 separate classes of heroes and the heroes are completely above and below the ground. Quanyue looked for it, and soon saw the worried purple seaweed head. Quanyue tried to jump up and waved, trying to show Shinso Hitoshi over. Shinso Hitoshi walked to the front of Class C, and his 2 attendants muttered, "Why are we all used as a foil? It's boring." Shinso Hitoshi looked around. There was no Quanyue in Class D, and the First Aid Association did not enter. He looked around again and found a guy in a white trench coat and red armband in the audience seat diagonally waving at him desperately. "That is Quanyue." Shinso Hitoshi smiled. He raised half of his hand and waved a little, then stood still at the designated spot. Quanyue started recording the video from the moment Shin Sao appeared. Because the distressed parents and relatives couldn't come to the scene, the cat mother and sister Nara couldn't walk away from the orphanage to shoot. In the end, the life could only be given to Quanyue, who did not participate due to physical reasons. If you care about your parents, this is called commemorating the growth of your son. The revealing 18 bands, Heroes Midnight, waved his whip and said, "The contestants swear. 1 year Class A, Bakugo Katsuki." Chapter 97 Robot Hell. Bakugo Katsuki stood up and said, "I take the oath the champion must be me." Quanyue never thought of this. He covered his mouth and left the auditorium. After the students take the oath, it is the first project, and there is basically no rest time in between. Quanyue turned off the camera and started to prepare for the run for the first project. Quanyue, who was half the organizer of the games, knew 3 days ago that his first event was an obstacle race. After all, he has already decided not to participate. As a member of the First Aid Association, it is impossible for him to sit at the finish line and wait for the wounded to run over by himself. For emergency personnel like them, they may need to stay near the big team all the time. What's wrong? Any student injured and unable to continue the game, all have to be dragged to the ambulance. Quanyue himself only needs to stay in the ambulance to rescue the wounded. Participants who lose their mobility on the track will be taken to the emergency vehicle by a small robot. He is now going to count the first aid medicines and tools one last time and follow along on the way. The ambulance is a railcar, which is as long as 3 train carriages in terms of length, and basically covers the first track. Each compartment has a separate medicine storage room. Quanyue only needs to walk around and take care of patients among the 3 compartments. Then let's start the first project right away. Whatever you do at UA is fast-paced. Teacher Midnight's voice came from the stadium, and Quanyue hung the registration book on the car window. In order to facilitate the rescue car is fully open to the side of the track. In order to facilitate patients to continue to watch the game, there is a live TV live broadcast of the game in each carriage. This year will determine the first event of everyone's destiny. To put it bluntly, it is the qualifiers. Every year, a large number of students will leave the field with hatred at this link. It is it. Obstacle race. A total of 11 classes of students participated in this competition. The schedule revolved around the outside of the sports venue for a week, with a total length of 4,000 meters. Quanyue's focus is on the first track. The first track has 2 levels, the entrance gate to the sports meeting and the robot hell. This qualifier was not prepared for heroes from the beginning. This competition is prepared for students of general subjects and other subjects. This game tells students from the beginning, where is the gap? Quanyue heard the whistle at the start of the game and looked at the track. On the edge of the track, the robots are ready. Starting from the last car, he could hear countless noisy sounds. The entry point for UA Games competitions is narrow, with 11 classes and 20 people in each class. Quanyue began to prepare some medicine. Shoto Todoroki was the first brother to start on TV. His feet were on ice and he quickly slid for a certain distance. The backs of both feet and hands of the student in front of him froze. It is best not to tear the skin violently in the case of frostbite. Advertisement Quanyue observed that several students were already bleeding their feet with excessive force. And with Shoto Todoroki's actions, the students of Heroes Class A also began to exert their strength. Bakugo Katsuki exploded with both hands and moved directly in the air. Yaoyorozu Momo made a similar pull to escape the icy ground. Changen jumped up from the ground with the help of a black shadow, and Ashido's feet flowed with acid to melt the ice. Of course, there are people like Ochako who have not yet used Nirvana to accumulate power. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. So far, there are no students who have completely lost their mobility. The ice was also melting, and although there were some injuries, most of the students still managed to get to the Robot Hell. Robot Hell is the finale of the Heroes entrance exam, a large robot with a score of 0. The robot is a stumbling block. From the video point of view, the number of robots is controlled at about 20. Quanyue actually didn't know where the school came from. He was confident that he used the O-point robot as an exam prop. Although this kind of robot is big and does not move the soul, it has an offensive power after all. For the students of the Heroes subject, it is okay. It is difficult for ordinary people without training to pass. Basically, 80% of the other 3 subjects will be blocked here. Various voices appeared on the venue. Isn't this the monster who got 0 points in the entrance exam? Isn't it? Did Heroes fight this kind of monster? Too many. There is no way to go. It's not that there is no way out. Quanyue thought that if the students of the general subjects were more flexible and faster, they would still pick up the mistakes of the Heroes students. Although it is a bit unpleasant to say that, it is useless to spend your energy on the first level. What would I do if I were in a game? Quanyue was thinking about countermeasures. He heard Teacher Mike explain on the TV. The first event is obstacle race, and the schedule is to go around the periphery of the stadium. Camera robots set up everywhere will bring you the wind and passion of the scene in real time. It's a torturous battle where players can do everything they want as long as they don't get out of the way. Hey, the word torture was actually used. Quanyue took a look at the small screen replay of the current game. Shoto Todoroki solidified a lot of frost between his hands, freezing several huge robots on the ground in an instant. The moment he himself took advantage of the freezing passed, but the other students who tried to pick up the leak were buried under the giant robot. Quanyue covered his face. He knew his job was coming. The students under the pressure of the giant robot will definitely be sent to themselves. Hey, someone is crushed underneath. Advertisement. Quanyue is ready to call the treatment girl's number depending on the situation. If there were serious injuries that he could not treat, he had better find both the senior sister and the treatment girl. There are also ambulances sent by nearby hospitals waiting outside the stadium, and they can be transferred to the big hospital outside for treatment at any time. Isn't it already crushed to death? UA Games will die? Boom. A person drilled out from under the iron plate, and his hair stood up. Who is going to die? Kirishima Eijiro from Class A of the first grade drilled out. His quirk is hardened and naturally he is not afraid of the iron pressing. Then near Kirishima Eijiro, a quirk like Tieja also drilled out. Are there any other students below? Neither knows. The robots have begun to glow red, and they seem to be beginning to determine how many people are under the iron plate. Quanyue doesn't have to worry about the robot. The rescue robot is operated by a third-grade logistics student in the backstage. It's awesome. Don't worry about being crushed into meat sauce and you can pass through the level with peace of mind. Kaminari Denki said enviously. The students of Class B suggested, in short, we should cooperate temporarily to open a way. Some of the students of Class A and the students of Class B formed an alliance. But what about more general, business, and logistics students? Yuzuki Inuichiro slowly walked over from the entrance. He arrived late without attending the entrance ceremony and went straight to the venue. He didn't rush to the ground to rush forward. Students from Class D, said Yuzuki Inuichiro. Come here if you want to pass. Chapter 98. The disobedient patient. No one wants to lose in the first level, and no one wants to give up in the first level. They all came to UA High School with their dreams about heroes. Why are they willing to stop here? When Yuzuki Inuichiro said this, Class D quickly surrounded 15 people, and those who did not intend to get a good place in the sports meeting. This was almost all the fighting power of Class D. Yuzuki Inuichiro did not stop. He strode towards the 0-point robot and said, first of all, you have to know one thing. In this game, all members of Class A and Class B should be promoted. This is what it is. The school has built a platform for them. 2 classes have 40 people, but there are 42 places. The quirks for remote attack are all based on the previous analysis. It seems that he hopes to let the Class D classmates walk a path together. Unfortunately, Yuzuki Inuichiro was destined to be disappointed. After he finished speaking, no one moved, and several people in Class D said, you won't let us attack that kind of monster. The girls stepped back. How could we challenge this kind of thing? Yuzuki Inuichiro silently glanced at these retreating people. He continued to move forward and speed it up, and said, if you dare not even face this, you can say anything from the general department to the heroes department. It is tantamount to idiotic dreams. He suddenly accelerated. These levels are just hindering you. You just need to walk over. Boom. After the Yaoyorozu Momo's cannon was manufactured, after the sound of the cannon, the huge robots ran into each other one by one, forming a chain reaction one after another. Yasuki Inichiro moved quickly among the falling robots.
Suddenly a piece of debris fell from the head. Yasuki Inuichiro kicked it with an upside-down golden hook and continued on. His steps are not chaotic at all, and his breath is steady. Quanyue saw Yasuki Inuichiro's actions on the small screen.
The quality of this guy is pretty good. Quanyue sighed about the psychological and physical fitness of Yasuki Inuichiro, and then think about this guy as a quirk. He continued to watch the live broadcast on the small screen. Hey, see what baby I found. The microphone teacher's eyes lit up. There will be several dark horses every year. It seems that the quality of this dark horse is pretty good this year. Behind Yasuki Inuichiro, there are 4 Class D students who release their quirk to avoid and flying robot fragments. What is surprising is that the movement of the 5 students in the position of Yasuki Inuichiro formed a small group pattern. It's really incredible. The students in Class D have such cooperation. It can be seen that there is a tacit understanding between them, and they are not combined all at once. There is no doubt that they have been professionally cooperated. I really want to ask about Class D class teacher, is this the killer you specially cultivated? Advertisement, of course not. All these things were brought up by Yasuki Inuichiro himself and led by himself. He has the status of monitor in Class D, and has gained the trust of his classmates in many things. Although the head teacher of Class D knew what Yasuki Inuichiro had done in private, he didn't see any problems, so he let him go on.
But this doesn't tell anything. Compare this to the students in the entrance exam as a monster that must be avoided, but from the perspective of monster that must be defeated, it's a big iron lump, and it's all over the body. It's all flaws. Compared to the powerful quirks of each of Class A, the combination of Class D can only pass the first level. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. From the charging position of the 5-member group, Yasuki Inuichiro gradually moved to the middle position. He seems to have his own plan. Quanyue is completely out of time in a daze, because the robot has already brought a few students. One of them was smashed to the foot by the iron plate of the robot, and the whole leg was bloody, and people were wailing constantly. Quanyue stepped forward and gave him an emergency bandage and took out the debris. There is nothing wrong with the first level. Quanyue continued to pay attention to the whole battle, and most people reached the second level. The scene of the second level is more exaggerated than the first level. Several cylindrical rocks stand in the middle of the field. The only connection between them is a rope. There is no bottom. Of course, someone must be responding below. Quanyue breathed a sigh of relief. He clicked on the injured person in the first level, and suddenly heard a heart-piercing shout from the door. Let go of me, I can continue to compete. I can continue to compete. Most of the time, all of the camera robots went to the second level to take wonderful shots, and the first level is no longer in the live broadcast range. Quanyue heard some sounds coming from the venue. He followed the small rescue robot to the field. Standing next to the remains of the huge robot was a bloody boy. His face was covered with dust and his back was scarred. There are large pieces of bloodline and sportswear fragments on the robot wreck. It is not difficult to see that he just got out of the 0-point robot. There is a dislocation of the wrist and a bit of misalignment on the foot, which needs to be corrected. The back is bloody and fleshy, and the skin in the rest of the area has varying degrees of bruises. Quanyue sighed, and he stepped forward to the boy and said, let's go. You need treatment. No, I have to take part in the competition. The young man barely walked a few steps, struggling to stand up after a staggering, I must win. Quanyue directly said to the robot, thank you, seniors, to force it. The robot has the right to take people forcibly, and the teenager obviously meets this mandatory requirement. What are you doing? You let me go. B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** struggle to get rid of the restraints, but there was another sting when he touched the wound. Quanyue shook his head. He didn't expect such a serious injury in the first round of the school. Advertisement. Snap! The boy slapped the robot on the head. He took out a lighter from his pocket and threw it over. I said. Let go of me. He seemed to take part in the competition as a big thing. Those eyes, it is the persistence to the game. I must win. Before Quanyue had time to speak, there was a booming explosion in his ears. Explosion. Is it a quirk similar to Bakugo Katsuki? Quanyue had not had time to react, and his body was rolled out by the blast wave. Knocked into the bushes, the hot flame burned towards the sky and the remains of the robot. But unlike Bakugo Katsuki's explosion, the teenager's explosion seemed to be beyond his perfect control. It's an explosion that can start but can't end. Boom. In the explosion, a figure was sent out towards the sky by the air wave. Damn, are the current peers really messing around? Quanyue looked dumbfounded, but he had to save people again. Quanyue caught a rescue robot recently. He disassembled the back of the robot and found a red button. After pressing the button, he directly talked to the general background. Mr. Heroes from the logistics department was sitting in the back office. Quanyue immediately reported the situation. Teacher, now the first link needs support here. Firefighting equipment and injury transfer are needed. Another seriously injured student insisted on participating in the competition, and I was rescued on the spot. Because the fire is hindered. There was a small noise from the backstage, followed by the voice of the senior sister Sakai Teibai. She said, Heroes outside has been contacted to control the fire. Quanyue, you are the closest to the scene. I have already applied for you to the treatment girl. Yes, you are allowed to use tranquilizers on students when it does not increase the patient's injury and threatens the safety of the treatment staff. Now, Please hurry up and bring that student back. Senior Sister Teibai Sakai said seriously. The heroes should have appeared in the first stage. As off-site personnel, they have no right to interfere with the student's game. Efforts to stabilize people, life safety comes first. Quanyue got out of the bushes and got on the front of the rescue rail car. The carriage containing the patient quickly closed the door and walked in the other direction. The railcar begins to move forward, and the second level is in front of it. The fall. Chapter 99. Dust Explosion Youth. The First Aid Association is a student association. By nature, they also do not have the right to take people away, but they want to let the students take the injuries to the competition, and the ultimate responsibility will be held on their heads. In this era of freedom of public opinion, when countless media are staring at the UA Games, Quanyue makes a little assumption about this kind of scene and it is a headache. He came to the starting point of the second level with the railcar. He could not interfere with the students' competition, and could only pray that he could catch up. At this moment, most of the students are already on the wire, and from time to time some people fall off because of lack of physical strength. Quanyue found that Class D had come here, leaving only 3 people. Yasuki Inuichiro is one of them. He used his hands and feet together on the steel wire to slowly pass, and he belonged to the lower middle level in terms of speed. Considering that Yasuki Inuichiro does not have a quirk, this level is actually pretty good. The first echelon has passed the second level and started to the third level to anger Afghanistan, and the third ladder has all gone up. Quanyue finally waited for the person he was waiting for. The other party was exhausted. He pulled his sportswear to his chest, and he could see what was in the clothes. The blood fell drop by drop from behind him. Because he was still moving, the rigid robot automatically judged that it still had mobility and did not need help. The video was also not sent to the back office control director of logistics science. You are injured. Quanyue looked around, and he stepped forward and said, your body no longer allows you to compete. I'll help you heal. You need to control it. The young man's mouth shed blood, and he pushed Quanyue away. His hands were scarred. I want to win. I can. I must win. Quanyue didn't understand why he wanted to win so much. Is the victory of a sports meeting more important than life? He continued to step forward, trying to pull the boy. With an impatient look on his face, he turned his head and said, are you looking for death? Ah. Then some white powder floated out of his palm, and the powder patted Quanyue's face. Get out of me. Before the boy talk was finished, his feet fell softly to the ground. Quanyue was taken aback. His face was rubbed a little by the dust from the opponent, which was a bit hard and more like a metal substance. What are you doing? Quanyue stepped forward to help him, and said, you are still injured. He can't move the injured, so he can only do first aid on the spot. I want to win. The boy said. His hands did not stop releasing dust, or a strange little particle. But after a few breaths, Quanyue's feet were covered with strange dust. Quanyue said, don't use quirk, your body can't stand it. He really kindly reminded this classmate, but the boy didn't listen to him. The flame of the first level has been extinguished. The new rail car arrived, and other medical staff came to support it. Quanyue greeted the stretcher and said to the teenager, your body does not allow you to compete. You should go to rest with us. Who said this? Advertisement. Who said what? Quanyue didn't understand. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. You are not a doctor. What are you talking about? The boy stood up and raised his leg. The dust on the ground instantly fascinated Quanyue's eyes. The boy roared, I know my body, don't care about it. Shit. Something lit up in the dust. Quanyue's eyes widened, but his eyes were fascinated by the dust. Boom, hot flames rushed towards his face. Huge smoke and flames quickly swept across the scene with a light breeze. Dust explosion. The perpetrator took advantage of the huge impact caused by the dust explosion to break through the second level. Quanyue only felt a tongue of flame licking his face, and the next second it became cold. He opened his eyes and found that everything around him turned gray, white and black. Standing in this kind of world, the ancestor of the Quanyue family, the ancestor looked at him with a smile and said, it was very dangerous just now. Old ancestor. Quanyue didn't know what to say for a while. He didn't expect this to happen in the UA Games. It's just a good job as a medical staff why this state occurs. The ancestor of the Quanyue family came over and touched his head, and said, it's okay, I am here. The explosion just didn't hurt you. The same goes for the people behind you. All the scenery in the area where the ancestors were located turned into 3 colors of black, gray and white. Those burning flames were slowly suppressed in black and white, and then disappeared to the ground silently. This is probably the old ancestor's quirk. Quanyue has not been popularized by his family. He now asks, an ancestor, is your quirk convenient to tell me? Inconvenient. Quanyue did not continue asking wittily, did the fire disappear? Okay. Quanyue has nothing to say again. He doesn't have much contact with his ancestors and really doesn't know how to talk. The old ancestor said, what are you going to do now? Go and catch the person from the dust explosion. Or stay here. Advertisement. Of course it is to get him back. If his quirk is related to the explosion, the third level is to anger Afghanistan. All are explosives. Quanyue anxiously wanted to use communication tools, but found that there was only noise. There is no signal. You want to find him back personally. The ancestor said, he just hurt you. If you don't show up, you must be dead. Even so, you have to save him. Now I am a member of the First Aid Association, and it is my duty to save him. Quanyue couldn't turn his head, and he said, and am I okay now? I can. The ancestor put a finger in front of his mouth and said, okay, I see. He took Quanyue's hand and instantly Quanyue took him to the end of the second level, and brought him behind the boy. Although the blazing flame disappeared, Quanyue saw an obvious color difference between him and the outside world. I have 3 colors of black, white and gray on my own side, and the colorful Madara on the other side. You just have to go out, the ancestor said. Quanyue, are you really going to save this person? Even if he might not thank you. Quanyue didn't speak, he walked out. Both hands directly touched the opponent's naked back, and in a second, painful memories began to the maximum. 2 times the pain of broken hands and feet. Craniotomy pain. Double the pain of suffocation. Plus the last burn all over the body pain. Quanyue himself felt these pain sensations, and he could bear it, but the young man immediately fell to the ground and rolled on the ground when he was so stimulated. Quanyue snatched the lighter in his hand before it was pressed down. He screamed heartbreakingly in the dust all over the floor. Quanyue knew that his second quirk was just making this guy hurt, and he would remove it when it was about time. After all, this quirk is just a pain and will not cause any harm to the body itself. He gave up the gentle action to the patient, and directly dragged the boy over on the ground and placed it on a platform without a large area of dust. Then he unceremoniously tore off his sportswear and put away all the lighters inside. If my ancestors hadn't suddenly appeared to save me, I would really not survive. Quanyue was upset. He said that to save people, he really wanted to save people, but how could he make this kind of guy feel better? If he didn't give this guy a long memory today, he would waste his second quirk for so long. Chapter 100. Ah, did you do to me? Shut up. Quanyue bandaged the man's wound viciously and fixed the fractured hands and feet. I want to kill you. I must kill you. When I get better, I will kill you $1,000. Go to death. The boy's eyes were red and he wanted to struggle, but was caught by Quanyue. Press the foot on the ground again. Quanyue. Stop talking nonsense. He decided to learn about Sakai-senpai's violent medical treatment. Kiki, although not very good, but special circumstances require special treatment. The Shinigami swear word under Quanyue's body was stronger than one sentence, and Quanyue frowned. He waited until Sakai-senpai arrived and sent the disobedient classmate to an ambulance before he stood up and patted the dust on his clothes. This scene is not well known, even very small, so small that only the person involved and the relevant medical staff know about it. Quanyue went to the exit of the 3rd level to wait for new injuries. To be honest, people who have reached this step basically have nothing to stop and bandage. He stood on the 3rd hurdle and witnessed everyone passing. Cheers, applause, and music came from the gym. Quanyue sighed and went back to rest. He could rest during the next game. The key thing is to deal with the problem of the young man who has exploded in dust. These days, explosions are not easy to deal with. Quanyue yawned and lazily took a look at the freshly released promotion list. Midoriya Izuku was 1st, and Bakugo Katsuki was 3rd. Shinso Hitoshi was ranked 27th, and Class D only left Yasuki Inichiro in 42nd. I can't see it. Quanyue put his hands in his pockets and walked slowly. He couldn't tell because the rankings this time exceeded his expectations. First of all, Midoriya Izuku was a blockbuster. Secondly, Shinso Hitoshi actually shot at the middle level. And finally, the pure non-quirk, Yasuki Inuichiro, succeeded in qualifying. Hey, how do you say it? Do you want to congratulate? Quanyue was still hesitating. He walked around the corner, and a familiar word came into his ear. You said that the Quanyue family is also here. Quanyue. Quanyue leaned back against the wall. He heard the man say, wait a minute, you send the information to my mailbox. It's not convenient for me now. The man hung up the phone and left. Quanyue didn't dare to breathe. He didn't shiver so much in the face of the flames and the mighty villain. The clothes were all soaked, even the tip of the nose was sweaty. Advertisement. He will never forget this voice for the rest of his life, although he has never seen it before, but he has always remembered it. Because in the Beihai Car Corpse case 10 years ago, it was this voice that ordered gasoline to be poured, and it was this voice that had been mocking his father. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Revenge. Kill this man. Quanyue clenched his fist and gave up the idea of going back to rest. He went up quietly and walked in the passage. This passage goes directly to the auditorium of the office. There are actually 2 types of auditoriums for the UA High School games. One is for ordinary audiences, and the price is a bit more expensive. There is another kind for each office. In order to make it easier for them to observe the students fighting and digging talents, the office and the general audience have 2 channels. It is the top 42 who pass the pre-selection. Although it is a bit regretful, the students who are eliminated need not be discouraged. The school has prepared other stages for everyone to show themselves. Teacher Midnight stood on the stage and said, the next step is it's an official game. At home, Cunninghamia Lanceolata is watching the live broadcast. Sitting next to him was Honghu's ambitious Qingyuan. Qingyuan handed him a thick leather bag, a little worried, aren't you afraid to expose your relationship with us? Shan Lengxin shook his head. He couldn't wait to take the cowhide bag and open it. He flipped through a few sheets of paper quickly, glanced hastily, his face flushed, and said to Qingyuan, are you kidding me? What you saw is the truth of the Dahidao incident. Qingyuan raised her hands in a gesture of surrender, but her smile remained undiminished. This matter has nothing to do with the ambition of the young master, even I promised us back then. These old ministries did not participate in the big river at all. You are playing me. Shan Lengxin's gaze shifted from the document to Qing Yuan's face. I want the truth. If you feel that coming to us is the truth, you can borrow this account and wipe us all at once. Of course, if you want to help the second son of the Quanyue family for justice, you must continue to investigate. Qing Yuan, according to the young master, his rhetoric preached. Our Honghu ambition will fully support you. Qing Yuan. Fu Lengxin asked him to put his hand down. The official competition project on TV is being born. This ordinary-looking man said, I joined the Honghu ambition when I was still studying at UA. At that time, the Honghu ambition was I know what it looks like. I also know how many hidden children I have buried where Honghu's ambition is. Whether in the current heroes world or in the political world, some people have received cold letter instructions. As long as the keyword of the instruction does not appear, most of them will not realize that they are affected by the quirk of the cold letter. They live and work like ordinary people. Once the keyword of the instruction appears and meets the conditions, these dark children buried many years ago will explode with great power. They will acquiesce that the original instruction is the only one, and unconditionally believe this instruction from the bottom of their hearts. They think these are, I voluntarily, and I want to do. Advertisement. For Honghu's ambition, furs are not important. The important thing is his quirk and the command keywords in his hand. No one thought you would sit in where you are today. Qing Yuan clicked on the auditorium on the TV. He didn't panic. The young master planned to come to see you in person. But he still went. It's the game. Because he said that only on TV can more people see him. Whether it's the old club that abandoned Honghu's ambition, or Honghu's ambition villain, traitors. Cunningham Lengxin squeezed the cowhide bag in his hand, and he asked, I'm going to kill those guys myself. The murderer who caused the death of his friend Izumi Nagasaki in the Daheidao incident, Honghu Shichihara's strongest military department Zhofeng. Those guys are heroes now. Qing Yuan squinted her eyes. You should have read the files. Many of them are somewhat famous on the rankings. The Fur sent a cold letter, then add ruin. He is no longer a teenager who knew nothing when Yue was studying. The fertile soil that once had the blood of heroes in his heart was full of poppies of revenge. In order to satisfy these seeds of revenge, he can pay anything, even at all costs. Qing Yuan didn't care that he was blasted away. He stood at the door and asked the last question, what do you want to do with Quanyue survivor? How can I make his uncle not a heroes? I will also make him not a heroes. This is my answer. Cedar Lengxin said, this is my bottom line. At the UA Games site, 3 big characters appeared behind the big screen, horse riding race. Quanyue stood in the aisle at the entrance of the auditorium and looked around. He could only make sure that the person was nearby. Damn it. Quanyue cursed, then went back the same way. He once had his hatred eyes worn out bit by life, everyone thought he had forgotten. But the opportunity came, and the seeds of hatred buried in the soil were aroused little by little. After many years, it finally saw the sky again, making a hungry voice, kill. Chapter 101. Before the storm. If you know the voice of villain, how can you find him among more than 5,000 people or even more? Quanyue retreated to the exit, and he determined the exit number. Then I returned to the lounge, changed into a normal UA high school uniform, and went to the medical room again. The screams in the medical room continued, and Sakai Taiba was violent medical treatment. She watched Quanyue change clothes and said, something. Well, senior sister, I'll change shifts in the afternoon, and now I'm going to do something. Quanyue watched the TV. At this time, the horseback riding team had already started. There should be an hour's lunch break after the horseback riding race is over. Taiba Sakai Senpei nodded, and she asked Quanyue to come before the beginning of the afternoon. After all, this kind of thing happened in the first grade in the morning, and the school began to pay attention to it. You go to adjust the situation, the morning is hard. Yeah, in order to find the enemy who killed his father, he only had the time from the riding race to the noon break. Find that person as soon as possible. If you miss this opportunity, I don't know when the next meeting will be. Quanyue said goodbye to Sakai Senpei, and went to find Nobuya Sakai. Sakui-san. Nobuya Sakai was sitting in the changing room. He didn't even finish the whole run, so he got into the rescue car and left. He was a little surprised when he saw Quanyue. Quanyue-kun, sorry, I want to ask if your women's school uniform is still there. Hey. Sakai Nobubuki's face changed. Yes, is there something? A female classmate's sports uniform broke and she forgot to bring her school uniform. I think you might have something extra. Quanyue discovered that he would be so calm when lying for the first time. He took over Sakai Nobubuki's school uniform and made a promise. It may not be returned to you until the sports meet is over, thank you. Nobuya Sakai was flushed as he stood with Nono and said no thanks. Quanyue left directly. Next to the headquarters of Quanyue Logistics Division, sorry, I am Quanyue from the First Aid Association. I want to watch the video of the emergency situation in the first grade today. May I ask if this video is not released? Okay, thank you. I will come over at noon and copy it. Quanyue finished speaking under the surveillance, and chatted with the seniors of the logistics department casually. Are these live videos taken by the seniors controlling the robot? Not all, there are media cameras. However, we did the shooting of the big scenes in the auditorium and the follow-ups in the venue. After all, it is technically more convenient for us to do it. The senior has a good temper. He pointed to Quanyue. Look, here and here, you can shoot directly. On average, there are 2 cameras in an auditorium. The exclusive auditorium of the firm that Quanyue focuses on has always been fixed with 2 cameras. Quanyue's eyes lit up, if he could get the camera strap, but this possibility is not high. He smiled and said, in the audience, I feel that there will be more filming agencies for Heroes. No way. Those are all heroes. The media want to bring heroes. The senior laughed. You don't have any favorite heroes sitting there. Advertisement. Quanyue smiled. There are so many people, how can I find them? That's right. The senior said that he was amused. In fact, you can ask the second year of the business department who was in charge of signing in. They do all the hospitality in the office. The school has always cultivated our ability to be independent. Quanyue get the news and nod. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. After thanking him and his senior, he went to the second year senior of the business department, and the sign-in desk was held until the opening of the afternoon. Quanyue walked around and found the 2-seat sign-in form at the entrance that he wrote down, thank you, senior. You go in quietly and ask for an autograph, don't go too far. The chief of management science shook his hand, your kid is too difficult. The senior next to him comforted. It's not like this in previous years. Haven't we done it before? Yes. In this age of heroes worship, most of the students who entered UA high school came to Heroes again. If they really saw the heroes they admired, some people would dare to ask for an autograph. Quanyue has become such a Heroes fan in their eyes. But it's really strange, why he didn't want to tell us what Heroes was called. If he did, we would be able to find him soon. The senior didn't understand this, and he didn't know that Quanyue was not looking for heroes at all. Sign, he is going to find his enemy. Find him. Quanyue went to the bathroom, took off his black mask and put on a medical mask. He put on a hat for himself. He hesitated and tucked all his hair in the hat. This way he looked a little different from the original. The women's school uniform in his hand was placed on the shelf of the First Aid Association. He covered it with a few large boxes to make sure that no one was able to go to the auditorium. In the vast crowd, it seems that there is no clue. Quanyue was standing in the middle of the corridor, watching the excitement on the court quietly. As a student, he can't recklessly go to the auditorium to find people one by one, because it is so conspicuous and inefficient. He also didn't have a suitable excuse to get the surveillance video, because UA High School no longer needs to rely on human hands to pass the tape, all the video is directly imported into the background, and the background scene is edited and played to switch shots. It would be ridiculous to give up here. The first-year students in the business department sell mineral water and snacks in front. For business students, the sports meeting is a good opportunity to exercise their business and sales abilities. Quanyue stepped forward to buy a bottle of water and asked, are you always here? Well, not necessarily, I'll just go when someone tells me. Okay, can I give it a try? Quanyue tried to ask. You see that some viewers are sitting in it, it's not very convenient, I can help you walk through. Ah, no thank you. The business classmate directly refused. In fact, the audience inside is also very distressed, so we can't make money. But walking around will also interfere with the viewing effect of other audiences. Advertisement. That's it. It was mainly reflected by the audience and the responsible personnel. After the reflection, our students were not allowed to walk around in the middle. The business student complained. It can only be said that this formulation is too inhumane. What if the audience in there tells you to pass? If it's too far, I can't help it. You can only let the people who are close to you pass. After the business students said this, they were called doing business by the people next to them. Quanyue stood alone at the edge of the stands. Teams were already allocated in the stadium, and the Midoriya Izuku team became the fat sheep in the eyes of everyone. Quanyue glanced at the Heart Care team, and when he glanced at his expression, he found something was wrong. Most of these people's gazes were dull, apparently controlled by Shinso Hitoshi. Quanyue didn't care so much, his focus continued to be on finding people. Cheers loudly. It's about to start. A horseback riding in the same room. On the radio, the host crowd cheered. Everyone has formed a team. I won't ask you if you are ready for such stupid questions. Then everyone, let's count down the cruel melee together. 3. Quanyue was still racking his brains on how to find that voice in the crowd. The people in the audience couldn't help whispering. They were all heroes sent by the firm to find newcomers. Everyone on the sports field became nervous. 2. Bakugo Katsuki is ready. Shoto Todoroki silently recalled the tactics he had arranged. Midoriya Izuku swallowed nervously. Yuzuki Inuichiro left the sports meeting with his hands in his trouser pockets. He took out a cell phone from the locker and dialed a call. They really came. Jofengji's person. 1. The situation on the sports field changed suddenly. Shan Lengxin drove away from home and hurried towards UA. Quanyue pricked his ears and listened quietly to the noisy scene. Murderous intent, tension, both on and off the court, rose up. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL Fan Fiction, Sec Chapter 102. The UA High School Games is an important day for all office members. On this day they can throw an olive branch to newcomers. Panasonic is one of the heroes of the Heroes firm. His office is not big, and he can only be regarded as middle or lower in the national ranking, but he is considered to be the top combat power in his place. This time I came here to find fresh blood. No way, we don't have much credit for a small place like ours. The companion who came with him also sighed. Even villain likes to jump in big cities these days. It is too difficult for us to improve the ranking. If there weren't that thing in the past, maybe our office would be fine. Develop. Matsushita changed his face, and whispered, "What's the matter? Watch the game well." Every time he talked about that matter, his heart trembled. He would never forget the snowy day and being caught by him. They tortured a family of 3 to death. Just half an hour ago, there was another phone call telling him, "You should know that Quanyu's surviving son is still alive. He is in Ua High School." It's still alive. He knows it's still alive, but isn't the child abandoned? What's so scary about a child who has been abandoned by a quirk, even if it is not a cripple? Quanyu's family has always been a treatment department, and the treatment department that placed it alone is not yet at the mercy of others. Don't be afraid, you are already a professional heroes. Matsushita comforted himself. He forced himself to focus on the game, but he couldn't help but feel a chill behind him. He always felt that someone was looking at him behind his back, wondering if it was an illusion. When he turned his head, he could only see Ua business students selling water and snacks. One of them was closer to them and said, "Where is Yamada? How did you give the stall to someone else?" "I don't know, it seems that their stomach hurts suddenly while they are chatting." Yamada asked the guy to take a look. "It's okay, it's just the most ordinary student exchange." Panasonic comforted himself and said, "It's just a small matter, it's okay." My colleague watched the game and exclaimed, "As expected of a student representative, Quirk is very suitable to be a hero's, but his temper is too bad. You said we should grab someone. Quote, this kind of good seedling will definitely go to the first few offices. Let's take a look at other students." Matsushita knew it well, and he asked, "How many children are from the hero's family here?" "Not much, look at that ice and fire boy. He belongs to the hero's family." "Anything else?" "Hey, how'd I know?" Matsushita no longer asked, but the alertness in his heart did not disappear. The creepy feeling kept appearing, and he even felt his hands and feet cold. The colleague took a look at the situation in the field again, called to prepare to discuss the newcomer with Panasonic, noticed something was wrong, and asked, "What's wrong with you?" "It's okay. Would you like to go to the school infirmary?" No. Matsushita felt that he needed to calm down. He called a student from the business department to come over. "How much is a bottle of water?" The teenager he called over brought a medical mask with a hat and hair all over his head. In the hat. Advertisement. 2 yuan. Here we use RMB to calculate. Calm down, what can that boy do even if he is in UA? He used to be Honghu's Ambition and 9 Phoenixes, so unless someone went to Honghu Ambition to get their information, no one would know that he had hidden heroes in this dark past. Matsushita covered the water in the young man's hands, was frozen by the boy's fingers, and his mind became sober. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The water is cold. The mind needs to be a little more awake. Thinking of the relationship between Honghu's Ambition and Quanyu's family, Panasonic opened the mineral water and poured it down to suppress the shock. On the other side, Yamada from the business department who had a stomachache has returned. He is being pulled by a group of students and asked, "How is your health? If you feel uncomfortable, don't hold on, you can give me your stall." The business classmate who was surrounded by the middle was embarrassed and said, "Ah, it's okay. It just doesn't hurt on the way to the toilet. By the way, my stall." Quanyu stepped forward and returned the stall to him. "By the way, give him the 2 yuan. "Thank you, classmate." The business classmate took out a packet of snacks and gave it to Quanyu. "Thank you for helping me see the stall. I won't charge you for the snacks you want." Quanyu did not refuse, but he had to know if his stomach hurts. Self-made. After being rejected by the first business student, Quanyu did not give up, he continued to wander around. But this time he made a rule of elimination again. He considered the car corpse case in Beihai 10 years ago, and prioritized the list of firms in the 2 cities where the incident occurred. There are 11 offices in those 2 cities, and only 5 are in the auditorium where that person may be. In this way, the scope is suddenly reduced. Quanyu then went to the business student to buy snacks, touched the finger of the other party during the purchase, and used the quirk pain recall to exert a feeling of stomachache. In the process of gradually increasing the pain, the other party had to urgently hand over the stall to himself. With the help of a small stall, Quanyu focused on walking around the 5 offices, trying to listen to the heroes. While watching the game, some heroes will evaluate certain students, and some heroes will take notes and make phone calls. Quanyu walked around for most of the game, and finally found the Panasonic cover bit by bit. As long as you find it, it's easy to handle. He first went to the storage room of the First Aid Association to change clothes, put on the First Aid Association's white coat and armbands. Quanyu folded the plastic bag and put it in the folder. He destroyed the medical mask and hid the hat. The game will be over in a moment. Advertisement. After it was over, it was a time for rest and dining when he was a child. Before that, he had to copy the video of the first-year preliminary game. He is not in a hurry to avenge him, he has already found someone. Here is how to torture him. There was cold in Quanyu's eyes. During the lunch break, Heroes is free to choose to go to the student cafeteria or a small stall outside to dine. Quanyu. Brother, let's go eat first. Good senior, you go. Quanyu said with a smile, I'll leave after I'm here. In fact, Quanyu waited until there was no one nearby, and he also left. He went to the bathroom, and when he came back he was dressed as a girl. Due to a long-term illness, Quanyu's body is thin and weak. It's just that the skeleton is a bit big, and Sakai's clothes are too small for him. His long hair has reached his shoulders, and it can cover half of his face when it is put down. Seen from behind, she is just a little tall girl. He smiled in the mirror, a little oozing. Panasonic cover. Panasonic had just left the stadium, and he chose to eat a little outside. A is really too big. The colleague had separated from him a long time ago. It is said that he wanted to try UA's rich, delicious and cheap canteen. Matsushita Shudder wanted to go, but he shuddered when he thought of where there were students. If it weren't for the individual game in the afternoon to be the highlight of the UA games, he would want to leave now. The surviving son of Quanyu's family was looking at me, and the thought kept popping up in Matsushita's mind, don't see that child. He didn't know how to describe the atrocities he committed many years ago. Afterwards, he tossed and turned. He would repent and feel guilty and ashamed for everything he did. But he can't help it. The thing has been done, what can he do? Let him surrender. Let him give up his glamorous hero's identity. Did he lose the gaze that everyone admired and make him bear infamy from now on? He already has everything he ever dreamed of, how can this make people give up? How to give up? Money, status, reputation. In front of these, what are the three lives? Hello, are you lost? A pair of legs wrapped in black silk appeared in front of Panasonic, and the green pleated skirt shook slightly. The girl in UA high school uniform and shoulder-length hair said to him, "Can I help you?" Chapter 103. Can I help you? The girl said with a smile. If I want to go to the cafeteria, I can help lead the way. No. Then you are going to buy food in front. The girl did not give up. You didn't look very good just now, do you need to see the doctor? No. Matsushita Shame felt a little anxious. He wanted to walk alone, but he really didn't know where to go. He came back and said, forget it, do you know where there are many people? Go to the snack street in front. Quanyu, who was dressed in women's clothing, smiled. He is now dressed in women's clothing, his legs are wearing black stockings, no one can see the scars under the stockings. The Shinigami voice is not yet adult male, and it sounds like a neutral tone. Are you from Beihai? Quanyu asked. I used to go to Beihai when I was a kid. The heroes' costumes over there are very distinctive. The heroes who came to participate in the UA high school games all wore their heroes' uniforms. This is a status symbol. Panasonic did not have much reaction when he heard this. Every local office has its own style, and it is not uncommon to be recognized. The food in Beihai is very special. The law and order are also good, thanks to heroes like you. Quanyu said something. He asked cautiously. I heard that the matter in Beihai has already progressed. Is that right? What's the matter? The car corpse case 10 years ago. Matsushita Shiga felt like his throat was stuck in something, his eyes widened, and his suspicious gaze pierced Quanyu. That thing is over. He felt uncomfortable thinking of the words, closed, said by Matsushita Shroud, and asked, closed. Well, I haven't caught the murderer. It's an unsolved case. 10 years have passed, and it's about to be over. Matsushita regained his natural tone, and he began to look up and down Quanyu from the top of his head to the toes. How old are you? Go to Beihai. Quanyu lowered his head and noticed that there was something wrong with the other party. He said, I am in the 2nd grade. I was in Beihai with my family at the time, just ask. Matsushita's face was not good. He bought 2 boxes of small balls at the shop of small takoyaki balls, handed them 1 box to Quanyu, and said, thank you for leading the way. This meant rushing people. Quanyu took the shawanzi, his hands were suddenly unsteady, and the whole box was turned upside down on Panasonic's hand. I'm sorry. Quanyu wiped Panasonic's arm with his hand, and said, sorry, I. Advertisement. Panasonic grabbed his hand and said coldly, it's okay. When talking, he kept staring at Quanyu's bangs. He always felt that this person's face, or he felt like a guy. Quanyu smirked and wanted to pull his hand out, but the other party grabbed it tighter and tighter. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Have I seen you somewhere? Matsushita Shu directly raised his hand to tease Quanyu's bangs. No, once he saw the scar on his face. If the other party is really the person in charge of the Beihai car corpse case, they will definitely recognize the scars. Those scars carved on their faces by them would be recognized. Quanyu turned his face away. He used his other hand to block Panasonic's movement, tried to stand up and walk outside, but Panasonic pulled it back. Their movements are a bit big, and pedestrians and businesses have already watched them. Quanyu is still a women's clothing, panicked, and Matsushita does not want to pull himself in. But asking them to let go of each other now is unlikely. Quanyu took a deep breath. He was about to seize the opportunity to give him a painful package. Excuse me, can you let go of my girlfriend's hand? A boy pulled Quanyu up from the ground, and he covered the Panasonic holding Quanyu's hand. He smiled. Mr. Heroes, can you show respect to girls? Everyone's condemning gaze also fell on Matsushita Jia. Some members of the firm who had cooperated recognized Matsushita Jia's, and they began to point and point. Quanyu was pulled aside, and he saw the boy take out a tissue from his pocket to wipe the stains on himself and said, Luichan, I'm so careless. Luizhong. What? Quanyu raised his head and glared at the boy. Yi's pronunciation in Japanese is similar to Louis, and then the sauce is added to the homonym Louisjong. I don't know much about Japanese. Just look at it like that. It turned out to be Yasuki Inuichiro. Yasuki Inuichiro originally chased Panasonic to cover it, and he never expected that he would see such an interesting scene. To say that the person he knew best at Ua High School was probably Quanyue. For various reasons, he is paying attention to Quanyue. Matsushita Shiga stood up and took the tissues handed over by the store. He glared at Yasuki Inuichiro and Quanyue, and left alone. Quanyue still wanted to chase him, but was dragged back by Yasuki Inuichiro and clasped his shoulders. Yasuki Inuichiro whispered to him, "You are too impatient." Someone behind the crowd yelled, "Just give in, what happened before?" Those two students, wait a minute. Yasuki Inuichiro grabbed Quanyue directly and started running. Unexpectedly, Quanyue said, "Wait a minute, why are we? Isn't something just happened some time ago? The school has strengthened management, what patrol team? Forget it, Luichin, let's go first." Yasuki Inuichiro directly took Quanyue to the student passage. Advertisement. A-hole. Call me Louisjong again and I'll be rude to you. Quanyue looked disgusted. Yasuki Inuichiro didn't care. Oh, I know Luichin. Two people entered the Class D classroom, and there were still 2 or 3 students in the classroom at the moment. Yasuki Inuichiro found 2 breads directly from the drawer, threw one to Quanyue, and held the other to Quanyue, and said, "Go." "Hey, you." Quanyue looked dumbfounded. "Wait, what rhythm is this?" Yasuki Inuichiro pointed to the clock in the classroom and said, "It's about to start. The highlight of the afternoon session of the UA Games, the individual competition is about to begin." Oops, Quanyue remembered what she had said with Taiba Sakai-senpai that she had to go back to work at the beginning of the afternoon session. But now he really wants to find Matsushita. Damn it. Quanyue even wanted to stop doing it, and went straight up to pry open the mouth covered by Panasonic. He wanted to know everything about the Beihai corpse case that year. Matsushita avoided the crowd and dialed the long-lost number. "I seem to have been targeted, maybe the children of the Spring Moon family. I don't know, but there is not only one person. I don't know, and I don't care." He, as if hearing something shocking, he lowered his voice and asked, "What am I going to do?" As he spoke, he suddenly felt dizzy. At the next moment, Matsushita realized that a hole had been made in his face. He even felt the cold sword cut through the muscles. Panasonic touched his face intact. How is this going? Before he could think more, he felt his limbs being chopped to the side with a big sword. Kong dang. The phone fell to the ground. Panasonic lost his center of gravity, and the whole person fell on the ground. He felt something cold against his face, not concrete but soft snow under his hands. There was some sticky texture beside it, and Matsushita realized that it was not only snow, but also snow. He chuckles, another sword cut 3 times, directly cutting out 3 ridges on his chest. Ah! Matsushita screamed sternly and attracted people not far away. The patrol team was too late to chase the students. They came up to support Matsushita and said, Sir, what's the matter with you?" Matsushita Shishi was irritated by the huge pain, sweating and blindfolded. He looked up and saw a snowflake falling on the tip of his nose. Is this an illusion? Chapter 104, The Side Effects of Pain. Wind one ear scraper after another ear scraper and on the face covered by Panasonic, he resisted the pain and got up from the ground. His head was filled with molten iron, and his forehead was hot. He stood up, as if he heard crying in his ears. It was the cry of a child. The child screamed in his ear, "Dad, Daddy, kill me." Who? Matsushita concealed a shock. He felt his face patted by something, and then hot water splashed on his face. He felt something slipping on his skin. It's a sword. Ah! The bright red blood felt pouring from under the skin, and Panasonic covered his face and shouted frantically, "It is you, you are. Quanyue's legacy." On the other side, Quanyue changed into the clothes of the First Aid Association, and he felt that his breathing became difficult. The second quirk is being launched. For Quanyue, it is tantamount to relive the scene 10 years ago. It is a psychological and physical torture. Quanyue coughed twice and walked slowly against the wall, trying to make himself look normal. His hands were cold, and there seemed to be countless sword on his face repeating the state at that time. What did they do at the time? He shattered his limbs, how many sword were stabbed in him? Quanyue straightened up and tried to walk 2 steps, this is the pain. It's just a little pain, how can we punish them? Quanyue's body has not recovered yet, he is now supported by willpower. Quanyue leaned against the wall and exhaled, his face was sticky, and it turned out to be bleeding from his nose. A man screamed in the distance. Quanyue clutched his nose and watched the group of people carrying a man towards the school infirmary. What happened? I don't know. This man suddenly fell to the ground and screamed. By the way, classmate, is there anyone in the school infirmary now? Quanyue did not step forward, but he was wearing the clothes of the First Aid Association. A classmate grabbed him and said, "You are from the First Aid Association. Come and see." "Ah, you have a nosebleed, are you okay?" Quanyue shook his head and didn't say anything. He was also injured, and his classmates were embarrassed to let Quanyue treat Panasonic to cover it. A group of people hurried away carrying Matsushita. Quanyue didn't follow. He found a paper to wipe the nosebleeds, got the surveillance video, and went back to the first-year stadium emergency room to stay. The lottery on the court is over. The first game is to fight Midoriya Izuku. If it is normal, Quanyue will definitely cheer for Shinso Hitoshi, but now he has to spend a lot of thought just to contend with the pain on his body. Advertisement. The second quirk, the biggest disadvantage of pain recall is empathy. When using quirk, I also feel pain. The emergency room is set up on the edge of the stadium. Shinso Hitoshi saw where Quanyue was standing at a glance. His palms were sweaty, and he was thinking about not saying hello to Quanyue. But Quanyue's expression was wrong. The eyes closed tightly, and the posture of standing unsteady is too weird. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. FK, you have to compare the following games. Yes, you are the hope of our general subjects. He was surrounded by everyone, and there was a small intermission next, which was an entertainment game. Shinso Hitoshi did not participate in the entertainment competition. He got rid of the enthusiasm of general students and came to Quanyue's side. Quanyue. Quanyue covered his eyes and tried to stand up. The huge pain and the memories of being evoked by the pain made him unsteady. Heart trouble. Are you okay? It's okay, I'm just a little uncomfortable. Quanyue's mouth was bleeding. He is not simply reminiscing about the pain 10 years ago. He doubled the intensity of the pain. You go to the game. Cough cough, get ready. Revenge is his own business, and he doesn't want Shinso Hitoshi to be involved. You must know that the crime was not a single person, but a group of people. In the school doctor's room, the treatment girl checked Panasonic and found no problems. And Matsushita Shu himself kept screaming, saying that he hurts everywhere, and pointed out that it was related to Quanyue's surviving son. Have you seen that child? What do you have to do with which child? The treatment girl was a little puzzled. Have you been to Ua before? Matsushita Biao shut up. His head was fainted by the pain. If he was exposed with the Quanyue family's affiliation, please contact Beihai again. He shook a spirit and shouted, I want to leave here. Let me call an ambulance for you. Go for a detailed inspection. No, I want to go back. I want to go back to the office. Matsushita Jia felt that he was nailed to the bed all over his body, and he needed to mobilize all his energy when he raised his hand. I want to go back. He shouldn't come to Ua. Coming to UA was a mistake. That kid will retaliate against him in UA. Matsushita started to regret it. He was reflecting on why he hadn't been a little bit more in the past, why he had to pour gasoline in a wicked way instead of killing the child directly. Advertisement. You see, it's not too much trouble to die now. The treatment girl disagreed with the patient who had been screaming and left, and after consulting with her partner in the Matsushita office, she was transported to a major hospital for examination. At the same time, Shinso Hitoshi, regardless of Quanyue's repeated resistance, brought people directly to the treatment girl. What's the matter with you? The treatment girl was startled. Quanyue looked worse than Panasonic, and the blood on his face was wiped away piece by piece. Quanyue raised his eyes and said, It's okay, nosebleed. He said, I'm just a little uncomfortable. It is estimated that Matsushita has already begun to doubt himself. Quanyue asked, I saw a patient being sent in just now. Well, it's weird. There is no wound but I keep crying for pain. The treatment girl turned the topic and said, Do you not usually take care of yourself? It's 39 degrees. Quanyue's eyes widened. He didn't think of his own. With this condition in the body, he asked, I have a fever. The treatment girl showed Quanyue the thermometer, and it burned to 40 degrees. Because it was the first game, Shinso Hitoshi left early to adjust his status. The treatment girl also went to the venue to watch, and in the end Quanyue was left alone in the hospital bed. The effect of quirk continued. Quanyue slowly lowered his pain, returning from twice to double, and finally slowly controlled the effect of quirk to disappear. He was not trying to make Matsushita better, but because he realized a very serious problem, pain misleading the body. It should be understood that pain is an unpleasant sensation produced when the body is subjected to noxious stimulation. Pain is often accompanied by emotional changes and defensive reactions, which have a protective effect on the body. When your body enters the virus, you will catch a cold and have a fever because your body functions to kill viruses and protect your body. In layman's terms, pain is a body warning. Hey, I'm sick. Hey, I'm under attack. The body responds to pain and has its own rules of action. Like Quanyue, who did not have a fever in the morning, the pain misleads the body to have fever when the body has not fully recovered. It's best to use your second quirk sparingly, as long-term use will have serious sequelae. The doctor said this meant it. Is it because of this that you keep not telling me? Does sequelae mean the body's emergency preparations for pain? After trying to understand something, Quanyue covered his face and smiled. How to do? The first thing he thought of was how to torture people with this quirk. Quanyue smiled twice. He didn't know if his body could continue to bear the pain of the year. However, this is not the reason for him to put down the sword. Chapter 105. Quanyue put an ice pack on herself and sat in the room to rest. His brain is in a state of high fever, and it is inevitable that he is not clear about it. The heart of revenge that has been suppressed by various reasons is slowly awakening from the high fever. He went to ask for leave, and made a special trip to the third-grade playground to find the marksman teacher. Then put on the women's school uniform and walked out of the school gate. Matsushita went to the big hospital, which was the same hospital he often went to. The cheers of the game came from the stadium. Quanyue breathed a long sigh of relief. He felt his face hot, but he was in good spirits, and he was a little unusually excited. Hey, are you still addicted to wearing it? Yazuki and Nuichiro couldn't help but catch up from behind and said, Luijong. Quanyue didn't bother to pay attention to him. Yazuki and Nuichiro pushed the bicycle and said, should I take you to the hospital if you feel sick? No need. Quanyue didn't want others to interfere in his revenge. The current situation is that the use of his quirk will cause harm to his own body. If he wants to continue to use the second quirk, he must cover his physical contact with Panasonic again. Going to the hospital is inevitable. What did Yazuki Inichiro follow? Expose his traces. Quanyue almost rolled his eyes. There is a bus stop near Ua High School, and it takes about an hour for Quanyue to go to the hospital by car. Yazuki and Nuichiro said, I have a locomotive nearby. If you want, I will drive you over by the trail for half an hour. In the end, Quanyue got on Yazuki Inichiro's bicycle. They first went to a takeaway store to change their clothes. The goal of school uniforms was too obvious. Quanyue put on a sports jacket, underneath is a knee-length skirt and black stockings that can hide scars. Yazuki and Nuichiro came out with a battery car that delivered food. Let's go, take you to the hospital. You know what I'm going to do. Quanyue has a fever, he is not stupid. When Yazuki and Nuichiro told him to go and change his clothes, he knew something was wrong. Yazuki and Nuichiro whistle. Izumi and Beihai are somewhat impressed, think about it. Isn't it the Beihai car corpse case? He patted the back seat and asked Quanyue to come up. You called the police. Don't wear women's clothing and just wear it like a woman. Yazuki and Nuichiro took 2 tangerine peel candy from the side and threw it over. Let's go. Do you think Matsushita will stay in the hospital honestly? Quanyue immediately sat in the back seat. He pressed the skirt to confirm that the things were still there, feeling a little more at ease. When the wind blows, his forehead seems to burn even more. Yazuki and Nuichiro was very fast. They went to the front desk alone in time, and squatted at the gate alone. Advertisement. Gone. Quanyue pulled Yazuki and Nuichiro back to the locomotive. He said, Tongbuk National Highway. Yazuki and Nuichiro mocked and said, what if the other party goes back by train? Quanyue also thought of this question, but he was more relieved. Said, it's okay, that guy has no money to buy tickets now. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Tisk Tusk is really heroes. Yazuki and Nuichiro Tusk checked the address, Tongbuk National Highway. Anything else? Quanyue looked suspiciously. As soon as Yazuki and Nuichiro stepped on the gas pedal, he led Quanyue into the remote alley. He smiled and said, don't underestimate the takeaway. Panasonic thinks this is the worst day in his life. He now grabbed a car and drove slowly in a hospital gown. The pain on the face seemed to remain. Matsushita covered a little harder to press on the facial muscles to take a breath, as if someone was stabbed somewhere. But looking in the mirror, my face is intact, nothing happened. What is it? At first, Matsushita also thought that he was suddenly ill or attacked by some strange quirk. He was also willing to accept the doctor's treatment and examination. He took off the hero's combat suit, put on the hospital gown, and handed in his mobile phone. Everyone was at the gate. As soon as they were about to lie down, Matsushita suddenly heard 2 doctors chatting. They were watching the live broadcast of the UA games on their mobile phones. Hey, do you have a patient who is a student of UA? Is it on it? The one from Quanyue's family. Forget it, Quirk went back up and killed himself. The pain on Panasonic's body didn't hurt anymore, and the pain didn't hurt anymore. He immediately jumped down and asked, are you talking about the child of the Heroes Quanyue family? The doctor in charge of treating Quanyue was taken aback. He looked up and down Panasonic and said, yeah, what's the matter? You know their parents from generation to generation. Shit, of course I did. I even slaughtered his parents by myself. Matsushita Shimo only felt that his eyes were dark, and all his thoughts were the doctor's phrase, quirk recovery. The quirk of Quanyue's survivor is restored. Isn't that all the things of Quanyue's family as the hero's family can be obtained smoothly? That office, the villa, and the secrets left by the Quanyue family that made everyone's heart touched. He shuddered, and he was leaving here. Hurry and leave. Matsushita ran out of the gate regardless of whether he was still wearing a hospital gown, and no matter what he was not carrying. He casually took a taxi, and when he was about to arrive at the train station, he had a dispute with the driver because he had no money. Panicked, Panasonic chose to stun the driver, and first got the car and prepared to drive to Beihai. Advertisement. Get far away from here, roll as far as you can. Matsushita Shiga hammered the steering wheel angrily. The ghost knew that the Quanyue kid would be admitted to UA. The ghost knew he was Quirk now. Quanyue's Quirk just needs to find a good backer and it's too easy to make a comeback. To return to Beihai, one must pass through the national highway. It is the first time for Matsushita to come, and he only knows one way, Tongbei National Road. On the left side of the aisle is flat ground where you can see the city, and on the right is the dense jungle. For Matsushita Shrine, after crossing the national highway, it is far away from UA. Pounds a bullet came from the side, Panasonic evaded the bullet, not the broken glass, and immediately a blood stain appeared on his face. Yazuki and Nuichiro yelled, FK, you didn't G install a silencer. Quanyue's mind is a little confused, he is still feverish now, the ice stickers have long been useless. Now he is a little confused, but he still knows what he is going to do, don't force it, you hide it. He took out the second gun from under his skirt, Holding the two guns in his hands made people feel more secure. Yasuki and Nuichiro finally regretted it, and he should take this guy whose brain was about to burn to the hospital. Instead of letting him mess around here, whoever gave him the courage to be near the national highway in broad daylight, the silencer is useless, and he shoots casually. Crazy. Matsushita's head is also muddled. He braked the car abruptly, then turned the front of the car and stepped on the accelerator to rush towards Quanyue. Quanyue raised the pistol in his hand. He felt that his breathing was steady. He hadn't thought about it yet, and his hand had already pulled the trigger. Pound. The second shot hit Panasonic's right shoulder directly, poking a big hole. Pounds and pounds. The third shot hits the left shoulder. The fourth shot is the abdomen. The fifth shot hit the right shoulder again. The broken glass couldn't see the state of the car. Panasonic covered his hands as if he was scrapped. His quirk was not related to healing, and it would be choking if it was in the current state. He coughed up blood and didn't let go of the accelerator. The car rushed directly out of the national highway to the bush where Quanyue and Yasuki and Nuichiro were hiding, and even broke a few branches and deviated from the route and planted on a tree. The sound of tires rubbing against the ground filled Quanyue's ears, and he felt his arm being pulled violently, directly dislocating the pull. Yasuki and Nuichiro dragged Quanyue over, dragged him onto the locomotive, and cursed, "I'm crazy. Revenge is not so reckless." Quanyue touched his head, feeling that he was burning more severely. He said to Yasuki and Nuichiro, "Don't go, people are not dead yet." He was very clear about what he was doing, and he clearly recalled all the steps of the snowy day.